Our last day of this week as we make way for Thanksgiving tomorrow, Black Friday on Friday. So a lot to plow through before we get there. Got the double dipperoo tonight of the Nuggets and the Avs.
Double dipperoo.
Thank you, Juice. We have Broncos discussion. We have Buffs to talk about. And I want to start here with Thanksgiving. And here's the reason why. Thanksgiving, I was just talking to somebody about this yesterday. It's a holiday that everybody, in one way, shape, or form, sort of participates in. Whether it's you get together with your family or maybe you have the old Friendsgiving or something like that. It's about football. It's a football holiday, though, isn't it? Like, it doesn't matter if you're the 90-year-old grandmother who never watches sports or if you're the 10-year-old kid, you're watching football on Thanksgiving. You're going to. And with the teams that are playing in the Thanksgiving Day games tomorrow. So it starts at 10:30 in the morning, Chicago, Detroit. The afternoon game is Giants-Cowboys. And then you have what feels like it's going to be a good game in Miami and Green Bay. And one of my favorite things to do is to take a look at this playoff picture thing on NFL.com because you know what? The Broncos are never in this graphic. They are never one of the teams where they have the percentages that favor you into making the postseason, but this year they do. And I want to give you a picture of what the AFC looks like. The Chiefs are the 1 seed at 10-1. They currently have a 99% chance to make the postseason. The Bills are 9-2. They have a 99% chance to make the postseason. The Ravens, despite not leading their division, are the 5 seed. They have a 99% chance to make the postseason. The Steelers, currently with a 93% chance to make the postseason. The Texans at 94%. And then at the 6th seed is the Chargers at 88%, which leaves the Broncos at 7, with currently a 65% chance to make it.
Just need 4 more percent. We're so close.
If they win, the number doesn't move much. It goes to 73. If they lose, that number of 65% now drops to 46. And here's why. Because that night game during Thanksgiving between Miami and Green Bay is massive for the Broncos. And I know what you can say is, you know what, you're comfortably in a lead in the playoff spot, just take care of your own business. Well, of course. But bottom line is, you can really be boosted with a Miami loss at Lambeau Thursday night. The 5-6 Dolphins turn into 5-7, and then they would need a pretty wild scramble to the finish line to even have a chance. The Dolphins currently are at 19%, but with a win, they jump to 31. And that number would be higher if that coincided with a Broncos loss. So 2 things are sort of at play here. Number 1 is you could really boost your chances to make the postseason with the Miami loss on Thursday. The second thing is, just continue to win football games against teams you should beat, and you'll be fine. And I'll tell you one thing that makes me really nervous about this Denver game. I know we're going to have to wait until Monday to see this. But the one thing about that game that really gives me a little bit of pause is, number 1, Cleveland's super weird. They have a roster of players that feel like they should be pretty damn good. And they just haven't been this year. A lot of that stemming from their offense. But their defense has good pieces to it. But not knowing the version of Jameis Winston that you're going to get is freaky. Can he be the Jameis Winston that beats the Ravens in the Steelers? Or is he going to be the Jameis that puts up 10 points against the Chargers and loses 35-14 to the Saints? I don't know.
Or is he going to be the James Brown in the Blues Brothers Southern Baptist preacher, Jameis Winston?
Well, that's
so happy and grateful that the Lord has blessed me to play in some snow to be in true football weather in Cleveland, Ohio at Huntington Bank Field today to give him the glory. It's a beautiful day.
Sure feels like you're playing in the AFC North.
It is. It's magical. Thank you.
That's a given every single week. That's not that I know it's the most consistent thing about Jameis Winston is he's going to do that. By the way, something I didn't even think about with him. So Jameis is raised in Louisiana, I believe. Hang on, let me just look this up real quick. So
The horse is prepared for battle, but victory comes from the Lord.
I'm sorry, in Alabama. Alabama. Goes to high school in Alabama. Goes to college at Florida State. He's drafted by Tampa. Tampa gives up on him. He goes to New Orleans. And I remember this when Dion first said it when he got here. He said, I've never walked in the snow before. And I'm like, how is that possible? And then you start thinking about teams he played for. And I'm like, gosh, not even like one road trip. You didn't have a game in Buffalo once, in December. Jameis, I think he said that's the first time either he said played or just period was in snow.
Really? Even Florida State's in the ACC, right? He didn't play some East Coast team where it snows?
Well, I wonder the same thing. Dion went to Florida State. He said, remember, Dion's quote when he was in Boulder for like the first time in the winter, he goes, I've never walked in snow before, remember? He's like, oh, it's crunchy. It crunches around. And I was like, how has this guy never walked in snow?
At least he only has 8 toes that get cold, so
That
he
is
has that
true.
going for him. But that's actually one of my favorite things in the Rockies season is I feel like every year in late March or early April, they play a game against Atlanta. It's always the Atlanta Braves for some reason. They're in town and it snows, and the Braves have a draft pick from the Dominican Republic or some kid they signed out of Cuba that's never seen snow before, and they take a picture standing on home plate looking at Coors Field covered in snow going, oh my goodness, how am I supposed to play baseball in this?
So, you know what's funny about that? God, I was just talking to a buddy the other day about this. So, my buddy played D2 football at Chadron State. My brother played NAIA baseball in Fremont, Nebraska. But the weird thing is, I don't know how these pipelines start, Nelly, but my buddy, his football team, had Nigerian athletes, like kids from Africa, that would come from there, get a scholarship and play in Chadron, Nebraska. My brother's football team, he played baseball, but on their football team, they were made up of about 50% South Pacific Polynesian dudes. And so every year when it would come around, those freshmen that get there, the first snow comes and they're like, whoa. Like they think it's the most amazing thing in the world. Meanwhile, we're all like,
We're all going,
dude, this is terrible.
Sucks.
It's ruined our entire weekend.
This is the wrong takeaway from that story, but what are you saying? Chadron State?
Chadron State is the home of Danny Woodhead. You put some respect on that school.
How do you spell Chadron?
Chadron. Chadron State.
Chadron. Oh, Chadron. There it is.
Chadron.
Okay, I was going to say, because Chadron is what we do every morning. I didn't know that was a school. I've never heard of that.
That is the home of Danny Woodhead. He's a Super Bowl champion. You put respect on the man's name.
Chadron's not a state.
Anyway, going back to what matters this weekend.
Yeah, I think we were talking about Thanksgiving and football or something like that.
Something. There is nobody in the rear view. And I only point this out to tell you that teams in the NFC, you can go all the way to about the 10 seed, 11 seed, thinking there's a chance of one of these teams winning. The 11 seed in the NFC is the Niners. They're a game back of their division. The Rams are the 10 seed. They're a game back of their division. You really have, if you take care of business against Cleveland, man, you really have just the Dolphins to worry about. And if the Dolphins lose on Thanksgiving night to Green Bay, what a boost for your team. What a boost. And it's just take care of your business. The problem is, the last time I said that was last Saturday. And now, CU finds themselves in the position I'm talking about with the Dolphins or like with the Bengals. All right, let's say that you win this last weekend. But you need help. We'll do CF Peep in a little bit later. I'm just saying, you're going to need a little bit of help. And you lost the ability to create your own path. And this is what's so important about the Broncos. If they stumble down the stretch, this is going to be something that sticks with them. And that's what I don't want. This team has now built a winning culture and a winning locker room with a rookie QB, which is so hard to do. It usually takes a couple of years before you get to that. But they've done that in year one. If they can finish and make the postseason, and then after that, who the hell cares what happens? So right now, would set up with you playing against the Bills. Let's say the Bills beat you by 20. Big deal. You made the postseason in year one of a rookie QB. But there just can't be a stumble.
I'm going to be honest, Brett. I haven't listened to a word you've been saying this whole time because now I'm just going down the rabbit hole of notable alumni of Chadron State. You guys got some dogs.
Who else went there?
Don Beebe.
Don Beebe.
Yeah. And assistant to the Atlanta Hawks GM, Larry Riley.
Of course. Who could forget?
And actually, Tim Walz. Tim Walz got his bachelor's degree at Chadron State.
Wait, the former VP candidate, Tim Walz?
Yep.
How about that?
And of course, I mean, the guy that you had in mind the whole time, Val Logson Fitch, the nuclear physicist, who only attended for 3 years before being drafted into the Army in 1943. I know you were thinking of that guy first and foremost.
Well, yeah. I mean, once you start talking about nukes, I mean, it's the first thing that comes to mind.
Exactly. I mean, Fitch, what a legend.
But again, when it comes down to it, you need to be able to just hang on for these last few weeks. And what the Broncos have coming up is games against the Browns and the Colts. And in those games, 1, you should be favorites. 2 wins there, a win against Cleveland on Monday, going into a bye week, come after that, got the Colts at home, take care of that game. That puts you at 9 wins with 3 tough games left to go at the Chargers, at the Bengals, and then Kansas City at home. You're going to be in prime position. But the next 2 weeks are crucial. Give yourself the opportunity to go 1-2 down the stretch to pretty much seal this thing up. That's all you need. And here's what's interesting. You start taking a look around, like, how do other people feel about Denver? You go to power rankings, whether it's CBS Sports or ESPN or whoever. You know where the Broncos are at in ESPN's power rankings right now? 10th. Like, you're considered a borderline top 10 football team in this league in year one, the rookie QB. If you stumble down the stretch, a lot of things can change. But there's only a handful of teams that you put out on the football field right now that I'd say are better than the Broncos, and they'd beat you. Doesn't mean you're elite. Doesn't mean that you're, in that Baltimore, Detroit, Philly, Buffalo, that type of range. But you're capable of beating anybody. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. So, because we're trying to jam things in today, Brady and his bets will be at the end of the hour because this is the last show heading into the weekend. And I'm going to do an early version here, NFL stock up, stock down. So we'll get that out of the way. Talk a little bit about the Buffs, by the way. Dion was upset. And sometimes I think Dion can take the personal disrespect thing to a higher level than it needs to go. It's almost like he's searching for things to be mad about. He should be mad about what happened yesterday. So we'll get to that in just a second as well. Stick around. I guess I get my Nebraska card removed. I was saying Chadron State. It's Chadron. All right. The pronunciation game wasn't my strongest, okay? But I knew the place.
Of course, that's some Nebraska trying to class it up and go, it's Le Chadron State.
That actually would sound pretty badass. But can we cue up some of that NFL primetime music, Nelly? Let's get this out of the way now because I got some other business I want to attend to. But let's go through NFL stock up, stock down. Do it every week following the NFL weekend and now previewing the upcoming NFL weekend. But we always start with the quarterback. Stock up. I think it's pretty undeniable. The stock that has raised the most in the last few weeks is Tua's. Because the Dolphins went from a team that looked terrible and can barely score 10 points to a team that looks like they could rattle off, 6, 7 straight wins and be in the postseason. This last weekend, a 29 of 40 performance, 317 yards, 4 touchdowns. I know it was the Patriots, but they've now won 3 straight. He's got 7 touchdowns and no picks in the last 2 weeks. He's 13 touchdowns and 4 picks on the season. The Dolphins are just different. They're different when they have him in the lineup, and it's undeniable. And they're kind of scary, to be honest. Like, this is why I believe the Monday night game against Cleveland is so important. If you don't win that, you open the door for a team like Miami that's now feeling itself with their quarterback healthy and back in the lineup. And so you find yourself in an odd position where Tua he's just playing at a super high level. Now, do you still get nervous every time that guy takes a hit? Yeah. But for as long as he can stay in the football game and on the field for the Dolphins are going to be a threat, and it's a huge credit to him. So Tua gets a stock up. Let's go quarterback stock down. CJ Stroud. So last week, 20 of 33, 247 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 2 picks. He's got 5 picks in his last 3 games. They've lost 3 of their last 4. He's only got 14 touchdowns and 9 picks on the year. So just to put that in perspective, Tua has 1 less touchdown than CJ Stroud, and he missed like a month and a half of the season. He also has 5 less picks than CJ Stroud does. But CJ has hit a year 2 wall that does happen to, especially at that position, more often than others, but a lot of rookies in the NFL. They can have some early success because maybe you don't got tape on them. Maybe you haven't figured out his tendencies yet. But CJ Stroud and the Houston Texans overall, they're going to make the postseason. They play in a crappy division, so they're going to make it. But they've gone from a team that was sort of a sexy, hey, let's take a long shot sort of gamble on the Texans to be Super Bowl contenders, and they don't look anywhere near that. Not even close. And a huge reason for it is CJ Stroud's just not as good this year. He was a baller last year in his rookie season, and then it just kind of tapered off. And if he can't get it figured out, then the Houston Texans are in some trouble. But CJ Stroud gets a stock down. Let's go non-quarterback stock up. Josh Jacobs looks like a real important sort of signing this offseason for the Packers. I know they had Aaron Jones last year, but Josh Jacobs 2 years ago was arguably the best running back in the league. They gave him the ball 26 times on the ground for 106 yards and 3 touchdowns last week. He's almost at 1,000 yards already. 7 touchdowns on the year. He's averaging almost 5 yards per carry. And the year of running back acquirement is here. Whether it's him jumping over to the Packers, whether it's Aaron Jones going to the Vikings, whether it's Saquon Barkley going to the Eagles, whether it's Joe Mixon going to the Texans, high-level running backs making a move to another team and being highly impactful for those new teams and really helping them. I think in all of those cases, without a good running game in Minnesota, I don't think Sam Darnold looks as good as he does this season. Without Josh Jacobs in the backfield for Green Bay, this little helter-skelter, Jordan Love, throw a pick here, throw a touchdown here sort of play that he's had all season, I think makes it way more difficult to overcome the turnovers. I think in Houston, without the running game from Joe Mixon, C.J. Stroud could look even worse. And we all know what's happening in Philly with Saquon Barkley, where he is the most important player on that team. Oh, I forgot Derrick Henry, too, in Baltimore. But Saquon Barkley, we'll get to a little bit later, without him, I don't even know if that team's a 500 football team because he just closes games out for him. But Josh Jacobs and his ability to be a guy that you can point to and trust every week in the run game, set up some play action for Jordan Love's been super important. He's been a great signing for him. So Josh Jacobs gets the stock up. Let's go non-quarterback stock down. Everybody talked about this guy the last couple of years as the greatest, not just guy at his position, but weapon within the NFL. And that's Deebo Samuel. They put him in the backfield. They put him out wide. They put him in the slot. They find a multitude of ways to use him. Hell, they've ran like Wildcat with him before. Deebo's done nothing this year. This past week, 1 catch for 21 yards, and you can say, oh, yeah, well, Brock Purdy was hurt, and Brandon Allen was playing quarterback. That's fine, but what about the rest of the year? He's got 2 touchdowns on the season. 1 rushing, 1 receiving. 2. That's it. And on the season, 34 catches for 511 yards. That is not a guy that we consider the top weapon in the NFL. I don't know what's going on with him. He was choking out teammates on the sideline just a couple of weeks ago. He seems unhappy, and this is now, if you're a Niners fan, becoming a common theme that should terrify you. As they tried to hold this together for another Super Bowl run, try and put this together for one last hurrah before he had to pay Brock Purdy. You've had an upset Trent Williams. You've had an upset Brandon Ayuk. You've had an upset Deebo Samuel. That's 3 of your top players on that roster. It's not a good look. And now Deebo Samuel is not being productive, not getting the football enough, choking out teammates on the sideline. Not great. And for somebody you had high expectations for to be a factor in both the run and pass game to take sort of a back seat, a bummer for any Niners fan. Let's go NFL team stock up. Yeah, I'm going back to the Tua thing. I think it's Miami. 34-15 win over the Patriots last week. They're averaging 30 points a game when Tua has been in the lineup over the last 5 weeks. 30. They struggled to get 10 when he was out. Won 3 straight games. And if they win against the Packers, if they can find a way to get a win at Lambeau, look the hell out, because they are going to be on a freight train behind you. You know, it's going to be, if the Dolphins win, I need somebody to make this so I can tweet it out because I'm not good enough at the Photoshop stuff. I need, like, the guy who's running on the bridge that's a railroad. You know what I'm talking about? In, like, is it the movie Stand By Me? They're on that big bridge, but it's got railroad ties on it. And then all of a sudden you see the train coming. And it's like you need to sprint to get to the other side and jump out of the way before the train hits you. That train's the Dolphins, and the person on the tracks is the Broncos. Because they're going to be coming in a hurry. But Miami, with Tua, they're just a different kind of animal. So they get the stock up. Let's go NFL team stock down. I think I repeated a few too many of these, but I'm going to go with the Niners. We were just talking about Deebo. 38-10 loss to Green Bay. I know they had a backup quarterback in, but they got injuries everywhere. They're 5-6. They're losers of 2 straight. They're bad against their division this year, which is tough. You know, they play the Bills this weekend. I don't think it's going to be any better. They're still in the race for their division, being only a game back, but they can't slip up anymore. They need a win that's going to prove to the rest of the league, like, hey, we're back and we're going to stay here. But it's tough to find out when that's coming. You go at Buffalo, then you play Chicago. Okay, maybe you get a win there. But then you got a tough game against the Rams. You got to go on the road at Miami. You got to play against Detroit, and then you close out the game against the Cardinals. It's going to be tough for them to find a pathway in which they aren't just sort of winning a game and dropping a game for the rest of the year. Like, for them to get over 500 is going to be difficult, especially with all the other things they've suffered so far this season. So Niners stock down, MVP stock up. I think this is the year, guys. I think this is the year that it happens. that a non-quarterback wins the MVP, and I think it's Saquon. I don't know the last time a running back has had this much of an impact on his team's success and failure. I think you probably go back to that year the Titans made the AFC Championship game with Ryan Tannehill and how good Derrick Henry was. That's probably the closest we're getting. The bizarre thing, though, is Saquon Barkley in the Eagles. When it's late in a game, and it's always tight because the Eagles don't start games well, they hand the ball to Saquon and he takes off for 65 yards and puts the game away. And that's happened a multitude of times this season. This guy already has over 1,400 rushing yards, 12 touchdowns. He's averaging 6.2 yards per carry, and he's as scary in crunch time as any of the great quarterbacks in the NFL right now. Like, you think about, hey, man, game's on the line. You don't want to give Mahomes the football back because he's going to kill you. Well, guess what? Saquon's doing that running it. Haven't seen anything like that at that position in a while. So I think he gets a stock up. Let's skip MVP stock down. Let's go to best game of the week.
Oh, yes!
It has to be Steelers-Browns, doesn't it? Not only was it a great game, it was in a snow globe. It was just fun to watch on TV. And in the middle of that snow, they still put up points. Best game of the week was Steelers-Browns. It was Thursday Night Football, but it was great. Worst game of the week.
Settle down just a little bit.
Yeah, Bucs-Giants. Outside of Tommy DeVito hands from Baker Mayfield, there was nothing redeeming in a watchability standpoint about that game, so that's the worst of the weekend. All right. So that is NFL stock up, stock down. So still a few minutes left. This is Dion. He was upset yesterday, and I think he had a right to be. Travis Hunter might make all of this not matter because he very well could win the Heisman, but there's something called the Thorp Award. The Thorp Award is given to the best DB in the country. And does Travis Hunter have to win this award? Maybe not. You know, I've heard people say this, that he's not the best wide receiver and he's not the best corner in the league, but he does both at a super high level. And I'll accept that argument. Like, there's a few different guys. If you've ever watched the dude out of Arizona, McMillan, he is a stud at wideout, as is, you know, the young kid, Ryan Williams from Alabama, as is a couple of guys on Ohio State's roster. Like, you can go around and say there's better individual wideouts, but the fact that he's doing both at a high level is crazy. The thing is, I think Travis Hunter's a better corner than he is a wide receiver, and he's a damn good wide receiver. So the Thorp Award named their finalists, and he wasn't one of the finalists. And here's what Dion said.
Before I open up for questions, I'm going to address something that just transpired and they brought to my attention today, that Travis is a finalist for the Walter Camp Player of the Year, Maxwell Player of the Year, Bednar Defense Player of the Year, Litnickov Best Receiver, regardless of position, and was snubbed by the Thorp. How? How is Travis Hunter snubbed by the Jim Thorpe Award? You can have my award, you can have it back. Matter of fact, I'm going to give him mine. I ain't using it, just sit up there collecting dust. So Travis could have my Thorpe Award, because if this ain't the most idiotic thing in college football, that he's not a finalist for the Jim Thorpe Award, and he is, I would say arguably, but I don't think it's really an argument about this young man being the best defensive back in college football.
I have no problem with this at all. Again, there's been times where Dion has done something like this. Like, I think one week he was like, how is Shador not named for Player of the Week or something like that? And it's like, okay, does it really matter all that much? But something like this is a big deal. This is a year-end award. This is, over the course of the season, you have put together enough tape and enough good play that you are acknowledged as one of the best in the country at X. He is one of the best DBs in the country. And how do I know that? Because I don't know if he's going to be playing both ways in the NFL, and he's still going to go in the top 5. So what the hell does that tell you? I don't know if teams are going to let him do both. But if they had to narrow it down to one, I think he's probably going to be a DB. and he's going to go top 5 in doing that. That guy deserves to be a finalist on the list. He continues by saying this.
I ain't saying nothing about the receiver part of it. I'm just talking about defensive back. He rarely gets thrown at. He's won a game for tackling for us, and he's always on point. So if you bring up the statistics, I don't know how in the world is Travis Hunter not a finalist for the Jim Thorp Award. They just pretty much messed up all the integrity of the award, and he could have mine. Whoever's voting down there, who's ever bringing it home, thank you, because I don't even want mine now. God bless you. On that now.
So, he's right on all accounts. They barely throw at him. When they do, there's a good chance that ball gets intercepted. And here's the great thing. You know, Deion always got, for as great as he was as a cover corner, he always got criticized for one thing. Deion wouldn't want to tackle. Whether he agrees or disagrees with that, that narrative is out there about him. Travis Hunter hits you. He has no problem sticking his nose in the run game and helping out in run fits. Like, the kid doesn't have a weakness on the defensive side of the football. He's faster than you. He's tall. He's lanky. He's got amazing instincts, amazing ball skills, and he's willing to hit. Like, I don't know if you could describe a more perfect prototype for a corner or a DB that you'd ever want.
And I think my favorite part about that cut, I guess before I say that, I'll ask you a question. Did Deion Sanders ever win a Thorp Award of his own? Did he win one?
I think he mentioned it.
Because he didn't mention it. If he has one, that was my favorite. How many times did he say, he can have mine, he can have mine? If he wants it, he can have mine, take mine.
Oh, that's just a man on a rant. Sometimes you repeat yourself.
Well, no,
You're just angry.
That was my favorite part, but my second favorite, I'm going to see if I can bring up the cut here and isolate it, but the way he said, it damages the integrity of the award. The way he said, integrity.
It's actually not a bad Deion that you do over there. Deion's the way he speaks, I'm like jealous of it. It just, whenever he says something, it sounds like it has gravitas behind it. Like you need to pay attention.
Messed up all the integrity.
Integrity. He says every syllable. I like that.
He has that, and so does Jameis, and they both have those for much different reasons. But they have the when they speak, you have to pay attention. So, 303-504-0925 will make Steve Nelson sing next. So I believe this game tonight is huge for the Nuggets especially. Like, you want to see both teams between the Nuggets and the Avs both bounce back and make things happen. So it's national TV tonight, I believe, for the Avs, correct? As they take on Vegas, and it's TNT. So it's 8 o'clock tonight, and they take on the Golden Knights, which is always a huge game, and you want to see them bounce back from an 8-2 loss that, the head coach, Jared Bednar, we'll talk to at 8 o'clock this morning, just basically brushed it off to the side and said, you know what, it's the end of a long road trip. The effort was there, but the brain didn't turn on, is I think the way that he put it. So you have a chance to bounce back, get a win tonight against a tough Vegas team.
And public service announcement. You said it's an 8 o'clock listed puck drop on TNT. Budget an extra 22 minutes of looking at Biz's face. There's no way that thing tip off. What am I saying? There's no way that puck drops before 8:22.
I think I said tip too. But yes, you're right. It's going to be like 8:20 something is when we're going to have that game start. But the Nuggets side is the one I think's the most important. And this is kind of about how do you respond to being doubted. You're playing against a bad Utah team, but it's in Utah, which is always difficult. But you just got straight up embarrassed. Forget like getting smacked around and being dominated and stuff like that. That was embarrassing what happened. I mean, Michael Malone 2 days ago, after the game, when he was asked, is this one you just flush? And he said, bleep no, screaming that they will not just ignore that loss. That's something that they need to take a deep dive into. And the reason why is because you lost 4 of your last 6. And then
is this the game that you feel like you can kind of flush and doesn't?
Oh, man, no, we're not flushing. You don't flush when you get embarrassed. You don't flush when you gave up 145 points. You don't flush when you didn't play hard, you didn't play with effort, didn't play with physicality. I'm not flushing anything.
Which is the proper stance to take. Do not flush that game. If I could tattoo a reel of that game and straight line drives to the rim inside of the eyelids of every Nuggets player so that when they went to sleep at night, it's all that plays in their head, I would do it. And here's the thing. It's not just that you're playing poorly. Your effort in your heart is now being questioned by national people. This is Kendrick Perkins on First Take yesterday talking about Jamal.
When is Jamal Murray go help a brother out? When is he going to raise his level of play to all-star level? We're not even talking all NBA, just all-star level, and help Jokic out. He's averaging about 17 points right now. He haven't averaged those type numbers since his second year in the NBA. And when I think about what Jokic is doing, Jokic is having one of his best season of his career right now, numbers-wise, right? And so you look at what Russell Westbrook is doing off the bench. You look at what these guys lost in the offseason, or even going further back from what they lost from their championship squad, and Bruce Brown, Jeff Green, and then they lost Caldwell Pope this offseason. You have a bunch of young guys now like Christian Brown that's coming in, and now we're looking for Jamal Murray to elevate his game fresh off a contract extension, and he hasn't done it. So at the end of the day, when you talk about a level of focus, no, you're talking to yourself.
So I know we all have some feelings about Kendrick Perkins. I have my own, but he's not wrong there. He's not.
Brett, a broken clock is right twice a day.
Well,
and Perk is spot on.
Here's the thing, though. When it comes to Jamal, this isn't a new conversation. This has been around now for a while. Again, it's not the amount of games that he has been subpar to his standard. It's the amount of time in the calendar. It's been since last May. It's a long time. And so with that, maybe this provides a kick in the keister that is needed. You know what I mean? Defense is about effort. It's about heart. whether you have AG in the lineup or not, you should never give up 145 points. Never. And that's just a straight-up effort thing. That's all it is. And so with that comes the expectations to be great. Here's what I would say to the Nuggets. There was a time a couple of years ago where you guys could kind of roll it out there and get away with it because you were good enough. You aren't that anymore. You aren't. When you guys don't bring it, you aren't a top-level team. The only way the Nuggets can be championship contenders, true championship contenders, with this roster is by playing your ass off. If you do that, you're going to be fine. But this team isn't loaded, okay? They're not. They don't have, God forbid, if Joker was ever off for a night, well, he was against the Knicks, and you saw what happened. But you still put up 118 points. Screw trying to go score for score and make it what it was a couple of years ago. If you score 120 points, you don't just win, you crush your opponent because you're giving up 106 to 110. That's what they used to do. Remember, this team was 6th in the league last year in points allowed per game. They're currently 23rd. That is not a sustainable model of success. It puts way too much pressure on the offensive side of the basketball. It puts way too much pressure on you hitting shots. They need to come out and actually play defense. Play defense tonight, do it against a bad Utah team, and prove that you still got the gear, and respond when you've been called out not only by your own coach, not only by your own local media and local fan base, but people nationally as well. And you can't have a bad day against Utah because Utah stinks. After this, you got games against the Clippers, Golden State, Cleveland. 3 really good and talented teams. Then you can start to put it together against them, but at least get one that changes the momentum for you.
Utah, give me 2.
So, with that being said, Nelly, start singing. Come on, everybody in your cars, everybody listening at home, sing with us.
Ready at his best. Ready at his best. Bet the Lions to lose on Thanksgiving, because they always do.
All right, it's usually on Fridays, but this is going to be the last day of this week with Thanksgiving coming up tomorrow. I picked 2 games. One is a lock for the weekend. The other one is an underdog. I feel like I've done this too much already, but I want to start with the underdog. The Dolphins are 3.5-point dogs tomorrow on the road at Lambeau. I get it, short week, going on the road. It's difficult, but I don't see any reason why a Green Bay team that turns the ball over quite a bit, playing against an offense that's averaging 30 points a game over the last 5 weeks, can't go in there and get a win. I don't know. It's a decent enough at 3.5 points, long shot to just jump on the money line and let the chips fall where they may. So that's number 1. Number 2, game in college football this weekend that I think is actually flying a little bit under the radar. Colorado State, 6.5-point favorites against Utah State. That game is going to be on Friday, Black Friday at 1:30. CSU has continued to roll off win after win. They're on a little bit of a roll, still in competition for a whole bunch of different goals that I'm sure they had set out when the season started. The loss to Fresno State hurts, but I think they can bounce back, get a win, and try and push themselves back into the Mountain West championship game. 6.5-point favorites against Utah State, who's 4-7 on the year. I'll take that. and the CSU wins. There you go. That's a lock and an underdog of the weekend. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
I figured it out, Nelly. I figured it out.
Okay.
After all these years, Vic, you'll back me up on this.
Mm-hmm.
With Martin starting it, Nelly carrying on the tradition of Brady and his bets, and you doing your stupid bets.
Those are so good.
But the whole thing.
It's one of my favorite bits we've come up with.
I understand what it is, but listening specifically today, I figured it out.
What?
Nobody cares about the song or Brady and his bets. Nelly just wants to do the long S.
He does.
Oh, yeah.
Brady and his bets.
That's it
You
right
know
there.
what? There aren't enough long S's in songs. That's the first.
I bet when Elton John was recording that, like what, 1975, he's going, you know what, man?
Like
someday,
a snake hiss.
Yeah. Someday there'll be some dill holes in Denver on sports radio, right? And they won't do long S, so I've got to give them a long S.
See, another good long S, by the way, if you've never heard the song Smoking Out the Window by Silk Sonic, they give you a smoking out the It's another long S.
That's all I got. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hijack
I thought you were
the
going to
start.
say nobody cares about the bets, which is right.
No.
Nobody does. It's just to make everybody sing along with the song. That's
In
all
fact,
it is.
I don't remember a single bet you made.
Because that's not the point. The point is not the bets, but I had to make something happen.
Vivek, I was just fixated on the long S. I couldn't help myself. Okay,
Or else
here
we're
we
just
go.
playing karaoke fun time, and then what is that?
Pretty much.
And one time, one of our Twitchers asked, he goes, hey, can we get an update? Can we get a record of how Brady's bets
Nobody
have done?
cares
I
what
said,
my
dude,
bets do.
You think Brett and I know what it is? I don't even keep track of that.
I tell you guys every week, don't take my advice. I didn't do research. I'm just picking games.
Brett, I will hijack the show, unlike Moser. I don't care what your lead story is today, what your lead rant is, your monologue that sets us up and all that. I don't care what it is.
Okay.
But here's what it's going to be. Tad Boyle with a completely resurfaced basketball team, losing 6 of his top scorers, his starting 5 basically gone, goes to Maui and beats number 2 UConn 73-72. First time the CU Buffs have ever beaten a team ranked that high on the road, the number 2 team in the country. Now, granted, UConn's got some issues. They lost before that game. Doesn't matter. To see Dan Hurley lose is joyous to me.
Dude, you know what? That's fine if that's your lead story and lead take and lead monologue, Vic. You know what mine is? What? Hurley sucks.
I'm so
God,
tired
that
of Dan
guy's
Hurley.
annoying.
I am so tired of that dude.
So they've lost 2 in a row. So this wasn't after the CU game. This was the game before they lost to. Do you remember who they lost to the game before? I'm blanking on it. Whatever. Doesn't matter. They lost a game. It was 92-92.
They lost to Memphis.
That's right. 92-92. Dan Hurley gets teed up at the end of the game, which essentially loses the game for him because he's been barking at these refs all day. Like, he's got this Draymond Green sort of, I can take it to another level without getting teed because you expected of me thing, which I hate. But this was him after that game.
But I had a lot of issues with what went on out there in the game. That over the back call at that point of the game, there was no attempt to block out. There was a player on Memphis that made a half-ass effort to rebound that basketball, and Liam McNeely high-pointed that rebound. For that call to be made at that point of the game was a complete joke, all right? And then for me, I don't know what happened. I might have lost my balance by the absurdity of the call, or maybe I tripped. But if I made that call at that point, I would have ignored the fact that I was on my back.
Okay, enough from this guy.
Shut up, dude.
Okay, enough.
He's on the court all the time. I don't know if you guys watch
all
UConn
the time.
Basketball. He's on the court all the time, almost like he's a 6th player, a 6th member of the team. Get off the court, dude. Get off the court. You're not that important.
So I mean, first and foremost, yes, Buffs, Tad Boyle, hell of a win yesterday. How great. That Maui Invitational is always a lot of fun. Bunch of good teams in that tournament. But Dan Hurley, I hate. I can't stand him, and it made it even better.
Tad jumped on with Nate and Andy after the game, which was cool. I listened to him on our radio station, just talk about that game and how proud he was of his team. They were down 11, dude. They were down at half. They were down the entire game. They battled back and essentially win at the buzzer, and it makes up for the day before when they lost to Michigan State. But I'm telling you, this is Tad's best coaching performance at CU.
Yeah.
He just took a new team and didn't even know what he had and said, let's go to Maui.
Moj.
I can think of many worse places to take a new team.
A texter says, this guy sounds like John Cooper doing a John Mayer impression. And that is actually so true. But you're right. Shout out to the Buffs. And look, man, this is what's so confusing, isn't it, Vic? Like, so the Buffs lose 6 of their top scorers last year, and they have a team that's capable of beating the number 2 team in the country. Am I supposed to be shocked by this, or is this what new college sports is?
Yes and no. I was shocked by
with transfer portal stuff and the ability to get immediate starters and not have to incubate guys. And is this just what the sport is now?
Well, I mean, I watched the game. I watched the game the day before against Michigan State, and I'm looking at the team going, who are these dudes? And
Right.
you know, you're this is college sports now. It is every year you're learning about your team. Who are these guys? It's a completely new team. That Elijah Malone kid, the big fella, wow, he is powerful.
Yeah.
He is powerful. The transfer kid they got from Washington State who made the game-winning bucket, how, I do not know. I don't know if you guys saw that game-winning bucket. It was like a Saquon Barkley jumping in the air and just throw it behind your back.
So, but here's I guess what I'm asking is, like, the Buffs football team is going to lose 2 potentially top 3 overall draft picks, which is a big deal for a school that's not Bama or Georgia or something like that, right? It's a huge thing. Do you just expect CU to be the exact same team next year? Like, what am I supposed to do now with the transfer rule stuff and what to expect from a team year in, year out, no matter what they lose the year previous?
Expect the unexpected.
Yeah.
Brett, again, this is all, I can't answer that question because we're still, as Vic would say,
we're gathering evidence
in uncharted waters.
Moj, I just thought about something.
We're in uncharted waters, Vic. We don't know. It's still the Wild West until things start to even out and we get some sort of a history of how things look from year to year. It's impossible to predict.
Who would have guessed that pro sports would give you some level of continuation, some level of consistency in rosters? Because, you know, free agency happens, but not every year for players. You have to wait a while. And in pro sports, the roster you have is normally the roster you get.
Yeah.
The players you're used to seeing are the ones you get. College sports used to be very much that way. Now it's a completely different beast. College sports is, well, new year, what we got? What is it?
Well, that's what's so weird about the Broncos, right? Is that the Broncos turned over, you had the stat like a month and a half ago, Vic, that they turned over, was there like 17 players from 2 years ago that are still on the roster for the Broncos? Wasn't it something like that?
I didn't have that stat.
You definitely did.
If I had that stat, I would have some memory of that stat.
Moj, do you remember this?
I don't remember that.
That's the other Denver radio show that you hosted.
Maybe you had the stat, Vic, and you lost it and you just don't know it.
You said it in the middle of a show, and I went, wow. I'm trying to give you credit.
Wait, the Broncos
that sounds
turnover?
like a great stat, and I would take full credit for a stat.
Out of their 53-man roster, their 53-man roster 2 years ago, there's like 17 players that still exist.
Yeah, Vic, I think you said that.
I actually do remember that. Yeah, Vic, you brought that up.
Thank you.
I mean, listen, I will take credit for whatever stat I gave you.
Now,
I don't remember giving you that stat.
I don't know if the number was 17, but it was like 13 or 17 or 16 or something. Yeah, it was something crazy. But that's where the turnover in that is so nuts. By the way, here's Tad Boyle with Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday after that win.
Well, guys, last night or afternoon, whatever it is, after the Michigan State game, I was really disappointed in our fight and our shot selection. I thought those two things cost us the game. We just got annihilated on the boards, and that's a great indication of fight in basketball, is who's winning the battle of the boards. And then our shot selection was not very good. We tried to beat them all by ourselves, one-on-one. Today was just the opposite. Our fight was great, and our shot selection was much better, and we played together. And, that's what I challenged our team with. I told them after the Michigan State loss, we're going to find out a lot about this team, this Colorado Buffaloes 24-25 team, today. And we found out a lot about it today. And it's a step in the right direction for sure.
I heard that yesterday, and he's talking about, hey, I didn't like the way that we played against Michigan State. We didn't do the right things. We're a little too individual, blah, blah, blah. And then he said, I challenged the team. And that sounds like a lot of what I expect with the Nuggets in Utah tonight. They've been challenged, okay? They were called out by their head coach yesterday, or 2 days ago, about their effort defensively. He called out star players by name in a press conference, saying they need to be more vocal and more leaders. And I wonder look, they aren't playing the NBA equivalent of UConn. It's Utah, but in Utah is always difficult. If they don't put together an effort tonight, and when's that tip-off, by the way? Tonight is, help me out, Nelly. What time's tip? 7 o'clock?
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. So that's going to be on AM 950. The Avs will be on 92.5, which is a later one at 8 o'clock.
I don't even want to tell you what time the puck drops tonight.
Oh, it's got to be like 8:27 or something like that.
8:22.
Yeah.
You got to be kidding me.
But back to the Nuggets for a second. I am fully expecting a team that is going to hold Utah to like under 110 tonight. They better anyway. Like Utah, first of all, is not very good. They aren't very talented. Second of all, you just got your ass chewed out by your head coach, and pretty much everybody in the national media is making fun of you at the moment.
Well, I want you to repeat the Nuggets record in Utah since, 2015?
I think it was 3-17, I think.
Yeah. Easier said than done.
Want to know this year?
No, that one was here.
With 7 freaking dudes!
They won their last game in Utah. Sorry, their last game they won in Utah.
Yeah. So, I mean, for anybody who thinks, let me stop all of you right now, all of you out there who seem to think going to Utah tonight is an expected W. Expected. Let me erase that from your memory bank.
Okay.
Right? There's no expect. You gotta work your butt off to win in Utah because you can't win in Utah. You're 3 for your last 20 in Utah.
That being said, they should, if they mind their P's and Q's, they should win this basketball game. There are no excuses if you lose this basketball game. Being embarrassed the way you were the other night, giving up a $145. Everybody around the country is talking about you. You've got Perk and Stephen A. and Shannon all over your bacon for an hour yesterday. No, Vic. You don't just walk into Utah and say, well, we'll give it a good old college try. You go in there and throttle those nerds. They're 4-13. They give up 120 a game. You go in there and you smoke those fools.
Listen, I don't disagree with you, but I just want to give you some intel.
Well, then you're making excuses for your team.
No, hang on.
I don't care what the previous history is.
You don't think I'll be mad if they lose? There are no excuses. I'm telling you what Utah is. That same Utah team that you just described as a poor team throttled the team that just throttled you.
And what did that team do after they got embarrassed?
Well, hang on a second. But before you get to all that, I think what Moser's saying, and I think this is where you're right, when this happens...
Is this the game that you feel like you can kind of flush and doesn't...
Oh, man. No, we're not flushing. You don't flush when you get embarrassed. You don't flush when you gave up 145 points. You don't flush when you didn't play hard, didn't play with effort, didn't play with physicality. I'm not flushing anything.
Still flushing.
What I'm saying, Vic, is they could be playing the Harlem Globetrotters tonight, okay? They could be, or Team USA, and I would expect them to put together an effort that's worthy of watchability.
Yeah.
Okay?
In fact, I almost wish that the Nuggets were playing at Boston or Cleveland, like a tough team. I wish tonight was the toughest task out there.
Because they respond usually at those type of situations.
They do. They respond in games in which when you're like, oh, what the hell am I watching? And then they're like,
well, I mean, you blow it at home against Dallas, you fly all night to L.A., and then you beat the snot out of those guys. That's the Nuggets' M.O. I don't disagree with you, Vic, but you should smoke these fools.
Because their next 3, I mean, I know what you're saying, Vic, but your next 3 is at the Clippers, it's Golden State at home, and then at Cleveland. Those are going to be 3 tough games. It's like, get yourself right here, figure out a little bit of a rhythm, and then move forward against some good teams.
Truth being told, we don't play Sweet Georgia Brown. Sweet Georgia Brown doesn't get played enough in this world. Would you agree with that?
I like Sweet Georgia Brown.
Vic, when we were kids, Globetrotters were everywhere, man. It was a big deal.
Anytime the Nuggets face that task, like where people are like, okay, I'm out on this team, then they bring you back in, right? They bring you back in. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good
Georgia
Winston
Brown.
song.
It's really good. What happened to this type of music, by the way? This genre of music needs to make a comeback.
I completely agree. Could not agree more.
I'm going to tell you the NBA so far this season, outside of a couple teams that are rolling, it is crazy. I watched Minnesota lose again last night at home. The Minnesota Timberwolves are broken. They don't look right. They lost to Houston in overtime at home. They were down 18 in that game.
How much more we got to lose?
Yeah.
It's
As
almost
bad as
like
the Nuggets have looked at times, Minnesota looks worse.
It's almost like trading away your second best player on the team hurts you. I don't know. It's weird.
Cat was great the other night in this joint.
Cat was the second best player. The best player was OG Anunoby.
Yeah, he was awesome.
Broadcasting from the back of some Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. When we come back, a lot of football to be discussed because that's what tomorrow is. Tomorrow isn't about food. It's not about the origin of the holiday. It's now about football, okay? That's what Thanksgiving is. And there's a big one tomorrow night that's going to have huge implications for the Broncos we'll get to next.
Guys, did you realize that when you get to your early to mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every single year? It happened to me. Discovered it in my 40s, and I'm like, man, I just don't feel the same. My doc goes, yeah, you're getting older. I'm like, well, crud. Well, I did something about it. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is the place, and they've really helped me. And it's the holiday season, all kinds of hustle and bustle. But if your energy is down, if you aren't sleeping well, maybe your sex drive is a little MIA, you don't feel like the guy you once were, why don't you go check it out? Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low-T quiz on the website. Simple. 10-question quiz, yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Figure out if that might be the cause of your situation if you're just not feeling like yourself. They really helped me. Then you can schedule a consult. They're going to draw your blood. They're going to have your results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider is going to review all the results with you and discuss your options. Make the decision together with the medical team whether or not you even need treatment. Appointment's only $99, includes the consult, T and PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment that day, your appointment is absolutely free. So do what I did. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or give them a call. 720-440-7900. 5 locations in Colorado to help you out. So there's one by you. Again, 720-440-7900. It's Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
quarter to really break through with the runs you had?
I'm thankful.
Talk about your performance in the second half, the big run.
I'm thankful.
Marshawn, can you tell us a little bit about the team approach to this game?
I'm thankful.
When's your next charity event?
I'm thankful.
It's good to be thankful on Thanksgiving. It's tomorrow, which, again, this is not, say what you want. Is this a holiday with your family? Is this a holiday about food? Is this a holiday about the actual origin of what Thanksgiving was? No, it's a holiday of football. All day, you get football on Thursday, and then you get it all day on Friday with college football. It's a pretty amazing couple of days, but I did what my habit is now, and I think I'm so obsessed with this because I just haven't seen the Broncos in this graphic ever, and so I love looking at this all the time. That NFL playoff sort of prediction thing. Here's what's interesting about the AFC. So nobody has clinched yet. Now, I think the Chiefs and Bills can clinch in some certain scenario this weekend. But the Chiefs right now have a 99% chance to make the postseason.
You think?
The Bills have a 99% chance to make the postseason.
You think?
The Ravens have a 99% chance to make the postseason. The Steelers have a 93% chance to make the postseason. The Texans have a 94% chance to make the postseason. The Chargers are at 88, and then the Broncos sit there at currently 65. It's the only real team and the only real spot that's left through 12 weeks of this season that's up for grabs.
Feels nervous?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember this about the Chargers. Not only do you get to play them again at their place, which is like a Broncos home game anyway, they just lost J.K. Dobbins for an indefinite amount of time. He's got a sprained knee, and he's a running back, so I don't know how quickly that heals. That is going to hurt them.
So here's the situation, guys. You have the Colts after you play Cleveland on Monday. You get the bye week. Then you play against Indianapolis. You can just put them firmly in the rearview mirror, although I think that's going to happen naturally anyway with Indianapolis. Mose, you said it, and we were talking about this 3 weeks ago, that Tua back in the lineup for the Miami Dolphins is just a team to keep your eye on. Because here's what it feels like is potentially available, especially if you were to drop one of the next two games. I said, you ever seen the movie, I think it's Stand By Me? The kids are on the bridge that has the railroad track on it.
Yeah.
And everything's fine. Just taking a nice little jaunt across the bridge. And then you hear that behind you. And I think that train is the Dolphins. And can you outrun that to get to the other side before the train hits you?
I don't think they can run the table. I don't think they can.
But if the Broncos drop a game that they shouldn't, which is the next 2 weeks.
Then you're like, gah, because all of a sudden now the Dolphins smell blood even more. I'm telling you, man, God bless Tua Tagovailoa. I worry about his future really dude to dude, right? But man, he's playing really well, dude.
That guy. Miami is scoring 30 points per game in the last 5 weeks that Tua's been back in the lineup. Remember when they could barely get to 10 with him out? They're averaging around 30. They play against Green Bay tomorrow night. If Green Bay can take care of them, God, would that help you out a ton.
Yeah. But if they win that game, then you're thinking to yourself,
if Miami wins,
if they go on the road at Lambeau, okay, now listen, in that environment, and Green Bay's pretty damn good, right? What's their little percentage that you're looking at right there? What's their little NFC percentage?
92.
Okay, if you go into their joint on Thanksgiving, right, in a 92% to make the playoffs team, and you beat them, then anything is running the table is possible.
Sure.
I'm just going to say that. So come on, Packers. But other than that, Vic, I feel just really, really good. You can't have any stumbles, but you take care of what you've been doing, do the same things, Vic, you're going to make the postseason.
I have a different take on this. I like the fact that you have to stay guarded. I love the fact that you have to be true to yourself, that Miami is giving chase. I like it. In fact, if you told me today, the Broncos are in, don't worry about it. No, stay sharp. Be chased. It's good. Keeps you sharper. I have no problem with it. Let's go.
And especially because you're in control, right? You don't need help. You don't need anything like that. You're in control of your own destiny. And
If you deserve, hey, it was like CU going to Kansas. CU controlled its own fate. No excuse.
Yeah. And that's why I'm scared now, is because I was like, oh, you control your own destiny. Just take care of business.
No. Chris raises a very good point here from the 7888. Can dolphins smell blood? I think they can.
Google it.
Dolphins must be able to smell blood somehow, right? I mean, a dolphin's a mammal.
No, dolphins do not have a sense of smell and are not attracted to blood in the water.
Wow.
Dolphins can't smell?
I guess that means whales can't smell either.
Then what's the point of a nose?
Well, they don't really use it as a nose. It's more like a beak.
But why do fish have nostrils if they breathe through their gills? What's the nostrils for if they can't smell?
Well, dolphin's not a fish, bro.
I don't know. Why do human men have nipples? We don't need those either.
Well, I could tell you,
because
my
we
nostrils
look crazy without nipples.
We would look
crazy. Nuts.
Yeah.
I was back at the ENT yesterday, and my nostrils
you
are
were
better,
back
but not totally healed.
ENT, I'm sorry.
I still have those things up in my nose. They're back.
What are you going to do?
I either have to surgically remove them.
Call Roto-Rooter, that's the name. And away go troubles down the drain.
Were you the one telling me you got that surgery done, Mike?
I didn't have that done. I had my sinuses cleared out twice. Yeah, it's the first one was brutal.
It was a surgery?
Yeah, they put you under, and they go in there, and it's brutal. Like
Why
I said,
is it brutal? What's brutal about it? He
well,
told me it was easy.
maybe for you it is, but for the recovery, because you got to go into the doctor, and they're pulling Smurfs out of the back of your head for 3 weeks, bro. Big, ugly, bloody Smurfs. It's horrible. I don't recommend it if you don't have to do it.
Great. So now that we got that out of the way, and we talked about if dolphins can smell blood.
I think Big, Ugly, Bloody Smurfs was my favorite horror movie.
Yeah, it's gross.
What Vic said, though, I think is true, is do you know what kind of a boost this can be? Because we've talked about this. In year one of a rookie quarterback, if you make the postseason, it's an amazing starting point because you've already taken care of let's build a winning culture thing.
Right.
In year one. For most rookies, it takes, 2 years probably to get to that point?
Well, if a rookie steps into an already established team, right? A team
different
that's
feel.
good, right?
Yeah.
It's different. But if you're taking over a team that's had a decade of mediocrity and you step in and you guide that team to the postseason, that's pretty damn good. Yeah, I mean, that you're ahead of the game, and that says a lot about who you are as a player, sure, but who you are as a leader. It says a tremendous amount. I think it's awesome. I mean, you should feel really, really good about the future.
You can't get comfortable either because you know that there's a team that's staring you down. Now, it's not super close right now. It's not like you have the same record, but you know that the Dolphins are capable of making a run like that. And that, by the way, I think is going to be the best game of tomorrow anyway, that night game between the Dolphins and Pack, because it's certainly not going to be Cowboys-Giants, and I don't think the Lions and Bears are going to be all that close. So it's going to be the best one of the night.
Oh, it's going to be the one that everybody wants to. Yeah, I mean that's the one that everybody really wants to see.
Yeah. But for all of that to be happening right now as we enter week 13, if you can get this win, head into a bye week, have a week to prepare for a Colts team that could put you at what Moser's been talking about for 3 weeks now, which is a 9-5 record, like you are going to be in such great shape with 3 tough games left. And then at that point, it's like, okay, how high can we climb in the seeding? Because the Chargers don't have a super easy schedule left either. But it's crazy that they're in this position. And if they take care of Cleveland, like, God, man, who knows?
But I'm looking, how high can you get? I don't know. I mean, Baltimore's really good. You know, who's gonna win that division? Baltimore or Pittsburgh? They're both 8-win teams right now. I don't know.
I got some
tough.
I got some numbers on Cleveland for you. Do you understand when the Broncos show up to play Cleveland? Do you understand what happens to the Cleveland fan? You like if you're a Cleveland football fan, born and raised in Cleveland, and you are playing the Denver Broncos, do you know what happens to those people?
Yeah, you shriv. You shriv up and die because all you can think of is the pain that's been caused by the Broncos over the years.
The history of this series, going way back, there have been 2 streaks in this series in which the Broncos have won double digits in a row, 10 to 12 in a row already. The Denver Broncos in this series, they've met 29 times. The Broncos have won 22 of those 29, including 2 of the most painful losses in Cleveland Browns history. The drive, and then the game thereafter, the following year, AFC title game here in Denver. The fumble. The drive and the fumble. 2 of the most painful in the history of the Cleveland Browns organization. To say that the Broncos have owned the Cleveland Browns, that's just half the story. They've owned them. They've hurt them. They've left an imprint on them. They don't know what to do when they play the Denver Broncos. And it continues to this very day, even recent history. Cleveland is, it's almost like they forget how to play football when they play the Denver Broncos. And I get it. Everybody's writing right now, history has nothing to do with today. Oh, forget history. Okay. I would agree with you if it didn't repeat itself all the time.
You know what's so fun?
You're the same people. All right. History has nothing to do with the streak. Okay. Explain the Nuggets and the Lakers recently.
It's funny because the drive has its own Wikipedia page. Just about that specific drive in that game. The fumble the following year in 87 also has its own Wikipedia page. And poor Ernest Bednar, I don't know, man. Vic, that's got to be excruciating.
Here's what's crazy.
It has to be. If I was a Browns fan, it would be beyond excruciating.
Here's what's crazy about that team, though. Cleveland, they aren't bad. Their record says they're bad, but I don't think they're that bad. They're capable of going out in their last 2 wins. Who are they? Pittsburgh and Baltimore.
I know.
Those are the last 2 wins that they've had. And then they mixed in a 35-14 loss to the Saints.
Are you liking this Jameis Winston?
I do.
Wait, personally or as a football player? What do you mean?
All of the above. Because
I love Jameis Winston talking in any fashion.
Okay, there you go.
I love to watch Jameis Winston.
I'd love to see him lose on Monday night. I'm just saying.
I love to watch Jameis Winston because that's like you just don't know what you're getting. I would hate for him to be my quarterback because you don't know what you're getting. But he's capable of putting up 400 yards on you pretty easy. He's weird that way. And Cleveland overall is weird that way. You look at that team, though, man. It's like Nick Chubb is back in the lineup for him. David Njoku is an animal at tight end. Mm-hmm. Jerry Jeudy's having a great year for them, by the way. He really is.
Yeah. Trivia question. Who leads the Cleveland Browns in receiving yards?
That's Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah.
Jerry Jeudy, 645, which would put him second in Denver if he had those yards here.
We all know the freak of nature that's on the defensive side, Myles Garrett. They got good corners like that. It's not a bad football team that you're going up against despite the record.
Myles Garrett.
What will it take tonight?
The horse is prepared for battle, but victory comes from the Lord. So I'm dependent on the Lord.
That's Jameis. Hey, Vic, the fumble game, can you imagine what it would have done to Broncos fans if one year you have the drive in their joint, but then you blow a 21-3 halftime lead at home and lost to the Browns? What that would have done around these parts?
The fumble game's overblown. If you go back and look at that game, even if Cleveland had scored on that drive, there's plenty of time left for Elway to come back.
True, but Brett, this is a 38-33 finish. That's the end of the game, 38-33. Now, football games like that are awesome. 38-33. I mean, that's what you want, right? That's what you want.
This is great, by the way. Texture Nick. They are exactly like Kansas, a good team with a bad record. That's what Cleveland is. Cleveland is kind of like the Kansas Jayhawks.
Yeah. If they had started Jameis from the start of the year, would they be contending for a postseason spot?
Well, anything would have been better than Deshaun.
Yeah, Deshaun was abhorrent in games.
But it's still a 3-8 team, though, bro. It's still 3-8.
That's a quality. They beat Baltimore and they beat Pittsburgh. They did 2 things you could not do. Don't discount them. Even though I gave you that history, they're mentally, when they play the Broncos, there's something there. But they beat 2 teams you could not beat.
There is, and we got audio from Sean Payton we'll get to a little bit later on this too. But what an opportunity that they have in the middle of 2 things, which is a good year for you, which is the most important thing, but also just a down year for the AFC in general, where you're able to continue to put space between you and everybody else for a playoff spot?
Well, it's the haves and have-nots.
There's a clear line.
Yeah, there's like 8 halves and the rest are complete have-nots.
I don't even know if there's 8. I think there's 7.
I think the Dolphins are a have if they had 2 of the entire year, if he wasn't on the sideline with his head.
They weren't a had, but now they're a have.
What?
Because they didn't have Tua early in the year, and it's just like that team was so atrociously bad. It still doesn't make sense to me how bad the Dolphins were just with him out of the lineup. Like they couldn't put up
the drop off. The drop off shouldn't be like that between any starter and the backup in the league.
Like okay,
it just shouldn't happen.
What?
It's crazy.
Let's hang on to this for a second. We only a couple minutes, but I'm just curious. What do you think the drop off is between Bo Nix and whoever the hell else would start for the Broncos if he couldn't go?
I think it's
like what we've seen between Tua
it's decent.
and everybody else.
It's a decent drop off.
I want to know where.
Well, it depends. Is it Stiddy or is it my guy?
Well, do whatever you want.
My guy, there's no drop off.
All right. Textures, go ahead and give me your response. We'll get to that in just a couple of minutes.
I don't know the answer.
Well, good for you. Right. Is everybody off today? I mean, the station next door.
Yeah, ghost town.
There's nobody here, dude. What?
I actually can confirm that the Mix 100 morning show decided to play Hooky a day early.
Gone.
They're gone.
You think there's going to be any salespeople here
That
today?
show, I'm telling you, I know that Jeremy's been here for like 5 decades, although he looks like he's 27 years old. By the way, Jeremy is he's a marvel of morning radio because he does not look like that show's aged him. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, not for us.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how Jeremy pulls, and Jeremy gets here at like 3:30 in the morning or something like that, something crazy. But I feel like they have like 3 months of vacation. These other shows down the hall from us.
They're on the Crickman plan. There's no doubt about it.
Let's be blunt about this. The rest of our radio station is half empty most of the year. We're the only ones who work.
I get a hard time judging it because I feel like guys stroll in at like 10:45, and I'm in my car at about 9:59. So it's hard for me to judge. If I'm not in my car with the ignition running by the time Raj opens up his microphone for his show, I'm disappointed in myself.
Well, I had to pick up my lovely wife yesterday from the airport. She was flying home, but obviously she's not flying here for Thanksgiving. It was
Thanks for that detail.
It was packed.
Any more details? Did she have a stop somewhere?
Let me,
How much luggage did she have?
Yeah, we went to Los Dos actually, and
Los Dos
had little enchiladas. No, but it was packed. And thanks, buddy. I'm guessing that like regular life, a lot of people take today off or the entire week off.
100%. You know, we again for Altitude. Not only are we doing this radio show this morning, but we have what they call a double dipperoo tonight.
Hit me, Juice. Give it to me, Juice. Yeah. Okay, before we get there, can I talk about something? Because Dion, I think we all agree, he has been like overly sensitive about some things. We're like, oh, dude, it's not that big a deal. I think one week it was, does college football have like a Player of the Week award or something like that? And he's like, how is Shador not nominated for the Player of the Week? And I'm like, is it really that big a deal? Is that big a deal? Mm-hmm. But he said something yesterday that I think is totally true. Travis Hunter might very well win the Heisman, which is the ultimate award that you want to get. But there's an award called the Thorp Award. This is given to the best defensive back in the country every year in college football. And Travis Hunter will not win that award, and I know that already because he wasn't even a finalist for it. Here's what Dion said about it.
Before I open up for questions, I'm going to address something that just transpired and they brought to my attention today, that Travis is a finalist for the Walter Camp Player of the Year, Maxwell Player of the Year, Bednar Defense Player of the Year, Bednar Best Receiver, regardless of position, and was snubbed by the Thorp. How? How is Travis Hunter snubbed by the Jim Thorpe Award? You can have my award, you can have it back. Matter of fact, I'm going to give him mine. I ain't using it, just sit up there collecting dust. So Travis could have my Thorpe Award because if this ain't the most idiotic thing in college football, that he's not a finalist for the Jim Thorpe Award, and he is, I would say arguably, but I don't think it's really an argument about this young man being the best defensive back in college football.
Dion's right. Now, it's not like Hunter's not being showered with accolades, okay? He mentioned all the other things that he's up for as far as awards go, but he is 1,000% right about this.
Yeah, but I agree. We're not dumb. We all watch football. We all get it. He should be up for every damn award in every award in the book.
Mm-hmm.
But he's also up for what, 5 of 6 awards?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not like he's been, some sort of shadow banned from these awards outside of the Heisman. I get it. But here's the thing. What do you look? I know. We'll get to that in a second, Moser. We'll get to it in a second. Just stop. We'll get to it in a second.
I can't hate baseball more than I do right now.
We'll get to it in a second. When it comes to Travis Hunter, here's what he's right about, though. I've heard people say this. He's not the best
wide receiver
cornerback
he's
in the
not
country.
The best,
he's not the best wide receiver in the country. Even if you believe that, He's in like the top 3.
Yeah.
He's in the top 3.
He's there.
And here's how I know that's true. He's projected to go potentially first overall in the draft, right? Which means
potentially, yeah.
NFL teams see you as the best player in the country. I don't think he's playing both sides in the league. So he's got to be the best at something.
He's going to be the best corner, the best, or the best wideout, right?
So
exactly.
that's what doesn't make sense. And here's what I love about him, just from a pure defensive back thing, because we know what he can do on offense. He's high points the ball, crazy athletic. If you were to build a prototypical DB, because say what you want about Deion. Deion was, could you make the argument, greatest cover corner that's ever existed in the NFL? Just pure cover corner.
He was not a big tackler.
That's the thing, though.
Run stopper or anything like that. But he's the best cover corner. I think he's the best cover corner ever.
What I was going to say was the one thing that people knock on him for, and I bet you Deion would disagree with this, but this is the narrative surrounding him, is that he couldn't tackle or he was unwilling to tackle. Here's Travis Hunter. First of all, he's big, right? He's a tall corner. He's faster than everybody he lines up against. He has incredible instincts for the football. When he gets near the football is caught by him and taken the other direction. Yeah. And he hits guys. You've seen him in run fits before. Yeah. He is not afraid to stick his nose in things.
He won a game for them with a hit.
Yeah.
He won a game. Was it Baylor?
Yeah, right there on the goal line. Which team was that? God, who the hell was that? Doesn't matter. The point is, if I were to build a prototypical corner, I think everything says Travis Hunter is what I want.
Pat Surtain, Travis Hunter, right? Yeah.
If you're nominated for best defensive player and not best defensive back, it doesn't make sense. We all know it doesn't make sense. We get it. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't. He's going to win the Heisman. He's the best all-around player in college football. He's going to have a long, fruitful career in the National Football League. I understand the anger from Prime. I get it. Whoever votes on this award, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know where you're going with this. Isn't it the Oklahoma City, something in Oklahoma? They vote on this award, the Thorp Award.
Oh, I have no idea.
Yeah, these awards come from these communities and these clubs. Like the Heisman is at the New York Athletic Club.
Yeah,
correct. That is correct. Hey, Vic, a little trivia time before we get to the top of the hour here. 2 previous Colorado. Don't look. Look at me.
Okay, what?
2 previous Colorado Buffaloes have won the Jim Thorpe Award. Name them.
Oh God, I know this. One was from that 92 team, that 91-92 team.
You're on it. Yeah, you got it.
I know this one. I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
Same first name as Coach Prime.
Deon Figures is
That's
one.
That's it. There you go. Good job.
Deon Figures
is
one.
And then 2 years later, another Buff won it.
And then on that team, they went to, that was the same team. They went to Austin. That was a team, the Michigan Miracle. He was on that team.
My boy Marcus Washington.
No, who was it? Who was the second dude?
Chris Hudson.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, fun trivia.
Cookies.
Hey, man, it's fun to... Okay. I don't like your tone, Vic or Brett. I don't like your tone.
I said fun trivia.
No, but you said it in a real sarcastic, flippant way. I don't like that. It's fun to win stuff. No school in the history of college football has won more than 2 Jim Thorpe Awards. Mm-hmm. A lot of schools have won 2. Colorado's one of them. Oklahoma. Actually, I'm sorry. I apologize. Oklahoma's won 3. LSU's won 3. Everybody else won 2.
Well, this school is about to get another Heisman. That's over.
Well, here's the other thing I wanted to ask you, by the way. Because Deion's done this a lot this year. How do you feel in general? Because maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I've heard a coach that seems to be more interested in the individual awards for his guys than Deion seems to be.
Yeah, and I think that's where people are like, can we just focus on football?
Because it's a lot about how is he not the favorite for the Heisman? How is Shedeur not up for this award? How is he not a finalist for the Jim Thorpe? And it's kind of, I'm trying to think back. We asked Bednar a couple of times about MacKinnon and Hart Trophy stuff, and he was just kind of like, yeah, I think he deserves it. He's the best player in the world. He said the things that the coach is supposed to say, but didn't go out of his way to say that.
Yeah, but you know what?
Did Malone do that with Jokic?
Yeah, we're being very hypocritical ourselves. We're contradicting ourselves. We get very sensitive when it comes to Joker and MVP.
Oh,
we do.
Yeah, we do. I'm saying for a coach, though.
Listen, we know, anybody who listens to this show, anybody in Colorado knows, Travis Hunter is the best corner in the business. He's the best corner in the country. He'd be a starter right now in the National Football League. We know this. And the fact that he's not up for this award, there's a flaw with whatever. Look up who votes on that award. Look up the organization. Whoever you are, wherever you're from, again, somewhere in Oklahoma, you people are dumb. You're just dumb. It's fine. Now the award means nothing. Now, and this is where I agree with Prime. Now, what you've done is taken your little award that you give to all these people, and now you've given us a reason to just forget about it.
It looks like the Oklahoma Sports Hall of Fame and Jim Thorp Association is what I'm reading.
Oh, sorry, it emanates in Oklahoma. So, again, you people are stupid. There's no other way for me to say it. You're dumb. What are you watching?
Wait, are you
watching college football?
Do they actually do this? So when they release the finalists, so it's Jahdae Barron of Texas, it's Caleb Downs of Ohio State, and Malachi Starks from Georgia. When they have Caleb Downs here, they actually have it listed as the Ohio State University, and that automatically makes me hate them more.
Yeah.
Automatically. Just say Ohio State University. You don't got to put the in front of it. Don't kowtow to them. Don't placate them with their stupid these.
All this does is it delegitimizes the worthiness of that award and that organization. So Oklahoma, what's it called again? What is it?
The Oklahoma Sports Hall of Fame, I think.
Yeah, you're dead to me.
It's voted on. So here's the
just so you know, Vic didn't know you were alive, but you're also dead to him.
Now you're stupid.
Yeah,
honestly,
who's
no matter what you do,
yeah, who's part of the Oklahoma Sports Hall of Fame?
Who cares? No matter what you do moving forward, you mean nothing to no. I mean, you're irrelevant. You're dumb. You're dumb people.
303-504-0925.
All right, so they're dumb. All right, ready, break.
I mean, you tell me, Moj.
No, they're dumb.
Are they watching the same game we're watching?
No, they're dumb.
What are you watching?
Well, I don't know, but
what sport are you watching?
They're dumb, and I hate baseball. Hate it. I hate the game.
All right, we'll let Moser go on this baseball rant because I know where he's going. We'll get to it next. I've made a giant mistake. We are not talking about baseball next. The head coach of the Avalanche, Jared Bednar, joins us next. Games tomorrow for your Thanksgiving slate starting at 10:30. The Lions 10-point favorites on the Circus Sportsbook over the Bears. The Cowboys 3.5-point favorites over the Giants. And then the night game, 3-point favorites are the Packers over the Dolphins. And whether it's that, whether it's basketball, hockey over the weekend, whatever you desire, you can find it all on the Circus Sportsbook. So download the app right now as they have the best odds in the game, tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. No better place. You know, maybe you're sitting around the family in the living room and they're talking about something you don't care about. Just jump on your phone and throw down a couple of bets. Make it a little bit more interesting when you're in the middle of family. Circus Sports, download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline and have our weekly chat with the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, and all conversations with the coach are brought to you by Quantum Fiber Internet. That's everything you imagine and then some. Visit quantumfiber.com. Coach, how are we doing this morning?
Doing all right. How about you guys?
We're doing great. Going back to the last game, obviously you give up 5 in the first period, and that doesn't make anybody feel good and all of that, but I think your approach afterwards was probably the right way to go in saying that at the end of the day, you took care of business on the road trip, right? Taking 6 out of 8 points is the most important thing. You don't want to lose or give up 8 goals, but still, you had to feel all right about that road trip.
Yeah, obviously, we don't like losing, especially losing like that. But I think you got to take, widen the lens out a little bit and take a little bit bigger picture view. And we really liked the way we were playing going into the road trip, and we liked the way we played on the road trip. And it's a tough road trip. And last game, 8 days out there and playing a really good team that was obviously firing on all cylinders. And it just was one of those nights. It's when you go on the road and you win 3 in a row on a tough trip and you're sitting, third best in the entire league in your last 10 and you take a loss like that, you got to understand why, number one, and it just seemed like we were brain dead in that game. Like, I felt like our energy was good and we were ready to work, and we got deflated early, giving up some early goals, and it kind of deteriorated from there. And but certainly some of the mistakes that we were making early, and mental mistakes more than work mistakes, they cost us. And you don't have a lot of time to dwell on it, right? We traveled back, get in late yesterday. You're kind of regrouping, trying to get some rest, and here we go against Vegas tonight, who's, obviously a very good team, and they've been rolling the whole season, and especially in the last 10 at 6-3-1. So, yeah, you got to kind of turn the page quickly, and you certainly want to take a couple things out of that, but it just seemed like we weren't prepared to think, especially at the start of that game.
More importantly, how's your head, face area after you took that stick?
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, I got a lump on the hairline,
Ooh.
So got lucky on that one. Just saw it coming at the last second. But, yeah, there was some frustration there from our guys for sure. I don't blame them, mad at each other, mad at ourselves for not having a better outing, but it didn't take long before we didn't have a chance in that one. We tried a little bit. First period I thought was okay, but the chances we gave up ended up in the back of the net, and then as the game got out of reach, it kind of became a cruise to the finish. It was pretty clear that we just weren't there. Our execution wasn't where it needed to be, so some frustrations boiled over.
Coach, I mentioned this yesterday about hockey. Not like the NBA when the Nuggets, they gave up 145 to the Knicks in a loss. There's nothing, they don't have anything in their hands except a ball. In hockey, you got a stick. And if you want to bust that thing, I mean, you can at least vent some way, right? That's a good thing about hockey. You can break things, and Georgie did as well. Now, it's expensive, but I don't mind guys showing that emotion and showing that they care and they're frustrated and they realize the gravity of the situation at that moment.
Yeah, I think my take on it is if you're slamming doors, breaking sticks, I get why you're frustrated. I understand that in a lot of different situations. But my take on it is if you're doing that on a nightly basis, you're just showing the other team that they've got you. They got you right where they want you. They're in complete control, and we're off the page. At the time in this game when all that's happening, it's 5 or 6-1. So I think it's pretty clear to everyone watching that they do have you and they got you right where they want you. So letting out a little frustration, it is what it is. I don't love it. Hopefully doesn't happen a lot because it means that things are not going your way, in my opinion. Like, you're going to have the odd guy that's mad about something, that's mad about what somebody else on the other team did, and that's fine to be fired up. I think the game has to be played with emotion. I think it's got to be played with passion. I think you got to toe the line and channel that emotion the right way and within the requirements of the game. But I also
I understand it. I'm not worried about that. We'll reset and get ready to go against a really good Vegas team tonight.
I never thought of it that way. That is an interesting angle, the mental aspect of not showing your opponent that you're razzled, that you're frazzled, that, oh wow, there's an opening here. Is that more important for a goalie, though? Because the goalie, you give him an opening and the game could be over quickly.
I think it's for everyone. I think it's like a team feeling, like, when you're cooking with gas and when the other team's struggling a little bit, you're trying to pour it on. And, it's all the little things that kind of add up to that flow of the game that you need to try and control and just sort of break it down into its simplest form when it's not going well. Sometimes it comes around and you can build the momentum back. On this particular night, it was clear that we couldn't. I think it's important for everyone. Goalie, probably especially, just because you're the last line of defense and you don't want them like targeting you with outside shots and traffic and things that they wouldn't normally do because they know it's not your night.
To follow up with that on the goaltending question, Coach, it's just a matter of, I guess, philosophy. If you could take the option, because we've seen, Juice has had good games this year, and then he's had some bad ones. Same thing with Georgiev. Started out slow. He's gotten a lot better as of late. But if you had your choice, could you just, if I guaranteed you that a goalie every night would give up 3 goals, and that's just every single night that's what was going to happen, as opposed to like a high-ceiling shutout game followed by a 5-goal let-up, would you choose just the consistent 3-goal approach?
I don't know. That's a tough one. I guess it depends on your team. Like if you have a ton of firepower and you're consistently putting up more than 3, sure. Tough to win games in this league if you're giving up 3 a night all the time. That would be my take on it. Like the best teams are below that, and you have to be better than that, especially come playoff time. So you're trying to build those habits and details into your game where you feel good about your checking. If there's lots of power plays in a game for both teams and you're holding them to 3, you're probably doing pretty good. But like in a regular game where you're limiting a team to 1 or 2 power plays, you're hoping to get a couple stops. I think you got to be better than 3. But like we've been riding it. You're right in that. Like first 10-game segment, Juice played. Gave us a lot of quality starts and played real well and got us some wins. And Gorgie didn't, and then in the second 10-game segment, Gorgie flipped the script and was really good. Gave us quality starts in all his starts, and won us a lot of hockey games. And Juice did. We're just 2 games into this segment, we're sitting at 1-1, and we got really good goaltending game 1. We didn't in game 2, and obviously our team didn't show up either. So there's different scenarios there for the second game. But I like to, like we're preaching consistency through all of our game and throughout our lineup, and you really want to know what guys are going to bring, and we've gotten more consistent and played a better brand of hockey over the last 10 games. Obviously, if we're sitting at 7-3, there's only 2 teams better in the league through the last segment. That's Toronto at 7-2-1 and New Jersey at 8-2, and then us and Winnipeg are sitting at 7-3. So you take a little bit wider lens to it and look at it, and we got improvements to make, no question, and this segment's going to get even more difficult than the last one. This week is Vegas, Dallas, Edmonton, and then it's out on the road again for a 10-day long road trip against good teams. So this will be a difficult segment for us for sure leading into Christmas.
And speaking of that, Coach, the best player on planet Earth right now, the reigning MVP, Nate doesn't look like himself right now in terms of he's not shooting the puck, and he is a prolific shooter of the puck and getting shots on net. Is it something that the opposition is focusing on with him right now? I mean, I see them stack him up in the neutral zone, and they don't let him stick handle at all right now. And I know you trust him, so do you help him out in some regard in that way? He's going to work his way out of it eventually. How do you view it?
Yeah. I mean, we've had a couple smaller conversations. He's aware of it. Like we talked about his game because I feel like he's playing really good. The analytics will say that their line is producing scoring chances. They haven't been great at finishing. Like the last segment, we shot way below expected again. And part of it was personnel. We got some guys back, and some of those guys are still sort of finding their finishing touch, I think. I expect it to come. Nate, you're right, isn't shooting as much as he generally does. So we talked about it. We look at it. The coaches will try to dig in, but he's really in tune with his game as well. Like, he comes in the zone, he stops up, delays, and if he has a play, he makes it. He's not going to look off a play that he likes to, shoot. But he has had some instances where he gets in scoring areas where I think he could shoot to score a little bit more, and he's aware of that. He'll pay attention to it. He's an intelligent player when it comes to implementing things back into his game or into his game that he thinks can help. So he's got to find a balance there. But his playmaking this year and setting up plays and setting up scoring chances has been off the chart. So it's going to ebb and flow a little bit. Certainly when you're preparing a pre-scout to go against our team, you're going to key in on a handful of guys right away, and it's going to be Nate and Kale and how you got to get up in their face and take away time and space and make them work for every inch of the ice. So there's definitely teams trying to key on him earlier and up the ice more and make it more difficult for him to move. And but they've always been doing that, and he's made adjustments, and we've made adjustments to try to find the ice, and generally it works out for us. So I'm not overly concerned, but certainly there's some instances where he's going to shoot it a little bit more.
So, Coach, we have this holiday tomorrow. Moser, what's it called again?
It's called American Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it's American Thanksgiving.
It's called Thanksgiving.
Yeah, but what's crazy about it, wasn't it last year? Did you guys have to travel same day as the game or something? The travel schedule is always crazy around this holiday. What'd you guys do last year, Moj? What was it?
Well, we got flooded out last year.
That's right. That's right.
We went to Nashville for Thanksgiving. Had Thanksgiving in Nashville at Bar Louie, and then the rink got flooded, and we came home, Coach. That was not fun.
Is it tougher during holiday season to coach and keep your team focused, or does it even matter?
Yeah, like it just holiday season lands right in the, this sort of the struggle area of the schedule. I think you come out of the gate, you're feeling good or bad about your game. You make adjustments, you roll for another 10, and you kind of get in this middle segment, and every team's still working on stuff, and the travel starts to really pick up, I think, for a lot of teams. And I don't think anyone's sitting here looking forward to the holidays and, not focused on what we're doing. But you get in this area and everyone's got bumps and bruises and things they're working through. And it's a difficult, like the middle part of the season is difficult to keep everyone rolling along and energized. And you start really looking at your schedule and your rest and figuring out how you can bring it the best you can bring it on every game night. But it tends to be a time where the league packs in a bunch of games here, so it can be tough. Like tomorrow we're rolling to Dallas, right? And we'll pick a restaurant and have our Thanksgiving dinner. The guys will get together, the staff will get together, and then we're playing Dallas and coming for a back-to-back against Edmonton. It seems to be a pretty typical schedule for us. It's a busy time.
Sorry, Coach. Last week, when you're around Canadians, they call it American Thanksgiving, and I said that last week. You cannot believe how offended these two were.
It is offensive.
I mean, they were. I mean, but you know what I mean, right? If
we're thinking about deporting them.
Yeah. If you're watching Jay Henry, up in Canada, he's like American Thanksgiving. Well, there's no hockey, and so
everybody has an Independence Day. You don't say American Independence Day,
Coach. I'm just telling you, these guys got really pissed about it, and I don't know what to do.
Hope you stick around for American Christmas too.
Yeah, I think like when you're in Canada and you're getting viewed on TSN in the U.S. and Canada, as everyone knows, like they would refer to Thanksgiving their own Thanksgiving, and then if it's American Thanksgiving, because people will figure out that that's a holiday and everyone's doing their thing in the U.S., they call it American Thanksgiving. When you're in the U.S., wouldn't you just call it Thanksgiving and then refer to Canadian Thanksgiving as Canadian Thanksgiving?
Coach, as part of the NAFTA agreement, we bought the rights to all holidays.
So wait. What does a Jared Bednar American Thanksgiving plate look like? Walk me through it.
Well, we're usually in a restaurant now. So, but if I was at home and spending time with family for Thanksgiving, we like it. We get together, and usually the in-laws fly in, and kids try to get in. I deep fry my turkey, number one. That'd be the start of it. And I'm a traditionalist. I like the mashed potatoes and stuffing and gravy. No cranberry sauce, and I'm not a sweet potato guy, so those are definitely not on the menu. They might be there, but I'm not going to eat them. I go traditional stuffing, gravy, and definitely the deep fried turkey.
I've never understood the cranberry sauce either, and deep fried turkey is a good move. Just a couple more questions, and we'll let you go, Coach. Updates injury-wise, Jonathan Drouin didn't play. Where's he at?
Yeah, he's going to miss some time here. He's not day-to-day, so he's week-to-week. Hopefully not that long, but, yeah, the upper body injury will be week-to-week. Good news is Colton's doing pretty well, and he's going to hit the ice. He still has some healing to do from that broken foot, but he's at a point here now where in the next day or two, we're hoping that he's going to be able to get on the ice and start working his way back. He still needs more time to heal, but sort of a pain tolerance thing now while he heals to get the hands back, you start getting back in shape. As you know, that's a difficult injury to stay in shape on too, because you're like in a boot and crutches and all that, and then you get walking and you can't do a whole lot when it comes to lower body skating, so he's going to need some time to get back into it. And Landy's still no update. That's our three guys that are out. Still three very good wingers for us here, and obviously top 9 forwards in our lineup on any given night. But losing one and then hopefully getting another one back here, probably both of them back near the same time.
You know,
Coach,
go ahead.
All I'm saying is good luck. I'm glad you survived the stick, and I think it'd be hilarious if you wore a helmet on the bench tonight.
I'll wear it in the pregame meeting for Woody.
Was Wood aware that he hit you? Is he still aware?
I don't even know if he knows. No.
Oh, you got to get after him for that, Coach. You're like, I'm in charge here. You just can't have me get hit with shrapnel.
I know. A good thing I'm not a bleeder. That gets stitched up before the.
I mean, you've had worse in your life. I mean, you've had tussles with dudes. You've had worse.
Coach, good luck tonight. Always appreciate your time.
Appreciate it, fellas. See ya.
Head coach of the F, Jared Bednar, with us. All Conversations with Coach, brought to you by Quantum Fiber Internet. That's everything you imagine and then some. Visit quantumfiber.com.
I would love to see Coach in full hockey regalia. Just a full uniform tonight.
Well, I said this before. I'm like, if Wood knew that came back and hit him in the dome, and he said he's got like a lump on his hairline, he said, right? That's what Coach said earlier?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You'd be a little bit more nervous if you knew right afterwards. Like, we've all done that, right? We've gotten upset and, like, thrown something. You're like, oh, no. Like, you break something, you hit somebody. Would have to be terrifying.
What is the worst accidental injury you've caused? Like, out of anger?
Oh, dude, 4th of July, our neighborhood kind of goes out. We got a whole bunch of kids that are, like, 8 to 14 years old.
You hurt a kid?
Well, they had it was the jumpy house, but it was an obstacle course. And one of the kids said, Mr. Brett, can I race you? And I was like, dude, bring it. And I went full bore, and I hop out the other side, and the kid doesn't come out. And he's a pretty athletic kid. Mm-hmm. And he's holding his nose, and he goes, when you jump through, you hit me in the face. And I go, oh, my God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
You're only allowed 30 yards within all daycares for the rest of your life.
And then I said, toughen up, buddy. Best out of 3. Let's get this thing going again. All right, back after this. Moser's he's all like jealous now. Because I told you, it's good to have the right friends. And one of my friends is the owner of,
Six Cap.
for my money, the best barbecue joint in town.
And again, they don't do a ton. Like the menu's not wide. They brew their own beer, but they also have food.
Mm-hmm.
Vic, I'm not even kidding you when I tell you this is unsolicited. Six Cap, man. It's not a large menu, but what they do is superb.
Look at my turkey.
And Blake made Brett a bird.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
What do you mean don't do that?
Don't do what you just did. My wife just yelled at me.
Why's
because
that?
She said the bird I brought home, compliments of Red Bird Farms, too big. 18-pounder. She said it's too big.
Words never uttered in the Lombardi household before.
I don't like where that went.
Uh-huh. That's why me and Moj just wanted to have a private moment. Hey, so Moj, you've been waiting on this. We'll get back to, if you missed the Bednar interview, we'll play some audio back later. But I got a few, yes.
I am
Hear me now.
beside myself.
I got a few baseball things I want to get to.
I can't believe this. I am absolutely beside myself. Vic, so the Dodgers, they get all they want. They eat all they want, right? I mean, they're the champs. They're great. This is why baseball is so stupid.
It doesn't even bother me. Why does it bother you? I'm numb to this. You should be numb.
They just signed Blake Snell to a 5-year, $182 million contract.
Who cares?
That's not the only thing. You know the other big rumor that's going around, right?
Soto. Is that what you're talking about?
Roki Sasaki, the 23-year-old phenom in Japan. Like there's going to be a bidding war, and everybody says the Dodgers are going to win it. Like they get everything. They have more money than dirt, and they just buy everything. It's nuts. It's a joke. It's a joke, Vic. It's a joke.
If baseball wants to kill itself from the inside out, I mean, what? Why are you? I'm over it. I'm over it, man. And let him go.
I did laugh at this. There's a beat writer for the Mets who works for the National Enquirer. His name is Mark Gooden.
Wait, what? There's a beat writer.
Wait, National Enquirer?
That's what it says here.
That's a rag.
New York Mets senior beat writer for the National Enquirer. I don't know what to tell you guys. This is what his accolades are.
It's like the beat writer for TMZ or something.
Okay, whatever. But this is what his job
Enquirer has a beat writer for the Mets?
I don't even know that it exists. They like aliens landed in Omaha and captured an old lady.
You can't just say that and pretend nothing happened.
I don't know what else to tell you.
Spell Enquirer.
You know, that's like saying the Yankees beat writer who writes for Mad Magazine.
That would be badass, actually. Is Mad still a thing?
No, it's not. I'm sure it's not.
The point is, this isn't a report. It's just funny.
Okay.
He said, my sources confirm the following bids for Juan Soto. The Red Sox, $1 million over 1 year. Mets, $700 million over 15. Yankees, $690 over 15. Dodgers, $1 billion over 20 years, all payments deferred until after death. Like, the Dodgers just have the ability to pay whatever they want and however they want. The fact that they had that deferment payment on Shohei Ohtani is like, I think people should be thrown in prison. It shouldn't be allowed. Somebody skirted the rules, and I need people in jail over this. But just quickly on the Rockies, can you give me 2 minutes? Because the Rockies did do something a couple of days ago that bothered me.
Yeah, but this is unfair, dude. It's not equitable. I don't know how they think this is good. I mean, listen. Even if the Monforts had all kinds of money, I forget about it.
Can I do a baseball thing, please?
I'm so over this. I can't believe it.
The Rockies declined the rights to keep Brendan Rodgers on the roster. And Brendan Rodgers is a super talented guy who went through a whole bunch of injury troubles, and we all kind of understand that. But he had talent. And I don't know what to think because I don't know what's happening inside of that room with front office and ownership. But it's just another guy in a long, storied sort of history over the last 5-6 years where somebody had value that you didn't capitalize on. Again, because Rodgers was hurt so much, I don't know what the value would be. Maybe it was like almost nothing. I have no idea. But doesn't it feel like young, talented players kind of leave this organization with nothing in return quite often.
Yeah.
And that bothers me. Bothers me.
Yeah, I mean, they play him to the end of their controlled contract, and rather than deal them at the deadline for something, they let him go for nothing.
Yeah. And I'm just, it's like, you have to have something in your head like you did with Trevor Story. You knew Trevor wasn't coming back the following year. You knew it. And you still got nothing out of it. And I just don't understand how many guys has to happen that way when you continue not to get value.
Are they worth what you think they're worth?
But whether they're what I think they're worth something. What? Trevor Story's worth something.
He was, but these other players
like Rodgers, I don't know. Yeah. I'm just saying it's another guy who's got some talent to him, who's younger, that just walks out the door.
Well, maybe he wasn't worth anything on the open market. Maybe they engaged in trade talks. Maybe his name was brought up during the month of July and nobody bit. I mean,
I got a hard time
that could be the
believing
case.
that many people in a row have had the same story.
I mean, but think of the. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
It's a lot, is all I'm saying.
You're right. I go back to this Dodgers thing. You know, Ohtani did not pitch in the postseason. He didn't pitch at all. Glasnow was hurt. Gonsolin. Think of their starting rotation. If Sasaki throws 102 with a splitter that would choke a hippo, right? They signed Snell. 5 years, $182 million. I just don't. I don't know why this is allowed to happen. I'm blown away by it. Just seems unfair.
In the meantime,
and you know what? I don't want to talk about it again. And I don't even want. Once we get to April, I don't even want to talk about it. I'm so mad.
When there's breaking news about a baseball player signed, I always assume it's 3 or 4 teams, and one of them is always going to be the Dodgers. And I am numb to it. I'm apathetic to it. It means nothing to me. And that's pretty much what baseball has become. I don't know why you let it bother you. It would bother you if it's like one out of every, oh my God, look at it. It's all the time now. It is what the sport has become.
Look, there's going to be, I keep forgetting, by the way, because we have this long extended weekend. This is the last show of the week before we get to Thanksgiving tomorrow. And I keep thinking that the Broncos game will be wrapped up by the time we hit the air on Monday. It won't.
No, we'll
talk
about it all on Monday. Yeah.
So I want to spend a little bit more time on the Buffs here. And Deion said something in his press conference that we were kind of questioning. It's potentially, if things don't go your way, which if you don't got to play the open here, Nelly, or maybe we'll get to it later, CF peeping. I mean, it's very simple. You need 2 of the 3 teams above you to lose and you to win this weekend to be back in the Big 12 championship with a shot at the playoff, right? So that would be any combination of 2 of the 3 of Iowa State, BYU, and Arizona State. And the games that those guys are playing, outside of Iowa State, who's playing Kansas State, should be a tough game for them. The other 2 shouldn't be all that difficult. So you got a very outside shot at keeping it sort of together.
Houston is not going to beat BYU.
Houston beat Kansas State when we didn't think they would beat Kansas State, though. I mean, whatever.
You need K-State to beat Iowa State, correct?
Yes.
And you need ASU to lose to who?
Arizona.
It's not, no. We're done.
Well, I know, but we did say that about...
No, we're done.
Okay.
You know what? Now I have a sour taste.
I'm with you, but then it's like, okay, if that's the case, is Friday going to be the last time we watch Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter play in a CU uniform? They've made a bowl game, but will they play in the bowl game? Like, this could be your last shot. Somebody asked that to Deion. Is this the last time we see them? Deion said this.
No, we got a bowl game. I'm pretty sure we secured that weeks ago for Peggy. So, no, it's not the last time you're going to see them in a Buff uniform. These 2 and all the rest of the seniors have done a wonderful job of getting us to where we are, instilling so much expectation in our fan base and expectation in ourselves. So we're going to fight and try to go out there and kick some butt and end this thing on the right note. And we're going to go to a bowl game and end this thing on the right note because our fans deserve the absolute best. And I feel like whatever bowl game we're choosing to go to or whatever we choose, we're going to pack it. We're going to do what we normally do everywhere we go on the road. And it's going to be a tremendous game.
Is he telling us that Travis and Shedeur are playing in that bowl game?
That's exactly what he said. I love that answer. I think that is an excellent, excellent response.
You know, Deion is more old school than some of these old school coaches. He really is. Now, he comes with a lot of hype. He comes with a lot of other stuff. But when it comes to football, he is old school to the core.
Could some guy on Ole Miss...
He's like a teenager with an old soul. He's got the
He
new
really
stuff that he mixes in, but he is kind of at his core, he's old school.
If you have a star player on Ole Miss and they're in the whatever bowl, they're not going, not a national playoff.
Those guys aren't playing.
The guy goes to Lane Kiffin and says, "What? Hey, I'm out. I'm sitting out."
Yeah, and I'm sure Lane Kiffin goes like this. I get it.
Okay. Coach Prime is Coach Prime. Shador and Travis aren't going to Coach Prime and saying, "Hey, we're sitting out." You know what I mean? So he's got that. I mean, that's his son. It's a family thing. I get it, but I think he still has the hand where he says, "No, you're going to play."
I think I would though. If I were Dion, I think I would tell them don't.
I
love that
do.
hit in Kansas scared the hell out of me.
Yeah. Well, that hit, it certainly did. But I love that. I love what you hear what he just said about the fan base?
Yeah. By the way, did you hear his remark regarding that hit? Their coach had a nice conversation with that player. He said he got a call from the Kansas coach, and they talked about that hit, and they acknowledged that was a cheap shot.
Yeah.
And anybody who still chimes in and says it was, I have this guy who's a high school coach in Wyoming who's fighting me on this on Twitter, saying that was not a cheap shot. And I said, you shouldn't be coaching high school football if you don't think that was a cheap shot.
Yeah.
Well,
not only was it late, like you're diving at the guy's shins.
Yeah, it was awful. But I love that response. I love the way he just acknowledged the fan base and what they deserve. He's absolutely correct about that. They've shown out everywhere they've gone.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
I think he couldn't have said it any better than he did.
As we get the break, let me ask you a question to CU fans out there. How much does the win in a bowl game matter? Like, you've made a bowl game, which is something you haven't done in a while. But does the win mean something extra or not? We'll get to it next. All right, so I'm reading this on the text line, and I don't think anybody understands the point here, okay? Well, a couple people do, but a couple of texts coming through. I said, how much does a bowl win matter to you? How much does it matter? It used to be a massive deal, and then the playoffs started, and then it felt like kind of who cares afterwards. Bowl eligibility is just basically a synonym for our team was at or above 500, which is what every team should at least strive for before the season starts. But a couple texts coming through saying, real competitors always want to win. I don't care what bowl game it is. Well, I'm not competing in it, okay? We're just talking about a fan perspective here. Yeah, if I'm playing in the game, I want to win the game.
Yeah, and if it's not the CFP in the grand scheme of things, who the hell cares?
Well, and this is another text. Brett, stupid question. Of course you want to win every game. Never said you don't want to win, but are you breaking things like you would if you lost, in the playoff or something like that?
I don't understand you people, though. You people are so dumb. And by you people, I mean you, Vic, and you, Brett.
Okay, go ahead. Why are we stupid?
Kevin on the text line, Buffs fan here, bowl games are literally pointless.
I kind of agree with them.
I do too. Unless they're CFP games, what's the point?
Now that there's a 12-team playoff, just a money grab, completely meaningless football I probably won't even watch.
Well, I would watch their bowl game.
Okay. Of course you're going to watch, but you watch for different reasons. You watch to see younger players who have a role next year. Let's see how they play.
Absolutely.
That's what bowl games, these lower-level bowl games, they're almost a springboard to next season.
Yeah, they give you extra practice time. You get looks at other guys.
It's incredibly
valuable.
It's incredibly valuable.
Yes.
Every extra week of practice for anybody is valuable. So look at it
We're
that
not
way.
talking about that. We're talking about the outcome of the game.
Right. Whether they win or lose.
Okay,
and it's not like I'm going to start pooping my pants if they lose their bowl game.
Understand.
Oh, my God. Did you lose the Sun Bowl?
Understand.
Wait a minute. You lost the Sun Bowl in 85?
I don't like your tone. I hate... In fact,
before you even start, Moshe, before you even start,
your tone.
Hold on to what you're going to say. Do you want to know how I know? I know. This isn't an opinion. This is a fact. How I know that teams don't care about bowl wins. Has a coach ever been fired after a bowl loss?
I don't think
At least
so.
in the last 10 years.
I don't
Has a
think
coach
so.
ever had his job heading into a bowl game and then lost his job because he lost the bowl game? The answer is no. Coaches get fired at the end of the regular season. They'll throw an interim coach in for a bowl game, and they'll figure it out from there. Nobody cares if they win or lose.
It's not about you. All right? You're both just selfish. It's not about you.
Who's it about?
It's about a lot of those. First of all, it's about the program and the coach and the coaches, and again, that extra practice and extra teaching and extra everything.
I agree with
all
that.
Every little bit helps. Okay. Number two, it's about, there are more seniors at Buffalo than just Shador and Shiloh and Travis Hunter, right?
Yeah.
This may be the last. This probably is the last game all of them will ever play, or very well could be, the bowl game. And so any extra more football is good. Okay, for them, for the young players, their ability to actually get more PT, the environment,
You're
the bigger
absolutely
environment,
not
and so
answering
on
the
and so
question.
forth. Hang on a second.
You're not answering the question.
And the reason these bowls exist, you know why they exist?
Money.
Because people want it. Because more football is good.
Wow.
More football is good. It's like, you know what? Hey, Brett, would you like one more IPA? Nah. No, I don't want another brewski on a football Sunday.
The
Come
IPA
on,
you're
dude.
offering me is like a non-alcoholic one.
Hey, you're just a big baby. More
There's
football
no bite.
is fun. More football is good. I'll watch it. I watch all these bowls. I watch the dillhole.com
You don't
bowl
watch
from
all these
Bermuda.
bowls. Don't lie to me. You're not watching some of these rando bowls that occur on December 18th.
I don't seek them
no,
out,
you
but
don't.
I watch. I
You're a
don't
liar.
seek them out, but I watch them.
Hang on.
What?
You just went off for 2 minutes on this, and you didn't answer my question of whether you care if they win or lose. You talked about all the things that I think are valuable about making a bowl game, which is extra practice time.
Let me tell you
and
what I care
guys
about.
getting one more crack at it.
Let me tell you what I care
league.
about. If the Buffaloes win against Oklahoma State and then win their bowl game, what's their win total?
11?
9-3.
They'll be 10. It'll be 10.
Wait.
10-3.
Wait, that's right. Yeah, 10.
So they're 9-3 right now.
You don't think getting to double-digit wins is important?
Nobody says it's not.
Well, then shut up about it doesn't matter the outcome of the game. Then shut up about it. Getting to double-digit wins, I think, is important in college football. I think it's something to hang your hat on when you get to double-digit wins. What?
What's more important? A bowl game that you're recognizing as a double-digit win or the game against Kansas at Arrowhead? which game was more important? One's a bowl game, one's a regular season game.
Obviously, the game against Kansas is more important. Yeah.
It's not a bowl game.
But
that's not a bowl game.
You guys haven't even made an argument.
I just made an argument. I just took one regular season game and compared it to your bowl game.
I'm not saying that the Alamo Bowl is more important than that loss to Kansas because it sucks. Because now you don't have a path to the ultimate goal.
I just asked you which game was more important, and you picked a regular season game over a bowl game.
Yes, I did. But it doesn't mean the bowl game is not important. It's just that game was really important.
Hang on a second.
You guys are conflating everything here completely. I don't get it.
Moshe, I will stay.
Plus, you're being total Richards.
Both of you. I will stay in the same lane that I've stayed at from the beginning of this conversation. I don't think, and maybe I'm wrong, this is why I asked it to the people.
Are you drinking a beer?
No, I'm not.
Oh, sorry.
It's a Diet DP.
Tastes more like regular Dr. Pepper.
The point that I'm making is I don't think that anybody truly cares if you win or lose the bowl game. That's all I'm saying. Now, again, this is all like you have an outside shot still to make the Big 12 championship. We all understand that, but it's likely not going to happen. So when you get to the bowl game, what I'm saying is if I just polled random college football fans whose teams have made bowl games over the past few years, and I said, what was the outcome of that game? Did you win, lose, and what was the score? I don't think they could tell me. I really don't. But they could tell me about.
But it doesn't mean it doesn't have value. And you know why they exist? You know why I went through the bowl games.
What has more value? A lower level bowl game, the result of a lower level bowl game, or any regular season game that exists. What has more value?
Well, it depends.
Answer the question without going on.
That depends on the program.
Don't start talking like an idiot. Answer the question, yes. Which game has more value? Any regular season game or a lower level bowl game?
Oh, my God.
Don't say it depends on the program. This program, CU. What was more important? The potential bowl game that they have coming up or the NDSU game? Or the Nebraska game? Or the CSU game?
I completely
or the Arizona game.
I completely agree with you.
Okay.
But let me give you some of the. Well, we're arguing about two different things. You guys are idiots. Let me ask you a question. These are the newest bowl games. You ready? The LA Bowl at SoFi, sponsored by the Art of Sport, Rob Gronkowski.
Okay,
Jimmy Kimmel LA Bowl.
But
you know why that exists? The Fenway Bowl at Fenway Park, the Myrtle Beach Bowl, the Frisco Bowl, the Arizona Bowl, the Cure Bowl. I don't even know what that is.
Tell me why they exist.
Because people want it.
No,
you wouldn't have a bowl game if you couldn't sell tickets and couldn't find a sponsor. The reason you can sell tickets and find a sponsor is because people want more football. I don't know how more clearly I could explain it to you. You're idiots. People want football. They want to go someplace.
You're calling us bad words.
Okay. Where's Mario right now? Where's Mario? Where's your brother?
He's on holiday.
Where?
In the warm state.
Call Mario Lombardi.
No, never.
Well, what's this going to accomplish?
Yeah, what is this going to
accomplish? Because he and
I
went to a bowl game together.
So what? Ask him which game's more important. Any regular season game or that bowl game. Ask him. Ask him that.
I don't.
Moshe, you tell me, by the way. Hang on.
Hold
You're on the air.
Hold on.
What? Why are you doing this? Why is this off air? And and your voice is going through my microphone, so we can't even do our own radio show because you're having your own private thing over here.
Your brother here on his show seems to think that the bowl game is just it's friggin' stupid.
You went to it and you had a good time. That doesn't make any difference to what we're saying.
Okay.
You know what I like to go to? Monster trucks.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. No, just
Mario, did we have fun?
I don't.
Fun. I got to meet Care Bear, had a good time, had some drinks. So you got throttled, but other than that, it was a good time.
Okay, thanks, brother. I'll call you soon.
Okay.
What point
so
do you think it matters? Exactly. Like, what point do you think you proved? I had fun when I went to the game. Good,
but that's why they exist.
Moser, I'm going to the Ice Capades this weekend. Whoa!
You know what I had fun
doing?
You
know why the Ice Capades exist? Because people like to watch figure skating.
Incorrect. Like, this is what you're not getting.
You're right. I'm not getting whatever
it
is. I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
You know what, Vic? You know what I used to go to all the time when I lived in Omaha? All the time. probably like 5-6 times a year. I went to Omaha Storm Chasers games, AAA baseball. Yeah. And you know why those exist? Because people watch. Oh, never mind. They like to have fun at the park.
Yeah.
That's what they like to do.
Gordo writes in, and you guys don't understand
watch it on TV?
Gordo writes in, Moser's 100% right. You guys are idiots. We want more football. Nobody's arguing the more football. Yeah, it's great. Another football game.
Then what are we arguing?
We're arguing the result of that lower level bowl game. The result doesn't matter. Do you understand this?
Well,
the result of that game, the Nacho Chip Bowl, the whatever the hell you want to call it, Rolle's Advanced Chachu Bowl, whatever you want to call that game, the result is not going to leave me convulsing if my team loses.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
God, you're killing me. It doesn't matter to you, but it matters to some people. Just because it doesn't matter to you doesn't mean it doesn't matter to Coach Prime or double-digit wins or anything else. I mean, you guys are just selfish pigs.
Marty's checking in on the Safeway Twitch chat from Chicago.
Shut up, Marty. Shut up.
And he said, I tune in for 5 seconds and get Moser taking private phone calls.
You lose an argument when you have to make a private phone call.
Call Marty now. I mean, leave him alone. He's working.
You're working with some guy named Todd who doesn't even talk to. Or what, T-Bone? What do you call him?
I have no idea.
I'm going to start calling your family members on the side.
I know.
Hey, what's your problem, man?
You're on the air, Marty.
I just tuned in for a second. Hear you making private calls. Who is that?
But because, you know why? Because the show's full of idiots. That's why. And what do you care? You don't even watch sports anymore. You and T-Bone in your
nerd
little hole or wherever you work.
Yeah, get back to your NPR at your office desk.
About, everybody else not working, but you guys are working today yet?
Yeah,
pretty much.
You've done that? Let me guess, is Vic at home?
Of course he is.
Shut up, Marty. Say hi to Mom.
I'll call you later. Bye.
All right. You know what? You take a shot like that, and Marty can't hear you on the other side.
He just took a shot at me.
He just said, let me guess you're working from home, which you are. It's not a shot. He was actually stating a fact.
So was I.
Remember when I said everybody has a tick on this show, something they do constantly, and your response to, you know what your tick is? You're terrible at teases. And I go, that's not a tick, that's an insult. Remember that?
Yeah.
You all sound like idiots this morning. I completely agree, Pat. We do. We sound like idiots. We're talking about two different things. Never mind. It's irrelevant now.
Yeah, we can just bail out,
wrap it up.
Yeah, got drunk takes, by the way, in 50 minutes. Stick around.
That's great. How would you like to get into a brand new Ford Bronco for $469 a month on a lease? Not even kidding you. How about $10,000 off a brand new luxurious Lincoln Navigator? Well, you've got that right now at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. The deals are incredible because it's the huge end-of-the-year extravaganza. Get there, Highway 36 and Wadsworth in Broomfield, or go online and check it all out at sthmotors.com. You'll see what I'm talking about. They've got over 1,000 vehicles right now ready for you at blowout unreal savings. sthmotors.com. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership. Who, Vic or me?
Nelly, he's just been on the phone the whole break. Okay. I don't know if there's a problem. Tune in to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next week, starting on Monday, to find out how you can enter to win what? A full set of irons from Adele Golf, the 4-iron through the pitch, custom-made Adele SMS irons, custom fitted for you. Check out the special section on AdeleGolf.com for the perfect Christmas gifts for golfers.
Spell that out, please. Spell Adele Golf.
E-D-E-L.
I know we were there. That place is pretty awesome. I mean, their clubs are good.
So I got a 50 and a 60 from them, and I was able to use it last week when we went out. A little chilly that day to City Park, first time I played there.
How'd it go?
Those things are great, dude. Like, really, really good.
When you get new wedges, you feel clean.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, the ball's going to spin better, like clean grooves.
Isn't that amazing how you get a new Adele wedge? You lay it out there, I don't know, 125 yards, and it just goes, stops off for you.
Yep.
You're like, oh, grooves, yay.
Speaking of not clean, I'm looking at a photo posted on Altitude's Twitter of a bunch of nasty old Moser hats that you're trying to, what are you trying to sell them?
No, they're free. Free to a good home.
I mean, that first one looks nice. The one I'm looking at, the Colorado one, that's a great hat. But it's crumpled, broken down, and it looks like it's been worn for 25 years straight.
Yeah, there's one that Moser said came straight from the Masters, and he said he's never worn it before.
It's a brand new Masters hat.
It looks like it was worn by an infantryman in the Civil War.
It's brand new Masters hat, never been on a head, ever.
I've got socks that I've worn for 25 years. I'll be giving those away this weekend if anybody wants to come by.
I think you're going to be shocked at how almost no one takes it. I actually did. I picked one. Moser said he didn't wear this, and I wanted one of these.
That's the one I got from Rain
Dance.
Dance.
Yeah.
I know. I got it from Rain Dance, Vic. I love the hat. It just doesn't fit my head very well. I look like an idiot.
Here's the reason why I got this one. I took this one from Moser.
Sort of a pompous hat to wear.
It is. But the reason I got this, most of Moser's hats are like yours, Vic, where I have a very specific hat that I need.
Mm-hmm.
It's got to have some stiffness up here on the front, okay? It's got to.
You got a little tall. You need a little tall.
Moser's hats, they like flop and they're flat with the table, and I don't get those hats.
They fall apart, yeah.
I don't get them. They aren't comfortable to me. They don't fit my head right, and like all those hats are like that. They actually work for you, Moj. That looks like a hat you should be wearing, but they don't work for me.
That was very charitable and generous of you, Moj. Thank you. Seriously.
What's happening? I said they looked good on you. Why are you acting like I insulted you?
Well, I know, but I mean, Raj came in and he's like, oh my God,
well,
we're going to
He's the same way as me. It's like I'm not wearing a used hat.
Yeah.
One of those hats has sweat stains on it.
You know what? Show some respect that the man is giving stuff away. Never disrespect somebody who's trying to help your cause.
Hey, you're looking a gift horse in the mouth.
Yeah. Can we get on I have a question for you, Moshe.
Please.
We haven't brought this up yet.
Hockey?
Have you guys heard Paul Bissonnette's story about taking on 6 drunkards from a Scottsdale steakhouse?
Sure did, yeah.
I mean, that is one of the crazier things I've ever heard.
I don't know any. So you guys explain this to me. I don't know any of the details. I know the overall thing that they got jumped by 6 different guys, but I don't know the details.
You got to hear. Well, if you go to Biz's Twitter, Spittin' Chicklets, and you hear the story. And by the way, Portnoy has already come out because they're buddies, right? He's already come out with a new shirt where it says, Biz's Jim took some, gave more.
Yeah. So let me give you the wrap up of what happened.
It's incredible.
He's in a steakhouse in Scottsdale, Houston's. Been there. He's just minding his own business, enjoying dinner.
And he goes there 3 to 4 times a week. He loves the place. He knows the entire staff, the manager, knows everybody.
He's just chilling. He hears some commotion going on. There's a table of men, and one of the men is yelling at the manager and making a scene.
Yelling at who, sorry?
Yelling at the manager.
At the manager.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay. Biz knows the manager. He knows the staff. So, as a good man would do, gets up and he says, hey, man, what's going on? Do we have a problem here? Now, he injects himself into the problem, all right?
But he's defending a buddy.
Yes. Next thing you know, as he's approaching this gentleman who's yelling at the manager, he gets sideswiped. He gets sucker punched. He gets hit. And he's in one now. Now he's fighting everybody.
Yep.
And the fight spills outside.
So they spill. He describes it. They spill out. So we were on
it's
the
like
bus.
Roadhouse.
We were on the bus to the airport the other night, right? We got to. So I do maps. I get on Google Maps. I know where Houston's is. He goes because they spilled out into the parking lot all the way over into the CVS across the parking lot. They're still hooking. And it's one against. It was actually 1 against 7, but they didn't catch one guy or something like that. Anyway, and he got kicked in the face a couple times. But so I had to Google, or I Googled the Google Maps. I had to find out where the CVS was to get my bearings on. Okay, how far, Vic, did this fight actually go? Right? It's like a couple 100 feet.
Well, he took kicks, he took punches. It was obviously he got exposed, and for the idiots who attacked him to take them on like that, to jump one dude, you know the ultimate shame. All right. They get booked. I don't know. Did they go to jail?
Oh yeah. Haven't you seen the mugshots, Vic? Hang on.
Send me that. Send me those mugshots.
They don't look like the fighting types.
Yeah, these
either.
are drunk golfers. They're on a golf trip of some sort, and they got drunk. And I think the best tonic to prevent stuff like this happening is exposure and shame. As much exposure and shame as possible.
And everybody, all of them have it. One guy took it good.
Good.
Everybody's got something, though. I mean,
and that's from one man?
Yeah, all sick. Well, dude, he was a hell of a fighter in the National Hockey League, but everybody's got at least something. And some have more than others.
There's 3 things that I will try my damnedest to always avoid. I'm going to try and avoid any of the big-time political Twitter accounts. I want to stay the hell away from those. If one of those, like, I don't know who it is, you take the biggest sort of political Twitter guy, if he's calling me out for something, the last thing I want is those people in my mentions. I do not want anything Taylor Swift related in my mentions because that's going to be a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
And these guys, they're done for. They are not able to go on the internet now because I don't want the Barstool people around me at all.
100%.
Because they are insane. And all of those guys just had their names and mugshots tweeted out by Dave Portnoy. They're done. They can't go on the internet again.
Ever. They probably can't go back to their jobs for crying out loud.
Well, I'm just like, how does it get to that?
I don't be alcohol will do crazy things to people. Apparently, I mean, he said they were golfers. They're in Scottsdale. They're probably from some cold weather place. They've been drinking all day, golfing all day.
Hang on.
I don't know. I've been on a lot of golf trips with buddies. I've never just wanted to fight one man with 6 or 7 of us and cause chaos in a restaurant. There is no excuse. There's no, like, when I hear, just drunk golfers. No, that's not a good enough excuse.
I agree.
I hate it when people just say, they're just drunk golfers. No, I don't know. I've been to many golf trips with a lot of friends and a lot of buddies. I've never seen anything like that or engaged in. Those people need to be exposed.
Well, here's the other thing too. If I have one quality that I know is it's pretty good, I'm a good people reader, okay? And people like they're missing whatever that trait is. Here's all you need to do. You take one look at Biz. Biz is one of 2 things. He's a former hockey player or he's a former MMA fighter. Look at his face.
Yeah,
that's all you need to see to say, I'm not getting anywhere near a fisticuffs match
and by
with
the way,
that guy.
Biz is not a little guy
No.
either. He's not a little dude.
But you see a cauliflower ear or a nose that's shoved down from being broken a million times, you stay away from that person. And if they're mad at you, you say, I'm sorry, sir. That's what you say. And because it doesn't matter if you have 7 people going against him, you're going to come away with some cuts and bruises.
You're right. I'm looking at these mugshots, each one of these guys, and I'm saying, would this guy ever engage in some tomfoolery at a Houston's in Scottsdale? Probably not. But you put them in a group setting, like when you're around their peers.
Well, I'll tell you another thing, Vic.
People change, man.
I'll tell you another thing, Vic. I'm not saying I'm Biz. I couldn't take on 7 dudes all at once in a fight. But those guys from the mugshots I've seen, can you show it to me again, Moj?
Yeah, let me find them again.
Danny Bradley, Edward Jennings.
Okay, I don't care what their names are.
Henry Mesker, Sean Daly, John Carroll, and William Carroll. So 2 of them are brothers. Yeah, the guys on the lower.
All right, so here's what I can say with 100% confidence, and I'm not a fighter. One-on-one, I'd take any one of these guys.
Oh, yeah.
Any one of them.
Apparently, the
one-on-one.
Apparently, the guy.
You haven't seen their bodies.
Well, Vic, look.
I've seen their face. That's all I need to see.
Look at the pictures again. Apparently, the guy. Now, see if you can find him. Apparently, the guy who was the guy that started it all was in the manager's face, and then really was
Which
the
guy?
ringleader.
Can you guess? Like, if you looked at their faces, let's guess.
Biz described him as an idiot in a lime green shirt.
So the guy
it's
on the
bottom
top
left.
No, it's
bottom left.
No, top
Gotta
left.
be.
Top left. Lime green shirt. Look at his shirt.
Top left.
That's that guy, yeah.
Yeah, he does
That
look
guy.
like an idiot.
Wait a minute. So, like, the
Yeah, that
youngest guy of the group.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that guy. He looks like a doughboy. Look at that guy.
Yeah, Vic, do I really need to see the full body shot to understand if these guys are ripped or not? Look at their faces, okay? Does any of those guys look like they have any bit of cardio in their system?
Can I want to go off on a different topic that is related to this. I mean, think about the most tanked you've ever been, all right? Why? The whole group fighting thing. I mean, like, how does that happen? Like, I understand if somebody's wronged, but why would you do something that's stupid as a group of 6 golfers why would you engage in that? What would lead you to do that?
I don't know.
Apparently, what is missing from your DNA?
Well, it was that dude, Vic, that put his hands all on the manager, and that's when Biz is like, hey, whoa.
Well, yeah, I just got a text that somebody's buddy of mine said that idiot in the lime green had his hand on the manager's throat.
Whoa.
That's when Biz stepped in.
Good.
Yeah.
And let me ask you this. So Biz is one person fighting 6 guys. Where's everybody else in the restaurant? What are they like? If you were there, what would you do?
I don't know that
I honestly don't
know that I'd do anything, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't know that is it my place to get involved in that?
So you'd let Biz get his ass just beat by 7 dudes?
Do I know that it's Biz? Or am I,
but you're watching this unfold. There are people at their tables. They're watching these idiots do their thing.
Well, it looked like he handled himself pretty damn good, to be honest with you.
I also, Vic, I would be very...
Flex says, I'd order the soup du jour.
Honestly, if I'm being totally honest,
more
though,
onion rings, please.
If this is a fight between 8 people, I don't know what anybody has. I'm probably staying out unless it's like it's a woman getting beat up or something like that. Right. But if it's just a couple dudes hooking, even if it's like a 7-on-1,
what if your idiot? You're part of the group, and your idiot buddy starts fighting Biz. You're not coming to his aid, are you?
I would. Before it got to that point, be like, stop being a bleeping moron.
Yeah, okay,
sit
so
down.
this almost happened to us. We went to a salad place in L.A., and our idiot buddy Moser attacked the manager there. Do you remember that?
I did
it
not.
Happened. Do you
that
remember
is a
that?
Lie.
Brett, did our idiot buddy at a soup place attack the manager?
And you know what's funny? The reason Moser was pissed was not alcohol-induced. It was lack of alcohol-induced. That's what it was.
No, there was no meat.
And no booze.
There was... then why even go to dinner?
But then,
he wanted to fight the whole restaurant.
The only person
wanted to fight was you.
You're
line
the
was
only
so
one. Hang on. I'm going to do an impression of Moser in this line. It is a long line.
By the way, how long did it take us just to get... Okay.
It is a long line, and it took us forever just to get to have salad. Okay? Here's Moser in line.
Wait, well, hold on. Mention the 45-minute drive we had to take to get there to begin with.
Let's go! Get it moving! He's shouting that in the restaurant. Like it's some sort of line at the DMV. It did feel that way, though. But no, Moser's anger came from not having booze, not from having the booze.
No, there was no meat in the entire place. I can have a brewski anywhere. It was the...
No, you couldn't have it there.
I know, but Vic drove us 45 minutes across town for no meat.
So what if this poor guy in the lime green went up to the manager and said, where's the meat?
And Vic, as funny as that story is, Moser's 100% correct. You guys just kept talking about, oh, there's this great place. We got to try it. And we get there, and it's like a Cece's Pizza line of a buffet for salad.
Well, we should have broke into a fight. Mass brawl if you guys were
If you and Mo started to fight, I think I'd start punching you, Vic.
Yeah.
Because I agree with him
that
on that.
Might have been my worst dining experience of my life. And I did it for you because you insisted. Love you. Moser is not a Karen. Defend me, Brett.
No, Moser actually was remarkably calm given the circumstances. I give him credit.
That was the funniest scene I've ever. These poor people in line were looking at Moser going ballistic and going, what is going on?
You know what?
We just want salad.
It did.
Moser.
The Nebraska came out in me real quick when we were there because I'm like, what are all these idiots thinking this is a great restaurant?
I know.
Like, who are these
I
people?
know.
What is L.A.?
I know.
It's like there should be a cow right out back that you slice immediately upon arrival.
We get to the soup, and I'm thinking maybe there's at least some chicken in the soup. No, there's nothing. No, here's
lentil soup.
Here's a piece of bark and one of those floaty brown things. Criminy, man.
I mean, not a speck of meat. They had actually pizza there, and I'm like, maybe some pepperoni. No pepperoni. No,
Nothing.
just cheese. It's cheese pizza. You want an artichoke heart on top of that? We have one of those. All right. You know what? The more we talk about it, Mose, the more you're right. Screw
buddy.
Vic.
Thank
You're
you.
totally right on this. All right, back after this.
Words to live by, Vic.
One of the rare people that I love that I don't think sings very well, but I love Tom Petty.
I don't think he's a great. I mean, he's right in tune. You just probably don't like the quality of his. You don't like the tone of his voice.
Yeah.
The quality of his voice.
A little nasally.
Yeah.
Not a lot of range, but like the songs are great. I
Does
love
he have
them.
nasal polyps?
He might have. Vic, I'll tell you what, Vic. How about you sing a little "Learning to Fly" for me? Let's compare and contrast.
Huh? I don't know words. Don't ask me to sing. I don't know words. I don't do what you guys do.
Hey, you know that rat that your brother...
I play sports. I play dunk hoops.
You know that rat that your brother clubbed the other day?
I love how his go-to for, like, I'm super athletic is I play on the 8-foot rims. You don't understand what my life is.
Yeah.
I played 6 straight at DAC yesterday. I don't mess around with what you guys do.
There's probably some sort of animal you can purchase to clear that nose of yours out if you want it.
Get some leeches.
Yeah,
Stuff some leeches up there.
Let them go to town.
Hey, couple things here. Number one, Daniel Jones signed today with the Minnesota Vikings practice squad.
What does that do for your life at all? How does that affect your life?
None. But I do think, like, here's why I think this is at least quasi-interesting. There's a pretty good track record of guy leaves New York, whether it's the Jets or the Giants, and has a lot of success elsewhere. They've got a few guys that are like that. Geno Smith is obviously the most recent and I think best example of that.
Sam Darnold.
Sam Darnold also. I can go
soon to be my guy. Soon to be my guy.
Or perhaps this guy.
As far as my future goes, I haven't told anybody in my life that I want to play in 2025 and not in the Jets. So that's 100% false. I actually said the opposite. You know, I said that I'm going to wait and see what happens with at the end of the season, and if they want me back, and what happens with Brick, and what happens with the offensive staff, and obviously the GM at the time, and then they just fired Joe. There's a lot of things out of my control when it comes to that. But I've really enjoyed my time in New York. I mean, obviously we haven't had the success that we've all wanted to have, but I've made some great friendships on the team. I've enjoyed living in Jersey. I've enjoyed time in the city. I've enjoyed getting to know the fans. And I came here to win here. So I'm not jumping off ship, like I don't even know if I want to play yet, but New York would be my first option.
So that's Aaron Rodgers on McAfee show yesterday. And I'm getting really sick of the every single offseason Aaron Rodgers doesn't know if he wants to play football anymore thing. But, like, do you know how similar the paths are between Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre? Both won one Super Bowl in Green Bay, which felt like a disappointment, but were all-time legends there. They leave and they go where? Jets. The Jets. Mm-hmm. They both suck in New York.
Yeah.
But then Favre leaves New York, he goes to Minnesota, and all of a sudden he's on the cusp of a Super Bowl again. It looks like he can play. If I'm Rodgers, I'm trying to get the hell out of there.
You know, it's funny. We talk about these heel turns, both good and bad. Here's a bad one because he went from, and I know you've always hated him because he beat your Lions, but he went from one of those quarterbacks here in Denver when we had rumors and whispers that Aaron Rodgers was coming to Denver. Do you remember how we spoke of Aaron Rodgers back then? Do you remember the tone we had on this show?
Sure.
Please come rescue this franchise.
I hated him, but I was like, it would be nice if he came here. Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
It was like, oh my God, please make it happen. We dodged a bullet.
Yeah.
Theoretically, yeah. Theoretically.
Then we got another one that didn't work out. Didn't work out either. But it's just he dropped off like he dropped off a cliff. He went from the dude who could do no wrong, who threw the ball with such ease and grace and could manipulate a defense however he pleased, to a dude who his win percentage is lower than that of Zach Wilson's and Darnold's and the last 3 quarterbacks who went through New York City.
Vic, that's the real question regarding Aaron. Can he play the game at a high level anymore? Can he play the game at a level that it needs to be played at.
And on
because
top
I've
of
seen
that,
him make some incredibly poor throws this year.
On top of all that, he is overly exposed.
Yeah.
His weekly appearances on McAfee, and every time he says something, it's like, okay.
Can you guys think back when Favre left New York and decided he was going to go to Minnesota? Did you think that he was done? Did you think
I thought
that
he was
stupid?
I thought he was completely done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He proved me wrong.
Because he was there for what? Was it 2 years?
Something
and they
like
made the
that.
NFC Championship game, and it's just crazy. I don't know what New York does to people, but it ruins them. Now, we were talking about something earlier, and I do think that this is, first of all, a really good comparison. Second of all, starts to make me more and more nervous, and we got more time on Monday to talk about it, but does this game against Cleveland for the Broncos feel a lot like KU and CU last week? A team that's better than their record.
Yes.
That you can beat you, but you feel like you should win. I'm getting a little bit of like nerves coming in from Monday about that. And maybe it's just PTSD from last weekend, but I don't know.
Only difference is this game's in Denver. You don't have to travel to Arrowhead like the Buffs did. So you do have an advantage there. And I think the Broncos, if you don't respect the Cleveland Browns, you're going to lose the game. You have to have full respect for any NFL opponent. So if you go into this game with Moser's mentality, like it's a dub no matter what, you're going to lose.
I'm not saying it's a dub no matter what, because I think big time win. No, they have two incredibly big quality wins, but they're a Jekyll and Hyde team, Vic. They can also look really, really bad. Okay,
You have to respect an NFL opponent, home or away. Doesn't matter.
Understood. Okay. But here's who they are. They beat the Ravens 29-24. They get killed by the Chargers. They get killed by the Saints, and then they beat the Steelers.
Yeah. So tell me what you do with that.
I don't know what to do with that.
Tell me what you do. The two great teams they played, they beat.
They lost
the two
to the
bad
Raiders.
teams they played, they lose.
Yeah, they got killed by the Commanders. They played the Eagles tough. They played the Bengals tough. They lost those games. I don't know, man.
Cleveland's got talent. But
They got a guy who can equal the sacks. You know, they got 10 sacks out of Garrett, 10 sacks out of Benito. What's funny about their sack total, it's all Myles Garrett and nobody else. I'm looking at their sack total right now. I'm sorry, sacks allowed, the other side of the ball. They've allowed the Cleveland Browns 47 sacks, the most in the National Football League.
So if you're Nick Benito, you're ready to eat again.
You are so hungry.
Well,
so hungry.
On top of that, I think it's, to me, if you're a diehard Broncos fan, tomorrow night's game, Dolphins-Packers, is must-watch. I mean, that's the one team that's really on your heels for that wild card spot. If the Packers can win,
Is that in Green Bay?
It's in Green Bay.
Okay.
The Packers are anywhere from 3 to 3.5 point favorites. There were 3 on the Circus Sportsbook the last time I checked. This is a game that, look, everything sets up short week on the road in Lambeau, cold weather for a Miami team.
You should lose this game.
Like that, everything feels like the Dolphins should lose. But the Dolphins with Tua are a different animal. So it's hard to predict, especially with guys like Tyreek and Jalen Waddle, if they're doing their thing. It's really hard to predict.
Proclamation time.
Okay.
If the Dolphins lose tomorrow night, the Broncos are in the playoffs. Guaranteed.
Well,
I think you're probably right.
If the Broncos win Monday and the Dolphins lose tomorrow, I think
guaranteed.
It's done.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. Well, I think. I mean, listen. They'll be done. They'll be 2 games behind in the loss column. The Broncos won't give that up. And not only that, but the Dolphins have some other tough games coming up. Guarantee. If they lose tomorrow night, the Dolphins, Broncos are in the postseason.
I agree with you.
Said my piece.
Yeah, well, look, the nice thing about where the Broncos are at comparative to everybody else that's chasing them, whether it's the Dolphins, the Colts, the Bengals, like whoever you think is still in this, you have a margin for error that they don't. Like, they can't drop anything. You know what I mean? Like, they have to not only win the games they're supposed to, they got to upset some people on the way home, too. Now, the ironic thing is 2 of the 3 teams that are chasing you play with just a few games left in the season. That's the Colts game after the bye week, and then Cincinnati, which I think is the week before the final week of the season. So they can make up a lot of ground with just a game like that, but still, if you just keep pushing those guys farther and farther in the rear view, and Vic, you talked about it earlier, you wanted the Broncos to have some sort of pressure here late in the year.
I think it's healthy. I think it's
too.
healthy to have that angst, right? There's somebody chasing. Make sure you keep your distance from that somebody and play sharp football. I guarantee Sean Payton likes it.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I'm sure he wants his team to stay frosty. This team, listen, as much as I believe in them right now, they can't afford complacency. Not in a million years. So they're not that good. So I like it too. Hey, we'll get to more of that coming up on Monday. Brett, tonight, again, for those who missed Jared Bednar on the program today talking about the forwards.
Druin is week to week with his injury now, but he said if there's good news, Ross Colton looks like he should be getting on the ice soon, so that's a little bit of solace there. No update on Landeskog. You know, the interesting thing that he was talking about.
This has to be the same with Druin. It has to be the same thing that it was before, right?
You'd think.
I mean, week to week it's tough. I mean, he had a 2-goal game and then he's out again. It's not good.
Well, you asked a question. I think it is interesting because I just looked it up. I wanted to get some math on this because it does feel like MacKinnon is not as active with his shots this year, especially as of late. So he's averaging around about 3.5 shots per game this year. Last year, he led the NHL in shots per game. He had almost 5. It was like 4.96 or something like that.
Well, let me lay it out for you.
That's a full shot and a half less per game.
That is correct. Here's where Nate is in terms of his shots. In 18-19, he was first in the National Hockey League in shots per game. In 1920, he was first in the National Hockey League. In 2021, he was first in the National Hockey League. In 21-22, he was second in the National Hockey League. Last year, he was first in the National Hockey League. And this year, he's 21st.
Yeah, something's not right with that. I don't know what it is.
But what Coach Bednar did say is that if you look at the analytics, what he's doing and looking to make, he's much more playmaking. His assist totals are through the roof, right? I mean, a lot of guys are getting fat off of what Nate is doing, and that's good. It's just that he's not shooting the puck as much as he used to.
So it's not the exact same, but it's got a little bit of the feel that I think people had with Mikko in the postseason last year. Remember where he was racking up points, but it didn't feel like he was playing the Mikko Rantanen game that we were accustomed to. But you look at the box score, you're like, oh, well, he had a 3-point night. I mean, what's the big deal? But it just didn't feel like his presence was totally there. You know what I mean? That's a little bit what I'm feeling with Nate right now. Like, he's racking up points. He's doing things he's supposed to, but it doesn't feel like your typical Nathan MacKinnon game.
He didn't. This year, he already has 2 games with 0 shots on goal.
Which is wild.
Last year, he had 1 the entire season.
Well, I had another number, too.
So he's setting guys up, and again, it's a part of it, too, is what the opposition is doing to him, and they're making his life miserable, but they always do, so he'll play his way out of it.
So he had, and I know this isn't totally on him, this is a team statistic, but it is rare for him to be in this. Moj, he's got 3-3 games already this year. He had 2 all of last season. And he's got that -3 in the box score 3 different times.
Yet he's still tied for the lead in scoring in the National Hockey League.
I know. I don't think that, look, MacKinnon's not a problem right now. It just doesn't look totally like his full game for whatever reason. That's it. And Bednar didn't hint at, like, he's hurt or anything like that. So I don't think that's the issue, that he's, like, playing through something. You know, I'm sure all these guys are playing through a little bit of something, but still, he's going to. Like, do you have any fear that he's eventually going to figure this out and start putting up 5, 6, 7 shot games?
No, of course not. Hey, by the way, Vegas is really beat up. On the back end, Alex Pietrangelo, I don't think is going to play. Zach Whitecloud, I don't think is going to play. Wild Bill Carlson, I don't think is going to play. Mark Stone is on IR again.
Shocker.
What?
Wait.
No, Moj. Say that again.
Stone.
Say that again. What'd you just say?
Mark Stone's on IR.
Alert the presses. I mean, if there's ever something you never thought you'd see in your life.
Whoa. Did I tell you my hairdresser's name is named Mark Stone? My hairdresser shares the same name.
I don't like how you call the person who cuts your hair a hairdresser. Just say a barber.
No. Styles it.
Barbers do that.
No. I'll call him what I want to call him.
I'm right on this. Maybe there's not an actual, I don't know, like Merriam-Webster dictionary definition of this, but typically when you're speaking of male hair cutters, they are barbers, and females are hairdressers, aren't they?
No, they're dude hairdressers. Yeah, they're dude hairdressers.
Is there a difference between a hairdresser and a barber?
I mean, look.
Yeah, there's a big difference.
Look at the difference. Take your hat off and look at the difference. That's the difference right there.
What do you mean? I think my hair looks fine, actually.
I'm not sure what that is.
Oh, you got a haircut.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
From my barber.
Oh, he did you wrong.
What do you mean?
He gave you a bowl. He did you wrong.
You look
What
like
do you mean
one
a
of the,
bowl?
You look like
You
one
have
of
a
the
line of
players.
You have an absolute line of demarcation.
Hey, show it to me one more time.
Yeah,
Show it
look
to me.
at the side.
You
Show
know what
the
he
side.
looks like, Moj?
Look, dude.
Moj. Moj, you know what he looks like?
Bro.
He looks like one of the players on a foosball table.
It's called a fade. Get it together.
Hey,
Your
Vanilla
hairdresser
Ice,
might not know about
Vanilla
that.
Ice, he did you wrong.
Your hairdresser might not know about a fade. Barbers do.
Well, I go to a barber shop, and the gal who cuts my hair is named Madison.
She's a hairdresser.
Yeah. Tell her to cut whatever is on your under your lip, whatever the hell that is. Next time you're there.
Oh yeah, this is your random sort of like your soul patch is
scab you have going on.
It's
in
like
the middle of your
acne.
chin.
It just comes out of nowhere, and like sometimes it's there and sometimes it's not.
How does my soul patch affect your life?
It's just it's such a useless piece of facial hair.
It's offensive.
It's fun to play with.
Is that why you do it?
Kinda, maybe.
Why don't you just try and grow a beard?
No, I look stupid.
Trust me, you look stupid with that.
Now, who are you? Are you talking to me or Moser? Who are you talking
Moser.
to? Oh, okay. Both. I really I'm sitting there. You're looking at the camera. I'm like, I don't know who you're insulting right now, but
All right. So tonight's a double dipperoo, right?
Dipperoo.
And I've got some numbers
Help
on the
me, Juice.
Nuggets.
Help me,
I got
Juice.
some numbers. When we come back, that
Double
may
dipperoo.
calm
Tonight.
you down a little bit. Make you feel a little more at ease.
okay, we'll get to that and drunk takes next. All right, we have a dispute out here in the common area of our station. So a lot of the salespeople came in. They're having a little pre-holiday potluck breakfast thing where they're all bringing their own food.
Who?
The salespeople. So they're having a meeting. They bring in the food, and somebody, I think it was it Casey, made biscuits and gravy. So Moser is off camera right now because he's stuffing his face.
Yeah. That's all it took.
Goodness, Moser, just breathe, man. If you're going to eat during the break, then just breathe and wait until you're done eating. But the point is, Moser caught a lot of grief, and it's because he took the biscuit, and instead of filleting the biscuit, splitting it open, he just poured the gravy directly on that thing and just went to town.
Stuffed it right in his pie hole.
And I will say, look, thank you for doing a lap.
Call me a biscuit.
Did a lap around the studio just to come back and take another bite. Okay. But I think decorum would say that you probably have to fillet the biscuit open. That's the proper way to do things. It makes you feel like you get two when you really just have one, which I enjoy. But Moser doesn't have time for this. I'm surprised you just didn't eat it with your hands.
I'm start calling you JJ Redick. You want to go ahead and do the rest of the show while chewing?
No, we don't.
I really don't give a
Didn't bring it tonight. Oh. And you take the lozenge out of your mouth.
I could see that biscuit in his chin.
See, but... So I'm
Now
begging
you're
you,
swishing with a Dr. Pepper to get it down, man.
I'm begging you, dude. Like, just... Are you sweating right now?
What is wrong with you?
I'm begging you.
I feel great. I feel awesome.
I'm begging you. I know I've said this to you a million times. I'm saying this as a friend, okay? Don't take that big of bites and eat slower. The food's not going anywhere, but then you...
He thinks it's going to escape.
It gets stuck in your throat. You got to take 8 swigs of something to get it down. Like, that's not healthy.
Super good, dude. I got to bail right away. I got to get to skate. And I'm a little nervous because is it still snowing outside, Vic? Can you see outside?
Yeah. It's snowing hard here in Golden.
Hard. So I got to drive through that snow to get there.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is a double dipperoo with the Avs and Nuggets going at it
Double
tonight.
dipperoo.
Give you a little, and I had to look at this myself because somebody said, calm down. Yesterday, of course, I went off on the Nuggets and what they brought to the table against the Knicks. Unforgivable, just uncalled for, no effort. Worst defeat at home since Michael Malone took over. Worst defeat. Don't flush it. Hold it. Wear it. And so everybody's obviously pessimistic after a loss like that. But I'm going to read you something. Tell me what you think. Tell me if we're overreacting to the Nuggets start. Okay. Last 5 seasons, through 16 games. All right? Through 16 games. They're 9-7 right now, correct? Is that what the record is?
Yes.
9-7? 2020-21, 9-7. Following year, 9-7. The year they won the title, 10-6. Last year, 10-6. This year, 9-7. The year they won the title, they went to 10-7. They win tonight, they'll be 10-7. Are we overreacting? Seems like to me, looking at these numbers, Nuggets are always a slow starting team.
Vic, it's not necessarily that they are 9-7. It's how they're 9-7 to be.
Yeah.
Okay, and that may seem unfair as well, and we may be overreacting to that. But I don't remember in previous 9-7s a 145-point outburst at home.
I got something for you. And why I think you're correct.
Because the problems before were, hey, man, you got to score a little bit more. Somebody's got to put the ball in the... That's not a problem right now, even when guys are being inconsistent. It's, hey,
the points
can you defend?
Allowing,
can you defend anybody?
That's a great point. 116.6 per game is what they're allowing. The most points they've allowed through 16 games since 1990.
Yeah.
34 years.
Well, and Vic, the other thing is 9-7 means 16 total games. I don't know how many games I would say they've played okay defense. Most of it's just been bad.
Second half against the Lakers was about as locked down as it gets.
But Vic, if we can point to one specific thing, we should have a handful.
Sure,
half the game saying, yeah, they play good defense in those. They haven't, and beyond that, they might have had a similar record in years past with this same sort of core. I don't think we were 16 games in questioning the effort on any given night, though. Like, I don't think Malone's calling them out for it's game 15 or 16. You guys just didn't feel like playing basketball tonight. That's what's weird.
Yeah, Nick has a good point here. He says it's the eye test that makes this different than the years before. Right now, I think everybody would agree that they're not passing the eye test on a nightly basis, right, Vic? Hey, they can lose some games in last-second shots or whatever, or a couple of breakdowns and they lose the game late. But it's the eye test of what you're seeing on the floor right now that just doesn't feel like years gone by.
Well, and I keep hearing from people saying, AG's out, they're not whole. Well, who is whole in the NBA? There are a lot of teams that are injured. That's not a valid excuse. I want to remind you that the Nuggets won 5 straight, all home games, without AG.
Yeah. Yep.
So you need to see, and I told you guys I needed to see at least 20. Was it 20 games or 10 games? Whatever it was.
You said 10.
Yeah,
but
10. They were 7-3 through 10. 7-3. And now they've dropped back a little bit. Now they're 9-7 through 16. And their schedule is going to be very difficult here. It's a difficult schedule. They got a lot of road games coming up, boys. A lot.
Well, the concerns I have about the team is, and this is what I hope is not happening. Look, when you're a perennial sort of playoff and championship sort of team, a lot of times those teams can just be like, I don't care about the regular season. We're going to make the postseason, and then we'll turn it on from there. And this team has never been like that, and I don't know if they're still built that way.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're like, we'll flip the switch type of team right now.
Well, I'm going to tell you where the switch starts, and pay close attention to it tonight. I don't know if you're like me, Nuggets fans, but I'm pretty sick of these slow starts. You know that the Nuggets are the worst first-half team in the NBA? They give up the most points in the first half of any team in the NBA. How about getting off to a good start? Because a year ago, the difference is the Nuggets used to own the first quarter. They were first-quarter demons. You put the starters out there with Joker, and they would jump on you, and they built a cushion, and that cushion helped down the stretch. How about not building a double-digit deficit? How about that?
Yeah. Well, that game is going to be on 950 tonight, as the Avs and Golden Knights going to be on 92.5. And now, because it's a short week, our favorite part of the week, Drunk Takes.
Dun, 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 dun. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present dun, 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 dun. Drunk Takes. Brought to you by Lariat Lodge Brewing Company. Crack open a cold beer or enjoy scratch food and a cold pint at one of their 2 scenic locations in Littleton and Evergreen.
Doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel right.
Shout out to the boys and girls over there at Lariat Lodge. Delicious food, delicious brews. Go check them out. Littleton and Evergreen. Drunk Takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly. Oklahoma? I mean, Spanx? Alabama like that? Really? The same Oklahoma team that has been made fun of over and over this year for being like just giant Kim Kardashian size ass. They were. I mean, they're ass.
They're not
but
good.
Large.
They're not good.
What's next? You've been so good to me and my family. It's like, whoa, dude. Walter, you get yourself some gabagool. You head to the game, light up a couple cigars, get a victory cigar ready, and that's what we do.
I am glad to be here to coach this football team. I think we can win the ACC, and we will not rest until we do.
I'm pulling my
dude, it's like you're barfing. It's like you were yakking.
I'm the worst. You guys are really good at impressions. I can't do them.
Andy Lindahl, by the way, when we did that, he said, I'm not always up early, but when I am, it's to hear Moser, Vic, and Brett offend every culture in this country. Yes, that's what that segment was. What's next?
Well, what was the issue there with Georgie?
Hey, but sucker. Hey, but sucker. Here we go now. Hey, but sucker. Hip, sucker.
Here we go now.
Hippa sucker.
Yeah.
Hippa sucker.
How come when there's
Hippa sucker? Hippa sucker. Hippa sucker. Hippa sucker.
Yeah.
How come, stop this, how come when there's a relevant Nuggets question of interest, I always answer succinctly with facts, but if there's an Avalanche question I pose, it's some made-up song about HIPAA?
Oh, because
Why?
Why is Aaron Gordon out?
Yeah.
He has a calf strain, won't be
Yeah,
on a
we
road
understand
trip
that.
tonight.
Where
Hip,
exactly?
sucker.
Yeah. Hip, sucker. Here we go now. Hip,
What's
sucker.
next?
Schematically.
Yeah, it's just
That's gross, man.
I don't think the effort was there.
Almost choked.
Who's wheezing? Who's that wheezing? Who is that?
Oh my God.
Who was wheezing?
That was you eating that biscuit.
No, it's me. I mean,
gross.
Vic. What's next?
Got to get that taste. It's got a little bit of a taste in
This
it.
part up here. That's what I need.
No, you put your tongue on both at the same time.
Get in on it and get it good. No, this is a lot easier to lick it. That's how you did it.
I don't like that at all.
Wouldn't you like to try that on your wife now?
Oh my God.
I bet she's never done that before.
Don't talk about my wife like that.
You idiot, the battery. You moron.
Dare you say that?
Moron.
Keep my wife's name out your mouth. All right, one more, Nelly. Go ahead. Or is that it? Are we done?
Is that it, Nelly?
We're done? All right.
Oh, man.
All right. Had the conversation with Jared Bednar earlier in the show. You can find that in the podcast shortly. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. I hope that all of you have a great Thanksgiving weekend.
I may show up on your doorstep, though, man.
Okay.
That bird looks too good.
Yep.
Oh, he'll eat.
Dude, it's the greatest bird, maybe the greatest bird I've ever seen.
One rule. You have to eat slowly.
Moser, I got an 18-pounder. We'll have leftovers.
I'm coming. Golden, here I come.
All right. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll talk to you Monday. Love you. Bye.
Schematically,
It's a pre-Thanksgiving double dip tonight on Altitude Sports Radio. Avs in Vegas Golden Knights, 7:30 pregame show. It says it's an 8 p.m. puck drop, but it's on TNT, so that's going to be like an 8:22 puck drop. Nuggets will be on the road in Utah to take on the Jazz. You can hear that on 9:50 a.m. with the 6:30 p.m. pregame show and a 7 p.m. tip with Kaz. Welcome to the Morning Sprint. Before we get into college football playoff and Browns and Broncos, we're going to have the Browns guest coming up at about 11:30 today to preview what's going on with this. Honestly, it's a team that scares the living crap out of me going into this week.
You almost used the word resurgent.
I know.
But you weren't there yet?
I'm not there yet, but for
you really
Jameis,
can't, but they kind of are.
It's this mixed bag.
know.
We're going to have John Doss join us.
And it's Monday Night
ABC
Football,
5.
too.
Playing those midnight Navy uniforms.
They look really good. That's my favorite combination.
Before we get into all of that, I agree. Before we get into that, before we get into what Bednar said about Jonathan Drouin being out now week to week with an upper body injury, I got to tell you guys the creatures that we work with. A couple of weeks ago, Coach, have you ever heard of the term Friendsgiving?
I hate it. It's a millennial term, but go ahead.
It's a millennial thing.
Yeah.
So those of you who don't know what Friendsgiving is.
I can't do Friendsgiving.
A Friendsgiving is a Thanksgiving that happens prior to Thanksgiving with your family where you just get together with a bunch of people relatively your age and you do Thanksgiving like 10 days beforehand.
So dumb.
It's kind of dumb.
No, it's really dumb.
It's also kind of like an excuse to drink a bunch of wine
Just
on a
go to the
random
bar,
Thursday.
Go to your local watering hole and drink beers together. It's perfectly legal. We don't need to theme it.
We had a wonderful outside of the weird situation. It was a nice night that we had.
Oh wait,
with
you
our
went
friends.
to a Friendsgiving?
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So we went to a Friendsgiving 2 weekends ago, and I had
just when I was starting to like you,
Coach. I had a great time.
Stop it.
And
Let me ask
met
KJ.
this guy.
KJ, you ever been to a Friendsgiving before?
I have not.
That's my dog. Keep going.
I was gonna say, well, this is how you keep the wife happy. And I was like, both of you guys have very happy wives, so I suppose there's different strokes for different folks.
I don't know.
All right, so we go to this Friendsgiving a couple of weekends ago, and I meet this guy named Patty. And Patty's a listener to all of our shows and watches Avs games and stuff like that.
Good dude.
Good dude. Patty's a good dude.
Just like all of our listeners.
Yeah.
Just good dudes and dudettes.
And most of the time, if someone knows what I do for a living or they recognize my voice or we just get to talking about it, most of the time I get this question. And Patty goes, so I gotta know, is Moj the same in real life as he is over the air? And I went, he's exactly what he sounds like on the air. And Brett puts it perfectly. Brett says, he goes, I will never meet another person in my life like Mark Moser. And late last night, I had the perfect example of this. Moj sends an all-staff email last night at like 11:30 p.m. because he's got nothing to do on a non-Avs night. And he says, fellas, I got all my old hats. Some are new, some are used. They will be in the break room until the end of next week. Those that are not picked up will go to charity. I thought it was a joke. I walked in. There are 35 hats littering our disgusting break room, and they're all these floppy old man visor cap. Nobody, it's the worst collection of hats I've ever seen in my life. And Moj thought it was a great idea to bring it into the room, thinking that people would take them home to their families for Thanksgiving. The weirdest guy I've ever met. Moj, I love you, but
Moj is one of the most authentic human beings I've ever met.
Really?
He is the same guy on air. He's the same guy that yells about guts when he doesn't have a microphone in his face. The only thing that's different about Moj is that maybe a few more colorful words come out of his mouth.
I'm going to go get a few of these
Off
hats
the
and
air.
just put them on. If you guys watch the program, twitch.tv/altitude.
I'm just going to tell you, I walked by this collection of hats. I didn't have a chance to see what you had posted, Raj, on the socials. It is the worst collection of hats I have ever seen. They are all built for, I'm going to say 75 or older year-old men. There's no style to them. So while I can glaze Moj for his authenticity, I have to say, if you have 30 hats in your collection that are in that category of bad hats, you have zero swag. So zero style.
The thing that I was hoping that was going to happen is Moser's worked in professional sports for 30 years? Close to it? If you work in that space,
you should just
think
some good hats.
You would think there would be some good hats, but as I'm going to take off my Adele Golf. By the way, you guys can win a fully customized set of irons starting on Monday with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane from our friends at Adele Golf, EDEL. I'm wearing this right now. Solid hat, right? I don't have as great of a hat game as you do, Coach. I will admit that, but it's a solid hat. I was hoping to find things like this, but no. Here is a floppy Ketchum, Idaho hat.
Oh, Ketchum, nice place.
Ketchum, tell
Sun
me where
Valley,
Ketchum, Idaho
Sun
is.
Valley,
You
Idaho
actually know where
area.
Ketchum, Idaho is?
Ketchum's a great spot.
Could have beat me.
But you know what that was? That was sold at a tourist trap store on Main Street.
A 7-Eleven off of Route 17.
Or that. Yes.
All right, don't want that one. What about a tan Titleist visor?
Just a run-of-the-mill khaki tan visor.
Just let the flow breathe at the top of my head.
Top down, man.
All right, you don't want that one. You don't want that one. What about this is my favorite one. What about a trucker hat from Bevy's Liquor World?
It's actually probably the only hat that.
Ow!
Does it have like one of those stabbers
Dude,
inside
it
of
tried
it?
to stab me.
Yep, that's a sign of a really bad hat. Is when like the stitching is violent.
Here's one from. Is this Borgsheim? Putting personality back into printing. It's a printing hat.
That is the worst hat I've ever seen.
A printing hat.
That is the worst hat I've seen in my life.
And finally,
I'm so glad that you didn't even give it the courtesy of putting it on.
Finally, if you didn't want any of those ones, this is the best hat of the bunch, and it is a
Montreal Expos.
A Montreal Expos hat.
The Exposition.
The best hat of the bunch, however, is riddled with sweat stains. And Moj brought this in thinking that someone would want to put it on their own head, and I will not do that to myself.
Moj got that probably, 17 years ago when he was traveling around doing a broadcast. He's like, that'd be cool. I get a Montreal throwback Expos hat.
Moj, I got a handful of boxer briefs that are a little worn in, but they're Lulus. They're Lululemons.
Yeah.
So it's good stuff.
And the good thing about those is that the darker ones don't show the stains in the backside.
I know, and that's why I get the darker ones, because
So you do have a couple lighter ones in there, and hey, put it out on the table just like Moj did.
Hey, lightly used.
Lightly used. It's pretty bad. Hey, by the way, my Friendsgiving take, I got assaulted for it. And I didn't know this, so I appreciate my fine friend in the Shop Mazda text line from 5613. Give me a little history about Friendsgiving. And he found a soft spot in the old coach's heart. Friendsgiving was originally for friends who didn't have family or family in town to get friends together on Thanksgiving. The new definition has been altered by Gen Z punks. I think, Raj, you might fit into that.
I was going to say, you can call me a Gen Z punk? A 93 birth year, people. Mid-millennial.
I also was accused of being unenjoyable. Thanks, Tyler. Appreciate the drop there. Wow. Sanford sounds so enjoyable from the 4449.
Coach, you would be a great person to have at a Friendsgiving. You pooped on it a little bit, but you would be a really, really fun person.
Do you think maybe? Because this is also from the 4449. And this is where I don't know, get a little sensitive. My insecurities start to show. He says that he or she says, I get why Sanford couldn't relate to his players now. Well, first off, if I have a team full of players that are Friendsgiving guys, then we wouldn't go just 1-11 like I did in 2022. We'd go over, like the Kent State Golden Flashes.
Oh, no.
Did last night.
MACtion 012?
MACtion Tuesday night. The Kent State Golden Flashes completed the unthinkable, the 0-12 season. My best friend, Clay Patterson, tight end coach, receiver coach, talked to him this morning.
Yikes.
It's a part of history.
Tough go.
Outscored 549-117 on the season.
Oh, no.
It's not a fun year.
Coach, college football playoff. Colorado's still ranked in the top 25 according to the CFP, but here is your bracket.
Well, hell, Ole Miss is number 14.
Nuts.
That's
after
awesome.
The Jackson Dark Pitt performance.
Yeah, they lost to the 15th best team in the SEC in Kentucky. They lost to the 10th best team in the SEC and the 7th best team in the SEC. But hey, they're a top 15 team in pole position if more chaos ensues to join the playoff, because we have to have SEC teams in the playoffs, period.
So does that mean that Arizona State should be the most pissed off team in the
Arizona
country
State
right
got
now?
screwed.
So right now, your top 12 reads as this. Oregon, 1, bye. Texas, 2, bye. Miami, 3, ACC projected champ, bye. Boise State, number 4, Mountain West projected champ, bye. Your number 12 Arizona State Sun Devils would have to go to the Horseshoe and take on Ohio State, the 5 seed. Tennessee is the 9 seed visiting the Hedges in Georgia. Indiana, coming off of a loss, is the 11 seed going into Happy Valley to take on the Penn State Nittany Lions. And the SMU Mustangs are the 10 seed that would have to go to South Bend and take on Notre Dame. Your first 4 out as of right now: Alabama.
See ya.
South Carolina.
Trending.
Mississippi.
See ya.
And by the rankings, Tulane.
If Boise State wins out, they're in. We know that. They have Oregon State this weekend. I think that's actually going to be a very tricky game. Actually, it's Friday, 10 a.m. And they have the Mountain West Conference Championship, which now looks like it'll be a rematch against UNLV, who frankly should have beaten Boise State. Tulane will be on the outside looking in.
How much does this CFP hate, and I mean hate, the Big 12?
The only team it kind of liked for a while was undefeated BYU, because it had to like undefeated BYU. Once there was chaos in the conference and you have a 2-loss team now leading the conference, it's like, yeah, your league stinks. And we're going to just give you 1 spot.
Gil goes, hey guys, what time's the sports talk start back up? Hey, Gil, cool it.
Hey, Gil, I love
Cool
you.
it.
Gil, you know what Gil is?
Gil, you're uninvited to the Friendsgiving.
No, Gil is the guy that instead of having Friendsgiving parties, he goes to his local water. He or she goes to the local watering
They
hole.
do it right. They do it right. This is how ACC fans must have felt last year. This is how you must have felt if you were a Seminole fan last season, when there were just 4 teams in, and every single week that committee was looking at the Seminoles and going, we don't want you to have any part of this. And for all of the chaos and honestly, it's a TV show and you want chaos on television shows. Doesn't the Big 12 scream television chaos to you? Why would you not want one of those teams in there?
You're going to get
Tulane's ranked higher. Like, you think Tulane's got a better chance of beating Ohio State than a Big 12 team does? Come on.
I mean, Arizona State, if they win out, they're in the tournament. They're in the dance, without question.
You'll just be the 12 seed.
Yeah, because they'll have one more top 25 victory, and they already have 3. They'd have 4 top 25 victories if they take care of business. They're trending and playing good football. And they also don't really know how to properly storm a field, timing-wise. Got that off. Coach Kenny Dillingham, who also doesn't understand the world of phones in his face at all times, because he was going nuts. You know, here, Damn Care Bear, one of our most loyal Safeway Twitchers, says, why in the bleep is Boise State number 4? And I know a lot of us understand how this all works out. Boise State is actually not number 4. They're number 11 in this poll, which I think is fair. They're right now at 10-1. Their only loss came by a point against the number 1 team in the country, and they've controlled the rest of their schedule.
Right, so the top 25 reads differently from the projected bracket.
Correct, and the reason for it is that the top 5 conference champions are guaranteed a seat at the table. The top 5 ranked. Top 5 ranked conference champions.
So, like, if you won the Mountain West, or you won the AAC, and you were ranked number 7 somehow, you'd be in.
Yes.
That was the Army situation.
Problem with Tulane is they have 2 losses from earlier in the season in non-conference play. Boise State has just 1. But the top 4 rated in the CFP rankings conference champions get the first round bye.
And the whole thought process going into this was, well, the top 4 ranked will be Power 5 conference teams. We're guaranteed this will be SEC, Big 10, Big 12, ACC. and it just didn't play out this year. That's the reason why the 11th ranked Boise State Broncos are projected to be the 4 seed in the tournament and have a bye in week 1.
And I also think Boise State's strength of schedule and who they played in the conference, namely UNLV potentially twice, and then Washington State, who at the time was a top 25 team. So they have 2 top 25 wins, potentially 3 if they do beat UNLV in the conference championship game, plus their only loss being once again to the number 1 team. The only unblemished team. Is that the only undefeated team now in college football?
Oregon is the only undefeated team in college football.
Because Army went down. They were undefeated. Indiana went down. They were undefeated. I think who else was. Nobody in the SEC is unblemished.
I don't see anyone else with a
you'd
0
be
in
ranked.
the loss column. You would be ranked. You'd be somewhere
like Army
in there.
was. Like Army was ranked. Indiana was ranked highly.
No, that's it.
Yep.
That's it. The closest you have is 10-1 Texas, 10-1 Boise State, 10-1 Notre Dame.
Tell you what, I know Notre Dame's
and 3
taking
10-1 Big 12 teams.
Notre Dame's taking
teams.
a lot of heat for the loss against Northern Illinois, and they should. But that happened 2+ months ago. Notre Dame's playing good football, and I know their schedule's weak, but they're a team that right now, I think because of how good their defense is, and they're playing smart-ish offensive football, they're going to be a problem potentially in this tournament. I think they're a problem for somebody.
Double dip tonight on Altitude Sports Radio. Avs and Golden Knights at home at Ball Arena. 7:30 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Nuggets and Jazz will be on AM 950 this evening starting at 6:30. We'll get into what Jared Bednar had to say on his weekly morning show presented by Quantum Fiber with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. We got some injury news, and it wasn't good. We'll tell you what it was next. Avs and Golden Knights tonight. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, 7:30 pregame. It's going to be like an 8:22 puck drop. It is a late one on Thanksgiving Eve. You guys could probably still go out to the bars. Like if that's a thing where you're from, right? The old Wednesday prior to Thanksgiving bar trip.
It became more of a thing after my vintage of like going back to high school, like going back to your hometown, and everybody who's in college goes back and gets together with the high school friends. Those are good 4 years there. Yeah. I didn't really get that, Raj, because my dad had changed jobs like 3 times while I was in college.
This is why my coach doesn't know what Friendsgiving is.
There's a lot of stuff I've missed out on, and I'm very appreciative to our texters and our Twitchers.
Where?
For stop. Where? I mean, I really feel bad about assaulting Friendsgiving now, knowing that there are people that don't have family nearby. Like, I feel horrible about that. So all of you Friendsgiving celebrators, I love you. I apologize. I'm not playing both sides of this. I really didn't know that this is something that was created for people that don't have family.
It was a heartwarming thing.
And it makes me feel like just a toxic masculinity jerk.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane had Jared Bednar on this morning, as they do every Wednesday at 8 a.m. He had this to say about Ross Colton and the rest of the injury updates.
Yeah, he's going to miss some time here. He's not day to day, so he's week to week.
That's Drew.
Hopefully not that long, but yeah, the upper body injury will be week to week. Good news is Colton's doing pretty well, and he's going to hit the ice. He still has some healing to do from that broken foot, but he's at a point here now where in the next day or two, we're hoping that he's going to be able to get on the ice and start working his way back. He still needs more time to heal, but sort of a pain tolerance thing now while he heals to get the hands back and start getting back in shape. As you know, that's a difficult injury to stay in shape on too, because you're like in a boot and crutches and all that, and then you get walking and you can't do a whole lot when it comes to lower body skating. So he's going to need some time to get back into it.
Getting back into it, Ross Colton spotted on the ice prior to Avs morning skate.
Was that a
today.
fracture? Was it like a bone chip or a fracture?
I believe it was a fractured foot from the block
so
shot.
So it's probably like a bone, like most likely a bone chip?
It was either that or it's like
on the ankle bone or that inner nub.
Yeah, the little inner nub before your big toe on your instep.
Yeah, that's
not a fun one.
I
don't know.
That's
what
one of
called.
those that at night you're stumbling around trying to find the restroom and pow! Yeah! Oh God! Yeah!
Yeah, those ones aren't fun. The good news for the Avs, considering Drouin goes out and is now week to week, which means do you get him back after that long road trip to start December? Are you looking at kind of the same timeline for Colton and Drouin at this point? It feels like the Avs can never get out of this injury bug, but the good side for them, and not so great for the Vegas Golden Knights, is that Vegas is crazy hurt right now. Mark Stone on injured reserve, shocker there. Alex Pietrangelo likely not to play tonight. Zach Whitecloud, their defenseman, has been day-to-day. William Karlsson will not be in the lineup, former 40-goal scorer for Vegas. Victor Olofsson is on IR. He came over this year from the Buffalo Sabres and has been pretty darn good for Vegas in the games that he's played. Vegas is ripe for the taking right now. And I think that you do have to bounce back at home, national TV game, when you don't have the luxury of saying, well, we were so hurt. We were so hurt. We shouldn't have won this game. No, Vegas is way more hurt than you are. This is a game that you should win at home. You are minus 155 favorites coming off of a shellacking on the road against Tampa Bay, but the general feeling around this team is, well, we're on the up and up. 7-3 over our last 10.
These are must-win games for both the Nuggets and the Avs. And you could say, well, who cares? It's early season basketball and hockey. There's 82 of them. I disagree. These are games that you look back at the end of the season, and if you're not in the positions that you want to be in with regards to the postseason standings and home ice, home court advantage, you've got to win these games. And the Utah Jazz for the Nuggets, 100%, you got to win it. You got to get the bad taste out of your mouth from getting shellacked on your home court against a Knicks team that seems to do that to you in back-to-back years. One time it was on the road in New York last year. It was in that weird road stretch that the Nuggets were on. But for the Avs, you have got to shore up some of the things that have ailed you in games that have gone awry, and this has got to be one of those games. You've got to win. Like I'm going to call them, Raj, these are both must-win games on our doubleheader here on our Altitude airwaves.
Start early, start on time is the only thing I care about this. Like I said, there were two things that you had to fix about this team. One is the consistency of the goaltending. Georgiev's going to get the start, right? Like that's what's going to happen. There's a reason why Ananen went back into the game in the 8-2 loss at Tampa Bay. That was because it was a scheduled day off for Georgie, and he was meant to play tonight against Vegas. You have to start on time in order to help him be consistent. You can't have all of these breakdowns, constant 2-on-1, shorthanded opportunities against. I also would love to see Nathan MacKinnon shoot the puck a little bit more. The morning show is talking about how he has dropped his average shots on goal per game this year by nearly 1. He's still shooting a lot. He's 21st in the league in terms of total shot creation, but he's not number 1 or number 2, which is where he's been for the last half decade.
You know
Shoot
what?
The puck.
In the Western Conference of both the NHL and the NBA, where did both the Nuggets and the Avalanche find themselves in positionally? Take a guess.
9?
Both are 8.
All right.
And I get it. You're only 22 games in, but if you let these types of trends continue and mediocrity becomes part of the standard early on in the season, then you have to do what the Nuggets did last year, and you have to go all in for the remaining month and a half of the season, and you're not in the best spot.
That's a different conversation entirely.
For the Nuggets and the Avs?
No, it's not. Do you have to go all in at the end of the season? Does it really matter? Does it really matter if you're playing a road series or you have to go on the road every single time? If you believe in that starting 5 with the Nuggets, right? Because when we looked at last season, it was they were pushing so hard to get home court advantage. And, well, by the time that it actually mattered, Game 7 against Minnesota, you blew a 20-point fourth quarter lead. So it didn't matter. I know it was anomalous.
It might matter, though, Raj, if you're in a spot of even making the tournament. And especially in the NBA, if you have to play any of these play-in games.
Oh, they're not going to be that bad.
Well, my point is that you don't want to set yourself up through the first 2, 3, 4 months of the season so that you are playing a ton of must-win games down the stretch, which then puts more of a tax on your star players. Therefore, you're not as effective in the postseason. I'm talking about making it.
Right, so that's what I'm saying, is that neither one of those teams are going to be in that situation. The Avs are closer because it's harder to make the playoffs in the NHL than it is in the new-look NBA because of all these play-in teams and 4 extra teams being alive at the end of the season, or rather, technically 2 extra teams being live at the end of the season. It's harder to make it in the National Hockey League, but neither one of those teams, with the talent that they currently have, I think are at risk of actually missing the playoffs. It's just get in and see what you can do at that point. And if both coaching staffs are okay with not pressing at the end of the season to try and get into a top 4 seed in the NBA, or not pressing at the end of the season to try and get the number 2 seed in the Central, because as of right now, it looks as though no one's going to catch Winnipeg. Yes, it's early, but the 2 seed in the Central would guarantee that you at least play your first round series at home. It didn't matter for the Avs last year anyway. They were better on the road in the postseason.
I believe that the perfect model for the right regular season in order to acquit yourself for the best possible postseason is exactly what happened with the Nuggets in 2022 going into 23. And it was make it a December to remember. December is the month. And you can play with your food a little bit in October, November. Right now, the Nuggets are in a 3-way tie for the very last spot in the play-in. And I know it's 16 games in. It's not reason to fully panic. But if you let some of these symptoms linger towards mediocrity for too long, if it's starting to linger into December, I have my concerns. Because then you're going to have to go all in at the end of the season again.
They're not going to be that. Neither one of the teams are going to be that bad. Neither one of those teams. You have a dude who's going to win another MVP likely this season with the Nuggets. you have that player, you're not going to be fighting to get into the playoffs.
Right, but also, I understand that, but like...
The same thing happens with the Avs and McCarr and MacKinnon. You're not going to be fighting to get in. You might be a 6th seed.
We're having the discussion, when do you make that move? When do you make that move to start separating to be a team that's not going to have to play in a play-in game? When do you make that move? Because if you're playing with your food too long, man, you either overexert yourself with your starters, too many minutes for your starters in the month of March. That's proven.
That is worst case scenario, mostly for the Nuggets. The Avs as well. The Avs are this weird. The Avs are this weird mixed bag that, like, you don't know if they ran out of gas in the playoffs. They kind of didn't. You just didn't have players available to you. So maybe I look at this season with the Avalanche. If they have to push to get a home ice series in round 1, and they do so successfully, and then they peter out in round 1 or round 2, then we can have the same conversation about the Avs as we are with the Nuggets right now of like, you exerted yourself for too long last year. I think the Avs organization right now is calmer with being a lower seed and going on the road in the playoffs than the Nuggets have been over the last 2-3 seasons.
Nick on the Shot Mazda text line comes back with, well, Coach, we'll probably make that move when everybody stops making excuses for Jamal and he actually starts playing well. If you listened to our program yesterday, Nick, you heard us. We were not making any excuses. In fact, I had the idea, hey, let's make this guy get on the bench and earn his spot back by how he plays and how he acquits himself and what kind of mentality he plays with all the time. Not sometimes, all the time.
I walked off the show wondering if we were too mean to Jamal Murray yesterday.
Hey, it felt like Philadelphia sports talk radio.
We're just WIP.
Just screaming about all of our local players and coaches.
We can do that for you.
Boo his ass.
Thank you. Appreciate you, KJ. Guys, we've got so much to get in today. 11:15 NFL Notes with KJ. We're going to be joined by John Doss of ABC5 in Cleveland to talk about the Broncos and the Browns and whether or not this is truly a trap game. But on the other side, as we do every single Wednesday on the Morning Sprint with Coach Sanford and Alex Ryan, we will be joined by our dear friend from Altitude TV, Christopher Dempsey, live from Utah for his NBA Baseline Report. That is next. Don't go anywhere. Morning Sprint. Raj and Coach, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll be joined at 11:30 by, who do we got coming in from Cleveland, KJ?
John Doss.
John Doss of ABC5 in Cleveland will join us to talk about the Browns and the Broncos.
If you want to get some Cleveland, Ohio vibes currently and you're listening in the Denver area, just look outside your window.
Oh, it is very Clevelandy. It's very gray.
It's awesome.
It's kind of nice.
So cool. I love holidays with
I got
snow.
to drive to Albuquerque in this stuff tonight.
I
got to go
that.
up and
I don't
down
love
the
that for you,
Raton
Raj.
Pass. And I just don't want to do
Yeah, there's some serious snow.
There's
going to
be some snow, man.
I saw I think is it Monarch? Or somewhere I saw it's 28 inches already from the
Vail
storm.
got pounded last night, too. They got like 14 inches overnight. Good for them.
Just give me all the gnar. I just wanted to keep falling.
You see the Buffs stun UConn yesterday?
Awesome.
73-72.
Tad Boyle, baby.
NCAA basketball to start off, and it's the battle for Atlantis weekend and the Maui Invitational. Like honestly, they start off the year so well. The cap ends to both sides of the college basketball season are awesome. Because they start off with Memphis beats UConn in overtime. Auburn storms back to beat number 5 Iowa State, and that was the 4-5 matchup 2 days ago. That was 83-81. North Carolina came back from a 20-point deficit to beat Dayton 2 days ago. Kansas played number 11 Duke and held them off by 2 points last night. They start off the seasons red hot, and then there's nothing better than a college basketball tournament in March and April.
I just have a hard time with college basketball personally because it just doesn't feel like you know who your team is anymore at all. Like even talking to Tad Boyle's wife at a CU tailgate a week or two ago, she's like, Tad likes his team, but doesn't really know what he has until they start playing. Like that's true because you turn over the entire roster almost every year.
I couldn't name a single basketball player for the Syracuse Orange right now. Not one.
This is going to sound horrible, an admission on a sports talk radio show. I don't know one. I couldn't name one college basketball player right now.
Cooper Flagg.
There you go.
He's going to be the number one pick.
I know Cooper Flagg now.
He's a Dookie.
I used to be so into college basketball.
He is the next hateable Duke player. And he's going to be a freak. He's going to be the number 1 overall pick in the draft. He is every bit as advertised. That guy is a player.
Is he the dude that was his pregame dunk routine is unreal, and he doesn't look like a guy that would have an awesome pre-dunk routine or pregame dunk routine?
I couldn't tell you. I've watched a couple of games.
Does he look like you, Raj, but taller?
I mean, he's like 7 foot, and his shoulders are probably 2 times the size
I'm
of
thinking
mine
of a
in terms
different
of width.
Dookie. There's like a Christian Brown type guy.
I mean, he does. He looks a lot like Christian. Look him up, Cooper Flagg. He looks like Christian Brown.
7 feet?
I think he's damn near 7 foot. He's huge. It's huge. How much of the CU Buffs basketball recruiting gets a little bumped from Prime? You think
hurt.
You think the excitement around Prime and CU
does not hurt?
Not at all.
A little bit more excitement than when they had an interim head coach with a beard. It was losing.
Did you ever coach at a school that had that type of buzz around? Was that like Notre Dame for you?
Well, yeah. I mean, it was anytime the football team at, say, Boise State, when Boise State's in a relevant national discussion, there is a definite correlation with basketball benefiting from it. And the best was that basketball coaches would tell us that as a staff. Like, dude, I appreciate what you guys are doing, man.
Thank you.
Because our recruiting weekends are just so much better having them come to a home game when it's the whole country is at least interested in what's going on in this game.
Yeah, you know where the bread gets buttered. I understand that. And unfortunately, for my viewing pleasure, it was the death of the Big East. Because you understood where the money came from.
God, how fun was the Big East?
The Big East was unbelievable. And I got to see the last year of it.
At MSG was just unbelievable.
I got to see the last year of it as a freshman, and it was everything. It was everything
the Big East
I
was
grew
also,
up on.
It was also a pretty fun football conference when it was in its true, origin. I love when
Boston College.
Yeah, Boston College had some really good years. Matt Ryan was playing for them. Obviously, you had Syracuse with a bunch of really good seasons. I don't know. I enjoyed the Big East at that time.
Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we find our friend live from Utah ahead of Nuggets and Jazz with his weekly NBA baseline report. It is Altitude TV's Christopher A. Dempsey. Demps, what's up, brother?
What's up, fellas? How are you?
Hey, we're doing well. Especially with the fact that the Nuggets get what we hope is a slump buster tonight in Utah, although Utah did beat the Knicks, who hammered the Nuggets just a couple of nights ago. What's going on with this team? It feels fractured. It feels... I didn't love the fact that Malone had to come out and say it would be nice to have players who tried. Where's this all coming from?
Yeah, I think it's complicated, but this was a basketball team. This was a basketball team that stayed over in Los Angeles on Saturday night, flew back into town on Sunday. I think probably afternoon is when they got back to play the Knicks, who had been sitting there since they came from here, actually, from Utah, as you just mentioned. And so, I mean, honestly, I think there was a little bit of a listlessness from a lot of activities and a lot of celebrations that happened in Los Angeles on Saturday night that seeped into the Knicks game. And that's the wrong team to have to do that, because offensively, they're really, really good. But generally speaking, it's not the first time that we've seen this from this basketball team this year. And it really is one of those issues that they're going to have to get sorted out, because, on the flip side, when you look across the league and you look at the Boston Celtics, they just won that title last year. They look like it is as if they have not won a single title at all. They come into every game hungry with the chip on their shoulder, and they play that way, whereas the Nuggets are having to work themselves into that. So we'll see if they can bring a proper mindset against a Utah team that can be very pesky if you allow them to be.
Demps, we were just having the discussion about, maybe playing with your food early on in the season while it is still November and there's not too much reason for overall panic. Do you want to find yourself in the same position where you have to play extended minutes with your starters down the stretch? Because right now, I mean, the Nuggets are tied for the last play-in tournament spot in the postseason today. And I know it's 16 games in, but where are you at on that discussion about, when's a proper time for a championship caliber team to turn it on to allow for the proper lead up into the postseason?
Yeah, you really want to be settled with your lineups and your trust of your guys off the bench and everything that you're trying to do. Honestly, 30 games into the season, you had better have that fairly well sorted that out. And so that now, if there's any hiccups to that, you can just work within the actual framework of what you want to be, or who you already are, versus now you're still searching and finding, to try to find exactly who you might be. So, look, I think for the Nuggets right now, unfortunately for them, they got to win games, because to your point, when you look at the Western Conference standings and you look at these teams that are and how they're playing, they're all playing great, it feels like. And in teams like the Nuggets, 9-7, okay, Minnesota 8-9 right now. They aren't like this. This conference is very unforgiving, and you can get buried really fast. So, if that means right now that you got to play your starters a little bit more than you anticipated or you would love to in order to keep up with the Joneses, then I think the Nuggets might very well have to do that. It'll be nice if they can get Aaron Gordon back. Obviously, he's not playing tonight, but whenever he comes back, that'll be a great help. But I think right now they got to do whatever they got to do to stay afloat, and then kind of try to reconstitute that, as they go along during the course of the season.
What's the bigger surprise to start the season in the Western Conference? Is it LA outpacing themselves? Is it Golden State finding a renaissance after moving on from Klay Thompson and now being 12-5 and second in the conference? Or is it Houston shocking everyone with a 13-6 start to the year? What's the most shocking one, and what's the realist?
I think Houston is actually the realist. That basketball team, the way they finished last season, they were really good. They were really one of the better teams in the conference and in the league. And so what they have done is just picked up right where they left off from last year. And when you look at their plus minus, I think they have one of the maybe the fourth or fifth best plus minus of any team in the league. Well, that just says to you that has staying power. They're like plus 8.6 on the season. And that's crazy for a young team like that. But all they needed was a really good coach, and you could see that they had good young talent. So I think Houston has the most staying power. If you look at LA's plus minus, it's a negative. And so what that just says to me over the course, and it's not as if they're missing players. So what that says to me is that their record is going to come back down to probably being about a 500 basketball team over the course of the season, if that continues to keep up. So LA, I think, is on the way back to where they're going to be. Golden State, I think they probably do have a little staying power. I think defensively, they're just really, really good. And you can just kind of hang your hat on that over the course of a basketball season and get yourself into a really good playoff spot.
Demps, you are everybody's guy, but certainly my guy when I want to get deep into the weeds on schematics. And I'm going to get really deep into the weeds on some schematics here. This was a discussion we've had. We're going to the board. Demps?
Yeah.
Are you a Friendsgiving guy?
I mean, I would be. You know what? I've never actually done a Friendsgiving.
That's my man.
Life.
That's my man.
Yeah.
That's how I knew you were a dude.
So do I need to put together like a Friendsgiving for the show next year? I could do this.
You know what? After I threw so much shade at Friendsgiving earlier in the program, I got crushed on the text. I got destroyed. I didn't realize that it's for people that don't have family like available to see in town, and so now I feel horrible.
Yeah,
but
correct.
Demps, let's have Friendsgiving with Raj and KJ. We could even invite Nelly, Kim Becker, maybe. She might be in town for a little Avs Utah Hockey Club action. Let's just do it, man. It'll be a lot of fun.
Look, I would definitely be in for it. I've just always been around family. I have had friends come to one of my family's Thanksgivings before, but I've never had like a whole group of just friends just hanging out, eating turkey. But I would definitely be in for it.
Before we let you get out of here, your CU Buffs last night against UConn, man.
Shut up. So I'm watching this game on the plane I'm in Utah for the game tonight. And so I'm watching the game on the plane, and I just can't even believe what's unfolding in front of my eyes. But you know what? That was for Tad Boyle to have his team prepared to that level, to play with that intensity and just that execution level the entire game was a joy to see. They got exactly what they deserved, which was a win in that game. And UConn, obviously not the same team as last year, right? I mean, they were number 2, but like you lost some players. They're not playing like it. And so they were ripe to be had. And
we got an angry Dan Hurley, which was really fun, and out of control Dan Hurley. So I was here for it. Did seeing an angry Dan Hurley come at the fingertips of the Buffs, did that ease the blow of what Saturday did to you as a CU alum with the loss against Kansas?
Oh, Coach, that was such a disappointing. You know what? I was having this discussion not too long ago. CU's loss to Kansas. It wasn't even so much the loss to Kansas as how it went down. Like it was, they lined you up and then they ran it right down your throat the entirety of a game, and you could do nothing about that. And it reminded me, to be honest, a little bit of when CU did the same thing to Nebraska in the 62-36 game. They just Bobby Purified and Chris Brown them all to death the entire game. But this was just one running back running right down your throat. And like to get dominated like that was the most disappointing part. And then obviously it was very devastating now because you need so much help to get into the Big 12 championship game that was that one was head shaking, man.
That's our guy, Christopher Demps. You can catch him tonight on Altitude Television with the Nuggets and the Utah Jazz. You can listen to that game starting at 6:30 p.m. on our sister station, Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950. Demps, we love you. We are thankful for you. Have a wonderful holiday, my friend.
All right, you guys as well. See ya. We're going to have that Friendsgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, Demps. Love you, bro, my man.
All of our guests on Altitude Sports Radio are courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. NFL notes coming up at 11:15. PhD 12-3 today. Avs and Vegas Golden Knights right here on 92.5. Starts at 7:30 p.m. with your pregame show. The Nuggets and Jazz will be on AM 950 at 6:30 p.m. You can watch those games on Altitude Television. I believe the Avalanche will be on Altitude 2, if I'm correct, and the Nuggets are on Altitude 1, if you're looking for that. And the Avs can also be found on TNT this evening as well. So late puck drop, like 8:22 is my guess. Our special thanks to Altitude Television's Chris Dempsey for joining us for his weekly NBA Baseline Report. We do that at 10:45 every single Wednesday right here on the Morning Sprint. Coach, do you see the little bit of shade, the little ricochet shot that Jerry Jeudy sent the way of the Broncos earlier this week?
I want to see it / hear it because I saw something, but I didn't exactly know how to decipher everything that was said.
Famously, last offseason, traded for a 5th and a 6th round pick, right? 11 games into this year, he's got 645 yards. He's got 45 catches, just 2 touchdowns. Not exactly what you want out of a 15th overall pick, but...
Well, that's also with Deshaun Watson playing quarterback for you in the first, 5 weeks of the season, who had abysmal numbers.
The last 4 weeks, I believe, have been Winston games, right? That's it?
I believe so.
A little bit more than that?
No, I think it's about right. 4 or 5.
All right, so let's go back to the Baltimore game. 8 targets, 5 receptions, 79 yards, win. 11 targets, 7 receptions for 73 yards against the Chargers in a 17-point loss. His big game of the year, 142 yards on 6 receptions with 11 targets and 1 touchdown against the New Orleans Saints, in which they lost somehow by 21 points. And then last week, 6 targets, 6 receptions, 85 yards, no touchdowns in the 5-point victory against the Pittsburgh Steelers. When asked about last year, he does throw a little bit of a subtle jab, and I'll quote this coming from SI.com and the Cleveland Browns on SI. He told Zach Jackson of The Athletic, "I feel like I've been getting open my whole career. Just sometimes you don't get that much of an opportunity. Now that I'm here and getting open, I'm getting opportunities. So now it's time to take advantage of them. At receiver, you've got to have a lot of patience," which I wouldn't say Jeudy showed all that much over his career here with the Broncos. Sometimes things just don't go your way. You got to be patient, and eventually your time will come. While he is looking better in Cleveland and more of I wouldn't call it a seamless fit, but more of a fit, for him to say that he's been getting open his whole career is a vast overstatement. You know where he slotted in terms of wide receiver separation, both with wide receivers and tight ends last year in 2023?
It wasn't in the top 20.
It was 100.
Yeah.
He's 100. Depending on your parameters of that stat, he sits between number 98 and number 102 last year with the Broncos. So while you were hailed as a great route runner, Jerry Jeudy, getting open was not a strong suit for you. And also, sure, the numbers are okay. You'd be the number 2 wide receiver on the Broncos this year with those numbers. 2 touchdowns, 15th overall pick. Really wanted to throw shade at a team who's doing better without you. You're sitting on a team with what? 4 wins now this season? 3 wins? What are they?
I was so incredibly disappointed with Jerry Jeudy's entire
3-8.
His entire tenure as a Denver Bronco, because I did think very highly of Jerry Jeudy coming out of college. I watched him. I was like, this guy is a complete dude. There was a bit of an absence of physicality in how he played on a week-to-week basis, both as a route runner and the whole concept of playing without the ball or without the intent of getting the ball. And as a result of that, he just never really fell in great favor with any of the coaches that coached him in his time that was here in Denver. But I will say this. He looks like a new location is giving him a different spot in terms of where his headspace is at. I was impressed in the snow game that Jerry Jeudy, who I didn't know was a Frisbee catching dog, he was doing it in the snow, man. He was. And his confidence is growing. Jameis Winston's confidence in Jerry Jeudy is very apparent. So it would not surprise me if Jerry Jeudy has a big game at Empower Field in his return. Would not surprise me.
Also, and if I'm correct, those 2 draft picks that you sent away for Jeudy, one of them you utilized to get Zach Wilson here as your backup / insurance policy.
Yeah, you ended up wasn't like a pick swap or whatever to get Zach Wilson?
Yeah,
they used one of those to get a different spot in the 5th round. Is that right?
You used the number 203 selection previously acquired in the Jeudy trade with the Jets to get Zach Wilson and the Jets 7th rounder in last year's draft.
7th round.
And you got a center that I don't even know. Nick Garguglio. Is that his Gargiulio?
Yeah, he's originally an Ivy Leaguer. I think he was a Yale or Princeton offensive lineman that transferred to South Carolina.
Your Rolodex. It's an encyclopedia. How the hell do you know who Nick Gargiulio is?
Because
the number 256 pick in the draft, a center?
You want to know, Raj? Because I love football.
You are a football. You are a football guy. You love it. You love to see it.
I'm a sicko.
You are a sicko. If I'm correct, they utilized the other pick in that draft to trade down with Seattle and then utilized the Seattle pick to get Devon V. Right now, would you rather have Devon V on the Broncos or Jerry
You
Jeudy?
could stop asking the question. It is Devon V. He's my number one. Cortland Sutton's playing like the number one without question. But in terms of the long-term picture of the Denver Broncos, I just think Devon V has some characteristics as a wide receiver that you can't coach, that are between his ears. And I saw it all training camp, and it's showing up in real time. So much so that Sean Payton even said it on his press conference on Monday. He just spent 20 minutes with the offensive staff saying, we need to find more ways to get him the football with regularity. And I couldn't agree more.
All right, so here are the total receiving stats. Through 11 games, Jerry Jeudy, 645 yards, 2 touchdowns, 78 targets, 45 receptions. Through 8 games for the Broncos this year, and Devon V, who, again, part of the trade tree. The trade tree for Jeudy is Zach Wilson, and then via trade on draft day with the Seattle Seahawks, Devon V is the last piece of that Jerry Jeudy trade tree. 8 games, 5 starts, 41 targets, 32 receptions. So in 3 fewer games and in a role that is not nearly as close to being the number one like Jeudy is in Cleveland, right? Vele is he your third option right now? Or has been on average? Let's just say on average is the year as a whole.
He's 2, right? You saying Devon Vele as a
would
receiver?
You put him as the number
over
2?
Josh Reynolds?
Would you?
Josh Reynolds hasn't been available. And Josh Reynolds was a big part of the option early on in the season.
All right. 2 is fine.
When Bo Nix was struggling.
I'll call it 2.5 because he hasn't started every game. At the beginning of the season, you didn't see him really targeted as much as you would want to, right? He had the 3 games in the middle of the year against Carolina, New Orleans, and Baltimore. We had a total of 9 targets. You want to see that way higher, like he was targeted 9 times for 6 receptions against Vegas last week, 361 yards and 1 touchdown. The general value of that player is pretty requisite to what Judy's giving Cleveland right now. It ends up looking right now through 8 or 11 games, depending if you're looking at Cleveland or Denver, it looks like Denver won the trade.
They won the trade and won it big, and that's why the Broncos are in the position they're at. They did so many things in the offseason that have hit. I mean, name something that happened in the offseason that you'd be like, yeah, that wasn't the move. Brandon Jones?
No, great move.
Getting rid of Justin Simmons and bringing in Brandon Jones?
Talking about shade, did you hear Payton's press conference? Was it 2 or 3 sessions ago where he was like, yeah, we got better at safety. Which is, and that is right. Shade at Justin Simmons. But he's right.
And I questioned that at the time. I did. I questioned it a lot during training camp.
Because who was the player that was credited with turning the Denver defense around last year after the Miami game?
It was Justin Simmons.
You didn't have Justin. He came back. They turned great.
Right spot, right time guy. Had interceptions, had sacks, was utilized in the pressure packages. He was doing all the things great. And so the training camp that Raj, you were there. I was there with Dems. Our whole station was there just every day. Brandon Jones wasn't available to even play. So at the time, I'm like, this is going to be a disaster. He hadn't been healthy to play all training camp. And then he's healthy week of the opening game, and he plays great the whole season.
The Tim Patrick decision I thought was going to be a disaster, but then you get Devon Vele, and it's okay, that's Tim Patrick again, just younger and cheaper. That's awesome. Thank you. We'll take him. The other one that I looked at, and again, it's part of this trade, is the Zach Wilson thing. Does that make a dent at all for you? at all. It's an afterthought. We spent so much time in the offseason talking about that dude. Is that the one part of the offseason that go, hey, maybe you swung and missed?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's a pick swap at the end of the
draft.
draft.
Think about it, too. Like, Cody Barton comes in after Josie Jewell. Has that been a downgrade?
No, not at all.
Cody
Barton's
he's made more positive plays than Josie Jewell, who is a tackling machine, still is a tackling machine. But Cody Barton's making, like, game-altering plays in critical moments for this team that's in a playoff picture.
The 299.
Malcolm Roach, check.
Franklin Myers, check.
Jonathan Franklin Myers, huge check. I know it was last offseason, but now it's paying huge dividends. Will Lutz, big check. Over Brandon McManus, that was a question mark. It's a decision that a lot of people are like, why are we going to part ways with Brandon McManus?
Remember how much time we talked about kickers 2 off seasons ago? It was nuts. We were talking about kickers for like 2 straight weeks.
And Zach Allen 2 off seasons ago.
I just want to say Will Lutz was rewarded today. He was named AFC Special Teams Player of the Week.
As he should have been.
Have they released it? Bo get the Offensive Rookie of the Week again?
They have not released that information yet, Coach.
What's that wry smile telling you right now? There's something behind that.
I think he's going to get it. I mean, he got the win. Threw for almost 3 bills again. No interceptions, 2 teeters. Played in a fairly contested contest on the road. I mean, he's deserving of Offensive Rookie of the Week again. That's a reality.
We'll get into what else has happened around the NFL. News with Daniel Jones, Shedeur Sanders, and Sean Payton. There are some issues. While everything has been great with the offseason moves, you're in a playoff spot. As most coaches understand, you're not perfect. And there's one glaring issue with this offense that Sean Payton needs to address. We'll figure out what that is and what he had to say about it in KJ's NFL Notes. It's coming up next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Let's do it. Every day here at 11:20 on the Morning Sprint with Coach Sanford and Raj. We go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, what is first?
Well, we have a minor issue brewing for the Broncos, but it's been hidden behind their wins. Sean Payton, he was forced to address it on Monday regarding timeouts and clock management issues and the offense, and he promised to get it better moving forward.
But to your initial question, we'll be better and more efficient, and we got to continue to look at the length of some of these calls. But more importantly, look, I know how Bo looks at it. If he gets up there and he feels like there was one specifically where I went immediately and called a timeout. And so we want to preserve them, but we also don't want to have a bad play. And I think on one of those timeouts, it was a third down, and we came back in, and I'd have to go back and look at it. It ended up being something that was a positive, and we benefited from it. But we're constantly looking to streamline just the communication process.
I disagreed with the end of game management of getting 0 timeouts out of the back pocket of Antonio Pierce against the Raiders. But after I watched the All-22, and if you do have any interest in reading a column about cover 0, this is one of those kind of double middle fingers that is often used by defensive coordinators, and where you show cover 0 blitz, which means 6, 7, or 8 are pressuring. If you're showing that early on in a game, that's always in the back of the mind of the play caller throughout the rest of the game, because you have to have an answer for it. And if you just call runs, not only are you going to get 0 yards, you're going to have some TFLs as well, and you might even have some unblocked dudes at the point of handing the football off. So I do think that Sean Payton was getting into his max pro, hey, let's throw it over their heads at the end of the game if they keep playing cover 0, which they weren't. But at the same time, get a couple timeouts out of Antonio Pierce's back pocket, and you're not having these discussions.
Nix does have to burn a timeout on the first and goal opportunity. The second Sutton touchdown, he brought either Sutton or Vele in motion in front of him. And it seemed as though they set up the same exact play after the timeout. Like Bo called the timeout, wasn't exactly what he wanted to see. And at that point you were like, well, the game's kind of in hand, but like there's no timeouts left. What is going on here? Why are you burning so many of these early on? I think Vele was supposed to come back across the formation when he was brought in motion.
Yeah, it looked like that one in particular looked like you were running out of time in general.
Okay.
The play call came in late, and you want to get it right. Especially
so is that a Bo thing?
I think it's probably a both thing. Sean Payton and Bo, whether sometimes as a quarterback, when these are, we always used to call them Declaration of Independence play calls, like at Stanford, because they were so long. That's what Andrew Luck would call them. He's like, yeah, I got a Declaration of Independence, and I got 9 seconds to spit it out and get lined up and make the check. That was fun. So it does happen quite a bit when you have a verbose offensive system. But you do use your timeout in that situation. It's fine. You got the lead. That's okay.
They scored on the play.
Yeah,
they scored on the ensuing play.
The other thing that you can do when you do call that timeout, whether it was on purpose or not, is that you can see exactly what the plan for the Raiders was defensively. And then you can get maybe something off that same look. Oh, we got this one against this look. Although it wasn't wide open. It was a great throw and catch from Bo Nix to Courtland Sutton.
KJ, what's next?
Thinking equals talent take over.
According to Adam Schefter, Daniel Jones is signing with the Minnesota Vikings practice squad. It's a 1-year deal worth $375,000, and he will continue to get a bump increase by the 100,000 mark if he is activated to the active roster. The Giants are going to pay out $11.7 million of the deal, and it was confirmed that Daniel Jones chose the Vikings over the 49ers. Could Daniel Jones be the next Jameis Winston if Kevin O'Connell can rehab him back to prominence?
I love this move, and I hated it at first. I think it's a bad move for Daniel Jones because I don't really know that he's going to play or be a part of the long-term plans. I really don't. But right now, the Minnesota Vikings under Kevin O'Connell is the equivalent of the coaching rehab program under Nick Saban. It's like you're a quarterback, go see Kevin O'Connell. He has the Midas touch, and then all of a sudden you're fixed. Now the Minnesota Vikings are able to create value for a player that had very little value when they did sign him. And I actually think that this is also the case as it stands now with Zach Wilson under now again known quarterback whisperer Sean Payton, who took the sixth best quarterback in the draft by every pundit, just about, and has made him a strong case for Offensive Rookie of the Year. So Zach Wilson's going to have that type of offseason value as well.
The Lane Kiffin, Steve Sarkisian effect is what you're alluding to.
Yes. And I actually, hilarious. When I got fired at Western Kentucky, I told my wife, I was like, the worst thing that could happen is if I get a call from one of those agents that tells me that there's an analyst job at Alabama. The next day, sure enough, I got a call from the Jimmy Sexton agency. Hey, would you be interested in an analyst job? There's no full-time positions open. Probably should have done it. I just didn't want to because I'm stubborn. The rehab program.
Greg Dulcich picked up by Jones's former team in the New York Giants. He is picked off of waivers by New York, so the former Broncos tight end looking for a fresh start there. If he can stay healthy, who knows? I don't think he's got a shot. But
Locktober? We got some Locktober.
He's supposed to start tomorrow.
We got Drew Lock to Greg Dulcich.
Isn't that a horrible game, right? Who are the Giants play? It's supposed to be a terrible football
Cowboys.
game.
Ugh.
Cooper Rush versus Drew Lock. The game that all TV execs were looking forward to on Thanksgiving Day.
It's a horrible game, but you know what? Just because if DeVito was playing, I would not have tuned into the game. I'm going to watch the game because Lock's playing. There's still something in the back of my head that goes, what if? There will always be that. It's like if Paxton Lynch came out of the woodwork and was like a third-string quarterback for a team and somehow got a start, I'd go, yeah, let's watch it. Why not? Just the tie-in to Broncos football. One more before we get to John Doss of ABC 5 in Cleveland. KJ, what you got?
Thinking equals talent take over.
CBS Sports' Ryan Wilson released a mock draft that has the New York Giants picking second in next year's draft. The Giants are selecting in his mock draft Shedeur Sanders at number 2. Well, it just so happened that GM Joe Sheen was out at Buffs practice yesterday scouting Shedeur Sanders. And I will pose the question to you guys, what's a better fit for Shedeur? The Las Vegas Raiders or the New York Giants?
Power ranking fit for me is Dallas Cowboys 1, Las Vegas Raiders 2, big gap everybody else, including the New York Giants. I just think that there is going to be I believe that Shedeur Sanders is elite insofar as he has the ability to be himself as a passer of the football. This is not the plug and play. He does so many things off schedule, and you have to be okay with it. Would Shedeur Sanders fit perfectly with Sean Payton, in your opinion?
No.
No. Off the cuff, I would say no as well.
In terms of the actual, the design of the offense, no.
And I think that the New York Football Giants are a bit of a traditional franchise that isn't really adopting this mindset of, say, Jaden Daniels. Let's go the high-level off-schedule playmaker. I don't know the fit is there.
When's the last time that you had a high-level off-schedule playmaker in New York? Eli Manning, Kerry Collins.
Nope. I mean, they look at it as the on-schedule play of the game. And am I saying Shedeur Sanders can't play that way? No, I'm not. But do so many of explosive passes down the field come when he's held onto the football?
The Mara family ain't drafting him in.
I don't think so either. I just don't see it. Now, Travis Hunter to the New York Football Giants, I can see that.
Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we are joined by ABC 5's John Doss, Cleveland Browns sports reporter. John, how are you? Thanks for your time today.
I'm doing well. You guys know you got to be careful with those quarterbacks that make their hay holding onto the football and making things happen downfield, because there was a quarterback in Houston a handful of years ago that calmed the football world into thinking that he was an elite quarterback, and we now know that's false.
Well, he was apparently elite at getting massages as well. And then we're talking about Deshaun Watson. I'm assuming that's who we're discussing. Let's talk about that. I mean, you look at Jerry Jeudy, who's a former Denver Bronco. We've been talking about, I guess his new lot on life that he's gotten in Cleveland. Now you look at him paired with Jameis Winston. How is it this transformation offensively been since Jameis has been taking over? And what's the overall feel about Jameis Winston and Jerry Jeudy as a good tandem in Cleveland?
Yeah, it's not unlike the transition we saw last year after Watson got hurt and Joe Flacco came in and lit the world on fire. And Amari Cooper had a Pro Bowl season in literally 7 games with Joe Flacco. And I think that's what we're starting to see with Jeudy and much of this Browns receiving corps, because Winston can air it out. And we know that this offensive system with Kevin Stefanski and now Ken Dorsey works when it has the right pieces in place. And if I'm Jerry Jeudy, man, Jerry Jeudy the last 2 weeks in the locker room has been a completely different person. Now, to be fair, at 2-8, nobody's happy in the locker room, but you can tell that these receivers actually believe when they run these routes that football is going to be somewhere in their vicinity, and that's not what they were believing the first 8 weeks of the season.
So does the franchise moving forward, do they look at Winston as like, this is the guy that is going to fix this? We can stay with him. We don't have to worry about going back to Deshaun. We can eat the money because we've got the guy here who the rest of the receiving corps loves.
Yeah, so you got all of the other pieces in place, especially defensively. You got a lot of really good, still young players. Myles Garrett's still not that old. I think you can think about it. Here's the problem with eating that Deshaun Watson money. Jameis Winston, if he's going to be your gap starter for a year or two, is going to want starting quarterback money. Is it going to be $30 or $35 million a year? No, but he is going to want somewhere in the vicinity of, north of $20, $25 million. They probably can't afford to pay him that without making some moves, and I just don't know what you do. I don't know who you get rid of at this point for Jameis Winston.
Talking about this game, this matchup, I'd say 2 weeks ago here in Broncos country, everybody's looking at this Monday Night Football game at home, following a Raiders game, which you should win, which you did win, and saying that this is a win. Chalk it up as a win against the Browns. Well, I think there's a lot of pause after what the whole country witnessed in the amazing snow game and the win over the Pittsburgh Steelers. What's the pulse in Cleveland about this matchup against the Broncos? What would you say the overall vibes are about how this Cleveland Browns team with a bit of a resurgence does match up with these Broncos?
Well, it's an odd vibe because it's an optimistic vibe, but also a frustrated vibe. This is the team. 2 of the last 3 weeks, they've beaten Baltimore and Pittsburgh, the 2 teams at the top of this division. They laid an egg specifically in the fourth quarter on the road in New Orleans when they looked like a team with no fight. But there's optimism that this team can really go out there and be the team we thought it could be all the way back in May and beat anybody, beat the best teams in the NFL. And that's what we've seen. So I think that the feeling is that they could go out there and beat Denver or they could get their butts kicked. There's no in between.
Speaking with John Doss of ABC 5 in Cleveland, Syracuse University alumnus, thank you very much.
Another one.
We're all over the place. We are all over the place.
We went to the Harvard of broadcasting.
We're all over. Myself, our next coach from 12 to 3 is a Syracuse guy. Just get used to it, Coach Sanford. All right, so we're talking about this defense being the main reason why you can make this thing a game against what we think is playoff-bound Denver. How do you get after a rookie quarterback with this pass rush?
Yeah, well, Myles Garrett, ever heard of him? Good player.
I don't want to.
This is a guy, by the way, Garrett's second in the NFL in sacks, and he has had 4 games this season without a sack. So this is a guy that can be an absolute game wrecker if he gets going. Now, there have been teams, specifically the Saints a couple of weeks ago, that can game plan to take Myles Garrett out. In fact, Garrett had not a single stat. He didn't have a tackle. He didn't have any tackle. He didn't have a sack. He didn't have a tackle for loss. So teams have been able to successfully game plan him out. It's just a very difficult thing to do. Now, remember, there's no Zadarius Smith. He was traded to Detroit at the trade deadline. So a lot of the workload does come on Myles. My guess is Denver's going to do what Pittsburgh didn't do, and they're going to double him every opportunity they get.
You'd love this from our Twitch feed here, John, that Syracuse graduates are CrossFitters or gluten-free people. You don't have to ask. They'll just tell you. I've learned that here. Anyway, let's keep going here. Talking to a Syracuse man here, John Doss from Cleveland. My question is, we know Jameis Winston here in Denver. We know Jerry Jeudy and the storyline of him. We know Myles Garrett. From a Cleveland perspective, who are some of the players that we don't know too much about, that if they do have a big game, it probably is good news for your Cleveland Browns?
Well, I would say some in the secondary and some along the Browns' offensive line. This is a Browns offensive line that in the last few years has been one of the best in football, but they have been torched by injuries. And I think a guy like Jack Conklin, who last week reminded the world how good of a football player he was. This is a two-time All-Pro at tackle. He's been battling injuries really for the bulk of the last 2 seasons. And then he squared up with T.J. Watt and completely shut Watt down on Thursday. You never see anybody do that. So I think Conklin on the right tackle position, and then all across the secondary. M.J. Emerson was a guy as a rookie that we thought was on a Hall of Fame trajectory. Greg Newsome has been a good player for this team. And, of course, Denzel Ward has been a leader for this team. When that secondary is locked in, they are a really difficult defense to score on, though, of course, we've seen other instances like the Saints where they have let up.
Week 13, Broncos and Browns. Browns are 3-8, Broncos 7-5. That is Monday night at 6:15 p.m. Our special thanks to John Doss of ABC5, the sports director out there at WEWS. John, thanks for your time, man.
You got it, guys. Go Orange.
Go Orange, and happy Thanksgiving. All of our guests here on Altitude Sports Radio are brought to you by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. Not thankful for the damn Los Angeles Dodgers. Blake Snell, 5-year, $182 million deal with, you guessed it, L.A., who just keeps getting richer and richer and better. All that's deferred money. I saw a tweet. The Dodgers are going to have damn near $1 billion in deferred monies. The MLB's got a problem with this, man. The Dodgers have money. They have got 8 guys who you can start. It's insane.
Major League Baseball is a bad product right now. And I hate to say it because it's one of my favorite sports. I grew up loving it. I am bitter also, just in full candor. I'm bitter because I am a San Francisco Giants fan. And we have been left in the purgatory of baseball. If you're not one of the 2 or 3 teams, namely the big market teams, the traditional.
The Dodgers, the Yankees.
Red Sox.
The Red Sox, the Mets.
Into it.
Although the Mets will never win a World Series.
If you're not one of those 2 or 3 teams, your only hope for a World Series title is like the Rangers and Diamondbacks, that those teams have a ton of injuries that lead to them not being there at the end of the season.
The Dodgers rotation is now Blake Snell, Cy Young Award winner.
Yep.
Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who was excellent last season. Big money when he came over from Japan, when he was healthy. After, his first start of the year was terrible, and then he was great, got hurt, and then first start when he came back from injury was terrible, and then he was great. First start in the postseason, terrible, and then great after that. Tyler Glasnow, Walker Buehler, right? Buehler's still a Dodger?
Yep.
Reigning NL MVP Shohei Ohtani, who's likely to pitch next year. And then they've got a bunch of dudes who you can slot out who'd be the guys who aren't on their starting rotation would be number ones here in Colorado. Dustin May, Bobby Miller, Tony Gonsolin. All of those guys would be the best pitcher on the Rockies instantly.
But Rockies fans have no fear and start kind of peeling the wrapper because a big Condon, Chuck Condon, is on the way, baby. Thank you to my Safeway Twitch feed fan.
Oh, that was a colorful way of putting
Charlie
it.
Condon, here to save the day.
I saw a TikTok series the other day of a guy who was playing MLB The Show. And he started this off of how many 99 overall players do I have to create and put on the Rockies for them to win a World Series? What do you think the number is?
17.
It's not as high as that, but it was 699 over. He's got 3 starting pitchers that are 90, maxed out on everything. He's got a starting center fielder, shortstop, and a first baseman, 99, 99, 99. Took 6 of them to win a World Series.
Let's just hope that
that's how much of a gap there is between the Dodgers and the Rockies. Now I know it's a video game, but paints a bleak
Let's
picture.
just hope that Mr. Trojan XL himself, Big Charlie Condon's going to be that guy. 99 overall.
Oh man, just insane to me.
What are you laughing about back there, KJ?
I'm laughing at you and this Condon, man. You have found another player between Capo and
I was going to say
Condon.
he lost Capo Cockenden, so he had to throw a little, dangling
Are you guys
joke
telling
out
me I'm
there at one
immature?
point.
Are you guys telling me I'm a bit immature?
I am.
You know what's fun about sports talk radio is it allows me at times. I will find out if the what are they? The FAA, FCC,
yeah,
SEC.
Was the FAA air traffic control or something like that?
Yeah, aviation.
Thank you.
We'll find out. But what I do love is that sports talk radio gives me the opportunity.
You're gonna lock him up in the Federal Reserve.
So when you're sitting around just game planning for 8 hours straight with a bunch of other just degenerate ex-football players, this is how we talked. And now I've found an industry. My next move is I get to be the same guy I was at, chewing tobacco and watching ball film for 8 hours a day.
Oh, we got a double dip tonight on Altitude Sports Radio. AM 950 has the Nuggets and the Jazz, which is hopefully a slump buster this evening. I know the Jazz came off of a big win against the Knicks, and the Knicks smacked you in the face the other night at home by putting up 145. But this is still, while it's a couple of years removed, a championship roster with guys who have been there, done that, and they won a championship on the legs of good, solid defense. I would expect the Nuggets to bounce back on the defensive side this evening in a place where historically the Nuggets don't play well.
You better bounce back defensively, or Michael Malone might actually have a hernia, or his brain might explode.
He might take a Miles. I'm telling you, if we give Michael Malone a hockey stick, give a mouse a cookie, give a coach a stick, if they don't bounce back defensively, he's snapping sticks over guys' heads.
Yeah, you imagine if the intensity isn't right tonight in Utah? Can you imagine how red Michael Malone's Irish face is going to be? Ooh.
7.5-point favorites for the Nuggets on AM 950. The Avs will take on the Vegas Golden Knights. National TV on TNT. It'll be about an 8:22 puck drop, 7:30 p.m. pregame show. Both of those, or that game is watchable on TNT and Altitude tonight. You can listen to it right here on 92.5. We did have some news from Coach Jared Bednar earlier in the day. This is what he had to say about Jonathan Drouin.
Yeah, he's going to miss some time here. He's not day to day, so he's week to week. Hopefully not that long, but yeah, the upper body injury will be week to week. Good news is Colton's doing pretty well, and he's going to hit the ice. He still has some healing to do from that broken foot, but he's at a point here now where in the next day or two, we're hoping that he's going to be able to get on the ice and start working his way back. He still needs more time to heal, but sort of a pain tolerance thing now while he heals to get the hands back and start getting back in shape. As you know, that's a difficult injury to stay in shape on too, because you're like in a boot and crutches and all that, and then you get walking and you can't do a whole lot when it comes to lower body skating, so he's going to need some time to get back into it.
Colton was on the ice prior to Avs' morning skate today. Both of those guys should be back right around the same time. Let's call it December 15th. When Colton comes back, you forget Ross Colton was tied for the NHL scoring lead when he broke his foot.
Balling.
It was balling, man.
Roscoe.
I don't know if he can bounce back that quickly, but if he comes back to half of what that player was, you were talking earlier on in the program, Coach, about how you can't wait to start to climb the standings if you're either one of the Avs or the Nuggets. Getting Colton back to half of his pace, you will then start closing the gap on Minnesota and closing the gap on Dallas for the 2 and the 3 seed in the Central.
That's a good thing about the Avs, and I've said it all along, is they keep getting pieces back that keep making the machine stronger. It's more recognizable. Right now, I think it's more of a between the ears issue right now for the Nuggets, at least in one game, at least in the home game against the New York Knicks. And I don't want to make one game an indictment on an entire season, but something's got to change in terms of just the overall fight, the overall intent of night in, night out, how you take the basketball court. And that's the coach in me. That's the coach in me. I can't be okay with subpar efforts.
I mean, it is a more difficult thing to coach the 82 game slog of a professional season.
Very different.
From football to basketball and hockey, you get one chance a week. You get 17 chances in the NFL a year.
I always said that we spent 110 hours a day on most days, at least for 5 months a year, including spring ball. You had 6 months, 7 months. For 36 hours of film in the fall. Like, think about that. Like, thousands upon thousands of hours of work is all going to be evaluated over the course of 36 hours in 3.5 months. That's football.
If the Nuggets and the Avs turn this thing around, they don't really play well for, let's call it 25 games. Just blanket statement, a quarter of the season. Either don't play well, or they're injured, or they don't care. Jamal Murray basically saying that was like, hey, listen, we got lives outside. We'll figure it out when we want to figure it out. If both of these teams turn that corner and make a run for a championship, that'll be the only case study I need for 82 games is way too freaking much.
Yeah.
These seasons should be 60 games. You should play 60 games in the NHL, 60 games in the NBA. You should play 124 in Major League Baseball. That's what you should do.
Yeah, and
shorten it.
That's why I love having Chris Dempsey as part of our program, and you, because of the hockey 82 game season is such a different paradigm from the way my wiring is as a football guy, where every single opportunity is the most important opportunity that you take the field and play an official game. But there are symptoms that I notice, and there's certain things that if they persist, then the football training that I have starts to be like, yeah, that's not good. And I don't think the Nuggets have been that way throughout the course of their 16-game start. It hasn't been like they don't take the court with the right mindset every night out. Now, you do it in 2, 3, 4 games in a row, or 4 out of 6 games in a row, or 4 out of 6 games in a stretch, then I will have my concerns. I will keep an open mind.
All right, Coach. It's not Friday. It is Wednesday, though, ahead of
It's
the
a
long
holiday
weekend.
Wednesday.
It's a holiday Friday.
So it's our Friday.
It's our Friday. It means it's time to pop some tops. All right, Coach. Thank you very much, KJ, my music. My big game that I'm watching this weekend, the rivalry game, 5:30 p.m., Texas at Texas A&M. I think this is a huge test for a team that has yet to show me that they're truly the beast to beat right now. I don't know if I belong or if I believe in the Longhorns. A rivalry game like this, when you're so close to the finish line, it means a lot. I think I got the Longhorns in this. I'm waiting for them to truly, Sam Ehlinger, be back. And I think this is where you're going to put that stamp on. We're the team to go through.
Yeah, and Texas A&M coming off an abysmal overtime loss against lowly Hugh Freeze and the Auburn Tigers, War Eagle. A&M's going to beat Texas. More chaos in the SEC. And then they'll just move up Ole Miss with 3 terrible losses back into the college football playoffs because that's just what's going to happen.
What SEC team is going to piss you off the most if they get in? Is it Mississippi?
I actually
or is
like,
it like
I like
Bama
Ole
getting
Miss.
in at the...
I'm mad at Ole Miss myself because I thought this is a team that should be in the national championship conversation, but they've been so incredibly inconsistent.
They're going to screw around in this Egg Bowl on Friday. Watch.
All right.
Dude, Mississippi State is so bad. They are so bad. All right, I'm going to pop the top this weekend. And it's actually going to be on my holiday weekend. And you can guess it. If you're a Broncos fan, it's why I'm decked out right now, head to toe. Jordan Love, Green Bay Packers gear. This is a massive game for the Denver Broncos with significant postseason ramifications. Everybody in Denver, if you love your Broncos, root on Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers as they host the upstart, sizzling hot Miami Dolphins with Tua Tagovailoa tomorrow night at 6:20 on NBC.
We're popping tops. I'm popping corks. I'm more of a wine guy on Thanksgiving. Let's be honest. Wine and cocktails.
Friendsgiving, wine.
Well, I'm driving to New Mexico to see the family, or the wife's family.
New Mexico, you got to get some chili, some green chili, baby.
You can't.
And a nice
green
Modelo.
chili is. Yeah, I'll do a
Get
Modelo.
a Modelo.
I will do a Modelo.
Sí se puede.
I'll do it
Necesito
for us.
Modelo.
For Coach Sanford. KJ Granderson, I'm Alex Ryan. This is the Morning Sprint. We love you guys. We're thankful for all of you. Have a wonderful holiday weekend, but don't go anywhere because PhD is coming up next.
Here to power rank Thanksgiving. The good things, the bad things. I got to think travel has got to be the worst thing, man. Like, just not having to deal with that to me. And as I say that, Scott's in Utah.
Utah.
Your travel, though, with the with a private plane and, 5-star accommodations is probably a little bit different than most people just slugging it out the airport, trying to get in or out. And we welcome everybody. If you're traveling from someplace far beyond, or you're back here for Thanksgiving, welcome back.
Is anybody working today? Is this an actual work day?
Wait. Are you saying that because you're looking over your right shoulder? Or to me, I would just say to you, Tyler, it's just a normal Wednesday.
Well, yeah, I just call that work here. But the parking lot, like the whole area is just the whole kind of complex is a little bit quiet today.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those days, man. I mean, listen, there's people. There
was 2 inches of snow on the ground, so can't go to work.
Nah, today's like a blow-off work day, but it's a hustle and bustle day. So, yes, nobody's really working, but there's a lot of people out there just, doing stuff. Because it's one of those days. You got to get your shizzle ready for tomorrow.
Who really plans in advance?
Nobody. I mean, why do you think?
I talked to our boy Lindahl today, who I actually talked to him yesterday, too. But yesterday he said, "You think I should go in early and just beat the hell out of D-Mac?" And I said, "No,
What do you mean? Beat the hell out of me for what? Like physically beat the hell out of me?
Yeah, because you tried to dog him when you had him on the show the other day, and he said, maybe I should just go in there and just beat him up.
Come on in. Come on in, big boy.
I had
I'm easy to find.
I had about a 30-minute vent session with Lindahl about the same combo.
Hey,
I'm dead serious.
Hey, he's got something to get off his chest. Bring it on in. Bring it on in.
Hey, listen.
Well, he's not saying it, so you tell me. What's he frustrated about? What's bugging him?
Just you.
Attacked him.
Just me?
You attacked him, and then when he came back,
you
went around the circle on him or something.
He is more than welcome to come on in and debate it anytime he wants. I just asked him questions.
I don't agree with your takes.
What's that?
He was basically going to knock you out. There wasn't no debate to it.
Mama going to knock you out.
I'd like to see him try.
No, you wouldn't. Hey, listen, he ain't the biggest guy at the station, but he might be the scariest.
He's got some serious grown man strength now.
Listen,
I agree with that.
He's frustrated because he wanted something different, and the something different is working out. And I guess he's upset about that. I don't know what else it would be. Or he doesn't like being called out about it, I guess. So I'm happy to leave it alone. Yes.
Well, but it's not really a call out, I don't think. We can get into that too, because I think you both are very right. That being said,
yes,
he said he was out shopping today. He said shopping wise, it's a madhouse.
Oh,
yeah.
The warden went to King Soopers last night, and she said it was empty.
That makes sense. Today's the day. Yeah. I mean, who wants to go out last night anyways? On a Tuesday? Nah. Today's the day. Yeah, listen, you're not working, or you're kind of working, or whatever working, right? Like, you got the whole day to clean the house and do the shopping. And so we thank you for listening, because we know people are in their cars.
If you work here at the radio station, you're on a 9-day weekend, it's great.
Exactly.
But there is, we got somebody slugging away in the office today. We do. We got an office worker who's office working. We do.
I'm saying it's Steve.
Actually, we have two guys. We have two dudes who are doing it. Both. It's not Steve. It's both. Steve's not here, but there's two managers. Two managers are here trying to slug it out. Actually, technically,
one of them, D-Mac, has his nose up his rear end.
Oh, there you go. There's that.
Oh, so Kevin's here.
Exactly.
Hey,
I know that's a bit of an inside joke, but it's funny to me.
But Oregon State at Boise State isn't going to schedule itself. You got to figure out.
Actually, Dan, you got that wrong. Dan doesn't have that game on Friday anymore. Nope. Don't go promote it. Nope, that's
what
not
happens?
a thing. Not a thing. Just trust me, not a thing.
It's on the board.
It's not a thing.
All right,
not a thing.
It's been rescinded.
It's been rescinded. We don't care about Oregon State and Boise State anymore?
Hell no, Ashton Jeanty.
Oh, okay. All right. Do we care about the Pokes playing the Cougars on 9:50 on Saturday at 4:30? We care about that game?
Well, you need the Cougars to lose. You need the Cougars to lose, don't you?
No, we don't need anything in that game. Are you kidding me? You don't. That game don't matter.
You guys see that Travis Hunter he was not even named a finalist for the Jim Thorp Award?
We have a whole segment based on that later on. I think, Dan, did you put that on the rundown? Is that on the rundown? Oh, it is.
Hey, you know what Travis Hunter could have been if guys listen, and again, Leggy said on the show yesterday, which I thought was so appropriate, because we've talked about it before, and he was talking about with pro football and voters and everything else. And he said, in all my years I've done that, 20-plus years, I tend to find people east of the Mississippi really don't understand what's going on the west side of the Mississippi.
Right.
And that's got to be college football because, to me, unique situations is great for the popularity of the sport.
Yeah.
And Travis Hunter should be a finalist for the Biletnikoff. Which one's the cornerback one?
Jim Thorp.
Jim Thorp.
He should be finalist for the Jim Thorp and the Biletnikoff.
Well,
and what other guy in the history of NCAA football have been a final? And let's be honest, he's probably a Heisman finalist. He should be a finalist in all three categories.
If you wanted to tell me, and sorry about your segment later, but if you wanted to tell me, okay, Travis Hunter didn't win the Jim Thorp Award, I would be like, all right. Maybe there's a defensive back out there in America that I'm unaware of that is just a baller, okay? And we've all just been so focused in on it. Maybe there's actually one defensive back out there that's better. But to not be named one of the final three, that's an actual joke. It's an actual joke to the degree that there's something wrong. There's something flat out wrong.
Here's what Prime said about it. He went on about it yesterday.
Before I open up for questions, I'm going to address something that just transpired and they brought to my attention today, that Travis is a finalist for the Walter Camp Player of the Year, Maxwell Player of the Year, Bednar Defense Player of the Year, Biletnikoff Best Receiver, regardless of position, and was snubbed by the Thorp. How is Travis Hunter snubbed by the Jim Thorp Award? You can have my award, you can have it back. Matter of fact, I'm going to give him mine. I ain't using it. Just sit up there collecting dust. So Travis could have my Thorp Award because if this ain't the most idiotic thing in college football, that he's not a finalist for the Jim Thorp Award, and he is, I would say arguably, but I don't think it's really an argument about this young man being the best defensive back in college football.
It's amazing. And it's to the degree that I do wonder, is this a Deion Sanders hate?
Yes.
Are these voters that literally are punishing Travis Hunter because they don't like Deion Sanders?
Well, do you know who gives the award? Do you know?
I don't.
I didn't either before this, but it's the Oklahoma City or the Oklahoma Football Boosters Club. So the award is.
What do you mean? The University of Oklahoma's Booster Club?
I don't know if it's the University of Oklahoma, but it's some sort of Oklahoma-based football club thing. Here, I'll look it up. But it's a group of dudes in Oklahoma decide the Jim Thorp Award. So that's who decides it.
Well, but we can't call out Oklahoma because guess what? They've been doing it for 50 years.
Yeah.
So I mean they've done a pretty good job over the year. The problem is, and it goes from a headline. And I just read the headline today, and I meant to grab the story, and something happened. I just didn't grab it. But it said basically Nikola Jokic can do something this year that historically has never done, and could easily win his 4th MVP. However, there is voter fatigue. So you mentioned all the things that Deion mentioned that Travis Hunter is in. Do you not think the guy's going, well, Travis Hunter, what? Travis? And then all of a sudden you get down to Jim Thorpe and say, dude, he's up for absolutely everything. He's up for absolutely everything.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Well, I'm looking it up. It's the Oklahoma Sports Hall of Fame.
Okay.
That's who nominates it. That's who decides it.
The state of Oklahoma or the
Oklahoma
university?
Sports.
The Oklahoma
Sports
I know, but
Hall
Hall of Fame.
Okay. So
what's the Colorado Sports Hall of Fame? They got one of them in Oklahoma.
So we're referring to the state of Oklahoma.
The state
they
of
have
Oklahoma.
one in Arkansas, and they have one in Kansas.
I mean,
and they
look,
have one in Texas.
I don't know what it being in Oklahoma has to do with anything other than the fact that they just got snubbed. I don't think it has anything to do with the fact that it comes from Oklahoma. But all right. Well, I feel like you're insinuating something, but
I think it's bias against Deion Sanders. I think they've got to beat for whatever reason, and they gave it to him. He won it years ago, and he's like, up yours. You take it back.
There are more OU people in Oklahoma that are Cowboy fans than anything else, so I would assume he has a huge fan base in Oklahoma.
Yeah, but maybe they feel burned because he played for other teams. I don't know. I have no idea. It feels like, to me, it absolutely feels like some sort of bias against Deion Sanders.
Oh, it does.
For some wacky reason.
It does.
Not me.
Okay.
I don't know about like the whole. I don't know. Some way, somehow.
What else would it be?
I think it's voter fatigue. Going, dude, this guy's up for everything. He's probably going to win the Heisman. Let's give it to some other kid so we can spread the awards out.
But Scott, I don't disagree with that. But to not be a finalist, like okay, I could buy that if he was one of the final three. But he's not one of the final three.
Well, I'll tell you who's not. People aren't burned out in. Jody Barron from Texas, Caleb Downs from Ohio State, and Malachi Starks. Those are your three finalists. Ever hear of any of those guys?
So let me ask you, those three guys you just mentioned, you're asking, has anybody heard of, and I guarantee you there are people that follow college football deeply that do.
Oh, they're from Texas, Ohio State, and Georgia, so I'm sure.
Texas is number 2 in the country, so you got to believe their defensive guys are playing pretty good. I really do think that people were tired of running his name down. Now, if I asked you right now, Travis Hunter came out and said, "Yeah, I don't want to play receiver in the NFL. I want to play cornerback and really concentrate on that." Any question those three guys get drafted ahead of him?
No. I don't know. I'm sure they'll get drafted. I'm sure it's
and I'll bet they're first round guys.
No, of course.
I mean, every team needs a great cornerback. Patrick Surtain is getting everybody excited. Said, dude, let's get a franchise cornerback. But that being said, if Travis Hunter came out tomorrow and said, "Man, this has been a grand experiment. We're going to try to win all these games. I really want to just concentrate on cornerback these last few games, and because I think that's the position I want to play next year in the NFL." Are any three of those guys you just mentioned going to get drafted higher than Travis Hunter?
And to that point, Travis Hunter would literally be the first wide receiver drafted or the first defensive back drafted. It doesn't matter. I mean, whether he wants to define himself as a wide receiver or defensive back, he's going to be the first one that's drafted.
Well, hang on. Scott's asking for mock drafts. I love it. I got one pulled up, and there is a name. There is a name amongst those three to keep in mind. I'll tell you who it is coming up next.
Hey guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, now's a great time to go shopping. Tyler Plum is here, my friends over at Phil Long Ford, and the end of the year is the time that you want to go car shopping. There are deals to be had, but when you go to Phil Long Ford, you're not going to have to haggle for it. You're just going to get the best price, the best deal, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. I don't care if you're looking for new or pre-owned. A car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle, even commercial fleet vehicles. It doesn't matter. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long Ford because the inventory is as strong as it has ever been. We're talking about over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, and electric vehicles all on one lot at Phil Long Ford. One-stop shop, and don't drive all over the state of Colorado. Go to one car dealership, find the best price, find the vehicle of your dreams, and once you buy that vehicle from Phil Long, keep it serviced with Phil Long. And you're going to have a beautiful ride for a long, long time because they've got an award-winning service department. Let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
Yeah, come on now. That's what the Pilgrims are talking about. Australian rock. On the Shot Monza text line, driving around for my job today. Thanks, all of you, for working, talking to us. Not a problem. You make the day easier to get through listening to y'all. And then I got delivering pizzas today is madness.
I'm sure it is.
I bet it is. So, man, yeah, we deeply appreciate y'all listening. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, listen, granted, it is way, way early to be in on this like mock draft stuff. Even I would say that. But, you know, you bring up...
Only 3 days in a row of it.
You bring up the fact that Travis is ignored by the Oklahoma Sports Hall of Fame. I mean, who even knew how they do these awards? But that's how they do it. And I guess every award's got a different like person who thought of it. And I didn't know the Defensive Back Award was the Jim Thorp Award. I had no idea. Nor did I know how they figure it out. But for Travis Hunter to not be a finalist, so who is? Malachi Starks, Caleb Downs, and Jahdae Barron. Well, when I just casually look at the greatest website on earth, NFLMockDraftDatabase.com, that has an updated mock draft from CBS today, they got Travis Hunter number 1.
Almost, if you look at that website, about 9 out of 10 of them have got Travis Hunter going number 1 to Jacksonville.
Right, because they don't project trades like this early. And I mean, that would say something else, because they could get a haul from the Giants or the Raiders to probably move up, and maybe even the Panthers, the Titans, or the Jets. Who knows? But, okay, let's just play it out like they want Travis Hunter, and they know they're going to lose him if they drop down. Not if they drop down to 2, though. But, okay, fine, for the time being. Well, the only other guy that kind of pops up is this Malachi Starks guy. And I'm just being honest. I don't know anything about him. Plays for Georgia. But he's a top 10 guy in the vast majority of mock drafts out here. So, listen, I'm not saying he's as good as Travis. But you asked, would any of those guys even be close to Travis? And as far as I can tell, one of those 3, and it's Malachi Starks. But even he is projected further down. So there you go. One guy out of those 3 nominees, one dude who's even close. So more to the point, like, what are we talking about that Travis isn't a nominee? It's absurd. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, pretty wild, man. And like I said in the last segment, if Travis wants to declare himself as a wide receiver, guess what? He'll be the first wide receiver selected. If he wanted to declare himself as a defensive back, he'll be the first defensive back that is selected. I do think it's going to be fascinating to see just how high he can go. I tend to agree with you that Jacksonville would get an insane haul because they don't need a quarterback. But then you ask yourself, well, you see trades going down in the NFL all the time, right? And nowadays the new hot commodity is the wide receiver. So if you're willing to give up 2 first-rounders to go trade for a top-flight wide receiver, well, what is the value of Travis Hunter? Is it insane to think that a team would actually just value that and be like, hey, it's actually not worth what the haul would be?
I think so, yeah. I think it's easy if you get what you need to from the Giants to go from 1 to 2. I mean, there's nothing to think about. You would obviously do that.
Sure, because you could still get what you want.
Yeah, you'd be fine to do that. But it's an interesting question. If you got multiple first-round picks from the Titans who are at 6, you will definitely lose Travis Hunter. You will not get him. He'll be gone by the time 6 rolls around. Is that worth Travis Hunter?
I would say probably not worth the gamble, honestly. I mean, because then what are you going to do? Maybe you get yourselves a Bradley Chubb, right? You get yourselves a 2 solid.
It's funny you say that, because right now the 6th guy is an edge rusher, Abdul Carter. So this year's Bradley Chubb.
So maybe you get lucky and you get a Von Miller type of player out of it. But in all likelihood, you probably just get a rock solid foundational football player for your team. Versus a generational type of player, I'd take generational player versus 2 rock solid players.
But you might be able to get like you could also get a Von Miller, you could also get a Patrick Surtain, and then if you got somehow they finagled that other into a 2nd round draft picks, and then you get down at whatever, you get a Kittle or a Brock Bauer type tight end, and all of a sudden you're automatically better.
Yeah, is that better than Travis Hunter? And that probably is better than Travis Hunter. It probably is. If you can get three
guys. But here's the whole thing, though, guys. You're talking about, and we've talked about it a million times because we always, talk about Bo. Jacksonville, because they did with the contract, Jacksonville still got a bet on Trevor Lawrence, coming back and being the guy they think he is.
Yep.
So, to me, for him, you can go down to 5 or 6, and hopefully you get a Neighbors wide receiver type or a Patrick Surtain type cornerback or an edge rusher type cornerback, and you really fill that roster out. And if Trevor Lawrence is supposed to be, and he was supposed to be 2 years ago, is supposed to be ready to take that next step to the next level. And it hasn't happened.
As long as we're doing this little exercise, and I love the mock drafts, I'm looking at the Broncos, and this one has them taking an offensive lineman. But I look deeper into the Broncos, and the number one guy for the Broncos is this guy, Isaiah Bond, out of Texas, who I'm told is a speedster, like that cat for Kansas City now. I'm forgetting his name. Help me out there. Really fast, super fast. Xavier Worthy. Thank you.
Word.
What would you rather have right now if you're the Broncos? Top-end offensive tackle or an Xavier Worthy, this Isaiah Bond kid? What do you think would be more valuable for them next year?
Well, I said this last week. My gut feeling's telling me that Garrett Bowles is going to be gone. And I think that's going to end up being a mistake in the long run. What I would prefer to do is I'd prefer to extend a plenty adequate left tackle that's been getting the job done for you for a very long time and then go out and get a playmaker. But if you just follow the breadcrumbs, man, I mean, the checkbook has been open on that offensive line now for a while. They paid the right tackle, the right guard, the left guard. And Garrett Bowles has been wanting a new contract now throughout the entire offseason, going into the season right now. And I do think if they planned on retaining Garrett, you would have probably heard something. So my gut tells me they're going to let Garrett go, and you're going to have no choice but to select a tackle.
Okay. Here's another thing we got to keep in consideration. This is what is tougher with doing it, and you still got 5 NFL games in a bye week. You still got 6 weeks left in the regular season, and hopefully you have a game or two would be nice in the postseason. Is that we've seen in the last 2 or 3 games, 2 in particular, all of a sudden the emergence of Mims, who is now your speedy guy that you wondered, where is he at? He just played special teams last year. Oh, by the way, did make All-Pro at special teams. Didn't seem like he could get on the field the first 5 or 6 games. And now all of a sudden he's starting to become a big factor in a Sean Payton offense. So do you now go, hey, maybe we don't need that speedster guy because Mims can be that guy? Franklin in the last couple of games has been looked upon more also. So maybe you got that speedster guy, and you can now start solidifying some depth in other places.
By the way, when I look at this, you know where they have the Broncos drafting? 23rd. And it's like, whoa, okay. That means they're a playoff team. And you know what's funny? I've just been so fixated on 10 wins. I really haven't paid except for today, a lot of attention where they are in the standings. You guys realize there's only 2 teams that can really catch them, and only one that's really realistic, and that's the Dolphins.
Yeah,
who Miami's 5 and 6.
Miami's dangerous right now. They're dangerous, but it still feels like they got a big uphill battle to climb just because they've got like zero margin for error.
The Broncos or the Dolphins?
Dolphins.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I'm looking at this kind of like, I wonder if you can't get in with 9 wins to the playoffs as the 7th, the last seed.
Yeah, you can, for sure. 10's kind of the magic number that more or less guarantees you a playoff berth. 9 is 50-50. Some years you'll get in, some years you don't. This year, with as many bad teams as there are, and Scott, I don't know the most recent count you did, but as of last week, going into the weekend, we had 14 teams with 4 wins or less. I haven't done the updated count after this weekend's games, but yeah, there's a lot of bad balls, so 9 wins might get you in.
It might get you.
And also you brought up another cool NFL storyline is that those, 4 games that Tua missed, 4 or 5 games that Tua missed, and everybody's like, oh, they ought to just sell out the seasons. The way they're playing right now, and you talk about Bo Nix being accurate. Go look and see what Tua did the last 2 weeks. I think he completed 80% of his passes last week. they're all of a sudden on the rise, and you're like, whoa, maybe they always did. Figured they had some hope, right?
There are 12 teams with 4 or less wins right now. 4. The Dolphins and the Colts have 5 wins. The Colts have not had their bye week, similar to the Broncos, so that must be coming up for them. The Dolphins have had their bye week. They're at 5-6. So the Broncos got them 2 wins up in the win column, 1 in the loss column. We'll see how they do on their makeup game. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, the Dolphins win. Well, basically, the Broncos have a 1-game lead over the Dolphins to make the playoffs. All right. We like our chances there.
Mm-hmm.
You like to keep a 1-game lead or maybe even improve on it as the Chargers sit there at 7-4. They've already had their bye week too. I don't know, man. It's kind of exciting, to be honest with you. Like, now that we're this deep into it, and you see that the Broncos the Broncos control their own destiny, right?
Yeah.
Theoretically.
We've been there. We were just there with CU.
That's right.
The Broncos do more or less control their own destiny. I mean, all you got to do is handle your business against the teams you're supposed to, and then get 1 win against a relatively difficult team in your final 3 games.
You're in if you can figure that out.
Let me throw this out there to go back on what D-Mac said. 12 teams at 4 wins or less.
Yeah.
If you go 5 or less, because we played another game last week, still sub 500 teams.
Mm-hmm.
17.
There you go.
I'll tell you.
There you go.
Sub 500 teams.
I'll tell you this, though. The more I watch of the Browns, they're starting to make me a little bit nervous. They are.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. And we got the Browns by the numbers. What makes you? I got some numbers on it, but I'm curious. What makes you nervous about them on as you look at it?
It's an intangible thing, something that you can't quite you can't put your finger on it because statistically you'll look at a lot of areas that they don't look very strong. But there's an intangible with that team over the last 2 years that they rally behind that backup quarterback. They rally behind the Jameis Winston effect. And I think Jameis Winston is playing as free as he's ever been in his entire career. And it's a dangerous quarterback when he's doing it. You combine that with the best pass rusher in the NFL, who has been a streaky pass rusher this year in Myles Garrett. He's had games where he's gotten 2 or 3 sacks, and then he's had games where he's had 0. But you combine that with a week in which our offensive line is coming off probably their worst performance last week, and there's just some matchups that concern me.
They're a quirky team. The Broncos are a better team, in my opinion. But there's enough there about Cleveland to make you a little bit nervous. And it is funny you say that about Garrett because you think of him as just wrecking games, and he does have 10 sacks. Well, so does Nick Bonito. He's got 10 sacks this year too. So as dangerous as Garrett can be, there are big chunks of the game where he's, kind of, and I do wonder, Tyler, if he's one of these dudes who takes a couple of plays off here and there so he can have a little bit more juice in the tank for when he really needs it.
I don't think so. I think what it is he's just one of those guys that you game plan for. And when you focus in on the game plan, there's ways to take pass rushers out of the game. And when you want to go max pro, when you want to give Chip presence, when you want to channel him with that tight end just a little, maybe a yard outside, there's ways to contain him. Whereas I don't think Nick Bonito has quite reached the part of his career where other teams are like, yep, we're sending the slide to Nick Bonito every single play. But that is what's happening with Myles Garrett. So I think he's actually to have 10 sacks, knowing that every team is game planning the way they are, that makes it even more impressive to me.
I think they're better with Jameis Winston than Deshaun Watson, which is crazy, but they're still not that great. Nick Chubb, they're using as kind of he's in the regular rotation, but he's not like getting all the hauls. He's still recovering from his injury. So he's just kind of okay. But they're not great. I mean, they're 30th in points per game. They're 29th in rushing. They're 21st in passing. They're 32nd in the league in sacks allowed and last in the league on third down percentage offensively. They just stall out. And they're a team that's their own worst enemy. They've got 82 penalties, 28th in the league. The guy who gets a lot of work for them, their punter. He's got the most punts in the league. So they're punting a lot. Their defense is okay too. They're the shining star there. And they're 9th in the league in sacks and 7th in the league on third down. So if you get to a 3rd and 5 or longer, you're gonna struggle theoretically against this Browns defense. But that being said, they still allow 24.5 points per game. I mean, teams are still putting points up on them. They're doing all right against them. They are an incredible streaky team.
Two trivia questions for you on Jameis Winston.
Yeah.
Hey, how old is he?
I don't know.
Probably not 30.
Exactly, 30 years old, which to me felt old. You know, I can still remember the crab legs. So, how many games has he started this year?
Let's see. I can look up. But he'll be 31 by the way.
Just
in January.
off the top of my head.
3.
4. 2
Okay.
and 2.
Okay.
So he's a 500
I'm doing pretty
record
good so far.
In the four, yeah, really good. The point being, they've actually played better with him quarterbacking than they ever did with Deshaun Watson.
You know what it is for me is not so much about the Browns as it is, you know, kind of like CU. My concern with CU was, when was the last time they got punched in the mouth? They hadn't really had to overcome any adversity. Now, granted, 4 weeks ago, the Broncos got punched in the mouth. They got beat down by the Baltimore Ravens 41-10. But that Kansas City game, they didn't get punched in the mouth. They lost it. But that was kind of a moral victory for the team. You get a huge win against the Falcons. You kind of sleptwalk your way through the Raiders game. And I just question, is this Broncos team, are they mentally mature enough to prepare week in and week out with the same type of, you know, just the avid, like, the gung-ho nature it takes to prepare for every game? I question whether they'll be there for a game like the Browns.
I think
Jameis Winston's last 2 games, let me just go there. He had 395 yards on 46 attempts in a loss to the Saints with 2 touchdowns, no picks. And then last week the snow game in Pittsburgh, right?
Yeah.
The snow game in Pittsburgh. And he had, where are we at?
I got it right here if you want it, but I got it.
Yeah, give it to me.
He was 18 of 27 for 219, no touchdowns and a pick. Took 1 sack.
And that's pretty good in that snow game.
66.7% complete percentage. Yeah, you know what's funny? I was watching that game today. He actually was really struggling. They couldn't get a first down when the weather was nice. He was way better when the weather turned in the other direction. They got off to a horribly slow start against Pittsburgh, but then Pittsburgh with Russ wasn't really doing anything either. And there was a crazy back shoulder catch against Denzel Ward of all people that basically enabled Pittsburgh to get down for the opening field goal. But the first half of that game was like nothing from like either team. It wasn't until the weather got crappy that the thing started to turn around. However, there's a very, very, very interesting number on Jameis Winston's record this year that bodes very well for the Broncos. I'll give you that detail coming up next. What's going on at CMAC for the Rocky Mountain Men's Cleaner? Erectile dysfunction, that's not something you want to bring home for the holidays, that's for sure. And if you've been dealing with it and you're thinking about a holiday present for yourself, perhaps something that, you know, your partner could share, and of course is a healthy sex life, more intimacy, just better love, period, top to bottom. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic does not have you live a mediocre life. They have you live the life that you want. It's sensational life. When the pills or herbals fail, it's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic with treatment rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a visit today. $99 includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So hit them up today. That's 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. CU playing Oklahoma State on Friday, 10 a.m. And we'll be dialed in on that game. Excuse me. I'm sorry about that. But we got to give some props, Tyler, to your Buffaloes and Hoops. My God. You beat UConn? I mean,
yeah, man.
UConn's taking it on the chin a little bit here, but and then CU's playing right now against Iowa State. They're down 13-9, kind of just a quarter of the way through the first half. But wow,
Huge, dude.
Wow.
Huge win. There's some fun social media stuff you could look on Twitter and see the interactions in the locker room and how much it meant to that program. I don't want to be like a rain on the parade guy at all because this is an incredible win, but just it feels like every year Tad Boyle does this early on. Early on, it feels like, man, this is the year. We got a squad. Let's go, baby. And then it just kind of fizzles out. So hopefully we buck that trend this year.
Well, you see how
does it fizzle out? Didn't they go the second or third round last year?
Yeah, but not based off what they did in season. Had they taken care of their business in season, they would have had a much easier path in the playoffs. Right. Or excuse me, in the tournament.
And didn't they have a couple of first-round picks?
Yeah, they had 2.
Yeah, it was projected. Did they only have 2?
Was it 3?
Only. I remember
they had 2 first-rounders, 1 second-rounder.
They had KJ Simpson, Tristan De Silva, and then who was the third?
Cody Williams.
Oh, yeah, Cody.
De Silva's been playing a lot. I don't know if he got hurt recently, but I saw him hit a big game the other night.
Yeah, that team sputtered out big time in the regular season last year, though.
Well, and didn't Nate and Andy have Tad Boyle on yesterday? I thought I saw that. That's pretty cool from Hawaii. Tad calling in, checking in with the boys. So, hey, way to go, man. That's exciting. That's awesome. Fun way, I think, as a college kid, you're out in Hawaii playing in a tournament like the Maui Invitational. I get it. You're away from your fam and all on Thanksgiving. But how cool is that experience? That must be amazing. And what high school gym did they play that tournament in? This place looks tiny that they're playing this game in. But I guess that's probably the appeal to it, Scott, right? Kind of different, kind of fun.
They used to play, and I don't know if this is the Maui tournament, or does Chaminade still have a tournament? Remember, like small college?
Is that not Chaminade? Yeah. Is that not the same tournament as the Maui Invitational? Are there two different things?
I feel like they combined it into one instead of just saying Chaminade, and that way they'd. Remember Chaminade had, when they first started, had 2 like big upsets in the first 2 years of it, and then everybody said, "Oh, come on." Then they got
this gym is tiny, man. I mean, there's high school gyms in Colorado bigger than this.
Feels like state championship.
Let me ask you this: when you were at Syracuse, did you ever travel around the Big East and go to games?
I sure did, man. I saw games.
Did
in
you
Madison.
ever go to George? Did you ever go to
Georgetown? No,
gym?
I wish I did, but I didn't. I hear that's a pretty small. Well.
How about Duke?
Well, hold on.
You seen Duke's gym?
I have. That's small.
Yeah.
What would happen when Syracuse would play though at Georgetown? They would play like at the. Sometimes, exactly. MCI, whatever it was, that would happen too. Listen, man, that's probably not a fair question for me because when I was there, the Big East was, I mean, there's 30,000 people for a Syracuse UConn game. You know what I'm saying? Like they played in big arenas for everywhere.
Syracuse played in that big old dome, but you go to Seton Hall or any of them other places, they were like tiny.
Isn't Indiana kind of a small gym? No.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Don't think so.
But Cameron is, right? Duke is a pretty small place.
Oh, dude, Cameron. Yeah, dude. First time I walked in there, I coached a game in there for AAU basketball. And I walked in there because, it's hallowed ground for college basketball. And I walk in there and I went, oh, my God, this is tiny.
I don't think that even holds 10,000. Like, it's tiny.
Wow. Well, I think that's special about basketball. I think that makes it exciting.
What does Coors hold? Do you know up in Boulder?
I
thought it was right at 10, wasn't it?
I think some of the most exciting sporting events I've seen are packed high school basketball gyms. That environment is just, dude, it is awesome. It is so cool when it's just packed to the rafters in a small high school gym. And even,
what was the manual? Where was it manual when they'd have that one big tournament day or big tournament weekend? Was it manual? And you'd have basically games going from the morning till the evening.
That sounds cool.
I went in there one time, was there from like noon till like 9 o'clock at night, just watching 3 or 4 or 5 high school basketball games.
Yeah, I think Colorado high school basketball is pretty freaking cool. I've been very, very lucky to see a lot of great high school basketball games. It's been awesome, really awesome. Let me give you a number on the Jameis Winston, because just watching him a little bit. And I like Jameis. Are you guys fans of Jameis Winston? Just like him?
Dude, how could you not like Jameis? Like seriously, how could you not like that dude?
Okay, I do too. Scott, you like Jameis?
Yeah, now.
Like his vibe? Yeah. Now. I'm talking about now. He took 6 sacks against the Chargers in their 27-10 loss. So while you have these crazy wins against the Ravens and against the Steelers, They lost 35-14 to the Saints, sacked 3 times, and they lost 27-10 to the Chargers, where he was sacked 6 times. So again, I do wonder if there's something with the Browns that they just get up for their division opponents, a little bit more, but the real Browns are kind of a weak offensive line, and Jameis is just kind of an okay quarterback, really not that great.
That Saints game, he threw for 395 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks, too.
Yeah.
He put up some numbers in that
How
game.
do you throw for 395 yards and only have 2 touchdowns?
Well,
what happened there?
It feels like
you probably throw it 8 yards off the line of scrimmage and pick up, or behind the line of scrimmage and pick up 5, and then throw it 3 or 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage and pick up 4, and then.
I got to look at that game. I bet there were fumbles in that game or something, because that seems ridiculous. Go ahead, Tyler. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. It feels like Jameis Winston is this generation's Fitzpatrick. Like everywhere he goes,
that's good.
He's going to be freaking electric as a backup quarterback. And then when you give him just enough leash, he's going to hang himself. He's that type of dude that in small spurts, it's spectacular. But what makes him spectacular also causes a lot of errant throws and mistakes.
That is actually a pretty crazy game, because there were no interceptions, nor were there any fumbles. But yet they gave up 21 points in the fourth quarter to lose 35-14 to the Saints. A Saints team the Broncos handled, relatively easily, as they did for the entire NFC South. Listen, man, I think
But Derek Carr played in that game, didn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he did. He was 21 and 27 for 248 with 2 touchdowns. So, he played well, obviously. He really played well. What's your point there? Like, what are you trying to say with that?
Listen, I will say this. As inept as the New Orleans offense looked against us, that was bad quarterback play.
Well, I just think that I think the Broncos are going to get to Jameis Winston. I don't think it's going to be any kind of blowout. And we'll talk to Adam Schefter coming up next. Like, who is this Browns team? And I don't know what you guys' kind of soft vibe is. The game's not till Monday, so plenty of time to think about
it's
it.
on Monday, to be honest.
Well,
and then we got to buy.
And then we got to buy.
This is Melvin Johnson.
Who is who?
Who is Melvin Johnson?
I don't know. Help. Who is it?
Remember the line in The Man with Two Brains? Steve Martin. Who is
What
Melvin
decade
Johnson?
was that?
You got me on that one, Scott. Usually I'm pretty good with you, but you lost me.
Have you never seen The Man with Two Brains?
Not.
You got a problem with decades, Tyler, or just ignorance?
Maybe both.
Fair question for Adam Schefter. He'll join us coming up next. Adam Schefter is here to start us all up. Brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. If you start me up. Well, that song ended quick. Hi, Adam. How you doing, pal? It's good to see you. Thanks for special accommodations. We usually have you on Thursdays, but of course it's Turkey Day, so we appreciate you coming on a day early. Thanks, pal. Appreciate it.
Happy Thanksgiving to you guys and to everybody out in Colorado. Hope it's a very happy day for everybody.
Yeah.
Dude, you look like you're getting ready for a horror movie. Everything's dark and shadowed. The face is all bright right there. So you feel like you're ready for Halloween and not Thanksgiving.
I'm getting ready for Michigan, Ohio State on Saturday for starters, I guess, right? Like that's the horror.
How much you paid to that Bryce Underwood salary?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, you know, we're glad it happened.
Okay. I was being facetious, but okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I wonder what you can talk about, what you can't talk about these days with stuff like that. I don't know.
Yeah, you know what? Every time I talk about something, it seems to make a headline in a tabloid, right? So, like, we can talk about, breaking stories about Del Carter or whatever it may be, and it turns into headlines that you never would have imagined.
Adam, we joked about it, but we were respectful to you when we were on with you. We did not bring up the Dale Carter thing, although we.
You could bring it up. I brought it up. I mean, we're good.
Okay.
I mean,
right.
I said it. I said what I said, as people say.
Okay. Well, we don't need to beat it up. We had fun with it, like, without you.
We did have fun with it because we were just glad the answer was yes.
Well, apparently it was yes, Scott. It wasn't just.
It was like D-Mac on draft night.
Yes. Adam, the Cleveland Browns. Very quirky organization and team this year. Give us a little insight if you can. They pull off wins against the Ravens and the Steelers, right? Pretty good. They got shellacked by the Saints and the Chargers. They seem to be a team that's literally all over the place. What can you tell us about them and how they're doing these days?
Well, you know what's funny about that is that I remember talking to a coach about Jameis Winston at one point in time, and Jameis Winston, like, I can't get enough of watching that guy, his pregame speeches and his sound bites and the type of leader he is as a football player. I mean, I think he's got really good talent. I really do. But I'm like, I said to a coach at one point, like, why does he not play more? I always remember the answer the coach gave me, and they said, with Jameis, there's a high degree of variance.
Yep.
And I thought that was a great answer, a very accurate answer, very real. Like, there are times he goes out and looks like the number one overall pick in the draft, and then there are times he goes out and makes throws, you're like, what's he thinking there? What's he thinking there, right? And that's the high degree of variance that I believe has held him back from being a top-tier quarterback at the NFL level. I think he's a top-tier teammate, top-tier leader, top-tier, all those things. But in terms of reaching that final level of consistency, that high degree of variance, I think, has prevented him from reaching all his talents.
Yeah, really quick. In his 4 starts here, it's 6 touchdowns. In the last 4 starts, 6 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, sacked 12 times. How's my math there? 9, 11, 12. Yeah, that's all over the place, Adam. That's Jameis Winston, though, right? There you go. There's some good, there's some bad, there's some problems. Yeah, high variance. Yeah.
High degree of variance, right? And by the way, I'm watching it. That phrase is just in my mind. Like, I see him make a great play. I'm like, oh, he's so good. And then he throws an interception, a pick, and you're like, high degree of variance.
Yeah, I referred to him as the next generation Matt Fitzpatrick. He's going to ball out in short spurts, and then you give him enough time, and maybe you get frustrated. But that being said, the Browns have got a very interesting situation there. I mean, could you see them giving Jameis Winston maybe $30 million or something to be the full-time QB?
$30 million a year?
Yeah. I mean, because isn't that kind of like there's the regular going rate, which is about 50, and then there's kind of whatever the next tier is.
I think I'd have to see how he finishes out the season before I'm giving him $30 million a year. Like, I think that they would absolutely have an interest in having him back, and I think that there's a spot for him. The question is, what's about? Okay, by the way, if they're not paying, is somebody else paying Jameis Winston $30 million? You tell me. And I don't know. I don't know the answer. I'm asking you that.
I think somebody might. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Then if somebody might, and Cleveland doesn't want to lose him, they'll pay him $30 million a year.
Yeah.
But I don't know that that's the market for Jam. I don't know that. Like, to me, if he plays real well down the stretch, I could see a 2-year, I'm making this up, $45 million deal, something like that.
All right. Well, that's the same ballpark. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yours is a little higher than mine. But you know what? Hey, here's the deal. If the guy goes on a big winning streak, sure. Absolutely. Like, the more he wins and the better he plays, the more he's going to get. So it's up to him.
Which be motivation for these last 4 or 5 games of the season. Give me a timeline and what has gone wrong with Cleveland, and did it all start with Deshaun Watson? Did it start with the front office? Where is it?
I mean, they gave up as much for that player as just about any team outside of Minnesota for Herschel Walker. So when you give up that kind of package for one guy and give him the type of money, and he's out there as often as he's been and plays the way he's played. I mean, like, here's the deal. The Niners gave up a huge package to go up to number 3 to go draft Trey Lance, and they missed. But they got Brock Purdy in the 7th round.
Lucked out.
So it covered up everything. Like, I mean, you can get past everything. The Browns gave Deshaun Watson $230 million guaranteed money. I think they gave up 3 ones for the guy. I mean, the package, I could do a search of what that package turned into for the Houston Texans. I'm going to do that as we're on the phone talking. And you tell me how the Browns should have been able to give that up.
Well, I'll give you something while you look that up, Adam. In my opinion, Jimmy Haslam, the owner of the Browns, must be the most hated owner in the NFL amongst his peers, because what he did is just so out of proportion to what they collectively, and I know you're not allowed to do that, but seriously, he went so ridiculously in outer space that it really doesn't do the collective any good. And I think he's one of the worst owners in sports, period. As much
Has he caught Art Modell yet?
Well, he didn't move the franchise, I guess. And I mean, he's got them there, but he's a meddling owner who's trying to, like, I think the best thing the Broncos have right now is they have a connected owner to what's going on, but not a meddling owner. Like, Greg Penner knows what, and it's Greg Penner, by the way, not Robson Walton. It's Greg that runs everything. But he's connected to things without meddling. That is not the case in Cleveland.
Well,
and you're about to prove it right now.
Well, just because they made one of the worst trades of all time doesn't mean that Jimmy Haslam has been a horrendous owner. Like, I think Jimmy Haslam really cares and really wants to win. He just made a terrible trade. Okay? Here's the trade. So, and by the way, you brought up Greg Penner. Like, that's what you want your owner to be.
Yes.
Just telling you right now. Like, that guy is, that family, outstanding. So the Texans got back in return for Deshaun Watson. The Browns got Deshaun Watson and a 2024 6th round draft pick. I don't know why they got that in that trade, but they did. The Texans got a 2022 first that became guard Kenyon Green, a 2022 4th round pick that became running back Damian Pierce, a 2023 first round pick that became Will Anderson Jr., a 2023 3rd round pick that became Tank Dell, a 2024 first round pick that was traded back with Minnesota for 2nd and 6th round picks for Kamari Lassiter and Jamal Hill, and a 2024 4th that became Caden Bullock. So really,
wow.
On it, well, wow. So it's Kenyon Green, Damian Pierce, Will Anderson, Tank Dell, Kamari Lassiter, Jamal Hill, and Caden Bullock. Honestly, like, that's a good, but that's not as much as I would have thought. Like, they didn't turn that into anything else. Like, I mean, it's pretty good, but it's not like, whoa. So
but then they got really, really lucky too, because they lost the Lovie Smith Bowl theoretically, but they won because Stroud's a better quarterback than Bryce Young, as it turns out. So there was a little bit of luck that was going on there too. So it just worked out.
Yeah, I mean, it was a big move, a big trade. They put so much into that. The Browns did, and it just didn't work. It didn't work, and they're still paying the price for it today.
Yeah.
So the Vikings pick up Daniel Jones on the practice squad, right? And it's what is it, like a $370,000, $390,000 deal, whatever. How do you see that unfolding? Do you see that as like they're interested in this guy, or is this like let's develop him and get something back?
I think there's a few reasons to look at this. Number one, I think that Daniel Jones and Kevin O'Connell had a relationship that dated back to his draft process. And I think Daniel Jones liked and believed him. And Daniel Jones gotten beat up here the last 5-6 years. So I think he's looking to go to a safe space here. And he's looking to go to a safe space with a coach he trusts, with a team that's playing for something. Yeah. And the Vikings are, right? You got Sam Darnold there, who he knows, I'm sure, from his time in New York. You've got a case where the Vikings have run short on quarterbacks the last couple of years. And so they feel like they're getting a reinforcement. They're getting a chance to get to know him and him get to know them, so that after the season, if and when Sam Darnold leaves, maybe Daniel Jones will want to come back on I'm making this up, a 2-year, $15 million deal.
Wow. A
1-year, $7 million deal. He comes back to, or he leaves to a place that is willing to pay more, and the Vikings get back a compensatory draft pick then. So there's no losing this. Either they have quarterback depth for this year, they get to bring him back next year, or they get a comp pick. Like, for what? For $350,000, $375,000? There's no downside.
Amazing. Yeah, there really isn't.
Amazing.
Right. Let me ask this then: can a team like Minnesota, with 2 broke by New York quarterbacks, are they viable to win a Super Bowl?
Well, the problem is that hold on a second. Oh, that's interesting. They're in a division with 2 really good teams. Like, the Lions are great, and the Packers are really good too. So that's the problem that they have, right? To me.
Yeah. We got breaking news going down, boys.
Oh, what's going on?
No, it's not breaking, but it's not breaking.
Talk to us.
It's not breaking. Hold on, ready? It just for
interesting.
This is exciting.
No, you got to say it out loud before you hit send.
I'll do that. Ready?
Yep.
It's not big. It's just
I'm following my Twitter right now to see when it's gonna click in there.
Ready?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Packers have ruled out Romeo Doubs, Jair Alexander, and Edrin Cooper for Thursday night's game versus the Dolphins, and I will now press send, and you can see it post up on your screen.
What a guy!
That was awesome.
What a guy!
That's awesome.
That's technology, boys.
Well, you can't see it. I'm trying to show the camera there, right there.
That's cool.
That's cool. Thank you, Adam. That was pretty cool. That was a good little moment. That was a good little moment there. I mean, it's like, who cares? But still, that was cool. I really appreciate it. All right.
Yeah, of course.
What are you doing for Thanksgiving? What's you on TV tomorrow, or what's the deal with you tomorrow?
You know what? I think it's the first time that I don't have assigned television.
Really?
In 16, 17 years.
Wow.
I think it's the first time that I don't have to go into the Broncos press room or work or do something on Thanksgiving, do live hits in the morning. And got to be 30 years.
Holy cow.
Now, again, you watch the games, and my job is to track it, and I'm sure something's going to happen. And Tommy DeVito's not going to it's just, that's what it is. You're never off. But it's a light day. It'll be a nice day, and we look forward to it.
All right, man. Well, listen, so do you even know what a Thanksgiving dinner is like with a family then? Or you just do it later? You kind of move it around or whatever?
Yeah, isn't that where they barbecue hot dogs?
There you go.
There
you go.
And corn on the cob.
That's right.
And you see how much your brother-in-law how many hot dogs he can eat in 15 minutes. It's really a cool tradition they have.
It's a pilgrim tradition. That's what they did. They barbecued hot dogs.
Make sure to talk about
the biggest thing. Are you cooking anything, or are you
Adam,
like all thumbs in the kitchen?
There's no way Adam's cooking anything. No way.
I can tell you right now. I ordered some pies. I'll be picking up the pies tomorrow. We'll bring them over to my wife's cousin's house.
That's right.
And that will be our contribution.
When you say you ordered, did you make the phone call?
Yes, I did.
Well, all right. Way to go.
Did
Hey,
you?
you might want to pick those pies. You might want to pick
order
those
some
pies up
pies.
today. By the way.
No, we're picking up tomorrow.
No, they got it figured out. When you
So this pie place is staying open on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, Scott.
Scott?
I checked.
was
Unless they deceive me, the pickup hours for the pies are between 10 and 2.
Dude, I'm telling you, more than ever, restaurants are staying open on Thanksgiving. There's more. I've seen more restaurants with Thanksgiving deals. I think people want to cook less, not more, frankly. I think people are looking to just order and pick it up left and right. So that actually doesn't surprise me.
We're saturated with Gen Zers that are living on their own and say, how do you turn this thing on?
I don't know.
What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Give me the rundown.
Hey, it's just me, my 2 kids, my wife. We're ordering from a restaurant, and I'm going to pick it up.
Which restaurant?
Blue Island Oyster Bar up here in Lone Tree. I'll give them a shout out. I'm gonna have some clam chowder on Thanksgiving because I love chowder. That's what I love Thanksgiving. But I think you should eat whatever food you love on Thanksgiving. I think there's traditional food, but you should also get the food you love. My take on it. Scott?
So you're not cooking anything.
Nothing. I love it. We're just eating with the family. Wow. It's perfect.
Yeah. Well, why don't you just order Grubhub then and just see if they're still working? I will be getting up in the morning preparing a turkey, and I will smoke a turkey tomorrow morning and hopefully be done around 2:30.
You're a real man.
And we will have smoked turkey a la Scott tomorrow.
I used to be a big smoked turkey guy, but now I'm a deep fried guy. Deep fried. Can't go wrong when you deep fry it, man.
I love the deep fried accident.
Yeah, unless you slop it in there and the grease gets over and hits that fire, and all of a sudden you got a 5-alarm fire.
Yeah, but don't you feel like a man? Like smoking a turkey, you feel like a man. But deep frying.
I hated the one time I fried a turkey. I absolutely hated it. The turkey was fine. The mess and cleanup was miserable.
Too much oil.
Adam, we're gonna let you go. We love you, pal.
But hold on, before you let me go, Scott, you on the road somewhere right now with the Nuggets?
Yeah,
I'm in Salt Lake City, Utah.
But they're coming back tonight, right?
Yeah, we'll be home tonight, probably 1 o'clock, 12:30, 1 o'clock.
So you fly on the team plane, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
and,
that works out.
And stays in the team hotel.
That's great.
Yeah,
we're in the Grand America. Have you ever been in Salt Lake? Have you ever stayed at the Grand America?
I bet it's grand.
Yeah.
I've never stayed there.
Why would Adam Schefter have ever even been to Utah?
Well, he's a big skier, you know. And I'm looking right here. The ski mountains are right there. So, I mean, I figured he's gone up to Park City or something.
Adam is just growing up in Long Island on the NFL beat. You know, nothing like hitting the mountains, right, Adam? Just
you know what? I will tell you this. I remember my buddies and I. We went to Park City a couple of times. Like my college friends and I used to have a ski trip, and for me to go from Colorado back then, it was easy. So we went to Utah a couple of different times. Park City, went to Deer Valley. Like it was great. It's beautiful there. It's great. And in fact, Scott, when I was doing sidelines for ESPN for basketball, this was like 4 or 5 years ago, pre-pandemic, and I was on the phone with the NBA boss, and I love doing that, by the way. And maybe there'll be more, Scott. Have you heard anything about this?
Just what I've read.
Okay. Well, anyway, so I said to my boss, well, maybe you could send me to do an NBA game. Yeah, as long as it's close by, no problem. And they said, great. So a few weeks later, they called. They said, we're sending you to Salt Lake City. I was doing a Jazz somebody else playoff game. I forget who they played.
It's a playoff game.
So I get on the plane, fly out there. Actually, I've got a little altitude sickness there. I could feel it there. That's interesting. I just realized that because I got sick there, and then when I went to Denver, I just connected those two. That's interesting. Anyway, so yes, I've been
not drinking enough water. You got to start drinking more water. You're dehydrating yourself.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah.
So did they put you up at the
no Sports Center today?
Did they put you up at the NBC Suites, or did they put you up here at the Grand America?
I think I might have stayed at the Grand American. I think I might have stayed there.
Yeah, I bet you did. Had big old room. I'm sitting in like a living room area.
Yeah, are you comfortable, Scott?
You get this. You get the suite. I wouldn't get that.
Was there a mint on the pillow? There was a turn down service?
No.
Was
At
the
the
toilet
Grand
paper?
America, everyone. This is like a luxury Embassy Suites. Every room.
Oh my
at the
God,
Grand America has a bedroom and like a sitting area.
Tyler,
Sounds
Adam,
like they got a good breakfast.
Can you believe it? A 5-star hotel accommodations for an NBA team? I mean, I'm blown away.
Jealous?
Adam, we're gonna let you go. We're gonna let you go, but we love you. We'll see you later, Adam. Enjoy
Hey,
your
guys. Happy Thanksgiving to
See you,
everybody.
buddy. Happy Thanksgiving.
All right, it's Adam Schefter, who's brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Visit ccu.org to learn more. We have no dumb questions. Also, there is something that Jamal Murray said that's really bugging me a day later. And I feel weirder about it a day later than I did when I heard it initially. Plus, no dumb questions coming up. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac, and the holidays are here where everybody wants the same thing you want. More gifts under the tree, more treats on the table, and certainly more for your money. Well, good news. That's exactly what Mike Maroney Ford in Longmont is giving you. More. It's the More for the Holidays event. One-time savings on new 2024 Ford F-150s and Broncos. Plus, Maroney means more. Every vehicle comes with a 3-day money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. Anywhere you are, Maroney will get that vehicle to you with free delivery. There's a better way to start the buying process now. Go to MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. That's MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. Hurry, your chance to unwrap unprecedented savings ends soon. The best Broncos and F-150s go fast. So wherever you're headed for the holidays, stop by 3rd and Alpine at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont First, online at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com, and tell them your pal D-Mac sent you. Oh, look at this one, huh?
That's got to be Dean Martin.
Is this Bing Crosby?
Or Bing Crosby. Dean Martin or Bing Crosby. Maybe Bing.
Sounds like Bing Crosby. Yeah. Is it Bing Crosby, Dan?
It's whatever YouTube gave me.
Oh,
Scott,
my God.
that sounds like Bing to me. Tyler, you think this is Bing Crosby?
This is best Ben song ever.
I'm sorry, the what?
Big Ben. Is that who you're talking about?
Bing Crosby?
Ben
Bing.
Crosby.
Well, it might be his brother, Ben.
Oh, okay.
Bing, Ben, Bing Bong Ben, Bing Bong Ding Dong, Bing Bong Ben. Well, happy Thanksgiving. Yeah, there's, I don't know if I want to just say, it's not really a no dumb question. It's more kind of like a vent. I don't want to vent angrily, though, day before Thanksgiving.
Why not?
I don't know. I guess I could.
That was Bing Crosby.
Bing Crosby.
I've got plenty to be thankful for.
All right. You know who should be thankful?
Well, that they had him more for a Christmas song.
Professional athletes that get paid millions of dollars to play sports should be thankful. I got to tell you, man, that whole Jamal Murray life outside basketball thing, man, that's stuck in my craw a little bit. I'm not going to lie. So here's a little bit of what Jamal said the other day.
Guys have lives outside of basketball. We just beat LA in LA. Got some guys that are live in LA, so stayed in LA. And like I said, I don't think the focus was there from everybody. And that's what happens when you don't have the focus. Like I said, it's not on coach. It's not on what plays are running. It's not on anybody else but the guys that are out there on the court. So
okay. Now, it looks like he's actually kind of pointing the finger with the, but the attitude that...
He was there, though, right? He stuck around also, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the whole team did. I still don't know what's behind that. Like, if there was friction about staying in L.A. or not. But let me tell you, the whole concept of life outside basketball, guys, what he's accusing his teammates of, like everybody has lives outside basketball and we're not focused. Maybe that is true, and maybe you really do feel that way, but that might be something you want to keep to yourself there. Because I tell you who's got life outside work, everybody. Everybody has a life outside of what they need to do for a living. Literally everybody. And hearing excuses about why you're not focused, or even pointing the finger at your other teammates that, they're not focused because of things, man, to me, that is stuck in my craw. I'm not going to lie. Everybody has a life outside work. Literally everybody. And not everybody, hardly anybody, nobody.
So what is your complaint that he said that because he gets paid a lot of money, he shouldn't complain about life outside of sports?
Yeah, I guess so.
People. So is there a cutoff?
I guess so.
What's the value cutoff?
I guess it is.
As far
I guess
as not
so.
being able to
70
complain?
grand?
Yeah,
No,
I mean,
in all honesty, I don't think we should complain about things for what we do. We all have lives outside of what we do for a living. We're the last people in the world that should complain openly about, this, that, the other thing. I mean, we kind of
Well,
gripe
if
about
you're
all
going
sorts
deeper
of
than
stuff.
that, anybody who's drawing a breath, especially when you drive by a cemetery, probably ought not have anything to complain about either, should you?
That's probably pretty fair too.
I think context matters, right? So we've all got things in our life that impacts our job. And sometimes it's things that you're not in control of. But when it's stuff that you choose that can affect your job, that's when it goes the other direction. And I'm actually going to give Jamal the benefit of the doubt there that I hope he wasn't pointing the finger, because he did just take a trip to go watch a UFC match.
He did.
And I think is the way I understand it, he stayed there in LA as well. So perhaps he wasn't pointing the finger there, but if he was, I mean, come on, we need a little bit of self-reflection there. I do tend to agree with Scott, though. I mean, look, the dollar figure feels insurmountable to understand and overcome in conversations like this. But is it really any different?
The guy, there's guys say, I can't believe a guy making $30 million a year is complaining, sitting there, at his $150,000 job, which then there's a guy that's making $65,000 going, how's that 150 guys paying the guy who's down on food stamps making 20s?
There you
So
go.
It's all what it is. I was told, and I think D-Mac brought this up, that the next day he did respond on Twitter that, listen, I was part of that group too, so somebody must have called him on it. They just sound like you were calling your teammates out. And I'm sure that would be probably one of his teammates said, dog, come on now. And so he, according to you, I don't follow athletes on Twitter, I don't think, or at least many of them anyway. That he basically said, no, I was part of that issue too. My biggest problem is this. And listen, we used to fly out after the game the next day all the time. We didn't have sleep studies. And I said this yesterday, it's amazing the NBA survived for 65 years without sleep studies and guys traveling on the first available flight the next morning after a game, and everything was fine. So now we'd get angry and frustrated, and we fought a lot more. So maybe that's why we fought more. If we'd have slept better, we wouldn't have had so many fights back in the 80s and 90s. Maybe that's what it was. But there's not been a team I've been on that didn't have a night overnight in, and I told you the cities yesterday, New York, L.A., Chicago, Miami, Atlanta, for me also Dallas. You weren't going out and having a good time. I remember after a game with the Pistons, with the biggest agnostic maybe / atheist I've ever been with, or hammered drunk laying on the floor of my buddy's house in Hermosa Beach singing Christmas songs with a teammate after a game in L.A. And we had to catch, an early flight the next day, or maybe we had practice the next day. Maybe that's back when the NBA was smart, and if you played the LA teams, you stayed there and played both teams. My problem isn't the guys going out. That has been the history of the NBA. My problem is the extracurricular, I'm in Memphis and I fly to New York. That is a bigger issue for me for that. Yeah. I don't have a problem the Joker stayed back because his wife was at the point of it could do it any day. His family has all come in from Serbia because the moment has arrived, and you stay out. And guess what? There's a great saying, you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans. They stay back from that road trip, and they end up having to induce on, the Thursday or whatever, the day they got back. I have no problem with that. I don't have a problem like you do, D-Mac. The Malone said, okay, I have missed 4 years of my daughter's high school career, who's a college player. I'm probably going to miss the majority of her college career. Here's her last game. She actually made the state championships, semifinals or whatever it was. I'm going to stay back and watch. It hasn't been done a lot, I've known a lot of guys miss a lot of things, but I also know a lot of guys that have coached this league that are divorced or what's it called when you're not in your family or not together, your kids. I know estranged. I know a lot of coaches that have been estranged with their kids because of what they did. So I had no problem with that. Mine is the extracurricular, your choice things like Tyler just said.
Yeah. But I do wonder, and Scott, you would obviously be much better to speak on this than me, but I also wonder from a coaching standpoint, how normal is it to be like, all right, boys, yeah, go stay behind, have an extra night out there in LA, right? Like would that be within the realm of Michael Malone's? Certainly it's within his rights. Just be like, no, let's get on a plane.
We had one time, I'll give you an example on this. No, not very. It only happened once in my life, in my career. And we flew into L.A. on a Saturday from Atlanta. Willis Reed, the late, great Willis Reed, was our assistant coach. So we had a Saturday night in L.A., but we didn't play till Monday. We had 48 hours, but didn't play Monday. And we bus pulled from the hotel, bing. Fratello and everybody gets out. Willis stands up before any players. Now, listen, even Willis in his 50s was an imposing figure. He said, boys, if you're going to go get it tonight because we got a game to win on Monday. Not tomorrow night. You get your rest on Sunday. If you're going to go out and get it, go get it tonight. And that's the first time I've ever said, okay, here we go. We got it, and it kicked the Lakers' butts. It was like probably 85 when they were a good team. Kicked their butts in L.A., but, we're like, he gets it. But guess what? Willis played in the league too, and he knows. He knew what was going to happen. Go get it, but then get your rest tomorrow because we got a game on Monday.
Hey, here's the reality of where things are. You just got to hope that this team's got the switch, that they can turn it on. And I remember a couple of years back after the All-Star break when things were puttering out, and they flipped the switch when they got into the playoffs, okay? But what the team is telling you is everything that we've always thought. The first 20, 25 games don't matter. And I think you can see that in some of the decisions that are being made here. So I guess just hope that they turn the switch on when it's time.
I'll tell you this, man. They're saying they're not focused. I believe them. I don't think it's a focused team right now. And listen, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they go and beat Utah by 20 tonight. But I won't be surprised if they go to L.A. on Sunday and lose by 20. And if you want to tell me repeatedly that you're not focused, hey, guess what? I'm starting to believe you. And life outside basketball? All right, cool. I'll just tell you this, man. Everybody's got a life outside their work that you've got to put to the side so you can go, do whatever you got to do. And there's plenty of people working today and tomorrow on the holidays. Plenty. So that's it. That's all.
Well, I'm not. The switch that they're trying to flip on, and I've seen it for 40 years. It's a different switch than Charlotte, or a different switch than maybe even Portland, or teams that really have no shot at all of winning a championship. Clippers might be in that boat right now too. The young, up-and-coming, hungry teams, they've already switched it on right now. They're in full go.
Yeah.
Houston, Oklahoma City, they're full go. Teams that think they got a championship understand the grind. I think it's a mistake because I think better to do like D-Max pointed out they did 2 years ago. Start the grind. Start the grind early and shut it down after All-Star break where you got 20 games to go, as opposed to don't start it early.
Right.
And remember last year it was at the All-Star break, and all of a sudden Joker said, "Okay, boys, we get back. This thing goes for real."
Right.
And they went on a 20-3 run,
it was
or
crazy.
21-4 run,
it was just
or something like that.
It was just like that.
And really, other than that San Antonio loss, could have won the Western Conference again.
Yep.
I think it's dangerous to because they have the capability, and they'll get Gordon back here in the next week or so, and that's going to make a ton of difference. I just think this – and, again, it's not that they're not playing hard, because I think they are.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think their minds are in it, and that's the grind part of the equation, in my opinion.
All right, well said. We'll get to No Dumb Questions coming up next.
Dumb.
Hey guys, you deserve to look and feel your best, so don't settle in life. Don't just accept that your energy is low. Don't accept that your workouts aren't going as far as they once did. Do something about it. Call my friends over at Revitalized Health. Tyler Plums here. And guys, I've been working with Revitalized for 7 years. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, whatever your body needs, they're going to come up with a game plan and you're going to feel amazing. Guys, I wouldn't keep going back unless they're tremendous at what they do. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over and find them online at revitalized-health.com.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present
Dum 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 Dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
Thank you to Old Chicago. You are tremendous. Oldchicago.com. Order online or find a location near you. Scott Hastings, what you got?
I got
today?
2 or 3.
Oh, nice.
And I had 2, and then the 2 now made me think of 3. And so I'll start with the third first.
Okay.
No dumb question. We have no dumb questions. Aren't they basically camouflaged as complaints? More times than not.
Sometimes.
Right?
I just think of it as like something that happened earlier in the day to you that you need to get off your chest. But, you know, it works out
I
well.
had 2 things. Well, I just had one.
Okay. Well, there we go.
Well, I asked first, D-Mac, do you ever wear sweatpants? Tyler,
yeah.
Have you ever seen him in sweatpants?
Well, not to work, but I do wear sweats, kind of like sweats
No,
slash.
you wear tights and bike tights and shorts.
Yes.
Yeah, he does
God
that.
forbid.
But
God forbid you wear any
sweatpants.
Any sweatpants.
You wouldn't stoop to wearing sweatpants to work.
No.
But leggings,
Yes,
sure.
yes,
But
tights,
leggings
yes.
and shorts,
Yes.
oh yeah,
Yes,
we're
all
in
the-
on that right there.
all the time. Yes, although I do have
yeah.
a change of clothes here. I do, but I can't lie. I wear tights almost every day to work. Not today. It was. Although look at it now. It's nice. It's nice. The sun's out. It's beautiful.
Well, the sun's out here, and it was nasty snowy last night we got in. So no dumb question.
Yeah.
Does it not seem to always work? And I told Dan, I went to the restroom. And it's one of those things like I needed to go for like 3 breaks. I said, I finally went.
Oh, what a relief.
So now I've built up that, I kind of got to go. Does it always not work when you really got to go and you're wearing sweats that this drawstring always gets caught up in a knot every single time? And now as you're thinking it'll just be one quick beat, boom, boom, out, here we go. It's like, and then as soon as the knot happens, there's a panic. I'm at least speaking for me. Now there's a panic. What if I can't get this knot out? What if I tied the string too tight to get over my birthing hips? What am I going to do now? How am I going to get this business done?
I think you're wearing some sweats that are a little too big for you or something. I don't have too many drawstrings that I have to tie.
Yeah, I'm not. I think you might be rowing this boat on your own, Scotty. But I understand your panic, and how did things go?
You've never wore tights, so no dumb question. You don't have any sweatpants that you cinch up with the drawstring.
I got one pair from high school. I got my Cherry Creek High School football sweats that say Columbus on them.
Well,
those are the only ones I got to use the drawstring.
Name. That's Creek style.
Hey, not a no dumb thing, but something that Tyler appreciate. I talked to a guy yesterday who was friends with Tyler, knew Tyler in high school. He told me, and I don't know if no dumb question. Is this a compliment or not? He goes, I knew Tyler back at Cherry Creek. He said, he was just a sweet kid.
God, what changed?
I mean, is that no dumb question? Is that good to hear, right? If somebody says you're sweet?
Well, it's a little interesting phrase. Like he was a peer or it was an educator?
Both.
Huh?
When Tyler was in high school, was he a teacher or was he a student?
Neither. He was more of a teacher than a student.
He was a coach.
Well, he wasn't really a coach, but he coached.
All right, what the hell was the dude's name?
Was he older or
No,
younger?
I'm not gonna.
Was he older or younger than Tyler?
He's got to be older.
Older. Okay.
But I don't think more than. Well, maybe 10, 12 years.
I would say being called a sweet kid in high school is a compliment. I think that's a
nice.
nice.
I'm not sure how to take that as a negative. What's the negative?
Well, that's what Scott's asking. Yeah. That's literally what he's asking.
Does it mean I was a sissy or something?
No, he said you were a sweet kid.
Well, thank you. Whoever this person is that I don't know why you're afraid to name their name.
Yeah, I mean, if you were known as a sweet NBA player, Scott, that probably means a 2-year career.
I'd rather not be known as an a-hole.
Right.
Well, if you're a sweet NBA player, that means you're either like Michael Jordan and you just got a sweet game, or you're right, you played like 1 year, he was sweet.
No, I would say I had a cute NFL career, right? Like not a dominating NFL
Played
career.
but you know what?
8 years.
But a cute,
you got 4 years of college, 8 years in the pros.
8 years.
I don't think the guy was trying to say anything about your. I just think he said he knew you as a high schooler and said you were a sweet kid.
Unrelated to anything.
Well, I think that's a compliment.
And maybe it's the same guy, but I did have this one coach. He was a baseball coach that after the day I signed my letter of intent to the University of Colorado, he was a health teacher also. And my buddy comes out of his health class and he's like, "Hey, you're never going to believe what this dude said about you." I'm like, "Well, what'd he say?" It's like, "Mark my words. Tyler Columbus will never play it down at the University of Colorado." And of all my high school experiences, all the good things, everything, I remember that one the most. Do you know what my mom did?
What?
Bless her heart. She sent tickets to him in the mail when I was in the NFL.
Yeah, everybody needs a chip on their shoulder. I firmly believe that, man. Everybody, I think, to succeed in life, to truly succeed in life, in my opinion, you need somebody to say you can't do it, or you shouldn't be doing it, or you're not doing it, or whatever.
Yeah.
I really actually do not know how you succeed in life unless you just got millions in the bank already, right? Like it's easy to quit. But how do you really succeed in life if somebody doesn't doubt you at some point and you prove them wrong?
I had a junior college in my hometown that won back-to-back NJCAA, so they had tons of guys that went from junior college to Division I's, UCLA, Kansas, Hawaii. I mean, they went all over the place. But the big main recruiter there goes to my parents, and my mom waited to tell me this. So maybe our moms would have really liked each other, Tyler. And hopefully they're playing bridge or something up in heaven. This big-time recruiter, and like I said, he's got big-time athletes. He goes, hey, listen, Scott ought to think about changing his mind about Arkansas. There's no way he'll ever play there. He's not ready to play at that level yet. He needs to come here for a couple of years. Now, she waited a year when I was, all freshman SWC and all tournament, Southwest Conference tournament team and, stuff like that before my, you remember Bill Juby? I go, yeah, I know Bill real well. I played with his son on high school. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just got a text
so
from
it is a motivator.
Just got a text from Lindahl, and he does bring up a good point. So by this dude referring to me as a sweet kid, was he inferring that I'm now an a-hole today?
No.
Ooh, it depends how he says it.
No.
Well, you're saying no, so no.
He
but
used to be such a sweet kid.
Yeah, exactly. It's the kind, like how he
Well,
says
you know what?
it.
I'll be honest with you, tell you, I hope I'm not bringing this confidence. He goes, listen, Tyler was just a sweet kid. There's a lot of people think he wasn't going to play in college. He goes and starts for CU. Then they say, well, no way in the pros. And he goes, he did. He went there and he started. So I think he was saying your personality was sweet, but other people took your mentality as sweet, as not ready to play at higher levels. I took it as complimentary.
Yeah, because
the way he was saying
he didn't say, "Hey,
now,
I just ran into Tyler."
Saying that,
I didn't run into Tyler.
You might want to text him back since you haven't texting back in about 6 texts.
Oh, is that right?
So yeah.
Oh,
dang.
Oh,
I mean, I do have 150,000 missed texts on my phone right now.
150,000.
Let's see.
That's going to take some time to catch up on.
Let's see what the official number is.
Yeah, I mean, like if he said, "Hey, I ran into Tyler."
1,109.
Unread text.
Yeah.
Why?
It's just a lot of spam that I just don't ever clear out.
So when do you
ever? You can block those.
And they keep coming. There's no way to block spam.
Well, thank you for saying that.
I'm convinced that the day that you block one spam number, that's their confirmation that this is an actual phone line, and now they triple down with different phone numbers.
Well, no dumb question.
Yeah.
I have now had Olivia, your a loan officer, text me from about 25 different area codes, but it's the same message. Hi, this is Olivia with the loan officer for blah, 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 blah. If you want to consolidate, delete, block, new number. Delete, block.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Olivia's called me from all over the country.
She's a loan officer?
Well, that's what she said.
Big question
I
of
can
the
consolidate all your loans into one big by calling us.
the ultimate Thanksgiving question and how the Broncos are going to do. We got to make some picks here, guys. Coming up next. Hey, D-Mac for Premier Heating and Air. Boy, we got some cold weather. We got some snow. We got some sunshine now. And the holidays are upon us. So there are some cool Black Friday savings with Premier Heating and Air. So we talk about them on the Premier Heating and Air show. That's coming up Saturday at 7:30. The podcast is available at altitudesportsradio.com or wherever you get your podcasts. It's my guys, Tom and Reed from Premier Heating and Air and American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. Some great deals, and just normally it's $89, but if you ask for the D-Max special for the furnace tune-up, $49. They're also offering trade-in credit, 0% financing for 60 months, and a gift card up to 500 buckaroonies if you sign up for a free estimate today. And they are reachable during the holidays for any kind of emergency that you may have. So put this number in your phone, 720-547-8009. 720-547-8009. Visit PremierAirColorado.com. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's 2 o'clock, time for your sports talk on your favorite show on 92.5. Make the workday pass as you sit on your and we'll let you know who's rising high. Tyler sure is big and strong. Scott can shoot the hoops. D-Mac is spewing truth. My boss is shouting at me, but I've got PhD in my ears.
'Cause why?
And it's 2 o'clock right here.
Oh, man. Most important hour of the day, 2 o'clock. You really know on a Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving at 2 o'clock? I mean, what are we doing here?
Whose brainchild were these songs? Was this your brainchild?
Steve Cassidy. Production genius.
He just did it out of nowhere?
No, we were like, hey, it'd be cool to have a little something. And he was like, I got it. We're like, okay.
You hired somebody to do this?
I don't know how he did it. Dan, when
did we do a GoFundMe like the afternoon show?
Dan?
He's got a guy.
Got a guy. We didn't have
Tyler,
to do a
you're saying
GoFundMe.
you were out of that meeting, Loop?
Were you in that one, Scott?
No, I was out of it too.
Well, I think Steve kind of took the bull by the horns on that one, frankly. Hey, Steve, can you go find a band and do a parody song? We're like, hey, can you do a little something for the top of the hour? Dan, tell me, right? I mean, it was like that. And Steve came back with like, I know this guy.
Yeah.
And then it kind of just went from there. So
he hooked it up.
Do you not like it?
No, I do. I like that one a lot. The other one is cool. The other one's really cool, but it feels a little bit like an afternoon knockoff, if I'm being honest.
Well, it's the Ramones. It's a punk rock song.
Right. So, I mean, technicality, punk versus ska. There's a small difference there, but this one's country.
There's a small difference between punk and ska?
Yeah, one's got horns.
Okay, all right.
It's the same, but it's the same family. Punk and ska. Absolutely the same family.
Okay, all right.
Would you not agree with that?
Oh my God! I mean, the Ramones compared to like Fishbone is to me night and day. But I sort of see where you're going.
Oh, I think punk and ska same family.
Same family.
We're all sitting at the same Thanksgiving dinner.
How's that dinner?
Hey, the Masters of Midday. We actually got 303 made a song for us.
Well, there you go. There you go.
That song lasted like 2 weeks until Take the Money and Run left. That was the coolest one we had because that one was organic.
Yeah, that was made by guys that have gold albums.
There you go. There you go. We just got Steve Cassidy with time on his hands. So, different deal.
Steve's got some CBAs.
Or we could say it's the, what was the guy, the give me something warm.
Tall and strong.
Jimmy
like,
Buffett.
That's, which is
Jimmy
what.
Buffett.
Kenny Chesney.
Maybe we could sell this as the last recording of Jimmy Buffett.
Who would buy that? Who do we hoodwing on that one, Scott?
Hey, dude, to quote Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah.
There's a sucker born every minute.
That's an Abraham Lincoln quote?
I thought that was the circus guy. I'm serious. Wasn't that the circus guy?
Oh, that was Barnum and Bailey. Yeah.
Four score and 20 years ago, our founding fathers, there's a sucker born every minute.
Abraham Lincoln did say, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Yeah.
That was Abraham.
I won't get fooled
again. I thought
again.
My grandma said that.
I think the Who said it.
Fool me 3 times, you're a sucker.
That's right. And we're not going to get
Barnum
fooled.
Bailey.
Big question is just simple one for us because this is it. Here we go. We're off on Turkey Day. The best of PhD on Friday. I didn't even know best of. That's going to be a stretch. Good luck on that, Dan. Who's your pick for the Monday night? This is, I guess we'll be back on Monday, I suppose. But
what's the spread? Do you know?
I do not know. I can look it up.
75.
Wow.
Is it really?
No.
Yeah, see, there's Scott. He's lying.
Broncos,
liar.
Spread.
27.
Who can do it first? 5.5.
There you go.
Denver's favored by 5.5.
They are.
How's the weather, D-Mac? What's the weather supposed to be?
Well, let me check in with Steve Jobs. I got the Steve Jobs forecast.
Cleveland's
right
hoping
here.
it's snowy.
Wind.
We got
no wind.
51 degrees. We got no wind. Sunny all day. Looks pretty nice.
Well, we're going to be fat and happy, but they'll be fat and happy and traveling, right? So I'm gonna go Denver Broncos. Man, I'm worried about this game. Why am I so worried about this game?
Why are you so worried about this game?
It's got a Kansas vibe to me. That's what it's got. It's just
Kansas vibe or Kansas City vibe?
No, University of Kansas vibe.
Kansas vibe.
Yeah.
Like they're going to run the ball down our throats and we're not going to be able to stop them?
more so like Broncos have had a lot of good things going on lately.
Mm-hmm.
And this is probably a disrespected football team that's decent.
Okay.
I'll go Broncos win 21-17.
Okay.
Well, Jameis Winston, they lost the game, as D-Mac pointed out a while ago, did go back to New Orleans, who could have re-signed him. Instead, they made a trade for Carr, and he threw 2 touchdowns and 395 yards and 75% completion. His former coach that he actually had a fairly good year with and under is Sean Payton from his days in New Orleans. And they did not sign Jameis Winston, who was a free agent before
That's fascinating, isn't it?
He may have a little something to prove, too. This might be, now, again, New Orleans won that game on the road, so it could have another vibe where they could still get a win and Jameis could be really good.
What do you think?
14-12.
Yeah.
Who?
Mm-hmm.
Answer my question!
Yeah.
We won't be fooled again. In fact, I think it'll be a touchdown in there. So let me revise that.
Sure.
17-13, and I'll take Denver.
To the nod to the Broncos, so not covering the spread. I could see something like that for sure. Listen,
laser show.
I like what we were talking about with Adam Schefter. If you missed that, it was great. We'll have that all over the place, Dan. I'm sure at some point. Get the app. He's a mid quarterback. He's a great guy. His quotes are fantastic. Watching Jameis Winston mic'd up these days is, makes everybody's life a little bit better. But in his 4 starts, what did I say? 6 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Didn't he have a 30-30 year? 30 touchdowns, 30 interceptions. Yep. I mean, he's just kind of all over the place. He got sacked 6 times by the Chargers in one of his starts, 3 times by the Saints, and they have allowed the offensive line of the Browns is allowed the most sacks in the NFL this year with 47, and the Broncos are number 1 in sacks defensively. So you have the worst offensive line against the sack with a quarterback that takes sacks against the most dominant sacking team in the NFL. And I just think you just got to be patient. They'll make mistakes. I'm going to put Broncos like 23-13, something like that. But if it is under like 17-13, Scott, that wouldn't surprise me at all. Something in that lane. I just don't know how this offense of the Browns, aside from some sort of special teams malfunction, puts more than a touchdown on this Broncos defense.
This is definitely one of those like intangible things that like there's no way to put your finger on it. But I said this before the Kansas game for CU, and I feel the same way about this Broncos team. I don't know if they are mentally prepared to handle the games, all of them, like all the games that they're supposed to handle. Like there's just that seed of doubt in my mind that is just waiting for something bad to happen because that's what it's been.
Does it help that this is a Monday night game? A little more like, hey, big time, slap at the base, big time.
I think so, yeah. Some people will tell you Monday Night Football is not what it used to be. Maybe that's true from a viewer standpoint, but I'm telling you from a player standpoint, you're the only dog in town, man.
It's going to be a beautiful night. The crowd's going to be hype. The playoffs are staring right in front of you. You're not going to take these guys lightly, and you got a bye week the next week. How great is that? Finally, you get your bye week staring at you in the face. Or is that a problem? Are we thinking about our toes in the sand too much?
Maybe.
Well, what do you think?
I mean, you are planning trips and stuff.
Yeah.
I already said I think they're going to win. I don't think it's going to be easy.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a war. You do have a defensive end over there who basically came out after beating Pittsburgh saying, listen, Watt's a good player, but let's be honest.
I'm the best.
When you're talking about the best pass rusher in the game, it starts here. Right, we played that sound last week, so
yeah, and I'm seeing him. Listen, maybe it's just the Pittsburgh game.
That's going to be McFlinchy again.
Well, I saw him lining up, and Tyler, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I watched the Steeler-Browns game today, and he was over left tackle more than he was over right tackle.
So I'm not saying he will be there all the time, but that's what he was.
Get the soundbite ready, Dan. Holding 72.
And I don't know. They might move him around, but I saw him against the left tackle of the Steelers more than not. So, but I'm not saying he can't move.
He does rush the left side a lot, where most premier pass rushers are choosing to rush the right tackle nowadays. But Myles Garrett, if you watch it, I think he chooses on any given game what he thinks his best matchup is.
Okay. All right.
Well, and watch and see who he lines up the majority. I'm sure that will speak to who they think is the weaker of the pass protectors.
Who is the weaker of the pass protectors?
Mike McGlinchey.
Why?
He's a tall, lean guy that has got the same problem I had. You want to beat Mike McGlinchey? Run through his chest. That's the game plan. He can dance with a lot of folks out there, but Myles Garrett is a strong son of a gun, and that is not the matchup you want with Myles Garrett.
Does he have T-Rex arms like you did, just like these little?
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Hey,
they were sweet little T-Rex arms, though.
And Myles Garrett wants to add another tombstone next Halloween into his front yard, right? With the new quarterback.
Good memory.
He hasn't got a Bo Nix. He ain't got a Bo Nix headstone yet.
Yeah, that's a good one, man. I think it's going to be a pretty cool game, but I think the significant wins came within the division where the Browns can naturally get sort of fired up. I like the Broncos. I like the Broncos in this, and
like they're going to handle things.
Laser show.
No, and I'm not predicting a laser show too. I'm not predicting that because what I saw from the Browns is they do play more of that too deep, zone sort of thing. They got Denzel Ward, who's a really good corner too. No, I'm not predicting a laser show. The one thing I noticed with them is I think they're okay giving up more yards on the ground. I think the Browns are. I think they're a very tough team. They don't have to blitz necessarily that often. They don't have to load up the box. They're pretty, who's on the line is Shelby Harris. Our pal Shelby Harris is there in a rotational sort of role as well. So I think they'll give up yards on the ground, Tyler, to prevent you from going over the top. I think that's how they battle things out. So I think it's much different than the Raiders. So, no, I don't think it's going to be like that at all. I don't think it's going to be a laser show. What was open for Russell Wilson, which does bode well for Bo Nix, a lot of those quick slants were open. And Russ was good. He hit these guys on the quick slants, and Bo throws that pass well, too. So, likely it's something like that.
Over under the number 8 bubble screens Bo Nix will throw.
Oh, my God.
Well,
I'll take it over.
We were very successful against Atlanta. You had 2 touchdowns that were more or less the exact same play call, small discrepancies in it, but they were not as successful last week with them. That's what the game plan is with him, though, Sean and Scott. That's what the game plan is, and I don't see Sean changing.
Well, we'll see the latest and greatest going on in the NFL as well. Sean Payton should be talking here shortly. It's a regular Wednesday. They are not having the media.
Who asked the cranberry question to Sean?
Well, we'll see. We'll find out. But they're not having the media available on Thanksgiving. They're not doing less media sessions. They're adding a media session on Saturday because of the Monday night game. So everybody has Thanksgiving off.
There you go.
How about that one? It's PhD on 92.5.
Truth. Killing you with truth.
Hey,
Killing you with truth.
Did you hear me disagree? MountainHighAppliance.com. I wasn't protesting or anything.
What do you got on your head?
I've been dying for you to ask me that all day. Let's save that for 2:45. I got a little story.
Hold on.
If you weren't going to mention,
put it on like last break.
Oh no!
He's had it on the whole break.
I've had it on
the whole show. But
yeah.
You've been dying for us to ask.
A little bit, yeah.
Wow.
Well, we
talk
can,
about a female move if I've ever seen one.
But if you're not interested, I wasn't going to bring it up. But you mentioned something, and
bend over a little bit. Let me see. Hello.
Whoa.
Dan got it.
20 minutes. I get it too. That's not a.
You bent over.
Okay, it's MountainHighAppliance.com. They're great. Yes, Dan Bud Squint Tanner.
All right, we'll get to my stories here in just a second, but Sean Payton is at the podium right now. Let's listen in on Shawnee.
What's he talking about today?
Running, when you watch him returning punts,
Marvin Mims.
That vision can carry over to certain runs in your offense and then certain things in the passing game. You know, that 3rd down and 8 where he kind of leaked out of the backfield. They dropped the coverage. It was hard for them to kind of find, it's hard to figure out which direction he's going. It's allowed us to kind of expand some packages with him.
All right, very nice. Might as well start there a little bit, Dan, and I'll just throw the question out to you, Scott and Tyler. Marvin Mims' impact, the Debo Samuelization of Mims. How do you like it so far? And do you think this could be a real effective weapon for them down the line?
Well, I give Sean Payton a lot of credit for figuring it out, right? And I wouldn't refer to Marvin Mims as a problem by any means. Like he's not a problem. He's got 539 yards on the year, but granted, a lot of that has come in the last 3 or 4 games when he started finding ways to put him in the backfield, create mismatches in the passing game, get him matched up on linebackers. I would say this. I'm not necessarily blown away by Marvin Mims in that role, but I'm highly impressed with Sean Payton for figuring out a way to use a player that's been frustrating.
Scott?
Now, Vele was hurt a couple games. Did he miss like 2 games or 3? 3, I think. And so he was out of the mix for a while. He mentioned Vele early this week that we finally figured out, hey, we got to get this guy on the field and get him to rock. I feel the same way about Mims. And he wants to get on the pundits against Sean Payton. There's been a whole bunch of pundits saying, why aren't you finding a way to get Mims and Vele and these guys to rock?
Right.
Even Franklin in a smaller sample size than Mims. All of a sudden these guys that could be special because they say, well, they don't have any special players. Now all of a sudden maybe it is what you got, but it seems like he's finally figured it out or the old terminology, he's finally trusted what he's had, that he's now actually letting these guys be involved more in the game plan.
I got to point this out, though. It's not been that amazing. Like, he's had 2 good catches out of the backfield, which has felt like cool, awesome. You guys know what Marvin Mims' best stats are this year? 3 catches, 4 catches. His most catches in one game is 4 catches, which was 2 weeks ago. This week he had 3 catches. I mean, 49 yards is his season high. We're not talking about like a game
is that him
here.
or is that the play calling?
Well, I actually give the play calling a lot of credit for getting him those yards.
But all right, let me ask you how impactful on a 3rd down per se, you can turn a 3rd and 6 into a 37-yard play with a little wheel route. How impactful is that? Even if it is just one big play in the entire game.
Well, I mean, those could be absolutely game changing.
So there's that. I mean,
sure.
he has that possibility.
Sure.
I think that's exciting. And I know what you're saying. It's not like the numbers are, going to blow you away. But
he
at
had
least
44 yards this week, 49 the week before, and that was the season high.
But it's funny. The 44 yards, 37 of them were on one play.
Exactly.
And that's why I threw out earlier this week, like, hey, man, is it okay if he rushes for even negative yards because it sets up that you have to guard against it? It sets up perhaps a bigger play later on. I don't know. If the answer is no, the answer is no. I love how they're utilizing, and they've used that same sort of play out of the backfield a couple games in a row, and it's worked both times.
he in limited, as Tyler just pointed out, in limited numbers of passes to him through his career now, and real limited last year, let's be honest, he's averaging over 14 yards a catch, though.
Well, that's great.
That's a good stat.
Not
too.
a lot of catches, but impactful when he does catch the ball. I mean, you got to have somebody who's a little dangerous, and it's creative. And you know what? Sean Payton has been creative over the years, hasn't he? He's shown that Joker sort of role. So hey, if it's Mims,
but
it's
don't
Mims.
you think don't you think that creativity has come out as the trust factor on not only probably your quarterback? Because how many weeks ago did the pundits, and when I say pundits, I mean this show, say you guys start letting Bo go a little bit more?
No doubt.
That seemed to happen. How many pundits said, why don't you figure out a way to get Marvin Mims the ball? Well, last few weeks that's starting to happen. So as much negativity as pundits has given, there's been some things the pundits have been pretty correct on, hasn't there?
No doubt about it. One of my favorite moments was like when Bo Nix was asked about throwing that laser to Vele down the middle a couple weeks ago. He's like, we've been throwing that all year. I'm like, no, you haven't. You have not. But okay. Like you've always had that.
Maybe the route has been run all year.
Well, that's right. That's right. But for you to step up and hit that pass and do that is, listen, maybe you were hitting it in training camp. You know what I'm saying? So you think you had it all year, but we know better. So yeah, that's great. That's great. But like, remember when Russell Wilson didn't want to admit how much weight he lost? I don't think athletes want to ever admit their deficiencies, Scott. You don't want to say, yeah, I used to suck then. But look at Jamal the other night with Ryan Blackburn. I thought Ryan was pretty fair, giving him a compliment. And then Jamal was like all sensitive about, well, what are you saying about my last games? If this game was good, what are you saying about last? Like, oh, my God, dude, give me a break.
I thought you were tentative. Great comeback.
And he was right. But, whatever, man. Some pro athletes, man, are so sensitive about some stuff, man. So,
well, I'll give you a story I was told by, I think his name was Tommy Valentine. Actually won the Atlanta Open. He was a PGA player. And we were talking about the fragility of PGA golfers' mentality.
Okay. All right.
And he said the biggest role of a caddy who, is with them and travels with them as much as anybody, probably even more than spouses and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
He says it's never the player's fault.
Mm.
Now, when you play golf, last time I looked, the caddy's not hitting that sandwich for you, or that caddy's not hitting that driver on that dog leg.
Right.
That's the players. But he said the biggest role of the caddy is, oh, dude, I should have seen the wind come up and told you. That's and it's always an excuse because the fragility of the player's mentality. It's so fragile that good caddies take every bad shot on them.
You know who I think's doing that in the NFL right now? I think Kevin O'Connell is taking on that role with quarterbacks.
Oh, really?
He's like,
he's shouldering it, huh?
Well, yes, but more so like it's like an overpowering belief, almost like the Jim Harbaugh deal, like what he's doing with Justin Herbert,
pumping him up,
where he's pumping him up left
all
and
the
right.
Time, yeah,
it's extremely intentional. It's like, hey, somebody says enough bad things about you, at some point you might start to believe it. and they say enough good things, you start to believe that as well. And Kevin O'Connell's doing a great job with that with these QBs.
All right, next story, Dan Buds Quid Sanford. I understand Mike Sanford wants to chime in on something?
Yeah, we're going to get to this right now. So Mike sent me a tweet from a gentleman named Nate Tice on Twitter. He works for Yahoo Sports and does stuff for the NFL Network. So Mike said that he's breaking down the play of Bo Nix. And apparently this has opened up a massive Twitter war with a lot of the muggles here locally defending Bo Nix. So I kind of just told Mike.
I want part of that.
You mean the unbiased journalist, not unbiased journalist.
Well, that's kind of what Mike's saying here. So I kind of wrote back because I listened to the whole thing and I was like, well, what are people upset about? I just listened to it. Doesn't sound like this guy says anything crazy. Mike's response was because he's giving factual takes that make certain media members in our market look exactly like they are, uninformed and Kingmakers. So,
is this Mike Sanford's rebuttal to when you tagged him the other day?
Yeah, listen.
Is the tag back?
If he's talking about me, put my name in it. If he's talking about somebody else,
he didn't say D-Mac.
I get it. Who is he talking about?
Well, we'll go. I'll put this tweet up there. There's a lot of interaction going on.
Right.
So I took the part out where he does say it does look like Sean Payton still has the training wheels on this offense. But I think the part that a lot of people are pushing back on is what he says towards the end here as far as Bo pushing the ball down the field.
Okay.
Sean Payton's done a great job of narrowing things down for him, where everything is just a 2 or 3 player read. That's what play action plays do. He gets a lot of nice third down opportunities where it's not 3rd and 14, 3rd and 12, like because the run game's good, because they play, sound football. And he's actually, been pretty accurate underneath. Doesn't push the ball much, even with the one that he did push the ball, like in drop back settings, he doesn't push the ball that much. That's not his style. It's very selective. So we'll have to see when he has to drop back 20 something times, straight drop back. I mean, not just passing the ball, straight drop back, no play action, no feint. Hey, Bo, read the whole field and figure it out. It's still TBD on how he could do that, like a lot of rookie quarterbacks.
Anything crazy in there?
That is such ridiculous criticism. What's he saying? Hey,
is that criticism?
Hold on, that was criticism.
He's
criticism or analysis?
I think it's weird. Like his criticism is that, hey, Bo's doing great when they call plays that really work. Oh, okay, but wait till they call plays that don't really work and Bo has to figure it out. Like, huh?
Well, that's not.
I took it as he's saying Sean Payton's done a great job, which he said.
Yeah.
Of limiting how many different looks a rookie quarterback who always struggles. And Tyler, you've talked about a million times, is figuring out the coverage and everything else.
So he's calling great plays for his
what
quarterback.
He has to worry about.
Okay.
He said there will come a time in his career when he's not, here you go, just drop back and scan the entire field. And he said, we don't know how that'll be. That's to be determined later.
All right, so help me out here.
I didn't think it was criticism.
At what point in an NFL career does the coach not call the optimal plays?
I didn't hear it that way. That's not. I didn't hear it in terms of the optimal plays. The way I heard it was when the game's when you're not winning, when things aren't easy. When you got to play from behind and you're down by 16 points in the fourth quarter and you got to drop back and there are no easy play calls. It's not about the play caller having the perfect call as it is. It's not going to be easy when we're trailing like that. And I think that's fair to say we don't know yet because we don't know.
Yeah, because they've been winning or been in one-score games the vast majority of the year.
Right, but what did he say that was factually wrong?
Well, nothing was wrong, but it was like, I'm going to reserve praise for Bo Nix until what? We're getting our ass kicked, and I can see him make a wild come from behind, thing and drops in the. I don't know what he's trying to say. The criticism that Bo Nix hasn't faced enough adversity.
It wasn't criticism.
Here's what I've heard: Bo Nix, they've played weak opponents. The schedule is weak.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. All right. Well, this is what I'm hearing.
Wait. So how? But you're talking about facts and turning it into criticism.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. It's like one bad drumbeat after another for people that didn't want Bo Nix to succeed in the first place. That's what it sounds like to me.
I think you're just sensitive on the subject. I think you've lost your anonymity to this.
My anonymity. I almost said that word right.
Almost.
You mean
I
my
used it wrong, but you said it wrong.
Objectivity?
Objectivity. There you go.
No,
I'll just tell you, the guys won 7 games. There was only one significant blowout. That was against the Ravens. Are we really upset he didn't lead a comeback there? He led a come-from-behind drive. Granted, they weren't down by 16, but they were trailing the Kansas City Chiefs in Kansas City, where they had done jack squat the second half, and when they needed it the most, he was steady Eddie for 6 minutes, which should have been a winning field goal. I don't know, man. I mean, what more do you want out of this kid?
You're being Bo's your tribe. That's your guy, right? And we're in a tribe, and we don't want to hear anything that is like, maybe we haven't seen it all yet. That's all he's saying. We haven't seen it yet.
Who is this sent in by again? Mike Sanford?
Uh-huh.
Is that right? Mm-hmm. Okay. But didn't Sean Payton call out Mike Sanford earlier this week?
I didn't hear him say Mike Sanford, no.
Use the same yardstick.
He said pundits were, what did he say? Pundits were wrong or pundits were lazy? Or
About Bo.
Arm strength pundits were dumb or something like that. And there's no doubt Mike Sanford was a Bo has weak arm strength pundit.
What's wrong with one to be like, yeah, we haven't seen it all yet?
Okay, sure. You haven't seen it all because what game have they been down by 16 that you needed?
That's the whole point. Is that you haven't seen it.
Well, how do you know he stinks at it then?
You don't, and he didn't say that he stinks at it.
But you also don't know if you're going to say
right.
if you're going to say you don't know he's going to stink at it, you don't know he's going to be great at it. That's why it's TBD.
Exactly. At no point did Nate in that audio say that he's going to stink at it.
So what was he saying? I can't wait to see it.
He said we don't know yet.
Okay.
Yeah, we said we don't know.
All right.
Listen,
how's he at Hail Marys? I'm not
sure.
We haven't seen enough of him.
If we judge John Elway
How's he in the playoffs
and Peyton
and Super
Manning on
Bowls?
their rookie years, would we say they're Hall of Famers?
No, and Bo has had a much better rookie year than both Elway and Manning.
Well, clearly he's going to be
that,
Hall of Famer.
But it's the same thing. It's still the rookie year, and let's let the career start to play.
Sure, he's going to be here for like 15.
I'm a hobo. I'm hoping you're right.
You know, if you pull a Joe Williams, and God bless us all if we're lucky enough to be around, and you're like retires after 14 years. I knew he wouldn't get to 15 years. I mean, that's the way it's shaping up right now.
Kind of like you and Pat Surtain.
No, I would never do that.
Pat Surtain is a great player.
I'm a Bronco fan. I'm hoping they don't have to worry about quarterback play for the next.
All right, let me ask you this, man. And I mean, it might go back.
Years.
When was the last year that you worried about Elway being the quarterback for the Broncos? Like, how long into his tenure as the quarterback were you just like, that's not something
after
we're
his
thinking
rookie
about?
year where he was benched in the middle of the year by Dan Reeves, and then even 4 or 5 years in, he's drafting Tommy Frazier and what's his name in the supplemental draft?
Tommy Frazier.
Maddox, but didn't in 1 year they had the quarterback from Nebraska and Tommy Maddox?
I don't know. You might be right. I know Tommy Maddox.
Yeah, they were doing some crazy things. That was early. That was one of Reeves' last year, like 90, 91, 92, somewhere in there. Yeah, so there was a lot of questions. Never about his talent, but was he a winner? Lost 3 Super Bowls, so on and so forth.
I was pretty lucky when I got to Buffalo, and Jim Kelly was already an established quarterback. But I'll just tell you, for the time that I was there and he was there, like there was never any thoughts about like who the quarterback of the Bills was going to be. I mean, it was a moot point.
Exactly.
You just didn't think about it. So that has to happen, I guess, at some point if you're lucky enough to have that happen. Well,
I bet that was second or third year for the fan base and uninformed pundits by probably Elway's second or third year.
Nate Tice, by the way.
Yeah.
He was my driver, picked me up from the airport when I went to the Falcons. He was a little low man on the totem pole in the scouting department.
Okay.
Airport driver.
Right, he's come a long way.
Yeah.
Now he's favoring getting quoted by Mike Sanford. What does he do? Who is this guy? Aside from your driver?
Now let's just check the credibility.
Does a bunch of football podcasts.
He does a bunch of football podcasts. All right. Well, as long as he does a bunch of football podcasts.
You're so sensitive to it that even when dudes aren't criticizing.
We don't want to give him any credibility, but a guy that works for DNVR or Mile High Sports is way more credible.
You point the finger at me?
Use the one yardstick. I don't care if you get on whatever this Mike Tice or whatever this cat's name is.
Who you accusing me of being favored towards? Who you saying?
Well, you're sitting there trying to bash his credibility, which in turns means everybody else is more credible.
You know who Nate Tice's dad is?
Mr. Tice?
Mike Tice.
Mike Tice. He is.
The coach.
Yeah. Hall of Famer. So
okay.
he knows
In
what
your
he's talking
face,
about.
D-Mac.
Right, well,
what, you got a Hall of Fame dad?
I have the world's #1 dad. I bought the mug. So that's what I have.
How many years Mike Tice coach? He coached for a while, right?
Oh,
when he coached the Vikings for a while?
Yeah, well, he played like 18 years, first off.
And Ravens, wasn't he when the Ravens assistant coach when they won a Super Bowl?
Oh, he was, you know what? He was the one that got in trouble for selling the Super Bowl tickets, if I remember right. Do you remember that in Minnesota? I think that was him.
Well, see, there his dad's a crook.
Hey, we want to call people out. I had a conversation with somebody with the Broncos that was doing that.
All right, we got Utah tonight. Let's preview that. If you want to, you can ask me about the beanie that I'm wearing. Very unusual. Very, very unusual. There's a little bit of a story behind it. If not, don't worry about it. No big deal.
Who cares?
Exactly. It's PhD on 92.5.
Somebody
One of the few Thanksgiving songs in existence is done by Arlo Guthrie, the son of Woody Guthrie, who did This Land Is Your Land, This Land Is Our Land. And here it goes like this.
You want Dallas's restaurant. And things you want at Dallas restaurant. You want that restaurant.
So,
great song.
Great song. And WBCN in Boston used to play this. This is back when you couldn't just say, hey, Siri, play whatever, right? So to hear Alice's Restaurant, which is like 19 minutes long, it's a war protest song from back in the 60s, folk song about the Vietnam War. But it's based on an incident at Thanksgiving. Well, this station, WBCN, would play it at noon. Well, in Massachusetts, Thanksgiving was defined by football. In Massachusetts, your biggest high school football rivalry would kick off at 10 a.m. every Thanksgiving. So for me, every Thanksgiving when I was growing up was cemented by football in the morning, and as we were driving home, hearing Alice's Restaurant on WBCN. And to me, the feelings of hearing that song and being with family and the connection to football has always been incredibly strong. And I love that tradition. I know it's different here in Colorado because you have state playoffs and the whole thing, and nobody plays Thanksgiving football. But it was pretty cool, guys, growing up with high school football on Thanksgiving. It was just such an awesome tradition. So that's a good moment right there. I don't know if you guys have any other significant Thanksgiving traditions with sports that sort of tie in.
Oh, just beating up on the Huskers.
Well, that was I missed that tradition.
No question.
That was
Friday.
It was Friday.
It was the day after.
Yeah. But I'd connected. I'd connected.
I can still vividly remember eating Thanksgiving dinner in Lincoln, Nebraska, though. I can remember the hotel. I can remember the meal. Like, it's weird. The things
I bet that was awesome.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun for sure.
You got anything connected to Thanksgiving there, Scott, with sports? Once you said that, what my biggest memory was? Is we'd have food, and then all the old men, the dads and grandpas and uncles and whatever, next thing you know, they'd be all on the couch, and within 30 minutes of watching whatever the NFL game was on, they're all sitting there, their head back, the hands down the pants, and they're like sawing logs. That was my Thanksgiving memory. It was old men sleeping.
The Kanak attack. That's what that is.
Well, it's, that time of the year, and you got Utah tonight. They are a terrible team, but I don't care. It's Utah. It sucks playing there. Help us out, Scotty. They should win by a bunch tonight, right? They should be challenged. They should be focused. It's not a good Utah team. They should be. They should take care of business tonight, right?
They should. MacKinnon got hurt yesterday or the last game.
Wow, did he really?
And he didn't play in that first one. Clarkson may not play either. He's questionable for this game. But forget who they are. It doesn't matter, because all you're looking is, if you're a Nuggets fan, is how do you respond after the chewing that happened after that loss to New York.
Scott, I do not mean to interrupt you, but
Andy's here.
Andy Lindahl has made his way into the studio.
Well, I've got a lot of questions.
Let's go.
we got about 90 seconds, so
that's all I need.
Okay.
What's the question?
All right. Okay. Are you stinking up the room with your coffee, eh? Is that all your coffee creamer? The hell do I smell in here?
I don't put creamer in. I drink it black.
Is that some weird flavored coffee?
I drink mine black too.
Can I get coffee flake? Go find the Dennis Leary bit about that.
Okay.
I wanted to lighten your show up, okay? First off, did you get my text? Did you? Because then I went 8, so I didn't hear the response.
No,
did we determine is he now was he a sweet kid who's now a jerk?
By referring to me as previously a sweet kid, I do agree. That implies that
right.
Now
That's
I'm
why
I
think that's why Scotty suggested there was a conundrum.
Right,
okay.
Right.
What did we determine? That you're a jerk now?
Well, I agree.
What a shame he was a sweet kid.
What happened?
I've had a few people say that about me.
It's a key word. It's either was or used to be. I guess that's a couple words. But
technically, he's an adult now.
So
that's the get out of jail
I'm
free
only
card
39.
There. Yeah.
But you're not kid. 15. When you went being a kid? When did you last play with your GI Joes?
Oh.
Yeah,
been a
that's
minute.
when you were a
My
kid.
mom sold those at a garage
Last
sale.
one
though.
for
It was a
you.
little
I
tough.
want you guys-
Are you going to take a swing at me, though? I was told that you were going to take a swing at me.
No. I don't know.
You
what
got the only
No, we
good-looking
thought you
hat
were-
out of the whole thing.
we thought
No,
you were
here's
going
the
to
deal.
go
I
in
liked
on the
it,
day
though.
we
That's
were
not
gone.
really
You were
good
going
Should we all
Tuesday.
do a bet? Someone's got to end up wearing this. Look at this. This is a good hat by Moser, who left his hats here today. I'm sure you covered it, right?
Guess who took 4
Look
of them?
how stiff this hat is. Nate pointed out how much chew finger's been on this hat to where now the back of it won't move. It is stuck in its form. So one of you needs to do a bet, and then I want one of you to wear the hat.
Oh, that's the only good look when in the
Okay,
bunch.
but
D-Mac found 4 that he's taking.
It's a trucker hat.
Oh, is that the beanie? Is the Moser hat?
Yeah, D-Mac's been waiting for 3
Dude,
hours
do
for his
you
hat.
need hats?
D-Mac, will you, or
No.
what's your name, Andy?
Joe.
Will you do me a favor? He's been waiting for 3 hours somebody to ask him about the beanie.
I'm not going to ask him about the beanie.
That's how I feel.
Okay.
I think it's a Moser beanie.
It's definitely not a Moser
D-Mac,
beanie.
what's the story with your beanie?
God, we'll have to wait till Monday. I hope everybody has a wonderful
Yeah,
Thanksgiving.
you can go to 3.
It's,
we got all time today.
Nate
It's
and
the
Andy.
day before Thanksgiving. There's
Happy
5 people listening to us.
Gobble, gobble.
No parachutes yet. Those can't be skydivers. I can't tell just yet what they are, but... Oh, my God, they're turkeys! Oh, Johnny, can you get this? Oh, they're crashing to the earth right in front of our eyes! One just went through the windshield of a parked car! Johnny, this is terrible. The cars running around, pushing each other. Oh, my goodness! Oh, the humanity! Oh, people are running about. The turkeys are hitting...
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
The Knicks are good. No,
Like,
I get that.
It's not like you did this against
But they shouldn't be running you out of your own building.
Sacramento. Not that they're necessarily a terrible team, but you know what I'm saying.
Give me a bad team. Think it over.
A
We'll give you
bad
a second.
A bad NBA team? I'll give you the Utah Jazz.
All right, don't get run out by the Utah Jazz.
I'll give you a really bad one. It's the Utah Jazz.
Two Utes.
What's going on in Utah?
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Oh, the Nuggets are going to beat the Jazz by 30 tonight. Welcome into the show.
Well, what if they don't?
Then that's on them. That's their fault. But they should beat the Jazz by 30 tonight. The Jazz don't have anybody. MacKinnon knocked knees with Wemby last night. They played last night, by the way. Lost at home, NBA Cup action to the Spurs. Jordan Clarkson's got plantar fasciitis, so he can't go in that game tonight.
Well, I mean, he could.
Name some other Utah Jazz. Who else you
Tom
got?
Chambers? How far back you want to go?
Jeff Hornacek?
Jeff Hornacek, John Stockton.
Uh-huh.
What other? Greg Ostertag.
Ostertag's
Remember
a good
him?
Jazz. Yep.
What was he doing with his hair?
Cutting it very short.
Like he would shave everything to the skin,
Yeah.
but then he just left that weird whatever thing in front.
It was very short. Cody Williams is on the Jazz.
Oh, good. Good for him.
Former Buff.
Yeah.
He's averaging like 3 points a game. Tristan De Silva's having a real nice start to his NBA career. As a member of the Utah Jazz, the Orlando Magic, he's hanging out with KCP. He's having a nice start to the career.
Having a good time.
Yeah, he sure is.
Enjoying all that Orlando has to offer.
There's
Disney World.
There's a Magic Kingdom and whatnot.
Sure.
Nuggets are going to beat the crap out of these guys tonight.
Yeah, it feels a little.
This is a wake up. I know Denver never really plays well in Salt Lake. This Jazz team is awful. They're on the second night of a back to back. You just got embarrassed at home. This is a wake up and remind everybody you're a legit NBA outfit.
Ooh, Mark Eaton, like that. Walker Kessler do it for you?
Walker Kessler, very tall and skinny.
Now I'm trying to remember the most random Jazz people we can.
Jazz people. Jasmine.
Jazz.
Jazzy. Alec Burks
DJ Jazzy Jeff.
was a Alec Burks was a Jazz for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Buff.
Mm-hmm. Dizzy Gillespie.
Wait a minute.
Mark Eaton was a good one, though. I would venture to guess, and I haven't looked it up, I bet you Mark Eaton is the Jazz's all-time leader in block shots.
Think so?
I bet he is.
Even over Tom Chambers and his lurch-looking...
I believe so. Isn't that Boulder's own Tom Chambers?
Whatever. I didn't know the guy. He was a Jazz. You were the enemy. I don't care where you came from.
Was he a Jazz or a Jasmine?
Jazzy? A jazz man?
A Jasmine. I don't know. What do you call those guys? Nuggets are going to win tonight. Dan Hyatt's going to join us today at 3:45 here on the show.
Okay, what word is he going to try to bring back now?
We're going to find out. We're going to find out today.
The guy started a revolution.
He did.
Never heard the word thrice so much in my life.
He's going to be with us today on the show in the thrice hour at thrice 45 to be exact.
So this hour.
Yes, this hour.
You got to be a little
show.
more, yeah. Oh, AK-47. Remember Andre Karolinko and all his activity with his lady friend? They had an agreement?
Well, they had activity
sure.
with other
they
lady
allowed
friends.
Any activity you needed.
Which I celebrate, quite frankly.
Yes,
whatever you've got to do to keep it spicy.
Keeps the fire going.
She was spicy. She was something, too. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was a nice NBA player for 8 minutes. And then he wasn't so much.
He could shoot a little bit.
He could. He had
Paul
great
Millsap. I kind of forget Millsap was a Jazz
Paul
before
Millsap
a Nugget.
was a Jazzman. He sure was. Mm-hmm. Thurl Bailey. You want to get down on Thurl Bailey? He was a Rec Specs guy, wasn't he?
Someone just came in. That's weird.
Thurl Bailey.
What about your guy Jerry Sloan?
Former coach Jerry Sloan,
the biggest RBF of a coach ever, and that's saying
without
something.
a doubt. Jerry Sloan's a 1,000-win guy, right? I think he's on the short list.
But it looked like It looked like every room he walked into, someone just cut wind and he wanted to know who did it.
Did he come into this room?
Yeah, well, D-Mac left us a present on the way out.
Our coworkers are disgusting.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. This is like a men's dressing room in here today. I walked into this in just an overpowering smell of hazelnut, like a bad hazelnut creamer.
Oh, somebody dropped a Darren Williams. That's my dude.
Oh, yeah. Hey, he was like really good, and then he wasn't.
Seriously, for like 5 years.
The dude.
He was the best point guard in the NBA. It was him and Chris Paul. And then you forget because Chris Paul was good for like 20 years and Darren Williams was good for 5 years. You forget how good Williams was. But man, the 2010 playoff series where they knocked off the Nuggets, that was Melo's last playoff series in Denver. He lit those dudes up that week.
Couldn't stop them.
No, you couldn't. Brian, don't call me Byron Russell.
Oh, yeah.
MJ pushed off on him.
Yeah.
Sure did.
Yeah.
Yep. Should have stopped him.
But didn't.
Didn't. Nope. I believe also somebody told me, one of my NBA writer friends told me I think it's like the Wi-Fi, the media Wi-Fi, the name of the network in Salt Lake is Jordan pushed off.
Really?
Yes.
Is that the name of the network or is it the password?
I believe it's the name of the network.
Okay. All right.
Is the one that is what you get on. Thank you, Loveland Pete, for dropping a Joe Ingles.
Joe Ingles.
Joe Ingles is on the short list of nothing-faced white guys that I have been told I look like.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Donovan Mitchell, that one hurt.
Hurt
Rudy Gobert.
Hurt Utah when they were up 3-1, and then Jamal Murray went.
That's true.
Blue arrow all over their asses in the bubble.
Who's the guy that's now? Who was their guy that was on that team that's now Wolf?
Rudy Gobert.
How the hell's that work? No, who's the other one? The guard.
Conley. Yes, Mike Conley. Thank you. Mike Conley.
God.
Who he missed the 3.
Yeah. That's what I thought of when you brought up the bubble.
Great call.
Conley had it.
The other thing you have to remember is that Torrey Craig missed the layup.
Yeah.
If Mike Conley makes that 3 at the other end, that Torrey Craig missed layup is Raheem Moore level infamous at the other end of the court.
No doubt. Carlos Boozer's a good one.
This, by the way, this is what everybody should do on Thanksgiving. Instead of discussing anything of any import
that could ignite anything,
just sit around and remember some guys.
Remember some dudes. When you're sitting on the couch tomorrow, just look at the assembled masses in the room and go, let's remember some Lions.
There you are.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's talk about Mel Gray.
I would like to discuss Eric Kramer.
Let's talk about Scott Mitchell. And was it Fontenot? Who was the coach?
Wayne Fonts. Wayne Fonts.
Yeah.
He was there forever.
Eric Kramer's a good one.
Didn't Marty Morningweg once coach the Detroit Lions?
I think so. Yeah, he did.
Mm-hmm.
Was our guy Jeff Campbell a Lion? The old CU receiver?
Buff? He may have been.
I think he was a Lion to start his career.
Did he play with Rodney Peete? Would that have been that era?
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
It would have been like the early 90s.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That would have been the Rodney
good
Peete,
old Rodney Peete.
Eric Kramer era. Yeah, just break out YouTube videos of Barry Sanders highlights. It's going to be a lot more fun than watching Caleb Williams getting sacked.
He's had a couple nice games.
Played better. He's played better.
He's getting better.
He's getting better. Still gets sacked a lot, but yeah, ever since they sacked Shane Waldron, he has looked a hell of a lot better.
Now, hold on. Who's Eric Hipple? Our guy Brian's checking in with Eric Hipple. Was that a Lion or was that a Jazz? I don't know what team we're talking about. Billy Sims is a good one.
Wait. Spell Hipple. Is it like Hueppel?
Hipp nipple with an H. Dude,
Eric
there
Hipple,
it is.
Eric Hipple is now a motivational speaker.
Was he a Lion?
He was a Lion.
My name is Eric Hipple.
Played at Utah State.
I am a motivational speaker. You can just do that. Toss everybody around, crash the coffee. Has anybody got a coffee table? Are we still a coffee table culture?
I don't have one in my home. But I like a good coffee table. I just don't have one.
I mean, I got it like a square table that we put random deco on.
I have children, so I like having the open floor
right.
space
You don't
for
need
them
anything
to
for them to bump the head into.
You don't need a corner for their forehead to get wedged into. Eric Hipple led the NFL in completion percentage in 1986. Deep pull for you.
Yes, there it is. Now hold on, who was their coach that went 0-16? Who was that guy?
Oh,
good defensive coordinator.
And he left to go be the Bears.
Loved him a good stiff trucker hat.
DC.
Like he probably would take some of Mosier's hats.
He probably would.
Can you wash a hat?
You have to you can hand wash a hat, like spot wash it. Like if you got like a salt stain, you can do a little laundry detergent and a sponge and clean, but you can't put it in the washing machine. You can't. Don't put it in the dishwasher either.
Mosier's old hat.
That'll really do away with it. Yeah, that'd be bad. Rod Marinelli.
That's
was the dude.
Really good defensive guy.
Dude, remember some Lions coaches, Andy. After Rod Marinelli, Jim Schwartz, Jim Caldwell, who actually was good, and then they fired him. Do you remember who they fired Jim Caldwell to hire?
Oh, yeah. Chewing pencil guy, Matt
Patricia. Matt Patricia. He had just finished a shift as a lift operator at Breckenridge, and then he rolled into Detroit to coach
had an
that
edible,
team.
went in interview.
Right.
I'm checking with Jeff. I'm going to make sure. I think Campbell got drafted by the Lions.
Dan Campbell has been there since 2021.
Graham wants to know if I like a coffee table and picture frames. I am not
Urban Meyer.
Urban Meyer. You know who was hanging out with Urban Meyer up in Boulder 2 weeks ago?
Pasta J.
Pasta J was by Urban Meyer the whole time.
Do you think Pasta J was like, "Hey Herb, when do you stop by afterwards?"
Hey Herb, you wanna swing on over?
It's a lot of sophomores hang out here.
Have a pasta fajoule.
It is a Wednesday. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Oh, it's the day before Thanksgiving.
It's the day before Thanksgiving. We're remembering some guys. We did the Jazz and the Lions.
You know what you got to drop in tomorrow? I like this. I forgot about him, but 570 comes strong. Just go, you guys remember Jim Bob Cooter? And then act like they're stupid if they don't know.
He was briefly like a head coaching candidate.
He was a rising star.
Yeah.
And he wasn't.
And now he's not anymore.
Yeah.
What
was it the name?
What job
Were they
does
just
he
like,
have?
we can't take you seriously.
Right.
This isn't an episode of Dukes of Hazzard. This isn't Mayberry RFD. We're going to need you to take a different name.
Let me tell you how well it's going for Jim Bob Cooter. He is Anthony Richardson's OC in Indianapolis right now.
Well, at least he's not motivational speaking.
No, well,
I wouldn't mind doing that.
Might be the next gig. How did you overcome being named Jim Bob Cooter and get one step away from being an NFL head coach? It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Yes. Hey, what up, Denver? It is Nate Kreckman for my friends at Sport Trade. It is Colorado's newest premium sports betting experience. Stellar prices, very high limits, and the best in-play pricing in the market. Sport Trade features personalized service. You sign up, you get a text immediately because the smartest bettors are always shopping for better prices with Sport Trade. You ask your team for better prices in real time. I've been doing an interview before with Alex Kane, their CEO, and he's like, hold on. I got a better texting me right now. That's how it works over at Sport Trade. You can just get in touch with the CEO when you need to. Plus, Sport Trade, they work transparently. They got a feature called The Tape. You see every bet happening on the service in real time. Sport Trade shows you all the action happening on the site. Follow the smart money as it is getting bet. Minus 106 main lines, high limits, no spinny wheels. Guys, you are absolutely going to love Sport Trade. If you are stuck in a rut on your app, go to getsporttrade.com. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Oh, very happy Thanksgiving to everybody from all of us here at the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, that being Kreckman, Lindahl, and Spring. There's 3 of us here. We're with you today until 6. We have got the Nuggets and the Utah Jazz this evening right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, or actually, no, on AM 950.
You got to look through the window.
I do, yes.
You want me to shut the door?
No,
How
I
bad
don't.
you wanna
I
see
don't want you to shut the door. I don't.
The handle. It'd be our luck that the handle finally breaks.
Seriously.
Thanksgiving weekend and we can't get out.
Work is kind of our workplace is kind of gross today. First off, the guys that are on before us, they smell
of weird hazelnut,
and
and then
and gas.
Yeah, your guy on the way out. It's called a crop dusting.
Hastings wasn't even here today.
I know. That's usually the culprit. And then you'd look to blame the other athlete,
right.
Not him either.
No. Today it was,
Captain Protein Shake, ready to get on his bike, go for a ride.
Old Johnny Rotten Eggs over there. Famous punk rock star, Johnny Rotten Eggs.
Yeah.
Yeah, And then our bullpen, where we get ready for the show, that is littered with Mark Moser's gross old hats.
Quick poll on the text line, 303-504-0925. Are you taking someone else's hat?
Used hat.
Because, guys, I wish I could take the Twitch camera and just go show everybody. I would get it if these were, I wore it once, I got it at an event.
It's a new hat.
It was not sweated in.
Yeah.
I put it on for whatever event we were doing.
Sure.
No, he's got hats in there that are so sweated through, they're losing their form. Why would you think anybody would want that? You're not Mick Jagger, bruh.
There was, it's a good point. It's not like, like a rock star throws their towel into the crowd or something.
Steph Curry's gum,
right?
Or whatever the weird stuff you find on eBay is.
Remember the Adam Morrison, the cotton ball that was in his nose? Somebody was selling that thing on eBay. These things have that's valuable memorabilia. Most just clearly is downsizing. And wants to get rid of all of his old hats. And so he brought them to work depending on who wanted them. And guys, here's the thing you need to know about Mark Moser. And most of you probably know it already. He's gross. All right? His hygiene leaves a lot to be desired. And I walked in today, I saw the hats, and one of them caught my eye, Andy. I was like, ooh.
Was it the Air Force one?
No, it was a Montreal Expos cap.
Okay. Yeah, it's old school.
There was a Spos cap sitting there. I was like, good. I'd take a free Spos cap. And then I got closer to it and inspected it. I'm pretty sure there's a fungus growing on that thing.
Dude, again, so many of them have been so sweated in, they've lost their structure. They've lost structural integrity.
The other thing you have to remember is any one of those hats, Moj has probably worn on the golf course, where he has been using porta potties and probably not washing his hands, then going into his dip can and shoving that thing all the way into his mouth, then shoving his hand all the way in and removing the dip while taking his hat on and off 78 times over the course of the day. You get that mental picture and it's like, this is a biohazard.
Yeah.
I don't want to touch this. What's funny about it too is I have been with my wife now for 14 years. We've been married for 10 years. We have children together. We are a family, and I have hats that she is just like, I don't want to have to touch that thing.
Yeah.
Will you go put that away? When you're picking up the house, she's just like, that thing is gross. And that's my own
You've exchanged everything possible.
Very much so. Well put.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Everything it could be has been.
Well put.
And she won't touch a hat like he's left 15 of in there.
Yeah.
With you.
Mm-hmm. So now I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm
no, I know.
I'm good on Moser's hats.
Yeah. And isn't it more bad? I do think I don't know a lot of I haven't had a lot of female friends that were big into the hat game, if you will. Guys, I got so many friends. We all wear the hell out of hats, right? Yeah. So you know what happens with the hat. And I think that's what makes it worse.
Yes.
Because look, I'm I've got hats that look like Moser's hats, okay? But I've ridden my bike in them, okay? I've been out there riding, sweating. It's gross. I didn't use it to wipe my face or whatever, because it's gross. Because I don't plan on ever giving anybody this hat. This hat is ruined for anybody else. It's ruined for me. Yet he just drops a collection of them in there. Look, man. And you know what? He's like, I'm going to give them to the Goodwill. Do not give those hats to the Goodwill. You know what that is? It's the equivalent of giving the muffin stems to the whatever in that Seinfeld episode. You're going to take all the muffin tops and just give people the stems. What are you doing? Nobody wants these.
You know what it would be to give those hats away? That's bad will.
That's bad will. Yes.
It's no good.
Bad karma shall befall you if you do that. Throw the damn hats and we will have a bonfire.
Except that it would put another hole in the ozone layer. So, Andy, Jerry Jeudy. We're going to see our old pal Jerry Jeudy on Monday night. How many training camp practices did you and I get on the phone afterwards and be like, this Jerry Jeudy.
This is it.
This is the guy.
This is the year. He can't be covered.
This dude is open and he's catching everything going in his direction.
And now.
And then he never was that guy. Not really.
But I do have to tell you, so I was listening to old Sanford and Raj.
The Sandman.
And they had on a guy from Cleveland they
had Cleveland guy on?
Oh, I wanted to dig up some old Brown and get him on, but then I didn't care enough to go looking. I had other things to do today. I had to get a brining bag there, Nate.
I got brine problems.
I know. You're going to tell the story later.
I got brine issues.
So, although now you're going to make me fear, maybe I just won't use the brining bag and I'll just put it in the oven. The guy was like, hey, Jerry Jeudy these last 2 weeks. And I want to just be like, hey, slow the roll. All right. Just calm down. 2 weeks. We've got a couple good weeks out of Jerry Jeudy. Well, I'm not going to act like there weren't a couple. Remember at the end of the Russ run with Coach, we thought for a minute maybe Russ and Jerry had a little something going on chemistry-wise. You remember that?
I do.
He kept throwing deep touchdowns to Jerry Jeudy.
I was there.
But Cleveland right now is talking themselves into with Jameis and Jerry Jeudy. The magic is a-happening.
That's...
And I just want to be like, bro, don't get fooled just yet.
Last 5 games for Jeudy. And in all seriousness, when you look at his numbers with Deshaun Watson versus what they have become now, he had 3 straight games of catch.
Yeah.
Catch. Last 4 games since they dispatched with Deshaun Watson, 24 catches. He's averaging 95 yards a game. He's got a tutty in there. Had that 89-yarder against New Orleans. He's putting up much better numbers. That is the thing about this Browns team, and I still think the Broncos are going to win on Monday because that team is they're frisky right now and they're on a roll. But
frisky?
I did say.
But hold on, the Broncos are frisky?
The Broncos are frisky.
Okay, all right.
That's how I describe this team. I tell you what.
Yeah, they're all worked up.
In all seriousness, if you're a 2 seed, if you're an old number 2, and you're getting
a number 2.
You're getting 7 seed Denver. You got to go up against that defense in a playoff game.
Not enjoyable.
No, that's a dangerous game.
Yeah, I can't get off the frisky.
They're frisky. I'm telling you.
What is? See, frisky for me means a young lad. You're kind of worked up, feeling the hormones.
They're pretty worked up right now.
And you're all worked. You're not going to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You have no need.
Oh, no, they're doing great.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Matter of fact, we might tap you for a pint.
The Broncos are doing great.
Is frisky ever meant anything else?
Has
it not had that sort of...
It's a versatile word.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the Broncos are frisky for the playoffs. Hey, I get it. We're all a little frisky for the playoffs. They're a little frisky. Huh?
Let's look out for this team
thirsty.
Right now.
So is thirsty the new frisky?
I think
Are the Broncos thirsty?
Broncos fans are thirsty for the playoffs.
Well, I think the players might be too.
Broncos players, they're frisky for the playoffs.
I got it. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Now you got me.
Okay.
We landed the plane.
we found it. Welcome to the day before Thanksgiving. All 5 of you listening that actually had to go to work today. Seriously, We're not having any. There's no like seller's remorse here, right? Yeah, we all got the item we wish we probably should have held on to.
Oh no, they're
not doing that with Jerry Jeudy.
No,
right
we're
now,
not
right?
at all.
Okay,
We're
just want to be sure.
Right now, the Broncos, like, how many moves that they have made in the last calendar year are you hating on right now?
Not many.
Not many.
Trying to really come up with one.
Like right now, you'd $85 million in dead cap. If it means that this team is 7-5 with a rookie quarterback ascending at the moment and looking like a frisky playoff team.
Now, yeah.
Hey, give it to me all day long.
I'm all in for frisky playoff teams.
What I'm saying. Yeah.
Haven't been frisky in November for a while.
Sean Payton, he was asked. He's a frisky fella. Sean Payton today was asked about his old wide receiver, Jerry Jeudy, who, like we said, putting up numbers of late. Here was Sean Payton today.
Yeah, look, he's explosive. He separates, and and I know Jameis. I've coached both of them, so Jameis's personality is infectious, and he'll tell somebody, "Hey, go get open. I'm going to find you," and so that's what a receiver wants, and so those guys have had I would say a good connection, and you see it in the limited games that Jameis has played. But yeah, from a talent standpoint, man, he's got great hips, great transition, and he's got real good football IQ.
Great hips, great transition, Andy. I think Sean Payton is sounding friskier than you would imagine.
Oh, I'm working on a bit.
I can tell.
Well, no, did you not? Yeah, you didn't catch it. You didn't catch it. He gave us a little nugget there. Now I'm going to see how good spring is before the end of the show.
Let's see.
We're going to do a little music editing thanks to that.
I'm excited.
I hope. We'll see. Before spring's like, don't make me do this.
This will be.
I'm going to make you do it.
Spring wants to go on his Thanksgiving break.
No, we need to give the people something
We're
funny
here.
before they leave. I'm surprised you didn't catch it. I like how he said, look, I've coached them both. It did. Where were we today? That sounded almost podium-like. That sounded like he was in a...
I think they went indoors.
Okay.
I think it was chilly.
It sounded to me like he was giving a PowerPoint presentation. He was like Steve Jobs in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Also, people, stop telling us to go and just clean Moser's hats.
Yeah.
I'm not getting a chore for Thanksgiving weekend. What are you doing? Block out an hour. I got to go wash all my free hats.
And you're not hearing the part where we said they're already structurally ruined from the sweat. The water is not going to make it better. A couple of those are going to have to go through twice and use sanitizer. And then you're going to have to sanitize the machine.
I need more things to do in my life. All right. So Jameis Winston went 5-2 with Sean Payton as his coach in 2021.
And he got hurt, right? There was an injury deal in the middle of that, wasn't there?
14 tutties to 3 picks, Andy. Like really good Jameis football. Here's the thing about Jameis Winston is he's a good quarterback. The problem is, and follow me on this, he's also a bad quarterback.
Yeah.
The year that he threw the 30 interceptions for Bruce Arians down in Tampa that got them moving on for Brady, and obviously history will prove them right for that move, he also threw 33 touchdowns that year, which is not insignificant. He also threw for over 5,000 yards that season. Jameis Winston, he can sling it. And you saw it in the snow the other night against Pittsburgh. He's a fearless quarterback.
Well, I mean, look, the guy, we all tend to forget because of all the wildness of his career and the different sagas, like we used to talk about that Antonio Brown. The guy was a number 1 overall pick once upon a time.
He is no slouch. Jameis Winston will put up numbers. Now, again, the notable handicap that he has is that he's Jameis Winston. And he will throw the ball to the other team, and he's going to on Monday night.
Do you have his stats up?
I do.
Let's do a little comparison.
Okay.
I want to ask you this. I don't want to tell you the player yet.
All right.
I'm going to ask you, is he a modern version of player X, who was also a really good quarterback, and if he was a high pick, if not the number 1 overall pick?
Okay.
Give me the highest number of interceptions in a season in his career for Jameis Winston.
30.
30?
Led the league in picks in 2019. That was, and again, remember at the end of the season too, Arians was even Some of these are on the coach.
Yeah, but not all of them.
When there's 30, that's
okay. What was his touchdown that year?
33.
All right, I'm looking at a player whose career high in interceptions were 18 in 94.
Okay.
The touchdown number was 23. His highest number of touchdowns in 97 playing for Oakland, he threw 29 TDs to only 9 picks. So really known for the interception, really was dogged by the fact that he threw too many picks.
Right.
Who's this player?
You said he was in Oakland in 97?
I'll narrow it down for you. Spent time with Indy, Atlanta, Oakland, Minnesota, and 2 years with Washington. He played from 90 to 2001, but he was, I want to say he was the first overall pick in 1990.
Did he attend the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign?
He did.
Yeah. Does he have 2 first names?
Yes.
That's my guy right there. That's Jeff George.
Jeff George.
Hell yes.
So would you not say Jameis is a little like Jeff George? Now I could not believe
he's got some to him.
30 in it. That's a lot of picks, dude.
Well,
his high again. Jeff George's top season in interceptions was 18.
Do you think Jameis Winston is a man playing in the wrong age? Like if Jameis had been in the NFL in the 90s when it wasn't so risk averse, when gunslinging was often celebrated, when Brett Favre and John Elway could, really have rough 3-quarter performances, and then in the fourth quarter, it was boom, touchdown drive, boom, clutch drive, we go win the game. You look up at the end of the season, and the interception total's a little bit higher, but I mean, a part of what happened in the NFL was especially, probably mid-2000s or so, every offensive coordinator just became so risk-averse, and, that all of the math told them turnover margin has the biggest impact on whether or not you win a game, that interceptions are death, and we just can't have them. And Jameis Winston, to me, is a guy that if he played in the 80s and the 90s and just went out and did his thing, I think would have had a more celebrated NFL career.
Yeah, I do think when you bring up Favre and Elway in particular, they played at a time. Remember, people, for the younger fans out there, they didn't change the rules that you couldn't touch receivers in the routes as much until Manning got sick of it. And they kind of wanted Peyton Manning's guys to quit getting mugged in playoff games by Patriot corners.
Yeah, you were going to make mistakes.
The NFL changed the whole It used to be in Favre and Marino and Elway's time, they would hand fight all the way down the field. So you would live with some interceptions simply because you weren't getting the same separation because of the way they played football.
Yeah.
In today's modern times with Jameis, you can't have it because, again, guys should be getting wide open, and DBs aren't allowed to touch your guys. So throw them open. I think it was much harder to throw a guy open in the 80s and 90s.
Nuggets play the Utah Jazz tonight in Salt Lake, looking to bounce back from an embarrassing loss to the Knicks. Joining us when we return is our pal, Nuggets and NBA statistician Dan Hyatt. He will have 2 stats you need to know, 1 you don't. That is thrice statistics. That's next. That is the band Thrice. Thrice. I feel like if you're in the band Thrice, you should have to play everything in the 3/4 time signature. Sorry, we
but
don't.
See, you already said you only get 3 albums. You only get 3 hits.
You 3 albums, 3 hits.
You really boxed yourself into this
3/4
thing.
time signature.
Yeah.
It all must be threes because you're Thrice.
You can only be a threesome.
For the thrice time this basketball season, we welcome into the show our pal Dan Hyatt, Nuggets and NBA statistician. All the fancy numbers you hear on Altitude Sports during Nuggets games, it's all courtesy of our next guest, Dan Hyatt, who joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Dan, nice of you to give us some Wednesday stats today. How you doing, pal?
I'm good. I mean, between the three of us, the thrice of us, there's three listeners to the show, so that's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's thrice hours.
How many times has someone said thrice to you? Because I had it tweeted at me about 1,000 times this weekend.
I got enough of it that I really feel like
you really regret what you did, didn't you?
Yeah, and then I threw it in the Nuggets notes, and somebody on the staff said, "What does this mean? What is that?" And I was like, "Well, if you listen to Kreckman and Lindahl, you'd know." But it's a thing. It's a number. It's a name.
Thrice times. Something happening 3 times. Well, on this particular bit, Dan, we get thrice Nuggets stats. 2 we need to know, and 1 we don't. Nuggets will take on the Utah Jazz tonight. They are coming off of an absolutely disastrous performance the other night against the Knicks, and that's a home loss. Like, you gotta beat Eastern Conference teams when they come into Ball Arena. They lost in Utah, then they come into Denver and beat the Nuggets. What the heck? What's going on with Denver at home this year?
You know, it is interesting. They're 5-4. They were 33-8 at home last year, right? This is a home court that they've taken care of the last couple of years. They didn't have 5 losses, at home until after the break. It's one of those moments where you're looking at the team and you're thinking, especially based on their first half performances, they just don't come prepared. They get prepared eventually as the game progresses. But as we learned with Dallas, if it's too late, it doesn't matter. And I think at home, it's easier to get that complacency because it's just such a long season. And when you won a championship, you're coming out and you're absolutely just coming in with your without your physical preparation ready, right? These guys are mentally prepared. They're just not going hard. And the New York Knicks have an incredible offense. They're putting up numbers they haven't put up since the 50s. They came off a bad loss. The only thing the Nuggets couldn't have afforded to do was let them get hot. And in that first quarter, they allowed 70% shooting. It's the same thing that happened with Dallas. But again, you look around the league, you're getting a really interesting, like this last week, New York goes to Utah, loses relatively easily, and Thibodeau after the game is saying, we just didn't really want it. Then Nuggets go, then the Nuggets are in LA, they beat the Lakers, where Malone gets this record win, and everyone's on top of the world. And Redick after the game says, "I can't play for these guys; they're supposed to play for themselves." Right? Really criticizing them. Next thing you know, Malone's doing the same thing at home against the Knicks. Everyone's kind of going through these games where they're just not really showing up, but the Nuggets are doing it at home, which is different.
Yeah, it's 5-4 at home. We were talking about this the other day. I mean, the year the Nuggets won 57 with George Karl, I think they lost 3 games at home the entire season. Yeah. 5-4 is a bad start. And you mentioned early game complacency. They were down big at the half against Dallas, came all the way back in that game, but then ran out of gas. They were down big as well the other night against the Knicks, and they never even bothered to mount the comeback in that game. Let's talk a little bit about first half sluggishness going on here with this team, Dan. Why are they playing so bad in the opening 24 minutes?
Well, again, the why, I don't know. I don't know why they're choosing or why they're electing or why they're coming out so flat, but it's become such a constant theme. You'd think that something would spark them earlier to get their attention. 62.3 points per game allowed in the first half is the worst in basketball. No team allows more points in the first half. And in the second half, it's down to 52. Now, sometimes like in the Dallas game, there was a huge lead, and the Nuggets were able to come back. The Knicks never slowed down. They never stopped getting aggressive in the paint, and the Nuggets couldn't finish. So they couldn't close the gap because they were also missing on their end. But you're talking about a 10-point differential between the two halves, and that's not going to last. That never lasts because it's too big for a full compass of a season. But you're talking about a team that has not blown a halftime lead in the Nuggets, but they've only had 3. That's it. That's all they've had in all of 16 games. So they're just finding a groove at some point in the game, and with a 3-point shot, they can make their way back. But right now in first quarters, even with Jokic on the court, they're just not coming out strong like they did, though, last time they saw Utah earlier in November. They had a very strong first quarter, and when they do that, they usually stay relatively aggressive. And as Malone's pointed out, the energy – so I guess to answer your question about the why – there's not the defensive intensity.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the correlation between steals and deflections and fast break points, right, transition points, if that's happening early, you're always in a good spot, and you stay that way for the rest of the game. They had 1 fast break bucket against the Knicks.
Yeah, they were down 17-2, I believe, in fast break points at the half the other night, just getting absolutely run in that game. That, to me, though, and that's a great stat. We got to talk more about this today on the show. 62.3 first-half points allowed, worst in the NBA, and you've had 3 halftime leads in 16 games. That feels to me like that's – you're gifting Michael Malone with a 16-game sample size. That's not small. You're gifting him a very simple coaching point that he can use to motivate his guys and tell them, stop coming out with your heads up your rears. You guys need to show up and play because you're just harming yourselves right now. Good stuff right there. Okay, 2 Nugget stats you need to know from Dan Hyatt. Now let's get one we don't need to know.
Well, the stat you don't need to know, we got the snow on the ground, right? It's Thanksgiving break. It's illegal to throw a snowball in Utah. Okay? Nuggets are in Utah. The laws there are very simple. Everywhere in Utah you go to Provo, Salt Lake City, it says you cannot throw a snowball, and it actually says from the state legislator down to the municipality code, you can't throw snowballs. But in Colorado, it actually depends where you live and what your intent was. So in Colorado, which is a big deal in the legal realm, in Colorado, in Aspen, Loveland, Glenwood Springs, Snowmass, Idaho Springs, Nederland, and Leadville, right? You can't throw a snowball. It says you cannot throw a snowball. And then places like Rifle says, well, you can if it's on your property. In Keensburg, it says a snowball and a missile are actually the same, like it's in the same line. Snowball
Hold
and
on,
missile.
a snowball and a missile?
It's the same. It's actually the same section of municipal code.
Can I
They are
use
categorized.
an icicle as a spear and throw that?
Listen. That there's intent there, right? Because if it's spear-like, there's definitely intent to harm. It's like when I was at Colorado. It was 20 years ago now in college. Jeez, they had the marshmallow fights, and I remember there's a game when I'm down on the field. And I'm near the band. I'm an aspiring journalist, so I've got the parabolic mic, and I really want to make a difference by getting some good sound. And the marshmallows start coming. I'm like, oh, this is great. I turn around. I'm like, I'm going to catch one in my mouth. This is awesome. And near me, one hits a tuba from one of the band members. It makes this terrible clang. And you look down, and this wad of marshmallows has a 6-volt battery sticking out of it.
Dude.
There's intent to harm there. And the laws apply to snowballs, but it depends where you live.
See, do you remember Lincoln Kennedy getting pegged with some? There was a Raider game at the old Mile High. They had one of those stupid orange fences up that I think you used in skiing to mark out of bounds. They thought that was going to stop Lincoln Kennedy from going and getting a few students that decided to chuck a snowball at him.
Here's my question about throwing a snowball in Utah. Am I allowed to do it if it's only 3.2% alcohol?
No, you can't.
Dang.
What about a snowball cookie? Did your grandma ever make you a snowball cookie back in the day? Can I throw one of those?
If you're intoxicated in Utah and you throw a snowball, you're going to jail for a long time.
It's not going to turn out good for you.
You know, in Utah, I also found this out. You can use a crossbow to hunt fish, like the fish.
Yeah.
But only if it's a common carp. If it's anything else, you can't.
How are you going to know? You got a crossbow.
No, they've got are you talking about those little, like Eric Decker had one and he was going to bring it down from Minnesota to show me. And we were talking about it on the air and like all the fishing people are like, no, don't tell him it's illegal here. It's illegal. Whatever this crossbow gun is that you can use
mini
to get
harpoon?
fish. Yeah.
Yeah, but in Utah, you can use it against the carp because they have a carp problem.
All right, good to know.
When you obliterate, we're talking about the little crossbow gun, though, not the big one. I feel like
it's not like a Rambo.
You're going to roll out
crossbow.
the ye olden times Knights of the Round Table crossbow and obliterate the fish.
That might be frowned upon. I don't know. It says you can't electrify fish either, specifically.
Electrify?
Wow.
What about an eel?
Do they have freshwater eel? Well, I guess it'd be saltwater eel. Now that I think about it, it is the Great Salt Lake. Don't throw snowballs.
Wasn't there a penalty last year in a Colorado State game from snowballs?
Yes.
Fans throwing snowballs.
They were throwing them at the end of the game.
They made everybody move up further away from the field.
They cleared the student, and then wasn't it Boise State where they ended up coming back and winning too? And they moved all the students up because of that?
Yeah, it was a bunch of hooligans.
Conduct penalty, I think.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, if you're remembering some guys tomorrow like we directed you to from the Lions, I mean, you're Mr. Stats Guru with the big brain. How give us the deepest pull Lion you can.
The deepest what?
Deepest pull, like the deep track, the deep cut. As they said in The Office, no hits. Give me the most random Lion player you know.
Oh, Lion player, I don't know. I don't do football. All
right, the most random Detroit Piston you can come up with.
Here's my Jazz. You ready for this? Rusty LaRue. Nate, you remember him?
Rusty LaRue.
I thought he made short films.
He was a rookie on the 98 Bulls, got a championship ring, went to Utah, hurt himself, career was over. Played 14 games for the Jazz in 99.
Rusty LaRue was coaching for a while, wasn't he?
And then he coached.
Yeah, there you go. Rusty LaRue, deep pull. Dan Hyatt. Noah Jazz, Rusty LaRue.
Yeah, I hope. You know what, everybody? When you see Dan, give him a lion.
Just
give him some damn Detroit Lions.
Give him thrice lions the next time that you see the guy.
Lions.
All right? Just
asked for.
Hit him with all the John Kitnas he can handle. Dan, we appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks, boys. Happy Thanksgiving.
There you go. That is.
What about Dominic Raiola? Wasn't he?
Loveland Pete is right. It was the Air Force game. That's when it was.
Oh, okay.
I remember this.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was the Air Force game.
Well, on Twitch, Muppet Dungeon says they're apparently called arbalists. If you use
I'm sorry, who?
Muppet Dungeon. I don't name them. I'm just reading them, unless I think that I'm reading something I shouldn't. But no, Muppet Dungeon says the crossbow people are arbalists.
I don't want to look at Muppet Dungeon search history. That is.
Well,
those are some. That is an
hey.
intersection of some
now
niche
we're judging
interests.
people. Muppet Dungeon's not okay, but Rusty LaRue is. I mean, come on. Where does it stop?
You ever run into Rusty LaRue at a Muppet Dungeon? It's the correct.
You ever been to the Rusty
show.
Flute in Kansas? Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Well, we're officially at the start of the holiday season. I know for guys like Scott Hastings, they started at mid-October. But for the rest of us, the big holiday season starts around Thanksgiving. And so we're here. If you're having trouble in your sex life, trouble with intimacy, dealing with erectile dysfunction, and you want to find help for it and give yourself a gift this holiday season, go by the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've got more than one treatment available for you. They've got treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some that can have you lasting an hour or more. Give yourself the gift of confidence. Get back to maybe feeling like the man that you used to be. You don't have to live with erectile dysfunction. You'd be surprised at how many men actually deal with this condition, especially as you get to your 50s and beyond. You schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. The initial visit's $99. It includes a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TM PSA test, and if you're medically advised, you get a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, guess what? The visit's free. 5 locations throughout Colorado. Give them a call, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. About the second line.
Did you instantly start singing this song to yourself in your head
it
when he
popped
said
up in my head, and I told Zay, and you're trying to talk to me, and I'm telling Spring, you got to do this. Do you know the song? And at first he was kind of like, oh God, I don't know, but then he heard it right, and you knew it fit, right?
I spent a minute on it, so we're playing it.
what a receiver wants?
Come on.
Now I'm thinking about Jerry Jeudy dressed like Christina Aguilera.
Yeah.
That was not a mental image I needed today. No.
But he probably would. He wouldn't mind some of the pants she was trying to pull off, right?
The fishnets and whatnot.
Well, no. Did she have like the weird, like they were all tight till the bottom and they flared out? Not a fashion expert, but you know, a little 70s, a little touch of 70s of that sucker.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I told you. I'm surprised. See, this is what makes me. You asked me if I have CTE. Yeah, I do. My brain's messed up. I've been kicked in the head too many times facing off. This is the kind of stuff that happens to me. The TRL was on sometimes when I was trying to figure out what the hell we were going to do for the day. And that damn song wouldn't leave the countdown for like a decade, it felt like.
Did you ever go stand outside the window? Did you ever go to Times Square?
No. You aren't
that hardcore of a Carson Daly fan?
No. Come on, man. You didn't do it. Well, for me, there was the I bartended in college. So I lived a different day than everybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get up and you kind of wait for the day to start. Anybody that's done the bartending or waiting thing, you know that being a doorman.
Yeah.
You got to just waste your day. Everyone else is like at work, and they come home to relax.
TRL.
We're going to work as soon. And so there's just, TRL, I guess. That's what's on. I've already seen this replay of SportsCenter for the 15th time, so TRL it is.
It's time for the thong song. Here we go. It is a Wednesday. It is the Craig and Lindahl Show. It is hour number 2, and we are getting you set for your football Thursday. We got a jam-packed football Thursday. We start at 10:30 tomorrow, Andy. Bears-Lions. Lions are 10-point favorites in this game. 48.5 the total. We expect some points to get scored. Dan Campbell's outfit is just an absolute machine right now, destroying everybody that gets in their way. A little banged up at the running back spot, but honestly, their defense, one of the things about the Lions that's really impressed me, Andy, their defense, they lost Aiden Hutchinson. They haven't taken a step back. Ooh,
no.
Those guys are good.
Well, who'd they trade for? Didn't they trade for from Cleveland the pass rusher Smith?
Yes.
What's his first name? Which Smith?
Did they get Preston or Zadarius? I can't ever remember
Zadarius,
which one of these Smith brothers.
I believe that one was Zadarius
that they brought in.
Has he played yet? Has he had an effect? I know they gave him Dan Campbell. One of the reasons why he's going to be beloved by these players around the league is
forever.
Zadarius didn't get his bye week because the Lions had it, the Browns had not.
Very nice of him.
So he let him, and apparently, the story came out. Zadarius had like his house. He needed to go down to Tampa where he lived to see if his house survived all the storms they'd had.
He has half a sack.
So they were just like, you know what, dude, go on down, take care of your business, and we'll get you going next week.
Just step in the door, get warmed up, be ready to rock at the right time of year, and he's been good. He's been good so far, and that defense is good. Aaron Glenn, I think, is going to get a head coaching gig. Really, this go-around, Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn could get head coaching gigs.
Okay, what do you think the deal with Johnson is? Price too high, or is he being picky? He deserves to be picky because we see how quickly coaches get fired.
I will say this, though, about Ben Johnson is like, don't be picky for 2 cycles in a row.
No, you're right, because sooner or later the owners are going to be like, all right, bro, we're not even going to talk to you because apparently the price is that high.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I was looking at something earlier today about the next coaching cycle and sort of what this is going to look like. I think the 2 Detroit coordinators are going to be very high on everybody's list. And I think Vrabel is going to be a very popular candidate. Vrabel having the youth over Belichick. You look at some of the jobs around the NFL and where Belichick could potentially fit. I don't see him going to work for Jerry. I think that he wants some control over personnel, and I don't see that going down. The job that I think Belichick probably shapes up well for, and I also don't think he's taking the Raider job because I don't think he's going to go work for Tom Brady. I could see Belichick taking the Jacksonville job. Going and coaching Trevor Lawrence, I think he would get the control that he wants from that ownership group. I could see Jacksonville going in that direction.
All right. Here's the deal, though.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not being facetious when I say this, although we could do a whole bit about it.
Yeah.
Does new Belichick with the early 20s girlfriend not want to check back into old Belichick and no life but coaching football?
Right.
And if you're an owner, when you kind of, I mean, look, I want old Belichick, right? I'll give Sean Payton credit.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what version of Sean Payton we were going to get, but it looks like he's same old Sean Payton from New Orleans.
Yeah.
But there's some that feel like Mike Shanahan wasn't quite the same Mike Shanahan when he got to Washington that he was in Denver.
I'm going to blame that on Dan Snyder and the organization.
I don't disagree with you. But again, I do think, and again, Belichick, it feels like Belichick has found this. He and Peyton got this show going. Remember, everybody thought Bill Cowher was going to return to TV return to coaching after a year or two in TV. He never did.
What Belichick has done that I think has been absolutely brilliant, Andy, is you're right. He went and got the 23-year-old girlfriend. He goes on McAfee. He goes on Manningcast. He's hip, fun. He's Bill Belichick. It's, hey, this guy's actually a good time to be around. He's clowning with Gronk and Brady on the roast. Oh, look at this, Bill Belichick. This guy's a good time. He's not the miserable SOB that everybody told us about back when he was up in New England. Ultimately, in Atlanta, like, Arthur Blank wanted to hire him. Everybody else in the building was like, don't do this. We don't need this miserable dude walking through the door. I think what Belichick has done is, quite honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he talked to like a PR specialist that was like, how do I change my image? I think he's done everything correctly.
See, what's so crazy about it, and look, I was lucky to ask Chad Brown a little bit about this. There was a guy that used to intern for the Broncos named Dave. And
old Dave, huh?
Remember Dave? I shouldn't even say intern. He interned for the Patriots. He was actually one of the PR guys for the Broncos. And I gave Dave some guitar lessons one time just because, he wanted to learn and I got nothing better to do. I'm more than happy to show you a few chords.
Does he shred now?
Probably way better than me. But I would ask him about Belichick and he would tell me. He said he's not the guy everybody sees out there.
Right.
He was incredibly generous around the holidays.
Personable.
He knew everybody's name. He said, get this. Apparently he was walking through the office one time, and Dave said, Belichick came in the office and said, get the hell out of here. It's Christmas.
Yeah.
Go home.
Yeah.
Stop this. We're impressed with you. You've done what you needed to do. He knew the staff by his first. So I think to your point, a PR staff, all they really had to do, I think, was tell him, let the world see who you are, that some of the players already knew this is actually who you are.
Yeah.
And that was what they used to say about all these little, the Josh McDaniels, I'm going to be the puppet of Belichick. They didn't get that Belichick was a kind soul to many in the organization. He just didn't let the media public see that.
There's also there's this aspect of it too, and this is honestly like where I have sympathy for all of these guys, even the most miserable jerks that do that job, is the pressure of being an NFL head coach. And you are well compensated, okay? It's a great life. That's why anytime you ever hear anybody like some awful organization needs a coach and people will just be like, who would want that job? Everybody wants that job, okay? It's a chance to make a ton of money and to run your own NFL franchise. If you got to deal with a weirdo owner or whatever else is going on, then you're going to go and do it, okay? So these are the most attractive jobs. Obviously, people want to go and have them, but they do grind these dudes into a pulp.
Yeah.
And there is like you do have to have a degree of at least some empathy for them. Of these guys are going to war every single day, and it doesn't always go great. And every time something goes poorly with their organization, and it's pro football, it's going to happen a lot.
Hey,
they're looking right at you.
Do you want to know why coaches are a little bit the way they are? Mike McCarthy. We all think the guy's not getting a contract extension, right?
Right.
Jerry says what he says on the radio. Spring had it on the high five about, hey, it's not out of question. Think I'm going to give him an extension.
Mm-hmm.
They literally went to McCarthy and asked him, what do you think? And he had to ask him, why are you guys laughing? That was his response at the presser yesterday.
Yeah.
Why are you laughing? He's staring at a bunch of people basically go, oh, so you all know this is it? You're going to be done dealing with me now? That's the life of a coach. You sign up for it.
By the way, Andy, I'm digging my heels in. I think McCarthy's back next
year.
year.
I've got quite a few people that seem to think that's what he's going to do.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, there were a couple guys, Dominic Foxworth, our old buddy, is with you on ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
He basically
I think
said,
he's back next year.
He asked, are you going to do better? Because whether you forget, because of all the playoff failure, top 10 offenses, 3 12-win seasons.
Yep.
Jeff Legwold always says, it's fine to get rid of somebody. You better know who you're going to get that's going to make it better.
Jerry likes him.
Yeah, because Jerry wants – it's why – I'll say it again.
It's
why I don't see why Dion would go there.
Jerry
is
liked,
the guy.
He liked Jason Garrett.
Yeah, he did.
Didn't Jason Garrett, didn't he have 3 8-win seasons in a row?
Yeah. Jason Garrett was much worse, to your point, than Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
Everybody was like, really? Again? You're just going to leave him here?
Yeah.
Just going to try a different quarterback again?
He doesn't just fire coaches. He's not willing. And really, in some ways, I will give him credit for that. Because there's far too many owners in pro sports that they'll can anybody. Did you just see what happened in the NHL, by the way? Jim Montgomery got fired, last week?
Yeah.
He just got a new gig. Yeah. St. Louis, they had an interim guy, and then they gave him the full-time gig. He wasn't even bad. They fired him. Monty's available. I like Jim Montgomery.
Never
Get
mind.
him in the door. Yeah, and hey, Monty's a great dude. So, I'm thrilled for him that he got a gig in St. Louis. He used to be an assistant there. He gets to go back with his family. I think his wife is from there. So, that's awesome for him. But, my God, the NHL, what they do to coaches is freaking brutal.
Oh, it's amazing. It really is amazing. And I'm not saying Jared Bednar hasn't earned all the patience that he's got. He's shown us what a great coach he is.
Yeah.
But there have been more than a couple times, even in these last couple years, where I get worried, are they going to get rid of him? Because that's what you do in the NHL.
Yeah. The Avalanche haven't been operating that way.
No, thank God. It paid off for them.
Think about right now, Malone is, what is he, the third or fourth longest tenured coach in the NBA right now? Bedsy, I think, is he second or third longest tenured? I know Cooper in Tampa Bay is the longest tenured coach in the NHL right now, but Bednar's right near the top on that list.
He's got to be one or two. Who the heck else is there?
Sean McVay is getting up to being one of the longest tenured coaches in the entire NFL with the Rams, the way that everybody runs through coaches in that league. And I think McVay's a great coach. Why the heck would you get rid of him? But right now, the way Stan Kroenke is operating his franchises is he's really working on the find the guy and stick with them, which is it's kind of, the old zig while everybody else zags, while everyone else is constantly turning over coaching staffs and changing cultures and everything else. It's, hey, consistency. And look at that. All 3 teams of his teams have won championships this decade.
Because you got to stick with something.
Yeah.
We've talked about it with the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
The problem has been 2-year coaches, 2-year OCs, 2-year quarterbacks, and no continuity.
We're going to talk about those Broncos and their preparations for the Cleveland Browns, as well as the AFC Special Teams Player of the Week, Will Lutz. Nick Kosminer will be with us on the other side. Keep it here. The Nuggets and Avalanche are craving a redemption feast. I'm just craving a ride on my Radster Trail e-bike. I want to take that thing for a spin after work today. Go cruise around the neighborhood, because this is the beauty of a Radster Trail e-bike that I got from Rad Power Bikes, good in any kind of conditions. Oh, that's right. I can go cruising right through the slush and the snow and the ice with my fat tire e-bike. You should check them out at radpowerbikes.com. You can also register to win your own Radster Trail e-bike right now at altitudesportsradio.com/Radster. That's right, guys. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/Radster. Register to win. We're going to give this bike away next week, so you got a couple of more days to get in to potentially win your own e-bike. Check them out. Plus, check out my video right now on our Twitter account. I'm just pedaling up Dinosaur Rich, not even breaking a sweat. Casual as can be. Rad Power Bikes also super affordable, guys. They've got financing through Affirm in 6, 12, and 18-month options. Plus, when you purchase a Rad Power Bikes, you are eligible for Colorado's e-bike tax credit, saving you $450 per bike to make it more affordable. Go to radpowerbikes.com or check out their service center and showroom, 3863 Steel Street here in Denver. 5:20, we have got our Thanksgiving drinking game. We'll dive into that with you today here on the show. Right now, it is time to talk about those Broncos as they get set for Monday Night Football. Sean Payton and company back to work today. Joining us right now, he is the Broncos reporter for theathletic.com. He is also the host of the Not Another Bucking podcast. He is Nick Kosmider. What up, Nick?
Hey, fellas. How you doing? Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you. Quinn Miners. You wrote about Quinn Miners today at The Athletic. You talking about him being a Pro Bowler, but I mean, all pro. What is the ceiling of what Quinn Miners can become? Because he truly looks like, when you say core nucleus, build around dudes, he's one of those guys for the Broncos.
Yeah, he has certainly become that. Obviously, there have been signs that he was sort of building into that player over the first 3 years of his career. That's why he got the contract extension that he got right before the start of the season. It's already looking like a bargain based on not only the way that he's playing, but really just the tone that he sets. You know, I was talking to Luke Wattenberg, the center who's played alongside Quinn Miners, for all but 4 games this year. And he said that there's times we get to the film room on Monday and you're just kind of laughing at some of what Quinn does. It's not just that he throws guys into the air. It's just the almost nonchalance in which he's able to do it. And yet he's so athletic, just kind of everything you want in sort of an explosive modern day guard. And it's really helped them, develop offensively. The Broncos in this offense, they run a lot of screen plays. That element of their offense has really been clicking over the last couple weeks, and a big part of that is guys like Miners who can get down the field, get to the second level, block multiple guys on the same play. He's just done pretty much everything, and again, early in the season took accountability for the way that they weren't performing offensively, saying he wasn't doing what he needed to do. And again, you just like to see all the different things that he's bringing to the table, both on the field and as a captain for the first time.
He's a dynamite player. So now thinking about the offensive line and sort of what the future is for this group, like assuming McGlinchey and Powers both back next year, you've gone young at the center position, and that's going okay for you. Garrett Bowles, they haven't messed with his contract at all. He becomes an unrestricted free agent at season's end. We know that this team is going to have to move some resources around. Is left tackle does it have the high potential to be a spot, Nick, where you could see the Broncos drafting somebody probably in the first couple of rounds and developing them for that position going forward?
Yeah, it could be. They're, of course, not going to be in that spot where you typically can find maybe like the no doubt blue chip type tackle. They're going to be drafting, somewhere around 22, 24.
Right around the spot where they drafted Garrett Bowles.
Garrett Bowles, yeah, that's a good point. And that took some time. It was a developmental type player, and that's probably what you would get at that position. We talk about Miners. You look at what Garrett Bowles has done. He's quietly put together another really good season. You have the occasional holds and things like that, but he's playing really well. And importantly, that group, as much as any, like the offensive line really is a group working in concert together. And this is now a unit that has obviously Wattenberg is in his first year as a center, but by and large has a lot of continuity. They've played together for 2 full seasons now. They've been relatively healthy, so they have a lot of reps together. And that's going to be a big question is, like, do you want to disrupt that? It's interesting. Their 2 biggest questions, when we talk about the contract part of it, when you look forward to next year, is Courtland Sutton and Garrett Bowles, right? Guys that they could have, come to an agreement with on extensions that would have lowered their cap numbers going into this season, given you a little bit more money to spend potentially, and yet they took kind of a wait-and-see approach on both players. Courtland Sutton has made himself a lot of money over the last 5 weeks or so. He's going to get another contract, whether that's with the Broncos or whether they're headed toward another kind of stalemate this offseason. We'll have to see. But the Bulls one is again a really tough question, because that's not an easy position to find. It's a very difficult position, in fact, to find. And, they've already spent a lot of free agent money on the offensive line, but you don't necessarily want to completely build it out that way. I mean, look, they're due to draft a tackle. They haven't drafted one at all in any round. I know I've recited the stats to you guys a lot since they drafted Bowles. And so, again, that's one that they're going to have to take a hard look at. The way he's playing, why not bring him back?
All right, Nick. It's been a really fun month of Bronco football, right? And I'm sure for someone that has to cover the team every day after what you've done for however many years, this has been enjoyable even for you, even though it's just from a media standpoint. Are the next 2 weeks tricky for this team? Are they sneaky tough considering I don't know that I know what Indy is, but I am a little I think Cleveland should be more of a concern than I feel like maybe some around here are giving it. What is your opinion about these next 2 games?
Yeah, and I just think you're in that time of the year where there's like, you get a little bit tight. You understand what the stakes are. There's more pressure involved in these kinds of games, and all you got to do if you're not worried about Cleveland is watch their last game. I mean, Nick Chubb is still kind of rounding himself into shape. He's not necessarily putting up the numbers since he got back in that backfield, but scored 2 touchdowns. Has the capability, as the guy who's been one of the best running backs in the league. And then, of course, Myles Garrett is arguably the best defensive player in football right now. He's coming off a game in which he had 3 sacks. Jerry Jeudy, who you know well, is heating up. And while certainly I don't think the Broncos have any reason to regret the move they made, I think it was a savvy move. They've gotten better at receiver because of it. As a challenge for this week, Jeudy presents one. And Jameis Winston also, obviously, the confidence that he's starting to play with that group, that they seem to be kind of have found a new life. So I definitely think that it's a sneaky game. The Browns are a more talented football team than 3-8. I'm not saying they're a better team, but talent-wise can beat you on any given kind of night. That's the kind of team they are. You're also having a bye coming up that you've waited, the entire season for, essentially. You're playing on a Monday night, so your rest is going to be, you have less rest for that bye. Are you even more looking forward to it? All those sorts of things. Adam Troutman said today, those are all things that we have to be cognizant of, because right now they control their own destiny. They absolutely do. They get to dictate whether they go to the playoffs. If you lose a game like this and then you start to put it in somebody else's hands, that's what they want to avoid.
Nick Kosmider, theathletic.com. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Nick, you had the stat the other day. The Broncos have had 5 different players lead the team in rushing in a single game. There's the potential there could be more. Like maybe Marvin Mims just rips off a big play in a game, and then suddenly you look up at the end of the game and he went for 75 yards or something like that. What does that say about this team? What is that a good statistic? Is it a bad statistic? Is it a net neutral statistic? What really did you make of kind of making that discovery?
Yeah, well, it's interesting because the Broncos are a middle-of-the-road rushing team, right? They rank 16th in rush EPA by True Media, kind of a per carry metric of efficiency. They're right in the middle of the pack. They're 16th in the NFL, dead middle. And so that's a serviceable running game, and yet they've done it without having a single back who averages more than 10 carries. Javonte Williams leads them with 10 carries. That's 29th among all running backs. And so the question that you have is what does rhythm mean to a running back? Like Sean Payton doesn't historically have guys that carry the football 16, 18 times a game. Even when Alvin Kamara was the clear number 1 there in New Orleans, we're talking 14 and a half carries a game. So he's never been a guy to just ride a running back, outside of a certain game plan here or there. But you do wonder just, what are they kind of giving away by shuffling so much? They're so game plan driven in terms of how they attack things, that does it come at a cost of having a certain guy? And everybody says, look, it's easy to say put Estime in there. Javonte Williams, maybe doesn't have it. He's still been, their 3 or 4 most effective rushing games. He was the guy that led that. So, what exactly that they're looking for as they try to cobble it together, I think we're still trying to figure that out. But it's certainly kind of an anomaly right now. And look, Sean Payton has always said it's hard to feature 3. Lately, they've been featuring 4 because Marvin Mims is carrying the ball 3 times a game. It's definitely an interesting dynamic with the backfield right now.
Nick, it just, what's nice? It's kind of like I don't want to call it boring, but we've been used to so much drama and guys out and practice squad move-ups and all that other stuff. I don't have a lot to ask you. I guess I will ask you, what do you expect from Drew Sanders when he returns? Do you think he'll get a regular rotation? Are they going to be slow with him? Does this feel soon for a guy that tore his Achilles?
Sean Payton was asked that question today, and he had kind of your guys' favorite response line, which is "we'll see." Look, Drew Sanders is a guy that they have a lot of optimism for in terms of what he can eventually do. We got to see some of it, last year in training camp, where he's just kind of that really dynamic athlete. He's really got this huge, strong lower body and can get to the ball on the outside really quickly. It's going to be interesting to see because, again, so much of what we're talking about right now, this will be the same question about next week with Josh Reynolds. Like, there's so much going good with a lot of different parts of their team, outside linebacker and the pass rush certainly being one of those, right? This is a team that leads the NFL in sacks, and they're up there in pressure and all those sorts of things. Like, do you want to kind of spoil the cart, so to speak, at this point? I think he's a guy they'll probably bring along slowly. Whether he'll be active on Monday night, that's to be determined. I don't necessarily see him being thrust into a big role that's not created by injury. I just think they're playing too well right now. They're doing things too well defensively to really kind of interrupt it. But I think nonetheless, it's encouraging that he was able to get back. I don't think it's quick. That's kind of what this injury is right now. It's about 9 to 10 months. With some of the advancement that they've made with Achilles surgeries, talking to medical professionals, that's sort of what the timeline is now. But I don't expect to see him a ton, to be honest with you.
Yeah, don't mess with it. Your pass rush already kicks ass. Nick Kosmider, everybody. Read his stuff in The Athletic. Listen to his podcast. It's called the Not Another Bucking Podcast. It is quite good. I'm imagining their Broncos-Browns preview will be up here shortly. Nick, thanks, buddy. Thanks.
Yep, it's up now. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Nick Kosmider with us right there. Andy, I have got some really good news about Nikola Jokic.
Good.
I got good Nikola Jokic news that you will want to hear, that everybody will want to hear. We'll tell you what that is next. Oh, I hope you're having a lovely pre-Thanksgiving Wednesday afternoon. It's Nate and Andy here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets will take on Utah this evening. That game on AM 950. Denver looking to bounce back after an atrocious loss the other night against the New York Knicks. In fact, Andy, according to the promo, both the Avalanche and the Nuggets are craving a redemption feast tonight.
Is it a night too early for it?
To crave redemption?
I guess you could crave it, but you don't fulfill the craving or relieve the craving until tomorrow.
You don't fulfill the craving until you've won and thus redeemed,
but then
suppose.
You're a day early.
Well, there's nothing like getting ahead of the ahead of schedule, right?
Semantics.
They also don't play tomorrow, so this is the best that they can do. 3 football games in the NFL tomorrow. That's going to be a gigantic pile of fun. Bears-Lions, Giants-Dallas, Miami and Green Bay. Really good college game tomorrow, too, by the way. Memphis and Tulane. Both those teams are 9-2. Tulane, by the way, number 17. Kind of sneaky team to watch in the whole college football playoff situation. Nikola Jokic, I mentioned him before the break. I got good Nikola Jokic news, Andy.
I think we all need it after the other night.
Yeah, we probably do. Here's what I will tell you about Nikola Jokic right now. And I didn't think it was humanly possible. Guy's won 3 MVP awards in 4 years. He's getting better.
Yeah.
He's still getting better. And I want to talk about this for a moment in the service of not taking greatness for granted, because we are living through the greatest basketball player that will ever don a Denver Nuggets uniform. Right now, Andy, he's averaging 29.7 points per game. That is 4th in the NBA. So he's just right at 30, basically. And this was coming off a 22-point output the other night with 7 rebounds and 7 assists, where, and he didn't play a lot in the fourth quarter. For most centers, that's like an all-time great game. For Nikola Jokic, it was his worst game of the year. He leads the NBA in rebounding, 13.4 rebounds per game. He is second in assists, 10.9 per. He's also shooting a career-best 53% from 3. Remember that whole thing before the start of the season when we were like, do the Nuggets have enough three-point shooting? Well, they solved it, and the answer to the issue was Nikola Jokic will just turn into Steve Kerr out there.
He'll put another club in his bag.
Yeah. Now, eventually there will be some regression there, but if he shoots over like 40% from 3 this year, that's amazing.
Okay, how do we know he hasn't worked on this, though, right?
I'm sure he has.
It's not like people get... When we do the interviews with him, he rarely does one-on-ones. When you do get it, it's in a group setting. I haven't heard anybody ask him, was this a focus for you in the offseason? Was it something maybe you were working on when you were out there getting ready for the
Andy,
Olympics?
If it was, he wouldn't tell anybody.
Right.
He doesn't bother to he doesn't let anybody in on those kinds of things.
But my point being, again, to prove he's one of the greats to play sports.
Yeah.
Pick your guy. A Kobe, a Wayne Gretzky. I'm sure Kareem did it, and Bird. Peyton Manning and Tom Brady talked about it. The greats always find a way to add something else so that when you prepare for what they've already given you, they have something new for you to prepare for.
Yep.
I feel like that's just what Nikola has been doing this year. Because, look, fine if this was just the first 3 games. We're 20-some games in now, aren't we?
16.
Well, close enough.
Yeah.
My point is, this isn't 3 or 4 like a good week.
No, you're right about that. The sample size is starting to get considerable, and he's still over 50% right now, which is wild.
And I wouldn't be shocked if what went on in the playoffs last year did not
impact him.
Motivate him to have a better 3-point shot.
Wasn't he like 1 for 6 from 3 in Game 7?
Yeah, but not only that, but nobody could shoot a 3.
And he was just hoisting them.
And again, this is the guy that's used to everything falling on his shoulders, so I'm sure part of him was like, I better be able to shoot a 3 in case no one else has got it going.
He's averaging a triple-double. Russell Westbrook and Oscar Robertson, the only guys who have ever done that before. He's doing it as a big man. He is currently second in the NBA in assists. I think he's only behind Trae Young at the moment in Atlanta. No center has ever led the NBA in assists per game. He would be the first to ever be able to do that. He is leading the league in rebounding. I believe he's over 1 full rebound per game at the moment, ahead of Domantas Sabonis. So he's that dominant there in that part of the game, which is unbelievable. And like we said, the 3-point shooting, he's up there in scoring right now. He's averaging a career high 29.7 points. He's fourth in the NBA in scoring right now here at the moment. Like, nobody in the NBA, the Triple Crown is a baseball stat. He's top 5 in all 3 of the major statistical categories right now. I don't even know if anyone's ever done that before.
All right.
Maybe LeBron did, but I doubt it.
You continue to list all the things that make this guy great. He's truly going to be one of the great, if not the greatest athlete this town has seen. And I know not everybody has wrapped their mind around that, but this is the kind of tall cotton we're talking about here, the kind of peak he may be climbing to. The other night, Michael Malone had put out there, and I get it, I need more from Nikola. I need more from Jamal. I need more from my top players to force. With the way that he's playing, with all you just laid out there right now.
What more is there to give?
Should he have to be verbal leader too? I mean, we've seen him get active in huddles and stuff. And I'm sure, I asked Scotty about that, and Scotty's like, look, when Westbrook's going off, I'm sure at times, and we've all seen and heard the reports we talked about, I'm sure at times Malone is like, hey, can I get everybody going? Can I have someone, maybe guys that aren't the newest guy on the team trying to fire people up? But, you and I go back to like a Champ Bailey. I never saw a Champ be a real chatty guy. Again, I've seen Nikola when he feels it's necessary to do it during a game.
Yeah.
But just going back to the other night, it's just a small part of me that's like, not everybody can be play by examples, guys. This guy's example should be enough for everybody to up their game. You got the most special player any of you are going to play with.
He's also, and this, I don't feel the need to really defend him against what Malone said, but kind of to your point here is he is already doing everything. And he also is the one that when this team gets to a fourth quarter game, the ball is going to go through him on every single possession, and he is going to either have to take the shot or create the shot on every single possession. Like, he already has to play a gigantic pile of minutes to get to that place. He's averaging a career high in minutes right now. Yes, he's missed a quarter of the season, but big deal. He's doing all of that. Like, there's only so much you can put on the guy's back. Like, there is a sort of a certain degree of, like, I got to save myself for crunch time. I can't spend a bunch of time and energy yelling at everybody else.
Well, and I've already said it. Why should I have to say it again?
Yeah.
This is largely the same crew I've been playing with for a while. You know what I expect.
Right.
I have verbalized it both in-game, and I'm positive in practice.
Maybe, okay, so follow me on this. This is a thing my dad always used to do to me and my brother, okay, it was always you kids. One of us would do something stupid, but it was always you kids. We were always lumped together. You think Malone was doing that he was going after Jamal, but he's like, hey, I'll say something about the guy that doesn't do anything wrong too.
Yeah, could be. I'm not going to argue with you there.
Could
be. And I will also do this. I do give a nod of respect to the most winningest coach in Nuggets history.
That he knows,
that if he feels like I can include Nikola, then he knows what he's doing. But it just didn't hit me right the other night. And you're right. He doesn't need defending from it. But it just didn't hit me right the other night. The guy literally does everything, okay?
Yeah.
If there's one guy that gets a pass, it's him. Because you don't really have any wins without him, frankly. I mean, I guess they won a couple games without him when he was out. But, I mean, come on. This guy is dragging you to the – here's what I'd like. I can't get Bob Myers' comment the other night out of my head, the old Golden State GM, about how it will be a travesty if he doesn't get at least one, if not two more trophies in the case before he's done.
Yep.
This whole squad, you should have urgency. You should know. See, this is where they're not a free agent acquiring team a lot because of the cap. But let's say they were. I would be curious to see who's now decided Denver's the spot, because if I'm playing with that guy, I've got a shot at the title. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We'll never really know because they're not going to have money to just go free agent crazy.
Yeah, they've
anymore.
already built the core up to play with him.
Dude, I'm telling you, the guys that get to play with him, I'm serious. You need to value this chance to play with this guy. You need to value this chance to be in the mix for a championship, period.
There's a great anecdote. I want to wrap this conversation with this that John Hollinger wrote in The Athletic this week. And he talked about how Jokic has the ability to instantly process and figure out the right thing to do out on the floor, how he's smarter than everybody, how he's a damn basketball computer. Hollinger tells this story. A league source told me that once at a preseason meeting with league officials to review that season's points of emphasis, the refs went over several new ways they would crack down on a certain element of trickery players were using. Jokic listened to it all and then asked the officials, okay, what if I do X? And the dumbfounded officials responded that they couldn't enforce that particular life hack. It took them seconds to figure out the new rules to the puzzle. That's what he does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's so cerebral.
He has a counter punch the moment that you throw something at him like that. I will always remember the Rui Hachimura fourth quarter in game 1 of the Western Conference Finals, and it was, the Lakers solved it.
They got something.
Yeah. No, you get like a quarter and a half, you know?
And theirs happened to come in the back half of a game.
Draymond Green had a game and a half where he really gave Joker problems in that series against Golden State, the 5-game loss the year before they won the title. And it was, Draymond is dominating Jokic. Bad matchup. No, look at the back half of that series. Jokic kicked the crap out of that guy. Like, you might land a punch, but unless you knock his ass out, which you never do, he will always come back and come up with the counter. Guy is absolutely incredible. By the way, leads the NBA in win shares despite only having played 12 games, and he would set the NBA record in player efficiency this year if this number holds up. He's a top 10 player in NBA history. He's unbelievable. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. Well, the holiday season's officially upon us as we carve up the turkey tomorrow. That means you'll be doing some shopping this weekend. First off, Black Friday shopping, small business Saturday shopping. You can shop local right at Colorado Off-Road. They've got a showroom that you'll want to stop by 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. It's right behind ACC. If you've got someone in your life that's seeking truck or 4x4 accessories, Colorado Off-Road is your place. It's your wonderland. Stop on by the shop, see the different kinds of bed covers that they have. I believe it's 16, the number of bed cover display cases that Jerry has. And by displays, I mean he'll show you everything a different bed cover can do. I've got one, for example, that's a hard top, folds into thirds, so you can use the whole bed if you want to, or just part of it. There's others that lift up like a lid. There's power ones, soft ones, all of it. You can go and check it out. Don't buy online. Stop by Jerry's shop. See what you're getting before you get it. You want to shop local, again, you can do it at Colorado Off-Road. Step rails. Remote starts. This is a big day for remote starts. It's freezing out there. Get the car warmed up before you go out and you don't break any puffer laws. Find Colorado Off-Road on the web at cooffroad.com. Give them a call at 303-761-1264. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Nuggets Jazz tonight. By the way, you can watch that one on KTVD 20. The Avalanche will play Vegas this evening. TNT affair. Right now, it's time for football news ahead of the Thursday triple header, which begins tomorrow at 10:30 with Lions Bears. Then we'll go to Dallas as Drew Lock and the Giants will take on the Cowboys. Miami is at Green Bay tomorrow night. Good college game in there as well. One of the great things about Thanksgiving, a lot of good sports. By the way, Auburn, Bruce Pearl and Auburn just took the Maui Invitational.
Bruce Pearl's still kicking around. I didn't know that.
Sure is.
Old Tennessee coach.
Tad Boyle's Buffs
had a tad bit of trouble.
A bit of a letdown today against Iowa State after the big win against UConn yesterday. But hey, we'll always have that Tad Boyle interview in which he said a really funny word. Go ahead, Spring.
All right, it's the High Five brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Broncos stuff to kick off this segment. Will Lutz, speaking of kicking, was named the AFC Special Teams Player of the Week for the second time this season. There you go. Congratulations, Will Lutz. The Broncos are getting set to host the Browns on Monday Night Football. Sean Payton will coach against another one of his former players, Jameis Winston. Quarterback he coached with the Saints. Sean had good things to say about Jameis today. Jameis was asked about Sean Payton over in Cleveland, and Jameis theorized about the relationship between Sean Payton and Bo Nix.
I feel like Sean loves challenges, and I think that he had an eye for Bo probably 2 years ago. If you ask Sean, like, when did you think Bo Nix was going to be your quarterback? Sean can go to the date and the time. It's like, I knew at this time Bo Nix was going to be my quarterback. I think he just does a good job of playing to what his players' strength, coaching to what his players' strengths are, and we see that with Bo getting better and better every single week.
So wait a minute, is Jameis Winston suggesting that, like, Sean Payton, the day after his first practice with Russell Wilson, went back up to the office and was like, get me film of these prospects?
Never again will I do this. I bet she wasn't even practice, though, right?
Yeah.
Then it just, I don't know. I guess I can't say. I want to say it feels like those two personalities just never jived from the start. And yet Sean was out there beginning of camp, popping off to USA Today, right? Wasn't it USA Today?
Yep.
And the Jared Bell and the whole everybody's hands are dirty. This just isn't on Russ.
The old two latte thing.
Yeah, I made him lose weight, and the coaching sucks.
Stuck up for his guy,
Yeah.
and then he went out and watched him get sacked 50 times, and he was like, I can't handle all of this. And I'm sure he would. Here's the thing about Sean Payton. These football coaches, they're all football junkies. You know, he was watching games on Saturday, and he was watching Oregon and watching the ball quickly get out of Bo Nix's hand. To Jameis's point, I don't think Sean decided in the draft process this year that he liked Bo Nix. Now, I'm sure Bo Nix wasn't the only quarterback that he was keeping an eye on, but I think that Sean went into this situation with some preconceived notions, and then he got to interview him, and then he looked through his backpack, and then he watched him throw and said, there's something going on here, and I like this guy. And who are we to tell Sean he was wrong? Because the marriage has been perfect, and here the Broncos are. Andy, they're frisky.
They are frisky. You saying going through his backpack still sounds a little weird, but that's what he did.
He did.
Dump the backpack out, kid. It's like I'm giving you,
What's in here?
I think something's on you.
Tape, cleats,
Yeah.
lacrosse
Are you living
ball?
the right way? He was like the coach in, what was that, Dazed and Confused?
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, look, man, they are the perfect match for each other.
Sure are.
And I'm trying to remember. Someone suggested that maybe Sean knew for 2 years he wanted Nix.
That was Jameis.
Hey, man. Elway, when it said that Elway wanted Herbert for 2 years, right?
Yeah.
And then he just couldn't. Gosh, wasn't it the year before Herbert got drafted? Elway was hoping he would come out and they could draft him then. What pick did they have? What year was it? When did Herbert get drafted? Was that wasn't the Josh Allen draft?
No, I want to say 2019 because that was the Kyler Murray.
Okay.
Tua. And then Herbert because Herbert went sixth in that draft.
Kyler the
right?
first pick of that draft?
Was he?
No, Joe Burrow was.
Thank you.
Joe
Thank
Burrow
you,
was,
thank
yeah.
you, thank you. Somebody was going to get it right eventually.
Yeah, we found our way there. Bottom line was, I do think Sean, and I could see that, Sean had the same crush on Bo that Elway had on Herbert.
Yeah, you decide you like a guy, and guess what? Hey, both of them were right. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, New York Giants news ahead of their big Thanksgiving matchup tomorrow. First, the quarterback that they just released, Daniel Jones, today, signed with the Minnesota Vikings. So he will eventually back up Sam Darnold as he makes his way off of their practice squad. That's where he will initially sign to. And Tommy DeVito is considered a long shot to play for the Giants tomorrow afternoon. He's pretty much sore all over. That's what he said. He's sore.
It was a forearm injury, right?
But he did say he's sore everywhere.
Sore everywhere.
After taking a bevy of hits against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in his first start in a while, which means it looks like Drew Lock will start. So at least there's that. Drew Lock was asked yesterday what practice has been like. He said for the first time in a while, he got more than 0 reps.
How is practice different for you today than normal?
More than 0 reps. So, got a couple, yeah. A couple reps. Just taking day by day.
Okay.
Boy, he's annoyed, isn't he?
Yeah, he sure is. He's not thrilled with Brian Daboll. You can tell. Here's my take. Here's what I'm telling you. For the middle game, take it to the bank. Giants are winning that game.
You think so?
Giants are going into Dallas and beating those guys.
All right.
That is a Giants team that Malik Neighbors challenged everybody. He put up huge numbers, by the way, the first time that they played Dallas this year. Giants are going to go in and get that victory. Take it to the bank. That team is going to be fired up. They're going to be ready. Giants go in and get that thing.
All right. Help me decipher this tweet because Drew's starting.
Yeah.
But Schefter tweeted earlier today, and this is his account, not only is Tommy DeVito not flying to Dallas with the Giants, but he didn't practice today. Oh, okay. Like the not only parts with he didn't fly with the team. He's not playing.
He's not playing.
Right? Is there some world where he takes a private flight tomorrow and goes to the game? I don't understand what the question is. Like, people are still tweeting as if somehow Tommy DeVito's going to, I don't know, helicopter Jerry Jones style to the Cowboys Stadium and play?
Yeah,
he's out. He's not with the team.
How many mom-and-pop pizza shop autograph signings would Tommy DeVito have to do in the greater New Jersey area to be able to afford a private jet where he could just skip right down to Dallas in 45 minutes?
And Mara, who's not thrilled with life anyway, is he really going to be like, oh, you'll take my plane?
Yeah.
I'm not fueling my plane up for Tommy DeVito. You didn't get on the plane, kid. Them's the breaks.
Yeah, Drew Lock is going to play.
I just don't understand why we're playing this game. Dude, Drew doesn't seem happy. But you're right.
Can't imagine he is.
Drew could go out there and just be like, hey, bleep you, watch this.
Right. Yeah. No,
There's a small part of me that wants to see that.
Cowboys are ready for a letdown. They just got the big win against the Manders last week. They got a bunch of kind of random special teams plays in that game. They're another super banged up team, especially on the defensive side of the ball. I think the Giants get them. This kind of carves out to me of like, this is like a late season locker room band together FU game. I think the Giants come into this thing with good body language and get the win.
I'd see it.
Yeah, I'm on it.
They're out of it by halftime. I don't know which.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, we have a Black Friday game, the first one, I believe. The Chiefs hosting the Raiders. For the Chiefs, they are going to get running back Isaiah Pacheco back after fracturing his leg in week 2. He's going to play in this game. Defensive end Charles Omenihu will also return after tearing his ACL in last season's AFC Championship game. So the Chiefs get a couple of key players back. The Raiders are going to look to spoil Black Friday like they did Christmas Day in Kansas City. They're big underdogs today. Antonio Pierce, Raiders head coach, said this about the game.
Yeah, it's called spade to spade, right? The best team in football against the worst team in football. Let's change the narrative, right? Let's go out there and make it a dog fight. Let's make it ugly. Let's make it scrappy. It's Black Friday. Let's create a little chaos. Let's get back to Raider football and have some fun and some personality. Let it loose.
Wow. All right.
Which one of those returns, Isaiah Pacheco or Charles Omenihu, which one of those do you think is going to be bigger for Kansas City? Where do they need more help, on the offensive or defensive side of the ball?
Oh, I say it's Isaiah Pacheco. It's a hard-running guy that had a lot of key runs, a lot of key plays in the playoff last year.
Yeah.
That's a guy you got to account for. You got to game plan a little bit for. I don't think they got enough of those guys necessarily on their offense right now. And yet they're, what are they, one loss?
Yeah. I differ on that.
Okay.
And only because I think Kareem Hunt's had himself a perfectly fine year, and it's been a little bit of a surprise for those guys.
Perfectly what?
Perfectly cromulent season. They just gave up 27 points to the Carolina Panthers. Something's weird going on with that defense. And maybe just Bryce Young went out and balled out, but that's something to be a little bit worried about. They need another pass rusher. I think it's huge for them to get a Menahu back right now, but again, like you look at that team, and Andy, it's like I don't want to fall for the trap of like, something is amiss. Because, yes, they have Mahomes, and, yes, they have Andy Reid, and yes, nobody is going to want to play them when it becomes playoff time. But, I don't know. Think about the Patriots dynasty.
Yeah.
They didn't win the Super Bowl a lot more than they won the Super Bowl. I don't think the Chiefs are going to win the Super Bowl. Does that look like a Super Bowl winning team to you?
Nate, I am so burned by all of this.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you no.
Yeah.
All they got to do is be in. Guess what? They're guaranteed in. They didn't have home field advantage last year. They went through the whole thing and won.
They could fall back to number 2. They could run into the frisky
Broncos.
Broncos.
Back to 5.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that with the Chargers losing the other night. Feels like the division's really tough.
My point is
I know
they
what
could
you're
be nothing but road games,
Yeah.
and you're not counting that team out. Man, Buffalo had them in Buffalo last year. The alleged the giant to them didn't happen. Didn't happen for them.
I know, and they're 10-1, and I'm sitting over here being like, I don't think they're very good, but I'm not wowed by that team.
No,
when
they're
I watch
not
them,
sexy.
It's not like when I watch Baltimore. It's not like when I watch Detroit. Hell, it's not even like when I watch Philadelphia right now, who I think is really good.
Listen, here's what they are. Just stay with me.
Yeah.
Remember Payne Anderson back in the day, Tommy Lee, all that gorgeous cover of Baywatch, cover of many magazines. Remember her?
Sure.
That was the Chiefs of a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
As sexy could be.
Yeah.
Seen Pam Anderson lately? Yeah, not the same.
I was going to say I haven't recently.
Still attractive, but not what it was.
Well,
they're Pam Anderson.
Don't those things start to droop after a while?
Yeah. So the Chiefs are drooping a little bit. You still ain't saying no if it has to come out to dinner. It is what it is.
Who would you rather have dinner with, Pam Anderson or Andy Reid?
Oh, Andy Reid.
Of course. Good answer.
What does Pam Anderson know about restaurants in KC? Where are we at?
That is absolutely the right answer. I just wanted to make sure you got that one right.
No, you need the heavy guy that knows all about the food. He knows where to eat.
I bet Andy Reid is a great time to dine with.
Pam Anderson or Erica Eleniak? What other Baywatch stars could we get off there?
Yasmine
Nicole
Bleeth.
Eggert, Yasmine Bleeth.
By the way, I recently, Abby and I were sitting at a bar, and we were talking. Baywatch was on the TV, and the TV was just like muted. It was in the middle of the day. Sometimes we go to bars in the middle of the day. Anyway, I ended up like Googling Yasmine Bleeth and reading her Wikipedia page. Got pretty dark there for a while.
Did it?
It did.
I had no idea.
Yeah, it did.
Really?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Was she on Saved by the Bell too?
No, I think you're thinking of Tiffany Amber Thiessen.
Yeah, there you go.
That's Kelly Kapowski. Yeah. 303-504-0925. Get in the hunt. Late 80s, early 90s hotties. We're here for you all day. Go ahead,
Garth.
High five.
Brenda.
All right, now back to the Thanksgiving games. Lions-Bears.
Oh, yeah.
Tomorrow morning. For the Lions, they will be without offensive tackle Taylor Decker and cornerback Carlton Davis, and a couple questionable players, David Montgomery and Amon-Ra St. Brown.
How many guys would the Lions have to be missing for you to start thinking the Bears could go into Detroit and win this game?
So you don't think any of that big energy you talked about for the Giants shows up for the Bears by chance?
I think it does. In fact, I like the 10 for Chicago, but they're not going to beat the Lions. That team is a damn machine right now. It's plug and play with these guys. Dan Campbell and Jared Goff have got this thing figured out. Aaron Glenn is coordinated his butt off right now. That team doesn't lose to Chicago. I'm not saying the Bears can't make it a game, But that Lions team does not lose to Matt Eberflus.
Your cockiness has me rooting Bears all of a sudden.
Go
well
for
done.
it. Go for it.
And I'm not going to get on Twitter tomorrow because I don't do that during the holidays.
Yeah.
If I can avoid it, I'll make an exception
Be
if the Bears
a
win.
be a Bears guy.
You'll
tomorrow.
have to tweet at me.
Are you?
I like the Lions. Aren't the Lions? We're all rooting for the Lions, right? Who's got a problem with the Lions?
I could care less if they win anything. I just know they're awesome.
You know who Lions are? They're Lucas. Speaking of 80s movies, they're Lucas.
Go ahead, Spring.
I want them to win.
High five. And finally, your Thanksgiving night game is the Packers hosting the Dolphins. For the Packers, they will be without cornerback Jair Alexander, receiver Romeo Dobbs, and linebacker Edgerrin Cooper.
Does Tua stand a chance going up there? It's supposed to be 19 degrees.
I'm telling you, Nate. I'm telling you, these guys are so similar. They're off the same tree.
Mm-hmm.
These defenses, I think, know what to keep. This feels like when Gary Kubiak and Mike Shanahan would play each other. Now, there are a couple games where Gary really got the best of him. Yeah, I think they got a shot.
If
they'll run the football, I think they got a shot.
This is by far the game I'm most intrigued to watch, but it's like because I want to see what Tua's got. I want to see what he's got going up there.
Well,
if he can survive playing in the cold, because he has had some rough outings in his career.
Dude, I know it's tradition, and I do like some tradition. The Lions are the team you wanted to kick off Thanksgiving for a while.
Mm-hmm.
They'll never do it. The Cowboys are still immensely popular. Just look at the morning talk shows. We've talked about this. But if you're going to give me a Cowboy game, cool. Don't give me Cowboy Giants. I see that every year. Could they have not have picked a more intriguing, more original matchup than these two? More unique matchup than the Cowboys and the Giants? Did you really think Saquon-less New York was going to be any stinking good? Get out of here with this crap. So, yes, my point, I guess, being Miami-Green Bay is really the game I'd like to see.
Uh-huh.
It's the only game that really excites me. Now you got me excited for Bears-Lions.
Now you're a Bears fan?
Now I'm a Bears fan all the way, just because you did that thing you did where there's no possibility. The Lions don't lose.
They won't lose that game.
Oh, now I want them to.
Yeah, they're not going to. But
I want them to.
Yeah. No, come on. You're taking a 10-point Bears dog on the road at Detroit.
I could see them covering, yeah. But that's about it.
Yeah.
Aren't the Lions? The Lions are known to that was their Super Bowl forever when they stunk, right?
What, the Super Bowl, the Thursday,
the
Thanksgiving
game?
Yeah.
That's their big deal.
Yeah. They're just good. Now they just have to settle for being awesome.
Can I interest you in some Phoebe Cates, Kelly LeBrock, Kathy Ireland, Alyssa Milano, Christy Brinkley, Heather
Alyssa
Graham.
Milano. Didn't Alyssa Milano date the entire Dodgers pitching staff?
Yeah, Alyssa. Yeah, she has an interesting past.
Can she still go? Can she go out with Blake Snell now?
Well, I think she's married now. But hey, listen, Drew Barrymore.
You never know.
Back in the day.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Somebody dropped a Terry Garr R.I.P. That's more early '80s, but I'm with you on that one. It's Craigman and Lindahl. Avs got Vegas tonight. Nuggets are in Utah to play the Jazz. I'll give you another one, Andy. I think the Nuggets go in there and blast those dudes.
Tonight?
Yeah.
No, you're not going to get any resistance from me.
Yeah.
I think this sets up. I think it just probably like it was a bad night for the Nuggets to have to face the Knicks off the bad game in Utah. It's a bad night for the Jazz to face the Nuggets off the bad game against the Knicks.
Yep. I followed all that.
I'm glad you did. That's why this show's made it to this point.
Yes. No Drouin tonight for the Avalanche as they take on Vegas. They're banged up. Again.
Spring,
we're back into
Are
this.
we worried about a concussion? He's got the upper body deal. Are we worried Drouin's got a concussion? I mean, how do you get on the ice one game? You looked all right, then you're off again. It scares me that he's got some fogginess or something. I don't know. It just seems odd.
The upper body, it really, it's hard to pinpoint exactly where the problem
either a
could
shoulder,
be. There's a lot of upper body up here.
Maybe you got a little of the ear thing going on.
I got a
dizzy.
shoulder. I got an upper body.
Yeah,
I know what that's like. Yeah.
He's got a little groin.
Yeah. I hate it. I hate it. No good. Buffs lost today. Got housed by Iowa State. No bounce back after the UConn game. That will serve as an early season highlight. But hey, you know what? Good trip to Maui. Beat the second-ranked team in the country. They were leading every highlight show last night, Andy.
Yeah, it was a ton of fun.
Yeah.
They had who was it? Who's doggone it? ESPN. He's the ESPN talent that does some of the bracketology.
Joe Lunardi?
No. Shoot, he may not even be on ESPN
Jay
anymore.
Millis?
No, he's got. Never mind. But he did an interview with he did an interview with one of the famous bracketologists. He was all over Twitter.
Fran Fraschilla?
No, it's going to drive me nuts. And now I'm worrying, is he CBS? He's a shorter guy. He's got a good head of hair.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS.
Yeah.
Next question.
Yeah. I had to just go find it here. Now I got to go find it. Andy named some guys. All right. If you get into one of these type of conversations with your cousin, drink.
Yes.
If you have an Andy conversation where your cousin can't remember anybody, drink. Then try to figure it out.
What's the guy's name from the show?
He actually looks like he could have played basketball.
You know that guy. Dan Dickow?
No, I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it. Here it is. Andy Katz.
Ah, yes, Andy Katz.
That's the one I was thinking of.
Andy Katz
now,
does
who
have
is he
good
with,
hair.
Though? Is he even with? Who's he with? Wasn't he with ESPN? I thought Katz was back in the day.
He's not with ESPN anymore?
He's with Big Ten Network.
Okay.
Yeah, NBA TV. Man, no, he's not.
347.
I don't want to make fun of him. We could all end up there.
347 drops if someone wears cargo shorts to your house, drink.
No. Listen, it's supposed to be 35 degrees tomorrow. If someone wears cargo shorts to your house,
actually,
pants them.
That is a thing, though. You ever met one of those people, one of those shorts guys?
Okay, you remember the guy you worked with, Shannon Scott, the game last month?
Yeah.
He was forever because he used to be 3 times the size he is now.
He was a shorts guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had a guy, one of my favorite people in the world, and his name was Daryl Luby. Happy Thanksgiving to you, Daryl. Worked with him forever over at the place across the street. He was not big guy.
Yeah.
He was not. He just was always in shorts. Apparently, he sleeps out on his deck in Evergreen on like a cot every night because it's good for your back. And I love the guy, but you're weird, bro. Go inside. What if a bear eats you? What's a cot going to do then?
I had a moment today, by the way. Apropos of nothing, Andy.
The whole show's been that. Go ahead.
I've had a day. Anyway.
Oh, are you going to tell? 5:45. Nick tells us the turkey problem.
I got to tell you my turkey
and
problem.
then we'll see if you scare me out of Brian and the turkey.
I had a turkey problem today. No, this happened to me today, all right? So my parents are in town. They bring their yellow lab, Bernie. I love Bernie. He's a great dog, especially now he's like 8, so he's finally chilled out. He's a great time to have around.
8 years later, he's finally calm.
Yeah. He was a nut for a while.
You got
there.
a boxer. I know what you're dealing with.
Yeah, it was just like, stop smelling everybody's crotch, calm down. I like this dog a lot. Anyway, they're in town visiting. I was doing 1,000 things today. I was doing show prep. I'm getting my podcast done. I'm doing all this stuff. Getting the last stuff for Thanksgiving. I come upstairs. You mentioned bears and getting eaten outside in Evergreen. I come upstairs. I look out the back door, and I just saw like between like the grill and everything, I just saw like the back half of the dog, like just like his haunches and everything. For a moment there, I completely forgot that my parents were visiting and they had brought their dog. I had a split second where I was like, We got a damn mountain lion out there. The hell's in our yard?
I thought you thought that Uncle Eddie was in town with his hound dogs doing something.
For a moment there, I was just like, what animal is in my backyard? Then I was like, oh, yeah, no, it's Bernie. He's fine.
Did you make a noise? Did you?
Like, it was like in my head. I figured it. Again, it's one of those things that you think for 0.4 of a second, you know? But it makes an impression on you.
Yeah, it's not enjoyable 0.4 of a second.
I'm dumb. Yeah, anyway. For a moment there, I was just like, there's a large wild creature in our backyard. Nah, it's just a dog.
You call it animal control, what would you be doing?
There's not usually an animal wandering around our backyard.
Would you throw a baseball at it? Like, what do you do?
Get a crossbow. Like I'm fishing in Utah.
Yeah.
All right, are we ready for our Thanksgiving
We
drinking
have
game?
to be.
We have to be. Let's do this. You want to have some beer on Thanksgiving. You're going to be watching football. You're going to be spending time with your family. Make it more enjoyable for yourself. Have a couple of drinks, and we're going to help you make a game out of it. Let's start here on game. Tell you what, I got 2 props, Bears-Lions. Game number 1. Andy, if Caleb Williams gets sacked, you should drink.
All right.
He's been sacked 24 times on this
Sip
Bears
that one.
5-game losing skid.
Sipper.
If a Lions running back makes a catch out of the backfield, Montgomery and Gibbs have combined for 50 receptions out of the backfield so far this year. Go ahead and drink.
Have a sip.
Yeah, that Lions offense is as multiple as can be. Those guys are an awful lot of fun. We kind of touched on this one yesterday. If your aunt begins any sentence with, I saw on Facebook, drink.
Yeah.
And
then leave. No, hey, get up and drink and leave the room. Some stuff's about to go down.
Also, if she shows you a meme on her phone from her Facebook, finish your drink. You got to see this.
If it's a meme that was popular 5 years ago, finish your drink and pour a new one and have half of that.
If your uncle makes a large show out of loosening their belt on the couch after dinner, drink.
Yeah,
also,
or it might be time to go home.
Also, if you are that uncle, finish your drink. I'm full. Mind if I sit next to you? If any Dallas Cowboys do the Buzz Lightyear celebration, drink. I was going to say the Tommy Cutlets celebration, but he's not going to play.
So they got the only one they could mimic was the.
Yeah.
Do you think anybody remembers that? It was quite a bit ago. Wasn't that his rookie year? We got the Buzz Lightyear.
It's a deep pull.
It is.
You would have to do
respect.
Baker Mayfield level research to remember that. That's for sure. By the way, every time that your cousin tells you about their fantasy team, drink.
Okay. Again, that's a sip. You
got
3 games on. You could be hearing about it all day.
Throw it to CD. I'm a fantasy team, bro. By the way, if Dable or McCarthy get fired tomorrow, drink.
Like what? Pull out your finest whiskey.
Exactly.
Get a top shelf one.
Yeah. If anyone in the room tells you that Miami can't win in the cold weather, you should drink.
Okay.
So Tua's never won in a game below 40 degrees.
That feels like some line that would come out of that know-it-all commercial they got going. Actually.
Yeah. If one of the networks gives you a turducken on the television.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. This was the big John Madden day, man.
What if they show John Madden with the turducken?
Ooh, yeah.
Is that a full drink?
That's
just an homage?
Yeah, definitely take a large.
That's mainly a Fox thing, though, right?
Take a large schwill. Yeah, it would have to be.
I don't think CBS will show a turducken. Do we have one? If you have an unnatural number of legs on said turkey, take a drink.
That always weirds me out.
Yeah, 6 legs? The hell that thing look like alive?
I got a couple of Bronco props here for you. You ready for this? If any of your relatives tells you that Russell Wilson got a raw deal in Denver, drink.
Drink.
If any of your relatives tells you Tebow should have gotten another shot, drink.
What about if any of your relatives say during the Dallas game, I wish Drew Lock was still our quarterback?
Ooh!
Drink.
Shotgun your beer.
Shotgun the beer and buckle up. Give them, you know what? And if they do that after the drink, give them the Bo Nix crazy eyes.
If any of your relatives show up in a Bo Nix jersey, then you have to drink. I just picked it up. If anybody makes an exotic side dish, we were discussing exotic side dishes.
You want me to tell the story? I'll tell the story.
Let's have it.
So I was doing a show with Lois Malconian the day before Thanksgiving. And as people now know, I'm a simple man. A lot of people know I'm canned cranberry guy. It's good enough for me.
Love canned cranberries.
Just chop them up. It's a sweet. There's a tartness to it that's a palate cleanser for the rest of the meal.
I like the texture of it, the way it's still shaped like the can.
Oh, I love that one. Just chop them up in slices. Everyone makes fun of me. Don't care. I'm a simple man. Lois told me one day on a Thanksgiving show, and she was a classy lady. She was going to make like the Good Housekeeping dish, and she was going to make a cranberry, but put a spritz of orange in it and some sort of like
orange zest
and something and then sausage got involved. And I'm like, what in the hell are you talking about? I don't want sausage in my cranberry. I don't care what Good Housekeeping told you or Bon Appetit. Just give me a damn bowl of cranberries. That's all I want. I'm not looking to have a surprise in there. It's not a damn lollipop. I just want cranberry. That's it. So if your mom or your sister or your snooty gourmet aunt or whoever it is decides to get funky with a traditional side drink, you drink.
What if somebody tells you that the green bean casserole features cream of mushroom soup made from scratch?
Yes. Drink and get out the Pepto because that sucker's hitting wrong later.
If somebody puts oysters in the stuffing.
No, I don't want oysters stuffed in the turkey for the sake of the stuffing.
Nope. Don't need it. Keep it basic. This is a fat Midwesterners holiday. Keep it basic, all right? Also, if any of your guests, particularly your uncle, blows up the bathroom.
Yes, makes it uninhabitable for at least 15 minutes because the fan ain't cutting it, go ahead and have a beer.
It's a number 2.
Yeah. Don't invite D-Mac over to your house. He did that to our studio today. And finally, for your Thanksgiving drinking game, if any of your guests should arrive wearing one of Mark Moser's old hats, go ahead and finish your drink.
And then take the hat.
Get this out of my house.
What are you doing?
And that is how you can enjoy Thanksgiving, everybody. Enjoy it. We got Rockhead of the Day, plus I'll tell Andy my turkey travails. We'll do that next. Nothing's better after that Thanksgiving meal than going on a nice bike ride, a little palate cleanser. Get out and get the blood moving a little bit. Might I recommend an e-bike from Rad Power Bikes? They've been in Denver for 3 years now. They got a brick-and-mortar store at 3863 Steel Street in the York Street Yards. They have a great, friendly staff over there. Guys, I didn't know anything about e-bikes before I got in that place. Their staff walked me through it, told me how easy they are to ride, how fun they are to ride, showed me the entire line. I took several test rides, ended up taking the Radster Trail e-bike. It's got fat tires and a suspension on that thing, rides like a Cadillac. I love that bike. But they've got a full line over at Rad Power Bikes of fully customizable e-bikes. They're super low maintenance, get you 50 to 60 miles per charge. You can replace your car with an e-bike. They're great year-round, any kind of inclement weather, rain, snow, slush, cold. You can go rip it up in your e-bike. Plus, when you purchase at Rad Power Bikes, you're eligible for Colorado's e-bike tax credit, saving you $450 per e-bike to make it that much more affordable. Check out the entire line, radpowerbikes.com. Okay, so tonight on Altitude Sports Radio, you've got the Nuggets and the Jazz. That's at 7 o'clock with pregame at 6:30. That game is on AM 950. Connor will have the Avs and Vegas tonight at 8 o'clock with pregame at 7:30 here on 92.5. So that is how the evening will go if you are out and about here on a Wednesday night. Obviously, drive safely and use a designated driver if you want to go out. I know it's a big night to go and party. Everybody just be careful out there. Call an Uber. All that good stuff.
The younger generation isn't doing it. I just had this conversation again. Our friend Isabel and Dixon, both prime in the let's go meet up with some of the old school folks. Some of the folks in from college.
They don't do that anymore?
She said no. I don't know why.
I feel like that's a small sample size.
I have talked to Payton. I asked our spotter of college age a year ago. I'm floored by this.
You really surveyed people
because I kind of want to live through you. Go have a little fun. I used to love this night. It was a bunch of fun. It was a big pile of fun, as you would say.
Yeah.
You go out. Maybe you make a stupid decision. Maybe you don't. Either way, you get to see some old faces. You have a good time. We all toast one to the whatever, and you come home and put up with people the next day.
Yeah.
Family people you didn't necessarily invite over there.
My dad, he got really into for a while there. At Thanksgiving, he would make, I think it was like turnips. He would do like a ground turnip dish.
No, thank you. Yeah, no, thank you.
It just tasted like dirt.
That's the turnip.
So it smelled very strongly while it cooked. And I have this like very distinct sense memory of like in college, just waking up hungover out of my mind, you know, to just, why does it smell like somebody smeared peanut butter all over my face? And that was what the entire house smelled like.
Thanks, Dad.
Oh, no, you know what it was? It was rutabaga.
Rutabaga.
Okay. It wasn't a turnip. It was rutabaga.
Rutabaga.
Yeah. Ugh.
Yeah, dude, I'm just telling you.
Yeah, nobody needs to make rutabaga on Thanksgiving.
Here's how I started diving into this poll. There was a year ago, Peyton Kraft, who's going to be the in-house Mammoth game host. You'll see her Friday. She hung around us, trying to help her out, get started in this thing. She interned for Altitude. She wanted to come help me with a Mammoth game a year ago, and we had one like 3 days before Christmas. By the way, they play tomorrow at 7:30. Get on out Friday. Black Friday game. Second time in the franchise's history.
Okay.
They played on Black Friday. Come see us that night. But she wanted to come to a game around Christmas, and I literally was like, Peyton, don't come hang out with the old guys. Go be young. Be fun. You're 22. I said, don't you have a bunch of friends coming back into town? I had, of course, you know me and my thing about I go to Chili's. You guys should all go to Chili's. Hang out. Have a drink.
Get a bloomin' onion.
Get a bloomin' onion. And she literally told me, she's like, yeah, we don't do that. I go, what do you mean you don't do that? She goes, people my age, we get on our phones and we just be Snapchatting each other. We don't really talk at the table. And I was like, that is lame.
Dorks.
What are you guys doing? Go out.
Go out.
Talk to each
Have
other.
fun.
Maybe meet a new person at the place.
Go to the Avalanche game tonight.
I'm sure her dad was like, hey, don't,
They're playing Vegas.
Something.
Go.
Dance at a club. To the Macarena.
To dance on a table.
Maybe don't do that.
Fall off a table.
Go
Whatever
to Roadhouse. I don't know. I'm not even sure there's a bunch of dance clubs anymore from what Spring was telling us.
I kind of want to watch Roadhouse tonight now.
Roadhouse? You're not going to watch Planes, Trains, and Automobiles?
No,
that's
actually,
the go-to.
You know what's weird is this is what Abby and I always watch at Thanksgiving. We always watch Bond movies.
Okay.
For whatever, remember they always did the Bond marathon on AMC over Thanksgiving? That became implanted in my brain. Thanksgiving comes around and it's just here we go. It's Thunderball night. Let's do it. Yeah, we're going to watch some trashy old James Bond, especially that old stuff. My God, man, didn't age well. Let me tell you, that guy's HR file, problematic.
He was trying to sleep with the HR girl. You talking about which one?
I actually think that would be that'd be a really fun podcast series to put out. Is just like if you know somebody that actually works in HR, sit there and watch the movies and then describe all of James Bond's violations,
transgressions.
There were many of them.
By the way, I guess Michael says the Stampede's the place to be. So there you go.